I was born exuding a rich fragrance of sandalwood. The elders in the village, upon examining my bones, declared that I possessed the essence of a divine being, a reincarnation of Teach, the sandalwood goddess. My grandmother adorned me with a cherished ancestral peace pendant, meant to suppress the aroma that enveloped me. However, on the fateful day of my 19th year, a tragic accident shattered the pendant, and from that moment, I found myself entangled with three men. Liu Jingchen, the Serpent Bone. A century has passed, Liu Jingchen. It is time to repay your debts. Liu Luoyuan, the Serpent Demon. Zhenzhen, have you forgotten? You are my betrothed wife, and we share a child together. Chapter 1. The Essence of a Divine Being. I am a seventh child born to my mother. The six elder sisters who preceded me were tragically drowned in the ashes of incense by my grandmother the moment they were born. My grandmother insisted that the Liu family was destined only to bear sons, and they must be of an exceptionally heavy yang constitution otherwise. Whether male or female, they will be mere harbingers of death. Yet, fate is often unpredictable. On the early morning of the 8th day of the 4th month, my father awoke in the night to find my mother missing from their bed. After a thorough search, he ultimately discovered her at the village's sandalwood goddess temple. Our ancestral village of Shunshui has thrived on the art of incense making for generations, and a temple dedicated to the sandalwood goddess stands at its heart, bustling with fervor and worship. When my mother was found, she stood before the altar, her mouth stuffed with incense ash, her eyes wide and unblinking like bronze bells. In her hands, she clutched 3 burning yellow incense sticks, her life extinguished, and her abdomen torn open, revealing writhing serpents within. The intoxicating scent of sandalwood mingled with the metallic tang of blood, enveloping the temple in a haunting atmosphere. My father was utterly paralyzed with fear at that moment, unable to consider anything else, as he reached out to grasp those small snakes. By the time my grandmother and the villagers arrived, my father had already succumbed to the venomous bites of those serpents. Beneath him, he shielded me, a premature infant, while I too was entwined with the little snakes, their fangs piercing my flesh as if they aimed to gnaw through to my very bones. The villagers surged forth, rescuing me from the writhing mass of snakes, only to discover that the fragrant scent of sandalwood filling the temple emanated from my own being. At that moment, someone remarked that the 8th day of the 4th month was traditionally the birthday of the incense goddess. Coincidentally, I had been born prematurely within the temple, enveloped in the aroma of sandalwood, leading them to speculate that I might be the reincarnation of the incense god. An experienced elder even examined my bones on the spot, proclaiming that I possessed an innate Buddhist essence, which had attracted the attention of malevolent entities eager to even my sacred essence to aid in their own ascendance. Indeed, once my wounds had healed sufficiently and my grandmother carried me outside again, the scent of milk was the only fragrance left upon me. However, from the moment my memories began, I wore a peace talisman, the size of a coin, around my neck, with my grandmother incessantly admonishing me never to remove it under any circumstances. In a state of half-sleep, I suddenly felt a searing pain in my foot. I jolted awake, sitting up to find the room suffused with the scent of sandalwood, as a large rat gnawed at whitey. Oh yes, causing me to scream in terror. My grandmother rushed in, chased away the rat, and swiftly placed the peace talisman back around my neck. Once the sandalwood fragrance dissipated entirely, she seized me and delivered a sound thrashing. That was my first experience of punishment, a vivid memory that has lingered from that day forth. I have never dared to remove the peace talisman again. As I matured, my grandmother repeatedly admonished me to focus on my studies, forbidding me from engaging in romantic relationships or allowing men to touch me. When I inquired about her reasoning, she solemnly remarked that men would bring me misfortune. I attributed her concerns to her advancing age, fearing that I might run off with a wayward man, leaving her without support in her twilight years. My grandmother and I were inseparable. Her affection for me was profound, and I heeded her wishes, devoting myself entirely to my education. That was until the fateful year of my 19th birthday. I tumbled down the hillside, twisting my ankle and shattering the pendant I cherished. A rich scent of sandalwood erupted around me, and soon I was startled by the rustling sounds encircling me. I shall never forget that day when countless snakes, insects, and rodents surged towards me from all directions, their crimson eyes fixed upon me with a predatory glare, as if I'd WR. Yea, tempting morsel. Dragging my injured leg, I had desperately climbed back up the slope, calling out for help. Suddenly, a weasel leaped at me, sinking its teeth into my wounded foot and greedily sucking the blood. With all my might, I twisted my body and kicked at its head repeatedly. Yet, the weasel clung on stubbornly, gnawing viciously at my ankle. I believed I would perish on that hillside until a stark white snake bone materialized, severing the weasel's neck and driving away the surrounding serpents and vermin. The chilling bone encircled me, providing a steadfast shield. By the time the rescue team arrived, the snake bone had vanished, leaving me to ponder whether the entire ordeal had been a mere figment of my imagination, a consequence of my head. Injured, I was hoisted onto the ambulance by a flurry of hands, and I could hear their hushed murmurs, remarking on how fragrant I was. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor attended to my ankle, realigning the bone, cleansing the wounds, and bandaging them, performing the most rudimentary examinations beforehand, ministering in 4, after which I succumbed to slumber. I was unaware of how long I had slept when I felt someone exhaling onto my face. Startled, I opened my eyes to find myself confronted by a grotesque visage, marred and bloodied. Fear gripped me as I instinctively opened my mouth to scream, yet the face implored, "Child, please save me. I beg you, rescue me. My child is merely 3 years old. He cannot be left without a father. Just one bite. I ask for just one bite, please." It took me a moment to recognize him as the driver of the small car, a man in his 30s, affable in demeanor. I was about to inquire what he meant by one bite when another youthful voice chimed in. "Sister, could you allow me a bite as well? I wish to grow stronger, so I will not be bullied by them." As I scanned the surroundings, I was struck by the realization that my bedside was surrounded by, floating above me, and peering in from afar, a multitude of souls. They were a dismal assembly, some missing limbs, others bloodied and mangled, some pale and emaciated, as thin as parchment, while others had ghastly, contorted features that led profound terror. No, they were not human. Suddenly, a jarring mechanical beat pierced the air, accompanied by the driver's desperate cry. "It's too late, child. I'm sorry. Please let me have just one bite." As he spoke, he lunged forward and bit down on my ear bone. A piercing chill and pain surged through me, prompting a scream that jolted him. "You awake?" From the adjacent bed, I heard the anguished cries of a young woman cradling a child no older than 3, her sobs so intense they nearly rendered her unconscious. On the nearby cabinet, the monitoring machine displayed 3 stark, unyielding lines. The driver of the small vehicle had succumbed to death. I stared in bewilderment, instinctively raising my hand to touch my right ear bone. A wave of pain washed over me as I discovered the sticky warmth of blood. I had not struck my ear in the accident, and this blood still bore the warmth of life, clearly having flowed just moments ago. Chapter 2. The fragrance of shadows. I observed as the driver of the small vehicle was shrouded in a white cloth and carried away from my sight, while the adjacent bed was furnished with fresh linens. A sense of disorientation enveloped me. At that moment, a nurse approached with a thermometer to check my temperature. Upon noticing the blood trickling from my ear, she gasped, "How is your ear bleeding? Such deep bite marks." Bite marks? A chill ran through me as I pondered the implication. Had the driver truly bitten my ear? Yet, he was undeniably deceased. The nurse hurriedly tended to my wound, applying antiseptic and staunching the bleeding. Once her ministrations were complete, she informed me that she had contacted my grandmother, but due to the torrential rain and the late hour, the mountain roads were treacherous, and my grandmother would arrive later than expected. I nodded, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over me, and lay down, drifting into a haze of drowsiness. "Sister, save me." The tender and terrified voice of a little girl echoed once more. I opened my eyes to find her cornered against the wall. A monstrous figure with a ghastly visage was gnashing its teeth at her. The surrounding onlookers, whether in excitement or fear, merely observed the scene, none willing to intervene. I scanned the area, yet the driver was nowhere to be found. "Sister, please. Let me take a bite. I promise it will be just a tiny nibble, and it won't hurt you. I beg you." The girl's desperate pleas resonated in my ears, nearly driving me to madness. I wondered, having been driven to such desperation, why she did not simply approach me to bite as the driver had. Moreover, was this a mere dream, or was it a vivid reality? If I truly allowed her to bite me, what consequences would ensue? Compelled by an inscrutable force, I nodded at the little girl. The little girl, as if granted a reprieve, rushed towards me and sank her teeth into my left pinky toe. The intense pain jolted me awake from my slumber. I gasped for breath, my heart racing uncontrollably. Throwing off the covers, I beheld the disturbing sight of my left pinky toe, its tip grotesquely severed. A chill coursed up my spine. And in that moment, I could no longer contain my terror. I screamed, "Ghost! There's a ghost!" Despite the agony, I leapt from the hospital bed, limping towards the exit. Just as I swung the door open, I spotted my grandmother hurriedly approaching. I threw myself into her arms, my voice trembling. "Grandma, there are ghosts. They all want to bite me. They will devour me." My grandmother held me tightly, her voice soothing. "Zhenzhen, do not fear. Do not fear. Grandma is here. I will save you." With unwavering determination, she shielded me as we made our way out, neglecting even the discharge formalities. The village chief Svan awaited us at the hospital entrance. As the door swung open, a pungent, fishy aroma assaulted my senses, causing me to cough violently. My grandmother shoved me into the back seat, shutting the door behind us. While she helped me steady my breath, she explained, "The van is filled with protective incense to temporarily mask the sandalwood scent clinging to you. However, the peace charm has shattered. You have already been marked. This incense will only confuse those of lesser power. Should we encounter formidable beings, none of us shall escape this night." With the village chief at the helm, the vehicle sped into the stormy night. My grandmother gently stroked my hair, her eyes brimming with concern. "Zhenzhen, you are now 19, an adult. There are matters that I must reveal to you." She retrieved a rectangular box made of golden silk nanmu wood from beside her feet and placed it on my lap before opening it. The box contained 2 layers, the first of which was only half the size of the second. Within the first layer lay a serpentine incense stick, its body a deep black, exuding a faint scent reminiscent of snake musk. The second layer held 10 additional sticks of incense, each varying in shape and color, all wrapped in red oil paper adorned with the names of each incense. Shui village thrives on incense production, and having grown up surrounded by it, I can name nearly every popular variety available on the market. However, these 10 sticks were entirely unfamiliar to me. They were the ancestral of the Liu family. Suddenly, my grandmother spoke up, recalling how your grandfather, before his passing, repeatedly instructed me to personally pass this down to the future heir of the Liu families. Confused, I inquired. My grandmother gestured towards the box and continued, "These are the last 10 sticks of passed down from the Liu family." Pointing to the serpentine incense stick in the upper layer, I asked, "What about this one?" "Isn't it?" My grandmother removed the serpentine incense stick and closed the box before explaining, "Is precious, with unique properties. It is not something just anyone can produce or safeguard. The Liu family's ability to create has always relied upon the protection of the snake lord we have worshipped at home. A century ago, certain events angered the snake lord, nearly leading to the destruction of the entire Shui village. It was only after the construction of the incense goddess temple that the snake lord was finally subdued. Since then, the Liu family has been cursed, suffering from the agony of difficult childbirth. Each newborn daughter emerges afflicted with severe skin ailments, and none survive beyond a month, their bodies decaying and fetid, leaving only a pile of bones upon their demise. At this juncture, my grandmother choked back tears. A realization dawned upon me. Rather than enduring such torment, it would be merciful to grant my 6 sisters a swift release. My grandmother wiped her tears and continued, "However, Zhenzhen, you are different. You possess an innate resilience against the curse, and on the day of your birth, the statue of the fragrant goddess cracked. The seal was broken long ago, yet the Serpent Lord has never sought revenge. Perhaps you can alter the fate of the Liu family." She placed a serpent-shaped incense in my hand, speaking earnestly, "Ignite this incense, and it may summon the Serpent Lord. At this moment, he is your only hope for salvation and protection. However, once it is lit, a bond is formed between you and the Serpent Lord. Whether this brings fortune or calamity remains uncertain. The choice to ignite it rests solely with you, Zhenzhen. Whether the Serpent Lord will come is something even I cannot assure." Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air, causing the car to jolt. Swiftly, I shielded the serpent-shaped incense, looking ahead to behold a chilling sight. Within the beam of the headlights, a persistent drizzle fell, and amidst the curtain of rain stood several weasels of varying sizes. The foremost creature, with its elongated whiskers and grizzled fur, bore an uncanny semblance to a human. Chapter 3. This is what you owe me. In my childhood, I once heard the village elders say that the higher the cultivation of a yellow weasel, the lighter its fur becomes, eventually turning white, which signifies its impending transformation. At this juncture, it seeks a fated individual and poses the question, do I resemble a human? If the individual responds affirmatively, the weasel succeeds in its metamorphosis. However, should the answer be in the negative, it jeopardizes years of cultivation, resulting in inevitable turmoil for those nearby. The white-furred weasel before me appears to be at a critical juncture in its transformation, yet it does not seem inclined to inquire about its resemblance to humanity. The small vehicle was cruising smoothly when suddenly it overturned. Could this be connected to the weasels? Furthermore, after I tumbled down the slope, the weasel that clung tightly to me, might it be part of their cohort? Ultimately, that weasel met its demise at the jaws of a snake. But were they seeking vengeance upon me, or were they drawn by the essence of my Buddha-like nature? As I pondered these thoughts, I suddenly heard my grandmother grit her teeth and exclaim, "Village chief, run them over." The village chief immediately pressed the accelerator, and the van roared toward the cluster of weasels. The white-furred weasel sprang from the ground like an arrow released from a bow, crashing through the windshield and biting down on the village chief's hand. He cried out in pain, desperately attempting to shake it off, but the weasel clung on stubbornly. Meanwhile, several other weasels surged into the vehicle, lunging toward my grandmother and me. The van careened wildly along the mountain road, and we struggled to maintain our balance. One particularly audacious weasel was poised to sink its teeth into my nose when, out of nowhere, a small yet powerful fist emerged from behind me, striking the weasel squarely on the head. "Sister, hurry and get out of the car. These yellow weasels have mastered sinister techniques. They wish to devour your Buddha bones." It was the little girl who had once nibbled on my pinky toe. How could she be here? As she spoke, she engaged in a struggle with the weasels. I pushed against the car door with all my might, yet it wouldn't budge. The door seemed to be welded shut, just like the one on my grandmother's side. While I desperately kicked at the door, a small snake descended from the roof, dangling through the window and hissing at me with its flickering tongue. Soon after, a second and then a third snake followed. In no time, the window was adorned with an array of writhing little snakes. The glass was compromised. The scent of protective incense dissipated, unable to mask the sandalwood fragrance emanating from me, and those creatures returned to entangle themselves around me. They were apparitions that had consumed Buddha bones, beckoning, "Children, come and savor this delicacy. Ward off the evil within you." To my astonishment, the white-haired weasel spoke. I glanced forward and saw the little girl pinned down by its paw on her back, firmly held in place, while the other weasels drooled as they lunged at her, mercilessly tearing at her soul. I leaned forward, intending to pull her away, but the little girl vigorously shook her head. "Sister, don't come any closer. They will devour you. Go quickly. Go." "Where should I go?" The white-haired weasel approached me step by step, its tiny eyes glimmering like beans, its appearance strikingly handsome, and its scent enticing, surely delectable. My grandmother, protective as a hen with her chicks, shielded me from behind, threatening, "Do not touch my granddaughter." Bang! I merely observed the white-haired weasel twitch its arm, and in an instant, my grandmother was flung out, violently colliding with the car door, rendering her unconscious. Ahead, the village chief lay motionless against the steering wheel, while the spirit of the little girl grew increasingly faint. A writhing serpent slithered through the shattered window, infiltrating the vehicle. This car had fallen under the dominion of the white-haired weasel, leaving me trapped. As time progressed, the scent of sandalwood intensified within the cabin, an omen that more malevolent entities would soon arrive. My palms grew clammy, nearly soaking the serpentine incense, and I could not discern whether it was mere illusion or reality. But the incense in my grasp turned chillingly cold, a wave of frigid air penetrating my bones, as if it were poised to morph into a sinister, venomous serpent at any moment. "Serpent incense? Do you wish to summon Lord Liu?" The white-haired weasel paused, revealing the name and origin of this incense with a sneer. Who in this realm is unaware that a century ago, Lord Liu was flayed and disemboweled, leaving nothing but a desiccated skeleton, firmly entombed within a copper coffin? Even if you were to burn 10 sticks of serpent incense, it is impossible to summon him back. "Little girl, today, no one can save you." With that, the white-haired weasel lunged at me, its target the incense in my hand. If it truly dismissed the master behind this incense, why would it be so desperate to destroy it? In that moment, a singular thought consumed me. This serpent incense might genuinely save our lives, regardless of what I might summon upon igniting it. I had to first ensure the safety of my grandmother and the village chief. I turned sideways to shield the serpent incense and forcefully blew upon it, causing sparks to erupt and wisps of blue smoke to mingle with the stench of serpents. A chilling wind rose from the ground, accompanied by the piercing sounds of hissing and shrieking. Within the carriage, several yellow weasels and those small snakes lay lifeless. The white-furred weasel trembled, its voice quivering as it stuttered, Li Sanyi, when did you emerge from seclusion? Did I need to notify you in advance of my emergence? A skeletal serpent, stark white, coiled around the neck of the white-furred weasel, its tail tip pressing against its throat. The man's voice brimmed with fury. You dare to touch my people? Seeking death. Without hesitation, the serpent's bone pierced through the weasel's neck, and foul black blood gushed forth. The white-furred weasel did not have time to utter even a muffled groan before its small eyes widened in shock, and it collapsed. In a blink, a white shadow flashed before me, and I felt a tightening at my waist, the rush of wind whistling past my ears. When I landed once more, I found myself in my own room in Chunshui village. The white, sinuous serpent bone wrapped around me. I yearned to escape, but found myself unable to move. Before me lay an impenetrable darkness, rendering me blind to my surroundings. Yet, I sensed an unseen hand grasping my waist, steadily tightening its grip. I was completely pinned against the wall, the serpent incense withdrawn. In a frenzy, I struggled, and at last, I seemed to discern something, a spectral figure of a man. He donned a crown and wore a flowing moon-white robe, its hem stained with deep crimson. I could not discern his features. Yet those eyes filled with maddened hatred, were fixed upon me with unwavering intensity. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed me, lingering at my neck, biting and gnawing with such fervor that it felt as though he intended to consume me. His hand at my waist was equally restless, igniting flames of desire all over my body. Having lived for 19 years without so much as holding a man's hand, I was utterly unprepared for this onslaught. Trembling and nearly brought to tears, the sound of fabric tearing echoed in the air, and in a state of panic, I cried out, "No!" Countless times throughout my childhood, my grandmother had warned me never to let a man touch me. Yet, this inexplicable serpent-like figure had no intention of heeding my plea. The indistinct shadow held me captive, pressing down with even greater ferocity. A chilling sensation surged through me, making me shudder uncontrollably. Was he truly intent on devouring me? In a frenzy, I attempted to push him away, but he tightened his grip, claiming me forcefully. Pain surged through me, prompting a cry of anguish. It hurts. Yet, the shadow remained relentless, intensifying its assault until, at last, it whispered a foreign name in my ear. Liu Xiang, this is what you owe me. The hatred and coldness in that voice ultimately rendered me unconscious. Chapter 4. The Serpent Bone Bracelet. I found myself lost in a hazy dream. I dreamt of my deceased great-aunt Huang, who had passed away many years ago. In my childhood, she would coax me into letting her examine my bones, claiming that she had not erred at my birth. I was, in fact, born with the bones of a Buddha. Each of my 206 bones was a manifestation of a cultivator's aspirations, and among them lay one known as the heavenly bone. To possess it meant one could attain enlightenment and ascend to immortality. The scene shifted, and I dreamt once more of the serpent bone, which coiled tightly around me. The indistinct shadow kneading every part of my being as if it were in search of something. At last, he discovered what he sought. His long, powerful fingers plunged deeply into my flesh, and blood gushed forth. Ah, no. I jolted awake, sitting upright in bed, my arms instinctively wrapping around myself as I shrank back into the covers, my gaze frantically scanning the desolate room, void of any presence. Has he departed? Truly departed? Or was everything that transpired merely a figment of my imagination? Yet, as my eyes drifted to my left hand, I felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over me, rendering me immobile. I could barely make out a single character. Liu? Is it the Liu Sanyi spoken of by the white-haired weasel? Was it he who adorned me with this serpent bone bracelet? I fought to disregard the serpent bone, yet an incessant chill emanated from it, penetrating my very marrow. That sensation. It felt as though I was perpetually under the scrutiny of a pair of frigid eyes, rendering me restless. I could no longer contain myself. I attempted to tug the serpent bone free, but the more I pulled, the tighter it constricted, even embedding itself into my flesh and drawing forth blood. I rolled out of bed to fetch scissors, desperate to sever the serpent bone, yet the scissors shattered upon contact. It was only when I relinquished my grip that the serpent bone reluctantly returned to its original form. Despite my strenuous efforts, I remained unable to free myself. Instead, tainted by my blood, the once stark white serpent bone appeared to grow even more lustrous. I sank despondently onto the edge of the bed, an overwhelming chill rising within me. I was ensnared. I was utterly ensnared by that serpent bone. What should I do? What am I to do? Grandmother. The snake-scented incense was given to me by my grandmother. She must know something. It continued to rain outside, and I was in disarray. I turned around to find a clean outfit to change into. As I was changing, I suddenly realized that the once pervasive scent of sandalwood had vanished from the room. I leaned down to closely inspect my hands and shoulders, and indeed, there was not a trace of the fragrance left. I cast a glance at the snake bone bracelet, a thought stirring within me. Could the ancestral peace charm of my family suppress the emanation of sandalwood from the Buddhist bones? Could this snake bone bracelet do the same? I dared not dwell on it further and took my grandmother's coat and umbrella as I stepped outside, striding purposefully towards the village entrance. As I passed by the village chief's house, I noticed his van parked outside the yard, the door ajar, and the interior brightly lit, faint sounds emanating from within. I stood at the entrance and called out loudly, "Grandmother, are you there?" No sooner had the words left my mouth than several individuals rushed out from the main house, each bearing varying degrees of scratch marks. Before I could react, the village chief emerged behind them, awkwardly stepping over the threshold, chasing after his family towards the gate. His eyes were bloodshot, patches of yellowish-white hair sprouted from his cheeks, and his lips were slightly parted, revealing two sharp fangs, stained with blood, accompanied by long, slender, razor-sharp fingernails. Upon seeing me, he suddenly became animated, grinding his teeth incessantly, saliva uncontrollably spilling forth, as if he were salivating over some earthly delicacy. Yet that delicacy seemed to be me. Instinctively, I took 2 steps back and then saw my grandmother throw a hemp rope from behind the village chief, swiftly ensnaring his neck. The village chief struggled against the rope, while my grandmother, petite and aged, soon found herself overwhelmed. In that moment, fear was no longer a concern. I strode into the courtyard, scanning the surroundings. Seizing the iron shovel from the corner of the eastern wall, I struck fiercely at the village chief's knee. He howled in pain and fell to the ground, allowing my grandmother the opportunity to wrap the hemp rope tightly around him. Finally securing him, she leaned against the wall, gasping heavily, clutching her thigh. It was then that I noticed the multitude of wounds adorning her body. A significant gash marred her thigh, the flesh torn and revealing an alarming shade of purplish black. Discarding the shovel, I knelt beside her to examine her injuries. In that instant, she grasped my left hand, her gaze fixed upon the snake vertebra bracelet adorning my wrist, a mixture of emotions swirling in her eyes. I opened my mouth to inquire if she could remove the bracelet, but she abruptly pushed my hand away, tucking both of hers beneath her garment, as if evading something. Yet I caught a glimpse. Her nails had grown long and pointed, and yellowish-white fur sprouted from her cheeks, reminiscent of the village chief. She pressed her lips tightly together. At over 70 years old, her teeth were sparse, and her mouth usually appeared somewhat sunken, yet now it seemed unnaturally swollen. The village chief continued to writhe, his throat emitting primal roars akin to that of a beast. I glanced from the village chief to my grandmother, an ominous premonition flooding my heart, and I cried out, "Grandma, you!" The village chief lunged once more, biting my grandmother, and she too succumbed to the affliction. I grasped my grandmother's hand, urging her towards the vehicle as I implored, "Grandmother, have you been infected by the virus carried by the weasel? I will take you to the hospital immediately." My grandmother forcefully pushed me away, shaking her head vehemently. "Silly girl, the hospital cannot save us. You must leave quickly. If you do not go now, it will be too late." Having relied on each other since my early years, she is the most cherished and significant person in my life. How could I ever abandon her? I leapt from the car, gathering her in my arms from behind, attempting to usher her into the vehicle. Yet, she resisted with all her might, refusing to comply. Chapter 5. The fragrance of 1,000 steps. No. It was far more than just the few individuals from the village chief's household. In the shadows, I witnessed a relentless stream of villagers advancing towards us, each bearing wounds, each having been bitten. If this continued, our entire village of Shinshui would descend into a living hell. My grandmother's condition was deteriorating. She was growling incessantly, striking her own head in a desperate attempt to remain lucid, yet her eyes had already taken on a crimson hue, and soon her sanity would be completely devoured. The van was no longer a safe haven. I could not remain outside as a target. I needed to pull my grandmother to a relatively safer location. But in doing so, I inadvertently noticed a golden Nanmu box on the back seat of the vehicle. The ominous fragrance. I swiftly seized the box with one hand while grasping my grandmother with the other, retreating hastily into the courtyard of the village chief's house. I locked the door behind us and barricaded it with nearby objects. The villagers pursued us, pressing against the courtyard gate, howling, their nails scraping against the wooden door, producing a cacophony of distressing sounds. I stealthily peered through the crack of the door and was met by a pair of blood-red eyes. He spotted me too and was instantly filled with excitement. He thrust his hand through the narrow opening, seemingly oblivious to the pain, desperately reaching for me, his teeth grinding ominously, as if he yearned to drag me out, strip my skin, and feast upon my flesh and blood. Terrified, I trembled uncontrollably, but at that moment, I heard a similar grinding sound behind me. With trepidation, I slowly turned my head, praying fervently that it was not my grandmother, only to be met by her bloodshot gaze lunging towards me. She knocked me to the ground, and despite my frantic struggles to rise, the frail old woman transformed into a formidable force, reminiscent of a bull, with an inexhaustible strength. My grandmother had completely lost her sanity. She pinned me down, baring her newly sprouted fangs, desperately attempting to sink them into my flesh. I braced myself against her, straining to create distance. As saliva dripped from her fangs onto my face, each drop igniting a sense of revulsion and fear within me. As her face loomed ever closer, those ghastly white fangs hovered perilously near my nose, almost ready to bite down. In a moment of desperation, I kicked fiercely at her leg, causing her to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, I pushed her aside, grasped the golden Nanma box from the ground, and scrambled towards the kitchen with haste. Upon entering, I swiftly secured the doors and windows, barricading them with every movable object in the kitchen, and huddled tightly by the stove, clutching myself in fear. The echoes of my grandmother's frantic shouts reverberated in my ears. She was searching for me. After a while, a loud crash resounded as the courtyard gate was forcefully flung open, and villagers surged in. The cacophony of distressed cries and grinding teeth filled me with despair. Clenching the lighter on the stove, I contemplated the dire possibility of facing them in a final stand. Amidst the chaos, I accidentally overturned a golden-hued box made from fragrant Nanmu, causing a cloud of incense to waft into the air. The vibrant yellow silk lining fell apart, revealing a piece of charred yellow parchment within. As I carefully extracted the parchment, I noticed it bore names of various incenses along with their properties. The names matched those of the incense contained within the box, yet the parchment was ancient, tattered, and singed. Some names lacked corresponding properties, while others had their descriptions obscured by fire, rendering them unidentifiable. My eyes scanned the text, and I quickly focused on a particular incense called Qianbu Xiang. The parchment described it. Qianbu Xiang, when burned, fills the space within 1,000 steps with fragrance, calming the heart and warding off malevolent spirits. This brief statement ignited a flicker of hope within me. Wasn't this precisely what I needed? I rummaged through the scattered incense on the ground and soon located the Qianbu Xiang, igniting it without hesitation. A subtle, fragrant aroma swiftly permeated the air, and I felt as if every pore of my being had opened up, rejuvenating my spirit. Gradually, the commotion outside began to subside. I cautiously peered through the crack of the door and beheld the villagers in the courtyard, initially standing in bewilderment. The redness in their eyes gradually receded, and their fingernails returned to normal. One by one, they collapsed as if utterly exhausted, succumbing to a deep slumber. The efficacy of the Qianbu incense was indeed remarkable. We had been saved. A sigh of relief escaped my lips as I turned to gather the scattered incense on the ground, placing them back into the box. Upon picking up the yellowed paper once more, I noticed the description of the Qianbu incense, revealing more than just a single line. Additional small print read: the effect lasts 3 days, complemented by Zhenzhen, which draws the rice from the urn. This line struck me like a bolt from the blue, causing my earlier sense of relief to swiftly transform into gravity. If I understood correctly, the effect of the Qianbu incense was limited to 3 days, and its potency was too mild to entirely eradicate the Huangxian poison plaguing the villagers. To truly liberate them, another type of incense, known as Zhenzhen, must be crafted. Among the 9 remaining sticks of incense in the golden Nanma box, none were labeled as Zhenzhen. A wave of panic washed over me, having narrowly escaped death. Where could I possibly procure Zhenzhen? What fate awaited the villagers if I failed to obtain it within 3 days? I dared not contemplate further and focused on securing the incense, clinging to the hope that perhaps the villagers' affliction was not severe and the Qianbu incense would suffice. I moved aside the objects behind the door and assisted my grandmother to her feet, only to be startled by a sudden movement from a nearby villager, sending my heart racing. I bent down, standing there in silence, not daring to utter a word, as I watched the villager gradually rise. He glanced at me, then at the villagers lying on the ground, and with a look of bewilderment, he inquired, "Zhenzhen, what has happened?" For a moment, I found myself at a loss for words to explain, but fortunately, the surrounding villagers began to awaken one by one, each possessing fragments of memories from the bites they had endured, and soon enough, they engaged in their own conversations. When my grandmother finally stirred awake, she first inhaled deeply, catching the scent of the lingering Qianbu xiang in the air, her brow furrowing instantly. Turning her gaze towards me, her expression became exceedingly complex. In her eyes, I discerned feelings of guilt, reluctance, and helplessness. Yet, she ultimately said nothing, instead instructing the villagers to remain within the confines of the village chief's courtyard for the next few days. I pondered whether my grandmother was aware of the properties of Qianbu xiang. After a day filled with turmoil, everyone felt exhausted, curling up in corners to doze off. I too felt weary, yet I feared to sleep, the words inscribed on the yellowed paper haunting my thoughts. I tended to my grandmother's wound on her thigh and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal for everyone. As I stoked the fire, the village chief entered from outside, expressing his thirst and requesting a bowl of water. The village chief had been the first to be bitten and had suffered the most severe injuries, yet after inhaling Qianbu xiang, he had regained his clarity. The yellow hair and sharp nails on his face had receded. I watched as he filled a bowl with water and brought it to his lips. But instead of drinking directly, he extended his tongue, repeatedly curling it to draw the water into his mouth. I stood frozen, bewildered by such a peculiar way of drinking. Like a dog. Chapter 6, Everyone Must Die. No, that is not quite right. Rather than likening the village chief's manner of drinking water to that of a dog, it would be more apt to compare it to that of a weasel. It appears that the venom of the yellow immortal has not been completely extracted from the villagers by Qian Buxiang. I began to observe the villagers' habits, both intentionally and inadvertently, and soon discovered numerous peculiarities. As dusk fell, a chilling crow of a rooster echoed from behind the courtyard. When I rushed to the rear, I found the village chief clutching a large rooster, desperately tearing at it and sucking its blood. He was lost in his frenzy, oblivious to my footsteps, his hands and mouth smeared with feathers and blood. I noticed faint patches of yellow fur sprouting on his cheeks, and his fangs had begun to emerge. It seemed Qian Buxiang had already failed him. "Grandmother, I must seek the rice from the jar." Grandmother's rationality was evidently fraying, yet she clutched my hand tightly, squeezing with fervor. I understood that she was worried about me. The Tong family in the southern town is notoriously known for their dealings in grave robbing. My grandfather had dealings with them during his lifetime. They surely possessed the rice from the jar? After ensuring grandmother was settled, I resolutely left the village. Within the village, filled with the anguished cries of roosters, a strange whisper echoed. "Rice from the jar, rice from the jar, blood untouched, evil untouched. Use it once, then cast it away." I drove the village chief's van, heading towards the southern town, fortunate that everything was proceeding smoothly. Upon arriving in the town, I found myself in dire need of sustenance, my stomach painfully pressed against my back. After the accident, I had lost my phone, and the village chief's van was both dilapidated and obsolete, lacking any form of navigation. Thus, I resolved to have breakfast by the roadside while inquiring about directions. I stumbled upon a bun shop. Although I had missed the breakfast hour, the proprietress greeted me warmly, engaging in light conversation as she tidied up. "Did several people die?" I inquired, astonished. "Was it an industrial accident?" The shopkeeper shook her head. "I cannot say for certain. The rumors circulating are quite extraordinary. They claim that the construction crew's excavation angered the mountain deity, who demanded those lives as a sacrifice." The proprietress nodded conspiratorially, adding, as the saying goes, "When breaking ground, one must first pay homage to the main deity. In all endeavors, one must maintain a sense of reverence. Don't you agree, my dear?" The Tong family, now that's a prominent household, she continued, retrieving her phone to show me a video. It described the Tong family, 6 generations living harmoniously under one roof without division, comprising a total of 37 members, the eldest of whom, their revered ancestor, had reached the remarkable age of 104. The proprietress lamented, "If the resort is successfully constructed, the Tong family is sure to flourish." In these times of great pressure and declining health, who wouldn't wish to learn from centenarians and strive for longevity? Such a pity, she sighed. The shopkeeper scoffed lightly. 6 generations under one roof? A centenarian household? Have you forgotten about last month's incident? I perked up, intrigued, and asked, last month? The proprietress exclaimed as she slapped her thigh. How could I have forgotten this? Just last month, an ambulance wailed past our door, carrying a little child to the town hospital. I rushed over to see. It was a young girl, around 6 or 7 years old. I heard she belonged to the Tong family. The child's complexion was ghastly pale, emaciated to the point of resembling a mere skeleton, devoid of any hair. Her body marred with dark, bruised scars. She looked as though some malevolent force had drained her vitality, as if she had been lifeless for days, already bearing the marks of decay. As the proprietress recounted this, a sudden shiver overtook her, and the boss, with a grim expression, kicked her lightly and scolded. What nonsense are you babbling about so early in the morning? Hurry up and tidy up, we still need to prepare the dough. I promptly urged the proprietress to get back to work. After finishing my bun, I clarified the directions and then got into the car, heading southward. For some inexplicable reason, her words kept bringing to mind that little girl who had gnawed on my toe. At that moment in the vehicle, her spirit, being devoured by a weasel, had already grown faint and ethereal. I wondered what had become of her since then. Had she vanished into oblivion? The road began to grow bumpy as I navigated through a narrow path lined with bamboo, leading into the village. I shook my head, dismissing any further thoughts, and focused intently on driving. An inexplicable unease settled within me as I cast my gaze over the entire village. The village of Huilong is nestled amidst mountains on 3 sides. It is expansive yet sparsely populated, with merely 30 to 40 households. Each residence boasts a courtyard. Following a recent rainfall, the air is thick with moisture, shrouded in a hazy mist. A damp breeze seeps through a small gap in the windshield, causing an unexpected chill on this summer day. As I continue driving, I notice the gates of the few homes I pass are firmly shut, adorned with yellow talismans. Some even affixed to the walls beyond the courtyards. Puzzled, I wonder about the purpose of these talismans when suddenly, a disheveled figure stumbles towards me. I hastily lower the window and call out, "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the Tong family?" As the figure approaches, I discern a staggering gait. Unkempt hair matted in tangles, a testament to neglect, and clothes so tattered that their original color is indiscernible. A foul odor emanates from him, overwhelming my senses and threatening to provoke nausea. He gestures behind him, mumbling incoherently, "The Tong family. That must be the Tong family? They are all dying. All of them must die? Ha 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 ha." His mad laughter echoes as his darkened hands pound relentlessly on the van's hood, sending a jolt of fear through me. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, I dare not breathe, uncertain of whether his next move might unleash a violent outburst. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, I steal glances at him through the rearview mirror. It seems he senses my scrutiny, abruptly spinning around to tear open his shirt and bellow with manic laughter. They all must die. They all must perish. I was so terrified that my heart felt as though it might leap from my throat. I pressed the accelerator and raced towards the Tong family home. After what felt like an eternity of knocking, the courtyard gate finally creaked open just a fraction, revealing a pallid face peering out. It belonged to a woman in her 30s, emaciated to the point of resembling mere skin stretched over bones. She wore a hat that obscured her hair, and the exposed skin bore mottled purple-black scars, reminiscent of the post-mortem lividity that appears days after death. As I scrutinized her, she too assessed me. In that moment of mutual gaze, she suddenly cried out in terror, "A ghost! A ghost!" Chapter 7. The incense examination. The foul stench continued to emanate, and the village chief's demeanor grew increasingly unstable, occasionally erupting into low growls. Having learned from a previous misstep, I quickly fetched several thick ropes to secure the chief once more. My hands trembled with urgency. Should I allow the incense to burn out completely? That was unacceptable. Furrowing my brow, I pondered in confusion. I had thoroughly examined the rice in the urn, ensuring there were no taboos. I had monitored the entire incense-making process without a flaw, and there had been no issues when the chicken tongue incense was first lit. How could it suddenly change midway through burning? My grandmother suddenly sniffed the air and inquired, "Zhenzhen, do you detect any fragrance?" I too took a moment to inhale deeply, noticing a subtle scent of tea wafting through the air, emanating from the palm of my hand. This tea aroma was identical to that of the cup of tea served to me by Tong Jixian. I confided in my grandmother about the peculiar incident. As I kneaded the spices earlier, my palms began to heat up and perspire. Even now, they remain clammy. After scrutinizing my hands for a considerable time, my grandmother remarked, "It is the sparrow tongue tea, infused with certain elements." Tong Jixin calculated the timing precisely, aiding you in saving the villagers, yet he left a contingency. The chicken tongue scent has transformed into sparrow tongue scent. The sparrows, with their many tongues, are prone to inciting trouble, only intensifying the malevolent aura of the yellow immortal. I expressed my self-reproach, lamenting, "It is entirely my fault for lacking caution. Had I known, I should not have consumed the tea he offered." Furrowing my brow, I pondered. At that moment, I presented him with my bank card, which he declined, repeatedly emphasizing his connection with my grandfather, indicating that his intentions were not monetary. The only offerings the Liu family could provide him now are merely the remaining incense sticks. My grandmother inquired, "During your visit to the Tong family, did you observe anything amiss?" There were numerous oddities within the Tong household. I recounted in detail what I had overheard at the bun shop, what I had witnessed in the Tong residence, and the unsettling story of the madman in the village. My grandmother listened intently and, with a sudden rap of her fingers on the table, declared, "If my deductions are correct, the Tong family has fallen victim to a ghostly head shaving. I have heard various renditions of the ghostly head shaving legend, which essentially conveys that a living person has offended a spirit and faces retribution, resulting in their hair being mysteriously plucked away overnight. When the young granddaughter of the Tong family perished, she was devoid of hair. Today, while at the Tong residence, I observed that many of the family members, predominantly the younger ones, wore hats, concealing their hair. This retribution appears to have commenced with the younger generation of the Tong family. Tong Jixin, born into the art of divination, is well versed in the intricacies of feng shui, dismissing mere malevolent entities with ease." My grandmother continued, "Even he is unable to subdue this malevolence. Ordinary incense may prove futile. Could it be that he seeks the fragrance of the tuhua flower? The tuhua, being the last bloom of spring, symbolizes the conclusion of all things. Therefore, Tong Jixin aims to use this scent to bring an end to the calamity afflicting the Tong family, does he not?" I inquired. My grandmother nodded in affirmation. That seems to be his intent. However, the incense of tuhua must be procured from the hands of the underworld, and its effects last but a single night. The Liu family incense hall has been closed for a century. How could any tuhua incense possibly remain? I recalled that among the remaining 9 sticks of incense, none bore the name tuhua, leading me to a conclusion. Tong Jixin, possessing such intimate knowledge of my grandfather, would surely not be ignorant of our remaining incense. His previous reluctance to seek our offerings likely stemmed from a desire to wait for this moment, intending to compel me to craft incense once I assumed control of the incense hall. Thus, the question arises, does Tong Jixin currently possess the essence of tuhua, or does he wish to obtain it through my hands at the incense hall? Regardless, I find myself in Tong Jixin's sights. I grasped my grandmother's hand tightly and declared, "Since the Tong family is pursuing me, I shall make another visit to their household. They seek my aid, and it is unlikely they would set further traps for me." My Zhenzhen has truly grown. My grandmother patted my hand, advising, "Yet Zhenzhen, remember, your own life is of utmost importance. If things become unmanageable, we must flee. Do you understand?" In an effort to spare my grandmother any worry, I nodded vigorously, affirming my compliance. The aroma of the chicken skewers wafted through the air, while my grandmother's eyes began to redden. She requested that I fetch some rope to bind her as well. I hoisted the box containing the empty ceramic urn onto the vehicle and set off once more towards the southern part of town. Night had fallen, and shortly after we ascended the mountainous road, I was startled by my grandmother's urgent voice from behind, calling out, "Zhenzhen, wait for Grandma. Grandma is coming with you to the Tong family." Glancing in the rearview mirror, I was astonished to see my grandmother chasing after the van, waving her arms frantically. However, she was currently restrained at the village chief's residence. How could she possibly be pursuing me? Furthermore, at over 70 years of age, and having sustained such a severe injury to her thigh, how could she run so swiftly? I accelerated, and so did the figure behind me. I decelerated, and they matched my pace, trailing closely behind the van, their frantic cries piercing the night. A chill ran down my spine as I realized I was being haunted by something malevolent. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead, and my mind raced, nearly causing me to lose control of the vehicle on several occasions. Just then, a young girl suddenly appeared in the passenger seat, startling me. She cautioned, "Sister, do not look back, and pay no heed to that person. That is not your grandmother." I cast a glance at her, She appeared quite ill, her spirit nearly translucent. Reflecting on the fact that she had been torn apart by a weasel in her attempt to save me, I could not help but inquire, "Where did you go during the day?" She replied, "I was severely injured. My spirit is too weak to venture out in the daylight, so I hid in the shadows." Tilting her little head, she asked, "Sister, are you heading to the Tong family in the southern town?" The mountain path was shrouded in darkness and treacherous to navigate, with the ominous presence behind me relentlessly pursuing. However, ever since the little girl boarded the vehicle, the entity had ceased its pursuit, and my anxious heart finally found a semblance of calm as I recounted the events at the Tong family residence to her. She listened intently, and after I finished, she remained silent. When I inquired about her plans for the future, I mused that she could not possibly continue hiding by day and only emerge at night. The little girl shook her head, flashed a sweet smile, and said, "Sister, through the relics of the Buddha, you have delivered me from the confines of the hospital. Before the crowing of the rooster in the early hours of dawn, I shall have a chance for reincarnation." I genuinely felt joy for her. Rebirth was undoubtedly preferable to being a wandering spirit. The gate of the Tong residence stood ajar, illuminated as if awaiting someone's arrival. Clutching the suitcase, I strode confidently inside. Tong Jingchen awaited me in the hall. I placed the suitcase upon the table, fixing my gaze upon him and firmly stating, "Elder Tong, a man of great respect and stature should not resort to such folly in deceiving a junior who holds you in high regard." "Child, you exaggerate." "I harbor no intention of deceiving you," Tong Jingchen replied with composure. "The dear family's incense is precious, and without some leverage in my possession, the lives of the 37 members of the Tong family would surely be consigned to the netherworld. I am but a victim of circumstance." I gritted my teeth and retorted, "Elder Tong, your provision of grain saved the lives of the villagers of Chunshui, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. But my sister does not owe the Tong family anything." The little girl's voice suddenly resonated, catching me off guard. I had not realized when she had entered, thinking she was still in the car. Before I could respond, Tong Jingchen exclaimed in disbelief, "Wanwan, my dear granddaughter, is that you?" I was rendered speechless. The little girl was indeed the recently deceased granddaughter of the Tong family. Chapter 9. This farewell is, indeed, a permanent one. The child, with her cherubic face and a bobbed hairstyle, who used to beam at me with her large, expressive eyes, now stood before me bald, her body marred by livor mortis. Clad in an oversized blue and white striped hospital gown that hung limply on her emaciated frame, she stood there, her large eyes deeply sunken in their sockets, evoking both compassion and a tinge of fear. Tong Jingchen's astute triangular eyes were brimming with tears, a tumult of emotions, reluctance, anguish, and guilt, converging within him. He opened his trembling arms, yearning to embrace her. Yet, his hands passed through the ethereal form of the little girl, grasping nothing. He paused momentarily, then reached out again, attempting to hold her 3 or 4 times, each attempt yielding the same fruitless result. The woman wept uncontrollably, her cries echoing in despair as she desperately stretched out her hands to grasp and embrace, her fervent movements dislodging her hat, which fell to the ground, revealing her bald head. Glancing at the fallen hat, she touched her own bare scalp and suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. She squatted before the little girl, her tone tender and affectionate as she cooed, "Wanwan, do not fear, do not be afraid. Look, Mama is just like you, without any hair. Soon, Mama will be able to join you. I will be with Wanwan, and I will never lose you again." The little girl's spirit gradually returned to its former state. She extended her hand, mimicking an embrace towards the woman, and said, "Wanwan does not want her mother to accompany her. Sister Zhenzhen used her Buddhist essence to ferry me, granting me a chance for rebirth. Wanwan hopes that Mother will live well. Only then can Wanwan depart in peace. Mother, promise me, you must live well." The woman's tears flowed more profusely, her lips trembling, unable to articulate her thoughts. I sensed that she was acutely aware of her own frail condition. She did not wish to deceive her beloved daughter, yet she could not bear to disappoint her. The woman shook her head in refusal, weeping incessantly, until her husband came to embrace her and carry her away. Tong Jingchen knelt before the little girl, his voice filled with affection as he asked, "Wanwan, are you soon to be reborn?" The little girl nodded vigorously, speaking with utmost seriousness, "Grandfather, my spirit was imprisoned by a malevolent spirit in the hospital, nearly consumed by it. Sister Zhenzhen sacrificed a little toe to save me. Before the rooster crows in the early hours, I must be reborn. However, Sister has shown kindness to Wanwan, and our Tong family must not be ungrateful. Not only should we repay her, but we must also not plot against her or force her. Wanwan believes grandfather would not do such a thing, right? Listening to the girl's words, a sense of guilt welled up within me. At that time, my agreement to let her bite me was not solely for her salvation. I had thought I was dreaming. Although she sacrificed a toe, she nearly fell victim to the weasel in her attempt to save me. In that light, I could not truly claim to have benefited her. As I opened my mouth to speak, the little girl shook her head at me, then turned to Tong Jishian and said, "The ancestors of the Tong family have relied on the art of tomb raiding for their livelihood. And my grandfather is a renowned master of feng shui. You used to say that when Wanwan grew up, you would impart all your feng shui skills to her. Unfortunately, Wanwan has not had the opportunity to learn, but she hopes that Sister Zhenzhen can take her place and learn the art of feng shui from grandfather. Is that possible?" I was momentarily taken aback. Tong Wan was suggesting that I learn feng shui from Tong Jishian, effectively binding the Tong and Liu families together. The reopening of the Liu family's Inxiang Hall was fraught with challenges, and I had no inkling of how to proceed. With Tong Jishian as my support, everything would become significantly more manageable. In doing so, the various schemes Tong Jishian had devised against me would be transformed into a mutual benefit, allowing me to save the 37 members of the Tong family, while the Tong family would safeguard the reopening of Inxiang Hall for me. I could only imagine that Tong Jishian was contemplating this matter with even greater depth and insight than I. How could he not understand Tong Wan's intentions? He was hesitating, weighing the pros and cons. He possessed countless methods to compel my compliance. Had it not been for Tong Wan's mediation, I would never have found myself here negotiating terms with him. Tong Wan, twisting her little body in a playful manner, pleaded, "Grandfather, this is my last wish as your granddaughter. Please grant it for me. I beg you." She reached out as if to embrace Tong Jishian, her voice sweetly coaxing. "I know you love me the most, and I love you the most as well." In that moment, tears streamed down Tong Jishian's aged face. A grandfather and his grandchild, one standing and the other half kneeling on the ground, appeared to be engaged in an endless conversation. I stood quietly beside them, contemplating that after the crowing of the rooster, Tong Wan would soon embark on her journey of reincarnation. This farewell would indeed be a final parting, and a sense of sorrow welled up within me for them. They conversed for a considerable time, and eventually, Tong Jishian urged Tong Wan to bid farewell to her parents once more before he rose to his feet. Tong Wan exchanged a few more words with me, said her goodbyes, and reluctantly departed. It was then that Tong Jishian let out a long sigh, exclaiming, "What a sensible little girl. She should not have met such a premature end." I looked at him, awaiting his next words. He pinched the bridge of his nose with force, and, upon raising his head, his gaze regained its former sharpness as he shifted the topic, saying, "In fact, when the troubles first befell the Tong family, I immediately thought of the Liu family's incense shop. I devised numerous schemes to compel your grandmother to yield and push you forward to take over the incense hall. Yet, in the end, I could not bring myself to do it. Who would have thought that fate would not forsake the Tong family, and the Liu family's incense hall would ultimately reopen? Old Tong, I have stated before that reopening the incense hall was never my intention. I did it to save lives," I replied candidly. "As for the Tumu incense you seek, I do not possess it, nor do I have the incense cord needed to create it." He refrained from mentioning the Tumu incense further. Was it because he deemed my abilities insufficient, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Indeed, dealing with such a cunning old fox is exhausting. Just as I parked my vehicle in front of the village chief's home and stepped out with the ceramic urn, the village chief's rooster began to crow loudly. I was taken aback, raising my eyes to the horizon, where the first light of dawn was already breaking. The rooster crows, and Tong Wan has already departed, hasn't she? Chapter 10. Inquiry at the coffin. I clasped my hands together in silent prayer, hoping that in her next life, Tong Wan would be free from illness and disaster, and be filled with happiness. The villagers lingered at the village chief's home, vigilantly guarding the entrance, fearful that the chief and my grandmother might inadvertently cause further trouble. 2 incense sticks burned down slowly, and at last, the village chief and my grandmother regained their normal states, though the wounds they bore still required time to heal. I shook my head and recounted the entire sequence of events to my grandmother. After listening, she furrowed her brow and remarked, "With 37 lives of the Tong family hanging in the balance, how can he appear so unconcerned?" I too was perplexed and could only encourage my grandmother to eat. "Grandmother, please eat first. Taking care of your health is of utmost importance." She accepted the bowl of rice, but set it down after just a few bites. Grasping my hand and saying, regardless of the circumstances, with the reopening of the Liu family's Inxiang Hall, it is inevitable that we will have dealings with the Tong family. It is a fortunate occurrence that Tong Jixian is willing to teach you the art of feng shui. You should learn diligently by his side and remain vigilant to avoid any disadvantage. I understand, grandmother. For the following week, I resided in the Tong household, immersing myself daily in Tong Jixian's study, fervently reading and taking notes. Tong Jixian was quite stern. Despite my good memory and strong comprehension skills, mistakes were inevitable. When I faltered, punishment was swift and merciless. He would strike without hesitation, admonishing me as he did so. Without discipline, one cannot learn. Mistaking knowledge now could cost you your life in the future. At times, I find myself standing in the yard as a form of punishment. In the scorching July sun, I endure the heat, practicing my stance, far more arduous than during military training. The Tong family is numerous, and the yard is perpetually bustling with activity. Although the neighbors are somewhat more familiar with me and offer nods of acknowledgement, the fear in their eyes remains unchanged. I have closely observed one particular individual. Despite his madness, he has never inflicted harm upon anyone. On that day, I encountered the madman once more. He approached me, brandishing a stick, as he nonchalantly swatted at the wild grass along the roadside. Upon seeing me, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "They all must die. None shall escape. Not a single one." Unable to restrain my curiosity, I inquired, "Why can't they escape? Why must they all die?" The madman was momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised that anyone would dare to pose such a question. He stared at me for an extended period before suddenly covering his eyes and screaming, "I didn't see that painting. I didn't see anything. Don't come looking for me. Don't come looking for me." I was utterly bewildered. What painting? Who was seeking him? I reached out to grasp his arm, hoping to inquire further. However, the moment I touched him, he recoiled as though scalded, leaping away and howling. "A ghost! A ghost! She has come to find me. She has come to find me. A ghost? Does he perceive me as a specter? Why? Why on earth?" In astonishment, I exclaimed, "Me? To assess the results? I've only been learning for a week. Even with exceptional talent, I am hardly equipped to handle such matters alone." Tong Jixian shot me a fierce glare, dismissing my concerns with an air of authority. "With me around, are you truly afraid of losing your life?" I pondered the situation. After all, it is indeed true that one cannot contend with the might of a larger force. Moreover, he is, after all, my mentor. When my mentor summons me for an examination, can I possibly decline? The driver is Tong Jixian's youngest nephew, named Tong Shuyan, aged 39 this year. Among the younger generation, he is, aside from Tong Wan, the most gifted one, having closely followed Tong Jixian since childhood to learn the craft. As I sat in the back seat alongside Tong Jixian, I listened attentively as he described the case we were to undertake today. The family in question bears the surname Qian, a prominent household in the county. The matriarch passed away just 2 days prior, and her funeral was conducted with great solemnity. They even engaged a feng shui master to determine the auspicious time for her burial, which is set for today at precisely 10:18 in the morning. However, as the auspicious moment arrived, the 8 burly men tasked with carrying the matriarch's coffin found themselves unable to lift it. Upon hearing this, I immediately remarked, "If the coffin cannot be raised, there must be some lingering grievance. To resolve this malevolent force, the best course of action is to consult the coffin." Tong Jixian nodded in approval, stating, "Your theoretical knowledge is commendable, yet one must not merely engage in idle speculation. This day presents an opportune moment for you to practice your skills." I responded affirmatively, taking the time to thoroughly understand the circumstances of the Qin family. I mentally rehearsed the process of consulting the coffin, ensuring that the ritual tools within my cloth bag were sufficient, which ultimately provided me with a sense of reassurance. As the vehicle entered the grand estate of the Qin family, I alighted and made my way directly to the morning hall. At that moment, the hall was filled with a low murmur, as the attendees engaged in discussions concerning the Qin family. The coffin of the late matriarch lay firmly positioned in the center of the morning hall, its nails secured and ropes bound tightly around it. While the 8 strong men surrounded the coffin, their faces etched with concern. The 4 sons of the Qin family approached, all of whom recognized Tong Jixian. After exchanging pleasantries, Tong Jixian introduced me, stating, "This is my cherished disciple, Liu Jingchen. I entrust all matters concerning your family to her." The eldest son of the Qin family questioned, Miss Liu appears quite youthful. Is she even of age? I replied, I am 19 years old. I endeavored to maintain my composure. I had my own methods to address the situation regarding old Madame Qian. Whether I succeeded or not, we would see. The youngest son of the Qian family nearly leaped up, accusing me. Our Qian family is affluent and capable. We need not rely on a mere girl to manage the affairs of our esteemed matriarch. Dong Lao, what do you mean by this? This uproar led everyone to shake their heads. I had yet to act, yet was thoroughly dismissed. I then called out to the crowd, silence, please. I, Liu Jingchen, shall take charge of old Madame Qian's affairs. As the saying goes, where there is a coffin, there must be grievances. I continued, now? I shall inquire of the coffin on behalf of my master, and I hope for everyone's cooperation. I pointed to the spirit banner planted in the ground and loudly proclaimed, eldest son, bear the banner. Chapter 11. Inquiry of the coffin. My voice resonated, commanding attention, and the crowd grew silent. All eyes turned toward the eldest son of the Qian family. He glanced between me and Tong Jixian, who nodded encouragingly. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward and firmly lifted the spirit banner, placing it upon his shoulder. The fact that he was able to carry the banner indicated that this matter did not pertain to him. I then arranged 6 eternal lamps in a row and called out, virtuous grandson, bear the lantern. The Qian family's grandchildren consist of 2 males and 4 females, with a significant age gap among them. However, all 6 grandchildren have lit the everlasting lamp, thus absolving themselves of any suspicion. I then proclaimed loudly, filial sons, kneel. The matriarch of the Qian family has 4 sons and 3 daughters-in-law. Except for the eldest son, the other 6 individuals all knelt and slowly moved forward. The second and third sons, along with their 3 wives, began to advance, while the youngest son remained rooted in place, struggling desperately but unable to budge an inch. Whispers filled the air once more. The youngest son, drenched in sweat, grew frantic and shouted at me. What kind of sorcery have you cast? Release me at once. Believe me, once I rise, I will ensure your demise. The eldest son rebuked him. Fourth brother, mind your words. Yet the youngest son continued to curse stubbornly. I replied calmly, cease your futile howling. With such fervor, you would be better off reflecting on the misdeeds that have angered the matriarch, leaving her restless and unwilling to find peace in death. The youngest son, face flushed with rage, retorted, you slander me. My mother cherished me above all. She would never utter a harsh word to me. Even if I made a minor mistake, she would surely forgive me. It is you who lack skill and wrongfully accuse the innocent. I scoffed. Unrepentant are we? Then it is time for a more potent remedy. Saying this, I retrieved 3 ancient bronze coins from my cloth bag, held them in my hand, breathed upon them, and then casually tossed them before the coffin. 3 ancient copper coins stood upright in unison, drawing a collective gasp from the onlookers. I then addressed the elderly lady, saying, if I have identified the right person, allow these 3 coins to bow to them. The coins promptly shifted direction, bowing down before the 4th son of the Qian family, who immediately turned pale. He pointed an accusatory finger at me, threateningly declaring, Liu Jingchen, is it? I will remember you. Just wait. If I don't find someone to kill you, I will cease to bear the surname Qian. The eldest son of the Qian family interjected sharply, fourth brother, be silent. The 4th son bore no distinction from the ruffians of the streets. He attempted to rise and reprimand me, his hand raised high. Yet his knees remained firmly planted on the ground, rendering him unable to stand. His face flushed with rage, alternating between crimson and pallid, he spewed a torrent of threats. However, amidst his uproar, his right hand suddenly contorted in an unusual manner, his ring finger bending grotesquely as if someone were gripping it and forcefully pulling it backward. With a crack, the finger was violently snapped. Blood gushed from the stark, white bone, saturating the ground beneath him. The 4th son of the Qian family emitted a wretched wail akin to a slaughtered pig, cradling his severed finger and weeping uncontrollably, his eyes burning with hatred directed at me. Yet, soon his strength to harbor animosity waned. Not only had his finger been broken, but it was also wrenched off entirely, falling to the earth, soaking the soil with his blood. Tong Jixian had once instructed me regarding the consultation of coffins, stating that the greater the resentment within the coffin, the more ferocious the retribution that follows. As I observed the circumstances surrounding the 4th son of the Qian family, my concerns shift to the state of the matriarch within her coffin. During our journey, Tong Jixian informed me that the matriarch was interred last night. This morning, After the family offered her the final meal, they sealed her coffin definitively. Upon my arrival, I personally witnessed the coffin nails firmly securing the casket. Logically, the remains of the matriarch had not left the mortuary. Despite any lingering resentment, it seemed improbable that it could so disturb her fourth son. Stealing a glance at Tong Jixien, I noted he stood calmly with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of control over the situation. My anxiety eased slightly. After all, with Tong Jixien present, what was there to fear? As the questioning ritual continued, I raised my voice once more. Let the sinner feel the lash. To the side, Tong Jixien stepped forward, wielding a long whip, and with all his strength, struck the fourth son of the Qian family across his back. With just one lash, the skin tore, bloodied and raw. Without hesitation, Tong Jixien delivered a second strike. The fourth son collapsed to the ground, trembling in pain, unable even to utter a curse. By the third lash, he had succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. Tong Jixien sheathed the whip, exhibiting an unsettling calmness, as if he had encountered such scenes countless times before. The onlookers were awestruck, the atmosphere within the mortuary and the courtyard enveloped in a profound silence. I steeled myself and declared, "Open the coffin and seek justice." This marks the final procedure of the coffin inquiry. Although it has been established that the fourth son of the Qian family is the principal instigator of the vengeful spirit, it remains imperative to open the coffin for verification. Otherwise, how can one ascertain the truth of my claims? The coffin nails were pried open one by one, and the heavy lid was pushed aside. Suddenly, the right hand of the late matriarch of the Qian family shot up, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. After death, one is traditionally attired in a shroud, most commonly comprising 3 collars and 5 layers of trousers, 3 garments for the upper body and 5 for the lower, with sleeves and pant hems extending beyond the fingers and tops of the feet, symbolizing that future generations need not expose their hands or feet and shall live in abundance. The matriarch's sleeves also concealed her fingers, and she was adorned with gloves. As her right hand rose, the sleeves slipped down, revealing the gloves. However, the section of the glove covering the ring finger was empty, hanging limply. The eldest daughter-in-law immediately exclaimed, "The barrel, the matriarch's ancestral barrel, is missing." The other 2 daughters-in-law echoed. The matriarch specifically instructed before her passing that the barrel, given to her by her mother on her wedding day, was to accompany her into the coffin. How could it possibly be gone? Not only was the barrel missing, but the matriarch's ring finger was also absent. Indeed, where could the matriarch's ring finger have disappeared to? How could this have happened? I personally dressed the matriarch in her shroud, and at that time, both the finger and the barrel were present. A stone cast into water creates ripples. I overheard someone in the crowd remark that the fourth son of the Qian family had been spoiled since childhood, indulging in all vices, drinking, gambling, and even physically assaulting women. His wife had fled from his abuse. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, the matriarch of the Qian family gradually sat up in her coffin. Chapter 12. In welcoming the Serpent Lord. Around 3 in the afternoon, the sun had begun its gentle descent, casting a dim light in the morning hall, where a chilling breeze swept through. Slowly, Madame Qian rose from her resting place, and an immediate hush fell over the onlookers, who momentarily forgot even to breathe. With a heavy sigh, Madame Qian exhaled deeply. The sound was not merely vocal, but seemed to emanate from the depths of her being. She had returned from the grave. To witness such a phenomenon in broad daylight was astonishing. It was unclear who first cried out, but the crowd soon jolted awake from their stupor, erupting in panic as they rushed for the exit. A sense of unease gripped me as well. According to the usual protocols, after confirming the severe injuries to Madame Qian's fingers, the coffin would be securely closed and buried, making the current scenario utterly implausible. In the light of day, it was inconceivable for Madame Qian to undergo a transformation under such circumstances. She must have either transformed before the coffin was sealed, or some knowledgeable individual had tampered with the casket after it was nailed shut. Madame Qian called out once more, standing upright from within her coffin. Clad in a resplendent custom burial garment, she slowly turned to face the room. Her waxen face bore wide-open eyes. Yet all that could be seen was the stark whiteness of the scara, devoid of any trace of pupils. She stood there motionless, a sight so terrifying that it sent the onlookers fleeing. The morning hall was now devoid of any visible presence, with the Qian family cowering at the periphery. Peering anxiously towards the coffin, I was taken aback, instinctively stepping back 2 paces, only to find my foot ensnared by something sticky. Lowering my gaze, I discovered the earth beneath me was damp, my shoes stained with blood. This crimson trail emanated from beneath the fourth son of the Qian family, as if it possessed a will of its own, flowing steadily toward the coffin. The matriarch of the Qian family had risen from her grave. Should she encounter blood again, she would instantly transform into a vengeful spirit, which, given my abilities, I could not possibly subdue. I cast a glance at Tong Jixin, signaling him to take action. Yet he merely regarded me, hands clasped behind his back, showing no intention of intervening. Irritation welled within me. What was the meaning of this old man's behavior? Even if he sought to test me, the current circumstances surely exceeded the limits of any evaluation. I turned to Tong Shuyan, pleading with my eyes for assistance. But he averted his gaze to the heavens, too afraid to meet my eyes. At this point, the situation was abundantly clear. The matriarch's resurrection was likely linked to them. But why? Was it merely a test of my capabilities? Resolutely, I flung several ancient coins into the air, hoping to use their power to halt the blood's advance toward the coffin. Yet, my efforts were in vain. The blood coursed into the coffin, and the matriarch of the Qian family cackled ominously, leaping from her resting place with nimble grace, landing firmly on her feet. With each lively bound, she advanced toward me, prompting me to flee toward Tong Jixin. For I could not fathom that the threat of a vengeful spirit standing before him would elicit no response. To my astonishment, no matter how I attempted to evade her, old lady Qian relentlessly pursued me, showing no inclination to target anyone else. In my panic, I stumbled against the body of Qian's fourth son, losing my balance and falling. Old lady Qian immediately lunged onto me, her frigid visage exhaling icy breaths against my neck, producing a raspy sound from her throat. I could almost hear her murmur, "Delicious. Truly delectable. Allow me a taste." In a desperate bid, I strained to turn my body, seeking to push her away, but she sank her teeth into my neck, causing me to grimace in agony. Summoning all my strength, I managed to throw her off, but as I began to rise, she pounced once more, her sharp claws tearing through the fabric of my shirt, leaving a searing pain across my back. I cried out in distress, my neck aching, my back throbbing, and even the serpent bone bracelet on my left wrist constricted painfully, making me grit my teeth. Old lady Qian, seemingly addicted, elongated her tongue to lick the blood that stained her lips, cleaning it thoroughly before launching herself at me with even greater ferocity. I managed to fend her off a few times, yet she leaped into the air, extending her deadly claws, descending upon me with intent. As I braced for her talons to graze my cheek, the atmosphere of the funeral hall grew ominous, the chilling wind howling through the air, causing the spirit banners and yellow paper to flutter violently. The air was thick with the pungent scent of incense ash, making me cough uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face in despair as I cried out, "Help!" Almost simultaneously, I heard the excited voice of Tong Jixin proclaiming, "Welcome, Serpent Lord." Serpent Lord? What Serpent Lord? Was it the Serpent Bone? Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the pale Serpent Bone rose up from the earth, its tail sweeping violently towards old lady Qian, who crashed to the ground but quickly sprang back up. At that moment, I finally heard Tong Jixin reciting incantations. The heavens possess humility, the earth possesses ethereal spirit, the yin and yang harmonize, each distinctly defined. I observed Tong Jixin extracting 3 pieces of yellow paper, while Tong Shuyan severed the neck of a large white rooster. The 3 pieces of yellow paper were soaked in the rooster's blood, wrapped around a pair of chopsticks, and directly inserted into the bowl of uncooked rice placed before the coffin. The coffin lid was promptly sealed, and an extraordinary silence enveloped the surroundings. The icy tendrils of the serpent bone coiled around my waist, lifting me up. At that moment, the wounds on my neck and back pierced me with a chilling agony, leaving me in a daze, my eyelids heavy with fatigue. Yet, I could still hear the disdainful voice of the serpent bone. With such trivial skills, you dare to show your face? I see you are weary of life. Upon encountering him, I felt a surge of trepidation, no matter the indignation swirling within me. I could only purse my lips and swallow my grievances, the memory of his previous torment rendering my legs tremulous. I attempted to retreat to Tong Xian's side. Though I had come to realize the Tong family's schemes against me, my fear of the serpent bone outweighed my apprehension towards them. However, the moment I moved, the serpent bone tightened its grip, and the serpent bone bracelet around my wrist constricted as if constantly reminding me of something. Tong Jixin approached, respectfully bowing to the serpent bone, "Serpent Lord." Just as he began to speak, The Serpent Bone interrupted him mercilessly. Those who conspire against me, await your reckoning. With that, the Serpent Bone whisked me away from the Qin family. The Serpent Bone transformed into human form, although I still could not discern his face. His overall outline appeared much clearer than before. I felt him enveloping my wound, sucking forcefully, while his large hand pressed against my back, pushing upwards. Pain coursed through my entire body, sharp enough to draw gasps from my lips, tears streaming uncontrollably down my face, yet I could only manage a faint complaint. It hurts. It truly hurts. In the next moment, the man flipped my body, my head dangling precariously over the edge of the bed. He pressed gently on my back, and with a gasp, I expelled a mouthful of dark blood. Darkness enveloped my vision, and I finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 13. That night, I was struck by a high fever, drifting in and out of consciousness, perpetually sensing a man seated at my bedside. His gaze fixed unwaveringly upon me. Initially, he occupied the foot of my bed, his eyes filled with anguish as he watched me. Gradually, he moved closer, resting a gentle hand upon my brow. I heard him murmuring, "Liu Xiang. Liu Xiang." I shook my head vehemently, raising my hand in an attempt to push his away, impatiently exclaiming, "I am not Liu Xiang. I am Liu Jingchen." Liu Jingchen. How I eventually slipped back into a deep slumber, I cannot recall. When I awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day, blinking against the light. I felt bewildered. I sat up, surveying my surroundings, finding no one present. My body was weary, yet the malevolence had been expelled, and my wounds had begun to scab over. It was the snake bone that had aided me. I reached out to touch the snake bone bracelet, its coolness sending an indescribable sensation through my heart. Since my encounter with the serpent's bone, it has rescued me on several critical occasions. Yet, it is abundantly clear that it perceives me as the woman named Liu Xiang. While it expresses disdain for me, it nonetheless adorns me with the serpent bone bracelet, exerting control over my being. Being governed by such a complex and capricious individual fills me with unease. I have no desire to be a mere substitute for anyone. I am who I am. I am Liu Jingchen. If the opportunity arises to remove this serpent bone bracelet and liberate myself from its grasp, I would seize that chance without hesitation. My inquiries into the coffin hold no issues, as I have successfully identified the fourth scion of the Qian family as a source of misfortune. The variable lies within the matriarch of the Qian family. It is evident that this predicament was orchestrated by Tong Jishian. His intent was not to test me, but to leverage the matriarch to pressure me. Pressure me into what? Exactly. I recall Tong Jishian's greeting of welcome, Serpent Lord, and his eagerness to engage with the serpent bone, leading me to conclude that his ultimate aim is to compel the serpent bone to reveal itself. Tong Jishian has not requested me to concoct Tumi incense to save the Tong family. Perhaps he doubts my capabilities and wishes for the serpent bone to intervene personally. As I pondered this, my grandmother entered the room, and upon seeing me awake, she hurried over, inquiring, "Zhenzhen, you're awake? How do you feel?" "I'm quite all right, Grandmother," I replied, taking her hand. "How is your injury healing?" She patted my hand and replied, "My injury is nearly healed, I suppose." I proceeded to recount the affairs of the Qian family to her. Upon hearing my account, my grandmother, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "That old scoundrel Tong Jishian is utterly inhumane, using my granddaughter's life as bait. The Serpent Lord shall not let him off easily." However, I must respectfully disagree. You mentioned that our family, the Liu family, once betrayed the Serpent Lord. How could the serpent's spirit harbor any goodwill towards me, let alone come to my aid? My grandmother remained noncommittal, merely suggesting that I rest while she prepared some food for me. After sharing a dinner with her and tending to my personal hygiene, my grandmother summoned me to her room. She handed me a notebook, saying, "During your absence, I have meticulously recorded the incense formulas your grandfather once shared with me. Most of these formulas are of moderate to low grade, but dear Zhenzhen, this is all the assistance I can offer you." I took the notebook and quickly flipped through its pages. My grandmother had documented everything in great detail. The names of the incenses, their grades, their purposes, methods of acquisition, and usage prohibitions. I cherished the notebook, cradling it against my chest and leaning my head on her shoulder, playfully saying, "Grandma, it's wonderful to have you." With a tender touch, she tapped my forehead and replied, "You are my only granddaughter, my lifeblood. I would gladly give you my all. But you have grown up now and are taking over the Yinxiang Hall. Being ignorant of these incense formulas could lead to numerous complications. If only we could locate the ancestral text, The Yinxiang Incense Compendium. How splendid that would be. Alas, it has been lost for over a century, and it may very well have been destroyed. I harbor no illusions about finding it. We conversed for quite some time. My grandmother possesses a rudimentary understanding of the arts and is adept at discerning auspicious days and divining fortunes. It was she who calculated the propitious date for my mother to conceive me. My grandmother remarked that although Tong Jixian is cunning and treacherous, he undeniably possesses certain abilities and has numerous channels at his disposal. Since he has set his sights on our Liu family, it is imperative that we regard him as an ally rather than an adversary. Indeed, as Tong Jixian previously stated, should he desire, he has countless methods to compel our submission. Opposing him at this juncture would be akin to courting disaster. I conversed with my grandmother late into the night, and eventually, she fell asleep beside me. Over the past few years, my studies have kept me away from home, and as I have matured, it has been quite some time since I last shared a bed with her. I embraced her arm, finding comfort in her presence as I drifted into a deep slumber. However, as the night wore on, I began to sense an unsettling chill emanating from her body. As I drowsily reached out, my fingers encountered not warm flesh, but rather the cold hardness of bone. Startled, I instinctively released my grip and gasped, turning on the light. In the moment the light illuminated the room, I was horrified to discover that my grandmother's form was no longer beside me. Instead, I found only a chilling serpent's skeleton entwined around my body. As I opened my mouth to scream, the light flickered out, and the skeletal form constricted around my waist, lifting my garments to probe within. In an instant, it transformed into human shape, its large hand roaming across my body, pressing down upon me, forcefully invading my space. I yearned to resist. Yet having endured such excruciating pain before, I understood that any defiance would only lead to greater suffering. Thus, I succumbed to its will, shutting my eyes and bracing myself against the tempest it unleashed upon me. Eventually, I found that the torment became less unbearable. The following day, I awoke only when the sun was high in the sky. My grandmother, hearing the commotion, pushed the door open and handed me a bowl of dark herbal concoction, instructing me to drink it on an empty stomach. Confused, I asked, "Grandmother, isn't medicine 3 parts poison? I am not ill. Why must I take medicine?" She softly inquired, "Did the Serpent Lord visit you again last night?" My face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Could it be that the noise from last night had been so loud that she had heard everything? "This herbal remedy is for contraception," she explained. "I forgot to remind you last time. I hope it doesn't cause any trouble." My cheeks burned like boiling water, and I stammered, "It should be fine, right? He is just a snake spirit. Can he even procreate?" "Better safe than sorry," my grandmother replied sternly. "Since you were little, I have warned you not to let men near you. Your unique constitution, imbued with the essence of the Buddha, would suffer greatly if it were to nurture life. The child born from such a union would be targeted due to your special nature." In this candid conversation, my grandmother revealed the gravity of the situation for the first time. She explained that due to my innate Buddha essence, a small life growing within me would incessantly draw upon my vital energy, rendering my body exceedingly frail. In severe cases, I might not survive the entirety of the pregnancy. Even if the child were to be born safely, we might be unable to protect it. For my grandfather had once cautioned my grandmother about a particular fragrance in the Yin Xiang Xiang Yin Pu, which is the essence of Buddha bone in gestation. It is an exceptional and rare fragrance. Although my grandmother could not articulate the extraordinary fragrance that the exquisite incense could produce, merely hearing its name made me acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. I took the medicinal concoction from her hands and gulped it down in one go, contemplating the necessity of carrying a bottle of contraceptives in the future. As a modern, cautious university student, my mantra is to heed wise counsel and cherish life. The weather today is rather dismal, oppressively humid, and a torrential downpour is expected in the afternoon. I was reclining in a rocking chair beneath the eaves, enjoying a brief respite when the gate to the courtyard was knocked upon. My grandmother opened the door, swiftly admitting a man. To my surprise, it was Tong Shuyan. In just a few days, he appeared to be in poor condition, his complexion pale, lips devoid of color, and he seemed to have lost several kilograms. Strangely, in this sweltering heat, he was clad in a windbreaker. It was the Serpent Lord's revenge. Tong Shuyan managed a bitter smile and said, "Miss Liu, you must have guessed it. My uncle intends to collaborate with the Liu family, which necessitates the Liu family possessing capabilities on par with the Tong family. Given your youth, Miss Liu, your abilities need further development, and my uncle expects to see some tangible value in you." I had already pondered this issue. Thus, he orchestrated the scheme involving the Qian family to test whether I truly had the Serpent Lord's protection behind me. Tong Xuyan nodded. The Serpent Lord's appearance at the Qian family signifies that you have his backing. Henceforth, the Tong and Liu families will be aligned. Though his words were blunt, they were not without truth. Since the Liu family is currently destined not to oppose the Tong family, I seized the opportunity to inquire, how is old Tong faring now? Not well at all. Tong Xuyan expressed his concern, noting that the Tong family had already fallen victim to a malevolent curse. And although his elder uncle had not yet succumbed to the poison, he was now bedridden due to the Serpent Lord's vengeance. Instinctively, I recoiled at the thought of how to save the lives of the Tong family members, yet Mr. Tong had already devised a plan. He merely needed me to follow his instructions, but I had sustained considerable injuries and wished to remain at home to recuperate. Tong Xuyan hesitated, stating that the affairs of the Tong family were rather intricate. However, his uncle mentioned that once I had viewed this, I might reconsider my stance. With that, Tong Xuyan unfastened the cloth bag slung over his shoulder and slowly unfurled a scroll before me. Having majored in the restoration of ancient artifacts during my university studies, I possessed a certain appreciation for such antiquated paintings. From the type of paper used, I could ascertain that this artwork was likely a couple of centuries old. As the scroll fully revealed its contents, I was astonished to see a woman bearing a striking resemblance to me and of a similar age. What further astonished me was that this piece appeared to be the work of a man, the signature somewhat obscured, revealing only the characters Liu Jingchen, suggesting the presence of a third character that eluded my comprehension. Given ample time and materials, I believed I could restore this third character. However, what mattered most at that moment was not the restoration of the signature, but rather the inscription on the painting, which depicted a woman named Liu Xiang. Liu Xiang? Was that not the name the Serpent Bone had called out to me more than once? No wonder the serpent always mistook me for Liu Xiang. It turned out I bore such an uncanny resemblance to her. However, the developers remained undeterred and swiftly summoned a construction crew, who excavated a plot of land at the foot of the mountain. That very night, several workers were discovered dead at the mountain's base, their demise tragically brutal. Now, as Tong Xuyan brings this matter to light once more, I find myself curious. How did those workers perish? Did Elder Tong uncover the cause? Tong Xuyan shook his head, stating, I am unaware. All I know is that my uncle intended to sell that painting, but found no buyers. When Tong Wan passed away, my uncle sequestered himself in his study, neglecting food and water for 3 days and nights, consumed by guilt. It is indisputable that Tong Jixin held a deep affection for his granddaughter, Tong Wan. Yet, could it truly be that the Tong family has been so adversely affected by this painting? The deranged man operated the excavator and participated in the excavation efforts. The last time I encountered him, his words instilled a profound sense of dread within me. What exactly did he say? I recall him staring at me for an extended moment before he covered his eyes, panicking and exclaiming that he had never seen the painting, pleading for me not to seek him out, insisting he had witnessed nothing. Thus, this madman must have encountered the painting as well. He recognized my resemblance to the woman depicted in it, mistaking me for a ghost, which sent him fleeing in terror. I finally grasped the reason why. During my initial visit to the Tong residence, the woman who answered the door screamed ghost, upon catching her first glimpse of me. This is also the reason why the members of the Tong family always regard me with a certain trepidation. Chapter 15. The Dragon Plays with the Pearl. Since I have accepted the favor of Tong Wan, I cannot remain indifferent to the affairs of the Tong family. After all, as Tong Xuyan has stated, our two families are akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Tong Jixin's condition is indeed dire. His face is marked by illness, his hair has fallen out, and the skin exposed reveals dark purple scars. Tong Xuyan offered me a stool, and as I sat by the bedside, I could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. Old Tong, what must I do to assist you, to save the Tong family? Your grandmother must have told you that to save the lives of the 37 members of the Tong family, one must procure the Tumi incense, Tong Jixin replied. Suppressing a cough, his palm stained with blood. Wiping it with a handkerchief, he continued, however, the fragrant essence of Tumi can only be acquired from the Yin officials. Over a century ago, during the heyday of the Liu family's Yin incense hall, the Yin officials would have easily crossed your threshold. Now, to even catch a glimpse of them is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. I furrowed my brow and inquired, is there truly no other way? After all, that involves 37 lives. I gasped, unable to believe his words. Old Tong, why do you say this? Tong Jishin spoke with pauses, coughing up blood several times before I grasped the full context of the situation. As it turned out, shortly after operations commenced, several members of the construction team met with untimely deaths, prompting the developer to panic and seek Tong Jishin's expertise. I cannot help but feel a sense of melancholy. I have often heard the adage that feng shui can nurture life, yet it can also bring about death. I had always considered such matters to be shrouded in mystery, but it appears there is veracity to it. At that moment, I made a startling discovery. Beneath the dragon's mouth, there should be a tomb. As for who lies within, I dare not speak of it, nor permit anyone to continue excavating recklessly. The construction crew had unearthed only this painting. Perplexed, I inquired, "Who is it that you seek?" "Old Tong." Uncertain, Old Tong squinted and replied, "Perhaps it is the artist of this painting, or the woman named Liu Xiang depicted therein, or perhaps a friend, descendant, or even an adversary. Regardless of whom we find, any one of them could provide the clues we desperately seek, allowing us to circumvent the calamity that has befallen the Tong family." Tong Jishin, with his extensive connections in the realm of the afterlife, has been unable to locate the individual he seeks for over a year. It seems a daunting task indeed. No, that is not quite right. The serpent's bones have incessantly called me Liu Xiang. It is aware of her. I can sense the profound entanglement of love and hate between them, and perhaps it serves as a vital lead. In the afternoon, a torrential downpour ensued. Tong Shuyan wore a grave expression, holding a basin of blood, drawn from Tong Jishin's chamber. A chill ran through me as I quickly grasped Tong Shuyan's arm, asking, "Has old Tong coughed up blood again? His condition is dire." Tong Shuyan lamented. "Not just him. Several of the younger generation of the Tong family may not survive the coming days." I trembled at the thought. How did things suddenly take such a turn? The mountain collapse was likely a consequence of shattering the spell cast by Tong Jishin, which led to the destruction of those talisman papers. From within the room came the sound of blood being coughed up, prompting Tong Shuyan to rush inside to tend to Tong Jishin. I had not ventured far when I encountered a group of villagers hastily carrying something. As I approached, I discerned that it was the madman. At that moment, he lay still, covered in mud, his eyes wide open, and his body rigid, resembling someone who had been frightfully startled to death. I stopped the villagers and inquired, "From where did you find him?" Trembling, a villager pointed toward the back mountain. The back mountain, the resort. Indeed, it was a case of geomantic murder. Without further hesitation, I opened my umbrella and strode purposefully toward the back mountain. In the torrential rain, with the dawn barely breaking, the path was nearly invisible. I trudged through the village fields, moving back for nearly 100 meters before the outline of the back mountain gradually became discernible. In the distance, I spotted a figure standing at the foot of the mountain. The individual also held an umbrella and was clad in a flowing robe of pale moonlight hue. Faintly, I could see that he appeared to be holding a string of prayer beads, the sound of them clicking together resonating in the air. Chapter 16. The Bodhisattva among us on this rainy day. What purpose could he have in being here at such an hour? He seemed to sense my gaze, tightening his grip on the prayer beads and slowly turning to face me. The light was too dim for me to discern his features, but he appeared to be remarkably tall, around 1.90 meters, resembling the slenderness of a serpent. The gentle breeze lifted the corners of his pale robe, creating an illusion of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Coupled with the prayer beads he held, he exuded the undeniable aura of a true bodhisattva among us. He gazed at me, momentarily taken aback, and then I heard his mellifluous voice softly call out, "Xianger, is that you?" Xianga? Was he referring to Liu Xiang? Did he also know Liu Xiang? While I was still in a daze, he strode towards me with urgency. His hurried steps splashed mud from his tall boots, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before me. I could finally see his face, a visage of youthful handsomeness. His hair was elegantly tied back, with long brows framing his delicate eyes, which were slightly upturned at the corners, exuding an indescribable tenderness. As he looked down at me, his gaze seemed to shimmer with emotion, his thin lips parting slightly in a gentle tremor. He reached out to caress my brow and eyes, but I evaded him by turning my face away. I took 2 steps back to create distance and said, "I apologize, but you have mistaken me for someone else. My name is Liu Jingchen, not your Xianger." "A painting?" I furrowed my brow, pondering what painting he referred to. Tong Jishin mentioned he had used that ancient painting to lure someone who could recognize it. Could it be that he truly succeeded? With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke with deep emotion. "A few days ago, during a conversation at an auction, Someone told me he had seen an ancient painting depicting my deceased wife. He offered a substantial sum to acquire it, but the seller refused. Inquiring further, I became eager to find this place. Deceased wife? I asked in astonishment. Forgive my boldness. But may I inquire as to your late wife's name? Liu Xiang. My heart jolted violently, and I instinctively retorted. You just said that Liu Xiang has been dead for over a century. If she were your deceased wife, then you are. He smiled faintly, yet his gaze drifted to the serpent bone bracelet adorning my left wrist before he remarked, the serpent bone bracelet you wear is of unusual origin. How is its owner faring now? I unconsciously took a few steps back, furrowing my brow as I scrutinized the man before me. He evidently recognized the serpent bone. The serpent bone is chilling and inherently harmful. Do you not feel any discomfort wearing it? There must be some unease. The bracelet is exceedingly cold and constricts at intervals, even drawing blood from my skin, yet I find myself utterly unable to remove it. He offered a sorrowful smile, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, not only do you and Xiang share an uncanny resemblance, but you are also equally gifted with the divine bones. Over a century ago, he could wield this serpent bone bracelet to control Xiang. Why then could he not, after more than 100 years, use it to command another puppet? I was so frightened that I nearly dropped the umbrella from my grasp. Yet he continued, if my memory serves me correctly, he has been suppressed for over a century. Has he not? Now that he has broken free from his seal, his powers are severely depleted, and he likely cannot maintain his true form for long. This serpent bone bracelet is crucial for him to draw upon the essence of the divine bones to aid in his cultivation. I was reluctant to believe all of this. Yet the man's words compelled me to succumb to the truth. Each time the serpent bone encounters me, it assumes a human form. Yet it remains merely a faint and indistinct shadow, and even now, I have never discerned its face clearly. Why it chose to adorn me with this serpent bone bracelet remains a mystery. Apart from the man's earlier assertions, I can conceive of no other reason. Contemplating this, my aversion towards the serpent bone bracelet intensifies, and I yearn to remove it. To nourish the bone with blood? No wonder. It is no surprise that when I lacerated my wrist, the serpent bone, after absorbing my blood, became even more lustrous. This is indeed the nourishment of blood. Undoubtedly, the serpent bone is utilizing me for its own cultivation. I regarded the man before me with suspicion and inquired, who are you? How do you know so much? Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I cannot bear to witness another innocent soul, like Xianger, perish at his hands. He toyed with the prayer beads in his grasp, and I felt a chill enveloping me, causing me to involuntarily shiver. Uncertain whether it was the dampness of the rain that threatened to induce a cold, the man glanced upward at the sky and remarked, the day after tomorrow marks the mid-month, a time when the serpent bone harbors a chilling essence, primarily cultivating by absorbing moonlight. The night of the full moon is the optimal time for its practice, and on that night, it will undoubtedly seek you out. The day after tomorrow is the 15th day of the 6th lunar month, precisely the night of the full moon. If you wish to preserve your life, you must destroy this serpent bone bracelet, and to achieve its destruction, one must first confront its master. The man produced a slender silver needle and handed it to me, stating, the serpent possesses a trifecta of 7 inches. Should you possess the skill to insert this silver needle into its 7 inches, it shall render the creature powerless. At that moment, do not speak of merely escaping the serpent's bone bracelet. Even slaying it would become a trivial endeavor for you. I hesitated to accept the needle, my heart racing tumultuously, uncertain whether to trust this enigmatic man before me. He did not press the matter, feigning to retract the needle, and remarked, to nourish the bone with blood, merely a year's time, and you shall become emaciated, the essence of your being withering away, leading to a desolate demise. In this year, how many full moons shall pass, and how long will he remain unguarded towards you? In a sudden resolve, I seized the silver needle, clutching it tightly in my hand. Indeed, the serpent's bone currently looked down upon me, utterly unaware of my intent to retaliate and scheme against it. If I did not act now, was I to await my own demise? Whether I extended my neck for the blade or withdrew, the outcome would be the same. I might as well fight with all my might for the sake of my own life. Moreover, I had my grandmother and the entire village of Chunshui to consider. Should the serpent's bone regain its power, it would spare none among them. The man then produced a small amber-hued porcelain vial, presenting it to me. The bone of the Buddha is rare, and the fetal bone of the Buddha is a true treasure. Once he plants a root within you, ordinary remedies will prove ineffective. However, The pills contained within this vial may assist you. Chapter 17. Bestow upon me a child. My grandmother had also mentioned the matter of the Buddha's fetal bone to me. Thus I understood that the prospect of pregnancy was exceedingly perilous. It is no wonder that my grandmother has persistently advised me throughout my life, cautioning me against engaging in romantic relationships and keeping men at bay, asserting that they would bring me misfortune. I received a small porcelain vial as the man in the white robe stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the collapsed rear mountain. He remarked, "The dragon's head has fallen, and the fortune shifts. Beneath the mountain lie the souls, accompanied by 100 in burial." Beneath the mountain lie the souls, accompanied by 100 in burial? Master Tong once mentioned that he had discovered a tomb hidden beneath the dragon's mouth of the rear mountain. Could this not be the very burial of souls he spoke of? This man before me clearly possesses knowledge of the matter. Having lived for so many years, he must certainly be an adept. Perhaps he could unravel this predicament. Tentatively, I inquired, "Do you believe there is a solution to this situation?" Upon my utterance, the man inclined his head slightly before vanishing from my sight. He then asked, "Have you visited the rear mountain?" I nodded. "Yes, I took a cursory look." He continued, "Did you discern anything?" I pondered relaying my encounter with the man I had just met, but found myself at a loss for words, merely shaking my head in response. Master Tong did not press me further. His spirit seemed somewhat diminished, and his speech became more forthright. After much contemplation, "I believe this predicament at the rear mountain cannot be resolved. We can only seek to suppress it. However, a strong suppression may provoke a backlash. It would be wiser to construct a Dragon King temple, to subdue it with the temple, and offer incense and worship." He called for Tong Xian once more, speaking with earnest gravity. "I am growing old, my health is deteriorating, and I fear I may not have many years left. Xian, among the younger generation of the Tong family, you are the successor I hold in the highest regard. From this day forth, I shall gradually entrust everything I oversee to you. In the future, should Miss Liu require any assistance, you must fully cooperate with her. Do you understand?" Tong Xian nodded solemnly. "Uncle, please take good care of your health. If there is anything needed, just let me know. The Tong family cannot be without you. You must be well." In the following 2 days, Tong Xian was busily occupied, and as soon as the rain ceased, the matters concerning the Jianlong Wang Temple were brought to the forefront. On the afternoon of June 15th, I began to feel restless. According to what the man in the white robe had said, tonight, the snake bone would surely come to find me. Considering the turmoil he had previously wrought upon my life, remaining in the Tong family seemed ill-advised. I casually brushed it off. I caught a bit of a chill from the rain a couple of days ago. I'm fine. I had concealed the silver needles beneath my pillow and placed the small porcelain vial in the cupboard. As I lifted my left hand, I absent-mindedly toyed with the snake bone bracelet on my wrist, my mind consumed by the phrase "feeding the bone with blood." I waited and waited until it was well past midnight. Exhaustion finally overcame me, and I drifted into a slumber. I could not tell how long I had slept when suddenly, the bed beside me sank deeply, and shortly thereafter, a long, strong hand encircled my waist, jolting me awake. The room was dark, and I dared not move. The man held me firmly, his breath warm against my ear. There was something different about him today. His breathing was somewhat hurried, yet his touch was gentler than usual. Under his caress, I found myself unexpectedly stirred by unfamiliar emotions, perhaps resolved to submit to him tonight. I immersed myself entirely in the moment, this time feeling less pain than before. He seemed to sense my change, serving me with even greater fervor. As passion intensified, I embraced him, my fingers tracing along his spine, measuring each inch until I found his vulnerability, reaching for the silver needle concealed beneath the pillow. The needle sliced through the darkness as I plunged it towards his sensitive spot with determination. He swiftly evaded, grasping my wrist with one hand while the other flicked on the light. As the illumination flooded the room, I instinctively closed my eyes, reopening them to find myself locked in a gaze with his piercing, cold-slit pupils. His form appeared more defined than before, tonight. I could discern his features clearly, his arched brows, sharp eyes, high nose, full yet pallid lips, and a strong jawline that exuded a palpable sense of dominance. My gaze wandered across his face until it settled on the silver needle in my hand, freezing me in place. He seized the needle, examining it closely, his brow furrowing deeper until, with a sharp clink, he hurled the silver needle to the ground. Grasping my throat, he seethed, "Did you meet him? Is it he who gave you the silver needle? Do you obey his every command? He demands my snake gall. and you offer him incense. He wishes to cripple my serpent bones, and you stab me with a silver needle. Liu Xiang, is it that with him around, I shall forever be eclipsed in your eyes? Fear gripped me, and I shook my head vehemently, repeating over and over, I am not Liu Xiang. I am not Liu Xiang. He was utterly unwilling to heed my words. He pinned me on the bed and ruthlessly tore away my garments. The tenderness that had once enveloped us had vanished, replaced by an endless torment. He held me down, violating my autonomy, forbidding any semblance of resistance, and domineeringly proclaimed in my ear, bear me a child. As long as you provide me with offspring, I shall overlook everything that has transpired. Chapter 18. Who is true and who is false? A child. Indeed, the serpent sought to control me, to ensure that I would conceive his progeny. What he desired was to utilize my divinely crafted form to bear a rare child imbued with celestial qualities. The more I contemplated, the more incensed I became. The greater my fury, the more fiercely I resisted, yet he only grew more enraged. However, I was no match for him, and in the end, it was I who bore the brunt of the violence. That night, I lost track of how long he tormented me, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. When I awakened the following evening, my grandmother sat by my bedside, tears streaming down her face. Hastily, I wrapped myself in the blanket. But the marks upon my body were impossible to conceal. She cried and cursed, lamenting, this accursed wretch. Why must he so disgrace my granddaughter, forsaking his celestial heritage? May he meet a wretched fate. I feigned composure, attempting to reassure her that I was fine, that I felt no pain. She prepared a bowl of dark herbal concoction, which I gulped down in silence, then expressed my need to wash and rest, for I was utterly exhausted. My grandmother, filled with concern, waited until I had eaten before departing. After she left, I rose to cleanse myself, changed the bed linens, and opened the cabinet to retrieve the small porcelain vials within. The man in the white robe declared that ordinary medicine was utterly ineffective. Only the elixir contained within this delicate porcelain vial could ensure I would not bear a serpent's offspring. How could I ever contemplate bringing a child into this world for him? With such thoughts swirling in my mind, I uncorked the small vial and without hesitation consumed the pills within. The tablets were cool to the touch, exuding a fragrant aroma, yet upon entering my body, a warm sensation enveloped me, akin to basking in the gentle embrace of spring. However, after a brief spell, an unsettling restlessness surged through me, and my temperature began to rise. An unbearable emotion coursed through my limbs, compelling me to clamp my legs together and curl up beneath the covers. My lips bloodied from biting down in anguish. Tears brimmed in my eyes, blurring my vision, and my breaths became labored and rapid, punctuated by involuntary whimpers. It was then that I realized the pills I had ingested, given to me by the man in white, might indeed harbor a sinister secret. I was unaware of when he had arrived, but there he sat at the edge of my bed, clutching another porcelain vial, its blue and white design reminiscent of fine china. His brow furrowed in concern as he regarded me. Instinctively, I recoiled at the sight of him. He twisted the cap off the vial. His voice a mere whisper. I injured you last night. Allow me to apply some ointment. He gently smeared a bit of the salve onto my neck, his cool fingertips meeting my fevered skin, deepening the frown etched upon his face. The moment I felt that soothing chill, it was as if I had encountered a long-awaited rain after a parched drought. I instinctively pressed my neck against his fingers in a fevered frenzy. Not merely my neck, but my entire being leaned toward him, relishing the comforting coolness of his presence. The serpent's bones finally sensed my peculiar state. He discarded the small porcelain vial and grasped my wrist to take my pulse, coldly inquiring, "What have you consumed?" Bewildered, I shook my head. In truth, I had lost much of my rationality at that moment, only able to hear his voice while my mind struggled to function. His chilling vertical pupils swept the room, ultimately resting on the amber-hued vial in the wastebasket. He picked it up, brought it close to his nose, and in an instant, an alarming aura erupted from him. It was hot, unbearably hot. I lost control, frantically tugging at my collar, parched and desperate for water, yearning to immerse myself in coldness. The serpent's bone strode over, lifted me effortlessly, and bore me away. The rush of wind filled my ears as I clung tightly to him, drawing in the coolness emanating from his being. With a splash, he cast me into the pond. The shock of the cool water finally sparked a flicker of clarity within me. Yet the summer pond was not as refreshing as I had hoped. Soon my cheeks flushed once more, and my gaze towards the serpent's bones inexplicably carried a hint of plea. I swam towards the edge, grasped the hem of his dark robe, and looked up at him with my damp face, my chest heaving from rapid breaths. In that moment, as I gazed up at him and he looked down at me, time seemed to freeze. Until he hoisted me from the pond, I instinctively wrapped my legs around his waist. He leaned down and kissed me fiercely, biting and caressing as he guided me deeper into the forest. The following morning, I awoke in my own bed at home. I feel refreshed, having changed into clean clothes and applied the medicine. These actions were not performed by my grandmother, but by the Serpent Bone. What perplexes me is that although the man in the white robe explicitly warned me against becoming pregnant, the pills he provided possess an entirely different effect. Was it a mistake on his part, or does he harbor ulterior motives? I find it increasingly difficult to discern the true nature of those around me. Who is benevolent and who is malevolent? Those who appear genuinely concerned for my well-being seem to lead me straight into a chasm of despair. Throughout the day, I remained in a daze, and my grandmother, believing I was ill, sought out the village doctor. He merely stated that I was fatigued and needed rest. Yet by nightfall, my temperature began to rise again, and that familiar sense of restlessness engulfed me, rendering me trembling with fear. The Serpent Bone also arrived as expected. Today, he did not inquire about anything. He simply turned off the lights and nestled beside me under the covers. For 3 consecutive nights, this has been our routine. The Serpent Bone must still harbor resentment, as he torments me in silence, completing his business before departing without a trace of affection. Meanwhile, I am preoccupied with thoughts. If this continues, I will inevitably become pregnant. What means can I employ to avert such a fate? A sudden realization struck me. Tong Jishian has not been in good health lately, yet he himself claims he can endure for a few more years. How can he say he cannot continue? Tong Shuyan informed me that the entire village has been busy constructing the Dragon King Temple, and everything is progressing smoothly. Tong Jishian mentioned that once the temple is completed, he intends to hang that painting inside, and the villagers will offer incense and devotion. Last night, Tong Jishian sensed an unusual discomfort within himself and insisted on delivering a particular painting to Tong Shuyan ahead of schedule. However, after thoroughly searching the entire room, the painting remained elusive. I expressed my astonishment, remarking that the painting had always been kept in the elder Tong's chamber. Had it been sought elsewhere within the Tong residence? Tong Shuyan shook his head, revealing that the entire household had been turned upside down, yet nothing had gone missing except for that painting. A sense of foreboding settled in my heart. The painting must have been taken discreetly. With 37 members in the Tong family and a compound of 2 courtyards, it was not particularly large, and ordinarily, outsiders would have no opportunity to act under the watchful eyes of so many. Thus, who could have stealthily removed the painting? The man in the white robe, or Shegu? Chapter 19. Kuan Ning Xiang Shegu harbors an infatuation for Liu Xiang. While the man in the white robe claims Liu Xiang was his deceased wife. Over a century ago, what a tumultuous love triangle this must have been. I could scarcely fathom it. Yet why should the entanglements of these 3 individuals impact our innocent lives more than 100 years later? As we entered the courtyard, we witnessed basin after basin of blood being carried out from Tong Jishian's room. Simultaneously, Tong Shuyan and I rushed toward the chamber. After a considerable time, Tong Jishian finally ceased his bleeding, reclining against the headboard, gasping for breath, his complexion a sickly yellow, his lips drawn inward. He appeared remarkably aged. He beckoned for Tong Shuyan and me to approach. Each word he uttered felt like a final testament. Shuyan, I am leaving. The Tong family will be entrusted to you. Tong Shuyan trembled her lips, valiantly suppressing her tears, and nodded affirmatively. All right, we shall follow Uncle's instructions. The materials for the Jianlong Wang Temple have all been transported to the foot of the back mountain these past few days, and the entire village will lend a hand. There should be sufficient time. Tong Jishian nodded, gesturing for Tong Shuyan to leave. The room was left with just the 2 of us. Tong Jishian, with his murky eyes, turned to me and said, Zhenzhen, let me reiterate, the Tong and Liu families are inseparable. I am departing now. Should you require assistance in the future, seek out Shuyan, for he is reliable. I acknowledged with a soft confused. I asked, Old Tong, what can I possibly do? Tong Jishian struggled to rise, retrieving several books from beneath the bed and handing them to me. For 7 generations, the Tong family has thrived by excavating graves, mastering the art of feng shui. With my tenure, there remains no one to carry it on. Wanwan possessed the greatest talent, yet her fate was cruel and cut short. The only one left is Shuyan. He has been by my side since childhood, and I have imparted all that I could. Whether he attains enlightenment depends upon his own fortune. I entrust these ancient texts of feng shui to you. Study them diligently, for they will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. However, I must now swallow my pride and request one more thing from you." At such a moment, his tone made his intentions abundantly clear. I inquired, "Old Tong, do you wish to ask for incense?" Tong Jixian sighed in relief, leaning back against the headboard, a smile gracing his lips, and he quietly passed away. A chorus of lamentation erupted from the Tong family. In many ways, Tong Jixian's demise heralded the decline of the Tong clan. I observed Tong Xuyan bustling about, personally preparing the burial for Tong Jixian. Witnessing the eldest ancestor of the Tong family weeping inconsolably over the coffin brought tears to my own eyes. In accordance with Tong Jixian's last wishes, Tong Xuyan refrained from making a public announcement, instead enlisting a few trustworthy villagers to assist in transporting the coffin to the foot of the back mountain. The specifics of the burial site, including its depth and orientation, had all been meticulously planned by Tong Jixian well in advance. As Tong Xuyan led the group in digging the grave, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, soon giving way to a torrential downpour. The rain descended with ferocity, rapidly filling the freshly dug grave. The assisting villagers expressed their concerns, stating that a vertical burial was already inauspicious, and submerging the coffin in water could hasten the decomposition of Tong Jixian's remains, urging Tong Xuyan to reconsider. Yet, Tong Xuyan remained resolute, asserting that the vertical burial was his uncle's wish, and there must be a purpose behind it. He remarked that the timing of the rain was fortuitous, likening it to the Dragon King playing in the water. After all, how could one establish a Dragon King temple without the presence of water? He reassured everyone to proceed, promising to bear the consequences himself. It must be said, Tong Xuyan approached his tasks with remarkable determination. The villagers were well aware of the Tong family's profound understanding of feng shui, and with Tong Xuyan having inherited the true teachings of Tong Jixian, his words carried significant weight. Before long, they diligently and collaboratively interred Tong Jixian's coffin. Strangely enough, just as the coffin was laid to rest, the rain ceased, and layers of cement were poured over it, sealing Tong Jixian's coffin beneath the earth. I heard from my grandmother that Tong Jixian has passed away, and upon hearing about his final schemes, she couldn't help but sigh. This old rascal, even at the end, still managed to entangle himself in his own machinations. Well, if that is what he desires, so be it. My grandmother entrusted me with the Kuan-Ning incense, and I stayed at home for 2 days. Each night, lying on that bed, I involuntarily thought of Shigyu. Ever since he helped me neutralize the poison of that pill, he had not reappeared. Was it he who took the painting? If so, what would he do next? I ventured with him to the back mountain, where the newly constructed Dragon King temple came into view from a distance. The temple was modest, housing a newly commissioned sculpture of the Dragon King, in front of which stood a 3-legged bronze incense burner, clearly an antique of some age. Time passed swiftly, and as dusk descended, the Tong family gathered at the Dragon King temple. I took out the Kuan-Ning incense, lit it, bowed to the Dragon King, and inserted the incense into the bronze burner. To everyone's astonishment, as soon as the incense was placed in the burner, a thunderclap struck the temple roof without warning, and a fissure the width of a finger split open in the sculpture of the Dragon King on the offering table, from which thick black smoke began to surge forth. Chapter 20. Ghostly incense. The heavy black smoke descended, and the embers of the Kuan-Ning incense flickered, as if they might extinguish at any moment. My grandmother had warned me that once the incense of the dead was lit, it could not be extinguished midway, otherwise, it would attract malevolent spirits from 100 miles around, eager to devour the incense. I quickly raised my hand to shield the Kuan-Ning incense. Yet the Tong family began to stir in agitation. Water? Where did this water come from? It seemed as if something was emerging from beneath the ground. How could the cement floor still allow water to seep through? I looked down and saw that the cement surface was covered in water, which had already risen above the soles of my shoes and continued to rise incessantly. Suddenly, amidst the sound of splashing, I heard footsteps approaching, each louder than the last. Tong Xuyan swiftly gathered the Tong family members to one side, and we witnessed something indeed stepping through the water at the temple entrance, advancing step by step toward the offering table. A few of the younger members of the Tong family were already in tears, stifling their sobs with their hands. I clutched the Kuan-Ning incense tightly, only to be yanked away by Tong Xuyan. The footsteps ambled toward the offering table, finally halting before it, and then, unexpectedly, The spark of the Kuan Ning incense extinguished. Though the spark was gone, the incense continued to burn, diminishing at an alarming rate. And dark mist began to coalesce before the offering table, gradually forming a shadowy figure. My heart raced with fear as my gaze darted around anxiously. The extinguishing of the incense meant it had been interrupted, and soon the malevolent entities surrounding us would be drawn to the scent. What should I do next? Tong Jixin only sought my assistance in lighting the incense, never anticipating such a turn of events. Even if my grandmother were present, she would be unable to shoulder the consequences of the interrupted incense. Just as I was engulfed in panic, a tender voice called out, "Grandfather, it's grandfather." He was a little grandson from the side room of the Tong family, merely over 5 years old, with a tiny braid of birth hair atop his head and bright, sparkling eyes. As he spoke, his mother swiftly covered his mouth. Her eyes filled with terror as she shook her head at the boy, forbidding him from uttering another word. Before the offering table, a shadow formed from swirling darkness bore an uncanny resemblance to Tong Jixin. He hunched forward, stretching his neck, greedily inhaling the fragrance emanating from the Kuan Ning incense. With each breath he took, the incense dwindled to half its original quantity. The water on the ground now lapped at the tops of our shoes, and upon closer inspection, one could discern something swimming beneath the surface. Before long, rustling sounds enveloped the vicinity of the Dragon King Temple, accompanied by the chilling cries of spirits. Those vile entities arrived with remarkable swiftness. The snake bone bracelet on my left wrist seemed to sense the impending danger, tightening around my wrist with an intensity that felt as if it were burrowing into my very bones. I nudged Tong Shuyan with my elbow, casting a questioning glance towards him, inquiring what our next move should be. Tong Shuyan, responding, retrieved a palm-sized copper mirror from his pocket. The mirror bore a lid, upon which was inscribed a blood symbol, meticulously drawn by Tong Jixin himself, sealing the mirror. I was reluctant to have Tong Shuyan resort to the small copper mirror. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, we found ourselves devoid of any better alternatives. The Kuan Ning incense burned too rapidly, dwindling to a mere third in the blink of an eye, while the shadow grew ever closer to solid form. Perhaps it was mere illusion. Yet I could have sworn I heard a monstrous roar emanating from beneath the ground. The Tong family must have heard it too, for their expressions grew increasingly grim, their bodies trembling as they huddled together in fear, torn between the instinct to flee and the paralyzing grip of terror. Tong Shuyan gritted his teeth and declared, "We can wait no longer. If we do, calamity will surely strike." With that, he forcefully lifted the lid of the small bronze mirror, and a radiant beam of golden light erupted from its surface. Instinctively, I reached out to shield myself, yet I ultimately restrained the impulse. The deceased have departed. Despite our reluctance, we must consider the living. Tong Shuyan aimed the small bronze mirror towards the ethereal figure of Tong Jixin, but just then, a colossal rat emerged from within the Dragon King's statue, lunging directly at the mirror's surface. We heard a crackling sound accompanied by the sizzle of singed fur, as the monstrous rodent was instantly reduced to a charred husk, and the mirror's brilliance faded away. The magical seal that Tong Jixin had bound within the mirror was thus shattered by this grotesque creature. The shadow before the offering table was startled, suddenly turning its gaze towards Tong Shuyan, its hollow eye sockets fixated upon him. Tong Shuyan froze, and the small bronze mirror clattered to the ground. In the next moment, he grasped his own throat, his eyes wide in horror, emitting muffled groans of agony. I rushed to grasp his hands, but they were immovable. He gasped for breath, his eyes reddening. The shadow vanished. Then, it let out a sinister chuckle, extending a hand to seize my throat, pinning me against the offering table. It sniffed the air, and I heard it murmur, "Aroma, delightful aroma. Allow me a taste." He spoke and then lowered his head to bite my neck. I pressed my hands against his head and cried out loudly, "Tong Shuyan, wake up! Do not bite me. Get away." Yet, Tong Shuyan was ensnared by an invisible force, completely oblivious to my pleas, fixated solely on the urge to sink his teeth into me, just as he was about to bite down. A loud thud reverberated through the air. His body was propelled away like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the wall. Clutching his chest, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. A wisp of black smoke drifted from his body, while a skeletal serpent swiftly pursued it, the smoke darting left and right in evasion. At that moment, a white figure burst into the fray, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of rotating prayer beads. With a swift strike, he aimed at the serpent. It was the man in white. He had appeared here as well. The man in white engaged the skeletal serpent in a fierce battle, which quickly spilled out of the temple, intensifying with each clash. The ground trembled beneath us, and the roar of some beast beneath the earth grew ever clearer. The shadow hovering in midair, once vacant in its eye sockets, now radiated a sinister crimson glow, fixated on me with a predatory gaze. Chapter 21. Liu Jingchen. The incense of Kuan Ning continued to burn steadily, and the Dragon King temple was engulfed in black smoke, echoing with the wails of tormented spirits. I was knocked to the ground by the shadow. My body sprawled in the water, my hands pressed against several small snakes, while a mouse darted past me in a flurry. My ears were filled with a cacophony of voices, all chanting the same entreaty. Let me take a bite. Let me take a bite. As I propped myself up, attempting to rise, a weight akin to 1,000 pounds pressed upon my back, rendering my shoulders immobile. In a desperate cry, I called for help, pleading for someone to rescue me. Yet, no matter how fervently I shouted, no one answered my call. This night, within the Dragon King temple, only the Tong family remained, most of whom lacked the ability to fend for themselves and had fled outside early on. The only one capable of aiding me, Tong Shuyan, was still unconscious at this moment. The darkness enveloping the temple was so profound that one could not see their own hand in front of them. My wrist had likely been chafed by the snake bone bracelet, and when it came into contact with water, it throbbed with pain. The bracelet had embedded itself into my flesh, soaking in my blood, and in this pitch-black night, it emitted an eerie luminescence. It involuntarily reminded me of the phrase, "Feed the bones with blood." I crawled on the ground, feeling my way, gritting my teeth as I moved inch by inch. The cacophony of voices around me continued to torment my senses. Remaining in such an environment would surely drive me to madness. These entities were relentless, whispering threats in my ears, their sharp fangs piercing my skin, stretching their tongues to greedily lap up my blood. Just when I felt I could endure no longer, something coiled around my waist and yanked me outward. It was the snake bone. One arm held me tightly at the waist while the other deflected the gusts of wind created by the strikes of a man clad in white. The two engaged in a fierce battle, and I clung tightly to the snake bone, burying my face in his chest, terrified of being caught in the fray. As they clashed with celestial powers, I, a mere mortal, knew that a single blow could extinguish my life. Despite my fear of the snake bone, he was, at this moment, my only lifeline. Behind us, the Dragon King temple has long been engulfed by those vile entities, shrouded in darkness with its contours entirely obscured. Tong Jixian's intention in having us construct the Dragon King temple was to suppress malevolent spirits. However, it has now paradoxically become a gathering place for such malignancies. His remains, if I am not mistaken, have surely undergone transformation. My mind is in disarray, utterly at a loss regarding our next course of action. This chaotic predicament is beyond the capabilities of both Tong Shuyan and myself to rectify. What shall we do? What lies ahead? At that moment, a radiant light suddenly illuminated the Dragon King temple. The soft, golden glow resembled an oil lamp lit on a winter's day, dim yet imbued with warmth. Soon after, a second, third, and fourth light emerged, one after another, both within and around the temple, appearing from thin air. I lost count of how many lights there were. They accumulated to illuminate the foot of the mountain as bright as day. The dark mist gradually dissipated, and the vile entities wailed and fled in all directions. Those with weaker magic, slower in their retreat, were reduced to ashes within that radiant glow. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. How delightful it smelled. It resembled the scent of sandalwood. No, wait, it seems more like the oil of an eternal lamp. I could distinctly perceive it. But from whence did this light originate? And where did this fragrance come from? I raised my hand to sniff myself carefully. There was a serpent bone bracelet on my wrist. Yet the sandalwood scent did not emanate from me. So, from where did the sandalwood fragrance in the Dragon King temple arise? And what was the source of this light? The serpent's bone and the man in the white robe ceased their confrontation. The large hand of the serpent's bone tightened involuntarily around my waist, causing a twinge of pain. Meanwhile, the man in the white robe called out towards the Dragon King temple in an anguished voice. "Xianger, is it truly you?" The temple was desolate, devoid of any presence, and even Tong Shuyan seemed to have been dragged out at some point, only now stirring awake. The man in white strode toward the temple. But just as he was about to step over its lofty threshold, the serpent's bone executed a sudden shoulder throw, sending him sprawling far away. The serpent's bone clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously, as he threatened, "Liu Luoyuan, Hand over the painting and get lost. A wave of shock washed over me. It turned out that the painting had been taken by the man in white. His name was Liu Luoyuan, but the artist of that painting was not him. The creator of that artwork was someone named Liu Jingchen. As he spoke, a gust of energy began to gather in his palm, poised to strike at the serpent's bone. I noticed Liu Luoyuan's expression shift dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, "How is that possible? How could it not be possible?" The serpent's bone scoffed. "When you stealthily infiltrated the Tong residence, ransacking it entirely in search of this token, you were merely seeking this, weren't you? Unfortunately, you have come up empty-handed." At this revelation, I felt a sense of bewilderment. The serpent's bone's words suggested he had long understood the entirety of this situation. I glanced at him and then at Tong Xuyan, who happened to be looking back at me, his gaze a mixture of evasion and guilt. Suddenly, it dawned on me. It seemed that in this entire affair, I was the only one utterly oblivious to the truth. The incident involving Mrs. Qian was orchestrated entirely by Tong Jixian, who wagered my life in hopes that the serpent's bone would manifest. I shall forever remember the moment the serpent's bone appeared and the sheer excitement that radiated from Tong Jixian. But what transpired thereafter? Was there any further connection between them? Liu Luoyuan had once quietly rummaged through the Tong residence, not merely in search of that painting, but also to locate this token. So, when did this token come into the possession of the serpent's bone? The answer, it seems, is self-evident. It turns out that I was the only one being played from beginning to end. Zhenzhen. Just now, Liu Luoyuan referred to the serpent's bone as Zhenzhen. Thus, the serpent's full name is Liu Jingchen. He is the one who painted that artwork. Chapter 22. The interlocking trap. A profound sense of injustice and sorrow welled up within me. I was undeniably the most innocent party in this affair. Yet, why did they incessantly derive pleasure from casting me as a pawn, a bait? I took a step back, resolutely wishing to disengage from this chaotic predicament. In disbelief, I gazed at the serpent's bone. Hey, serpent fetus? Where did that notion arise? Is he implying that I am with child? With his offspring? My face drained of color in sheer terror, and I instinctively reached to touch my abdomen, fearful of what I might discover, my entire being trembling involuntarily. Suddenly, Liu Luoyuan burst into laughter, his earlier tension dissipating entirely, and with a taunting tone, he remarked, "Zhenzhen, see how you frightened Zhenzhen. Remember to speak gently in the future." The way he uttered Zhenzhen sent chills down my spine. I glanced up at the serpent's bone, and as expected, he appeared even more incensed. Liu Luoyuan waved his hand dismissively, turning away and vanishing from our sight, leaving behind only a single phrase lingering in the air. Zhenzhen, we have ample time ahead." The atmosphere around us abruptly thickened with an icy tension, a chill racing up my spine. Indeed, in the next moment, my chin was seized by the serpent-like figure. His cold gaze fixated on me, words spilling from his clenched teeth. Zhenzhen? How endearingly he called me. I shook my head vigorously, tears welling in the corners of my eyes, yearning to explain, yet he afforded me no opportunity for clarification. With a single powerful grip, he lifted me effortlessly, almost teleporting me to the altar of the Dragon King Temple. A sweeping gesture from him sealed the door, trapping the entire Tong family outside, their fate unknown. Pressed against the altar, my trousers were violently torn away, the sound of ripping fabric resounding in the air. I shut my eyes tightly, fists clenched, my body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, just as suddenly, he released me. I could sense his unwavering gaze upon me. I lay there, frozen in place. But the intensity of my shivering caused the altar to tremble as well. Time stretched on interminably, until my legs felt nearly numb, and finally, he departed. I fell to the ground uncontrollably. The water that had once pooled beneath me had long receded, leaving the surface damp and frigid. Seated on the cold ground, my mind was a tumult of confusion. I could feel his possessiveness, a desire intricately woven from his tumultuous feelings for Liu Xiang. For I bore an uncanny resemblance to her. He had mistaken me for her. Yet, how had the fury ignited by Liu Luoyuan suddenly extinguished? I gazed around in confusion, recalling the inexplicable light and the scent of sandalwood that had previously enveloped me, as well as the way Liu Luoyuan had uttered the name Xiang. A sorrowful smile emerged upon my lips. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, followed by the voice of Tong Xian. "Miss Liu, are you all right? Do you need my assistance?" Sister Qin is Tong Wan's mother. Tong Xian promptly rushed over, and after a brief interval, Sister Qin cautiously brought in some clothing. Once I had changed, the door was finally opened completely. Only then did Tong Xuyan step inside. I stood there, my head bowed, avoiding his gaze and refraining from initiating conversation. My demeanor was excessively aloof, and Tong Xuyan was undoubtedly aware of the reason behind it. He began to explain, "I apologize, Miss Liu. You must have surmised that everything that has transpired in recent days was orchestrated by my uncle during his lifetime." I shot a cold glance at Tong Xuyan and inquired, "And what about the burial in an upright coffin and the incense for the soul? Was that also part of your design?" "Please do not be angry, Miss Liu," Tong Xuyan urged, his discomfort evident. "Yes, this was a scheme devised by my uncle in conjunction with the Snake Lord. A burial in an upright coffin is bound to incur divine retribution, and the water in the pit will surely lead to corpse transformation. At that point, lighting the incense would create an atmosphere for attracting malevolent spirits, compelling us to confront the entity lurking in the shadows. Only by placing it in a position of mortal peril could we draw it out. Thus, they had constructed a series of traps to force Liu Luoyuan into the open." Rage coursed through me, nearly freezing my blood. "And what about me? You have calculated everything. Yet did you ever consider that I might perish because of this scheme? That will not happen," Tong Xuyan hastily denied. "Uncle said, even if everyone perishes in this predicament, Miss Liu, you will be able to withdraw safely. Lord Snake will not allow your demise." I chuckled softly. Indeed, the snake bone would not permit my death at the hands of another. He still wished to control me, to utilize me in nurturing his serpentine progeny. He regarded me as an exquisite furnace, and until he achieved his desires, how could I possibly perish? As I laughed, tears began to cascade down my cheeks like scattered pearls. Tong Xuyan, witnessing my state, fumbled awkwardly, wishing to help me wipe my tears. Yet the distinction between genders and his fear of snake bone restrained him. Clumsily, he offered comfort. "Miss Liu, although I know you dislike hearing this, I must say, at present, Lord Snake is our sole reliance. The Liu family's revival of the Yunxi Hall cannot prosper without his protection, even if you disregard your own well-being. You must consider your grandmother, don't you think?" My heart sank suddenly, and I retorted, "Tong Xuyan, what do you mean? Are you threatening me with my grandmother?" Tong Xuyan hurriedly waved his hands. No, Miss Liu, I have no intention of threatening you. I am merely analyzing the facts. Indeed, I was not alone. I am my grandmother. I could defy Snake Bone without hesitation. Yet should I provoke him, he could not only end my life, but also take revenge on my grandmother and all the villagers of Qinshui. There was no escape. Unless Snake Bone chose to release me, I would forever remain his plaything, summoned and dismissed at his whim. Stumbling towards the exit, Tong Xuyan immediately followed. I turned and shouted at him, "Do not follow me. I need some quiet." I trudged forward, my steps uneven, on the narrow path through the fields. The sky was darkening, and my pace was slow. Before long, I sensed a presence behind me, as if someone were following closely. I assumed it was Tong Xuyan and turned to shout at him, yet there was no one there. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the light. At the moment I pivoted, I caught a glimpse of a tall, slender figure standing on the distant ridge of the field. He held a lantern in his hand, its dim glow reminiscent of the mysterious lights that had appeared at the Dragon King Temple. Who could it be? Chapter 23. The man with the lantern. The figure wore a long robe, yet I was certain he was neither Shegu nor Liu Luoyuan. He was slightly shorter, perhaps around 1.8 meters tall, and exuded a gentler aura. When I glanced in his direction, he was also gazing at me. Suddenly, the light extinguished, and the man vanished into the expanse of the fields. In that moment, panic surged within me. I had developed a deep-seated fear of such enigmatic figures who seemed to have fixated on me. It felt as though they were plotting against me. After all, it was the dead of night, and I could find no transportation. Ultimately, I chose not to confide my grievances to my grandmother, fearing it would cause her undue worry. At her age, she deserved to enjoy peace, not to be constantly anxious about me. For the next few days, I remained cocooned in my home, nursing my injuries while perusing the feng shui book gifted to me by Tong Jishian, diligently memorizing the notes my grandmother had meticulously compiled. Each time I awakened from slumber, I find myself drenched in cold sweat, hesitant to touch my abdomen, yet unable to suppress the haunting words of the serpent's bones. The serpent fetus within her is also mine. A serpent fetus. Am I truly carrying such a thing? Days passed, and I could no longer endure the uncertainty. I ventured to the town, partly to procure a new mobile phone, as my previous one had been lost for quite some time, and I was unaware if anyone had attempted to reach me. Additionally, I sought to purchase a few pregnancy test strips. Our town boasts but a single reputable mobile phone shop, Upon entering, I encountered a scruffy man emerging from the store. Our eyes meeting momentarily. After his departure, I overheard the staff whispering amongst themselves. Is phone dodgy here again to fix his phone? It's no wonder he struggles. I recall someone offered him $1 million for his shop 2 years ago, yet he declined. Who can he blame? The old Feng family's legacy was once illustrious, but alas, it has fallen into complete disrepair under his stewardship. Ah, young lady here to buy a phone. The staff, noticing my presence, promptly shifted their attention from the gossip about the aforementioned phone dodgy. I paid little mind to their chatter, selecting a smartphone that offered good value for money, and exited after completing my purchase. No sooner had I stepped outside than I encountered Sister Qin, who greeted me warmly. To my astonishment, she appeared remarkably well. Her complexion radiant, cheeks flushed, lips plump and glossy. Though she still wore a hat, I could see that a layer of black short hair had begun to sprout at her temples. Furthermore, the skin exposed to view bore no traces of the dark, purplish scars that once marred it. She grasped my hand and pressed it against her abdomen, her eyes brimming with tears. To my astonishment, she revealed, I am indeed pregnant. This little one has been nestled within me for over 2 months, and I remained utterly oblivious. Sister Qin, perplexed, inquired, Miss Liu, what troubles you? I found myself at a loss for words, as I was particularly sensitive regarding pregnancy matters. As I gently caressed her belly, I couldn't help but wonder if I too harbored a brood of serpentine offspring within me. Sister Qin, overcome with emotion, began to weep softly. I hurriedly reassured her. Please don't be disheartened. That was not my intention. I believe that if Tong Wan were aware of having younger siblings, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Sister Qin nodded emphatically, murmuring, when Wan departed, she urged me to continue living well. I shall not let her down. After conversing with Sister Qin for a while, as we were parting, she suddenly recalled something and said, I heard from Su Yin that there seems to be an important matter he wishes to discuss with you. He is likely to visit you in Qinshui village in the next few days. I queried, did he mention what it was about? Sister Qin shook her head, and I refrained from pressing further. As we approached our destination, the small vehicle jostled along the increasingly rugged mountain road, a clear sign that we were nearing Qinshui village. Leaning against the car window, I gazed outside. The weather was splendid, and the evening sky was adorned with a breathtaking display of fiery clouds. Yet, just as I became immersed in this resplendent scenery, a hazy figure suddenly entered my line of sight. He stood on the ridge of the hillside, clad in a pale blue robe, holding a perpetual lamp in his hand. The light flickered like a tiny beam as a small vehicle passed by. Our gazes seemed to meet for a fleeting moment before his figure gradually receded, ultimately vanishing from my sight. Yet he reappeared. This time, I could discern him distinctly. There was indeed a man with a perpetual lamp. Although his features remained obscured, I was certain of his tangible existence. He was watching me intently. Why was he there? Was it mere coincidence, or was he deliberately waiting for my vehicle to pass? A cold sweat broke out in my palms as I anxiously scanned my surroundings, fearing he might suddenly materialize in the car again. I had become his focus. I was truly ensnared by his gaze. Chapter 24. I am pregnant. That night, I was plagued by nightmares. One moment, I dreamt of a nest of serpents emerging from my abdomen. The next, the man with the perpetual lamp haunted my visions. I awoke in the latter half of the night, turning on the light, and I dared not sleep again, instead scrolling through my phone until dawn. When morning broke, I summoned the courage to unbox a pregnancy test and, with trepidation, conducted the assessment. The result revealed 2 lines. Clutching the test, I became immobilized, unable to fathom that I was indeed pregnant. I repeated the test multiple times, each yielding the same outcome, 2 lines. In that instant, I was utterly astounded. I was truly carrying a serpent's offspring. I counted on my fingers, recalling that I had only been with the serpent on a few occasions. The first encounter had been merely a month ago. How could it have happened so easily? It must have been that pill given to me by Liu Luoyuan. It was undoubtedly the cause. When he presented me with that pill, he deceived me into believing it was a contraceptive. In hindsight, it appears that the pill not only fails to prevent pregnancy, but rather promotes it. Shiko desires for me to bear his child, to produce a divine offspring, while Liu Luoyuan is no better than he. Taking advantage of my unguarded state, he pushed me into this predicament. I was foolish enough to fall for it. But now, what am I to do? I cannot bear this child. No, this is not merely a child. It is a cluster of serpent progeny. Ordinary medications are ineffective against this situation, as the concoction my grandmother previously prepared yielded no results. What should I do? As I hesitated about whether to confide in my grandmother, Tong Xuyan indeed came to seek me out. At that moment, my grandmother was also present, as if poised to announce something significant. Tong Xuyan got straight to the point. Miss Liu, I have come to discuss the specific matters regarding the reopening of the incense hall. It suddenly dawned on me that although there had been talk of the Liu family reopening the incense hall, it had remained merely verbal and had not materialized into action. My grandmother slapped her forehead and lamented, I'm getting old, truly useless. Your grandfather once mentioned this to me. He said that the Liu family's incense hall engages in dealings with spirits, and before the ghost gate opens, we must manage the affairs of the yin and yang realms, or it will lead to chaos. I recalled the general procedure: dispersing incense, offering incense, inquiring about the incense, and binding the incense. I immediately became serious, listening intently as my grandmother elaborated on the details. After the incense disperses, I shall offer a serpent incense to the serpent lord within the shadow incense hall. Before the serpent incense extinguishes, the hall shall open its doors wide to the 3 realms and 6 paths, the first to arrive seeking guidance, regardless of whether they be deity, human, ghost, or spirit, must be attended to by the Liu family without exception. This is known as seeking incense. Within 7 days following the inquiry, the Liu family must resolve the matters of the seeker, a process referred to as binding incense, thereby establishing the shadow incense hall's authority in this domain. Should the binding of incense fail, the Liu family's reputation would be tarnished, and they would suffer repercussions, potentially leading to their irreversible decline. Just listening to my grandmother speak of this fills me with immense pressure. If memory serves correctly, the Qingqi lotus incense is of moderate grade. Its preparation requires the heart of a twin lotus, preserved for no less than a century without decay. Such twin lotuses are exceedingly rare, and to find one that has been preserved for a century within this limited time frame poses a daunting challenge. I immediately turned to Tong Xuyan, who promptly understood and shook his head apologetically, stating, the financial ledger entrusted to me by my uncle does not include the heart of a twin lotus. The absence of such in the Tong family does not imply its non-existence elsewhere. My grandmother remarked, I recall hearing someone mention a shop in town called Tongxin Hall, which supposedly harbors numerous treasures. Zhenzhen, you might consider making a trip there. Perhaps they possess what we seek. Tong Xuyan added, for now, we must treat this dead horse as a living one. I have already reached out through other channels. Let us pursue both avenues in hopes of success. I nodded, saying, I shall head to town shortly to seek out this establishment known as Tongxin Hall. My grandmother expressed her deep concerns, stating, there is one more matter that is quite troublesome. Where exactly is the Liu family's incense hall located? I instinctively replied, of course, it is situated in Chenshui village. Isn't there already a ready-made temple of the incense goddess? Upon hearing this, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up within me, and I retorted, since you have already made all the arrangements, why come to me at all? The Liu family's incense hall is on your Tong family's territory. You might as well rename it the Tong family's incense hall. My grandmother firmly pressed me down and gently admonished, Zhenzhen, this is where you are mistaken. The Liu family's incense hall is under the protection of the Snake Lord. It can only be established in the domain controlled by him to ensure our utmost safety. He chose that location for a reason. Tong Xuyan nodded in agreement. I let out a cold laugh, thinking, what special reasoning could that snake bone possess? It was merely because it was related to Liu Xiang that he wished to settle there. Although I was furious, I felt powerless. After all, the Liu family's incense hall bore the Liu surname. Could I truly abandon my responsibilities? That very afternoon, I ventured back to the town. A brief inquiry revealed the location of the Tongxin Hall. It was situated at the crossroads to the east of the town, boasting a large storefront in an advantageous position that suggested it should be quite profitable. Yet, during the broad daylight, the doors of Tongxin Hall remained closed. I knocked for quite some time before the door creaked open, revealing a scruffy middle-aged man. As soon as I laid eyes on him, I recognized him. He was the very person I had encountered at the mobile phone store the other day. I recalled the clerks gossiping about him, mentioning his name as Feng Daji. Feng Daji, still groggy from his midday slumber, squinted and inquired, Miss, whom are you seeking? I am looking for the proprietor of Tongxin Tang, I promptly replied, expressing my intention to purchase some items. Upon hearing my desire to make a purchase, Feng Daji's demeanor shifted, and he ushered me inside, eager to offer me a cup of tea. However, he soon realized that there was no hot water available, Embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "I apologize, miss. It has been quite some time since I last had a visitor, and I have not been attentive. Please do not take offense. What is it that you wish to buy?" Perplexed, I remarked, "Your shop is spacious and well located. How could it possibly have been so long without business?" He sighed. "Perhaps it is simply my fate to lack fortune. My grandfather began trading antiques, possessing a discerning eye that allowed him to amass numerous treasures and substantial wealth. During the zenith of the Feng family's prosperity, we occupied half the shops on this street. My father inherited my grandfather's enterprise and enjoyed affluence for many years. From a young age, sitting on my father's lap, he taught me how to distinguish genuine antiques from forgeries, their age, and the art of managing a shop. He often praised my intelligence, claiming I grasped concepts effortlessly and believed I would achieve great success in this field. I, too, felt confident that I could thrive in this profession. Chapter 25. A multifaceted era. The trade of antiques is fraught with complexity. Few possess the ability to accurately discern the authenticity of antiques or assess their true value, rendering this profession somewhat niche, where reputation holds paramount importance. The Feng family has engaged in the antique business for 3 generations, and with my grandfather's remarkable success, their reputation should have ensured a steady stream of customers. Even if Feng Daji is inept at managing, he should not have fallen to such a state of decline. With a bitter smile, Feng Daji remarked, "My dear, to be frank, numerous individuals have approached me over the years with intentions to take over this establishment. If it were merely a matter of leasing the premises, I could reluctantly part with $1 million. However, they not only desire the property, but also wish to acquire all the antiques within. You see, how could I possibly agree to that?" I took a cursory glance around. This shop spans 2 levels, encompassing over 200 square meters in total. In our remote little town, the property prices are not exorbitant. $1 million for the lease would not be considered a loss. Yet, the shop is adorned with numerous antiques. And as a specialist in the restoration of ancient artifacts, I can discern that over 90% of these pieces are authentic, some of which appear to be quite aged. Furthermore, the antiques on display are meant to attract the general public. What proprietor does not possess a few rare collectibles? If these were included, there is no way I would part with them for a mere $1 million. I genuinely wished to purchase items from Feng Daji and felt compelled to assist him. Hence, I inquired, "Mr. Feng, could you elaborate on when your shop began to decline?" Without hesitation, Feng Daji replied, "It all began after my father passed away. This shop thrived under my grandfather's stewardship, and although my father was unable to replicate its former glory, he maintained a loyal customer base, keeping the business relatively prosperous until he fell gravely ill and could no longer manage it. That was when the Feng family started to experience a downturn. As individuals traverse the street, they cannot help but murmur, 'The Feng family has fallen, and Feng Daji is like mud that cannot be molded, unable to rise again.' Each time I overhear such remarks, my heart aches profoundly. In this moment, Feng Daji pounds his chest in despair, filled with both resentment and frustration. Observing him, I reflect. The decline of your family's business seems intertwined with the perceptions held by the townsfolk regarding your establishment and your personal reputation. Analyzing from a geomantic perspective, it appears your family has encountered a minor affliction. My skills in this realm may be lacking, yet I might possess a method to assist you in ameliorating your situation. Feng Daji's plight aligns with certain cases detailed in a geomancy book given to me by Tong Jixian. His eyes spark with hope as he inquires, "Miss, can you truly help me?" I reply with a shake of my head. I merely suggest we give it a try, without any guarantees. Feng Daji remains undeterred. A trial is worthwhile. Perhaps this will be my turning point. At precisely midnight on the 14th of July, I must offer incense to the Snake Lord. Following this, I shall be subject to inquiries from various spirits and entities of the 3 realms. Rather than engage with the unpredictable and uncontrollable, I find it more prudent to extend this favor to Feng Daji. After all, he is a living individual, and I possess a degree of confidence in his situation. Accepting this task frees me from the constraints of the 7-day incense offering, achieving multiple objectives with one action. Why would I not seize this opportunity? Feng Daji, being quite agreeable, responds, "Midnight on the 14th of July, I shall mark it down. I will certainly be there on time." Having obtained the answers I sought, I began to devise a plan for him. Tonight, at the stroke of midnight, position yourself at the 4 corners of your shop, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Place a branch of peach and a branch of willow, both secured with red thread in a crisscross manner, atop yellow paper. By 3 o'clock in the morning, before the rooster crows, You must rise and gently pull open your front door. Remember, it must be fully opened, and though the action should be slow, it must not be light. It is preferable to create some noise. Persist in this endeavor for a week, and you should witness results. As for the matter of the child's foul mouth, it is manageable but time-consuming. It cannot be resolved in an instant. However, with a little over 10 days until the 14th of July, there is ample time for Feng Daji to observe initial effects. It is only through tangible results that he will willingly assist me, is it not? Feng Daji took note of my instructions, yet, as he listened, a look of concern crossed his face. Miss, you might have noticed upon entering that my shop's door has seen better days. It creaks and groans as it opens. It is quite large, and at such an hour, I fear it may disturb the neighbors. Wouldn't that be considered a nuisance? I smiled and replied, that is precisely the effect we desire. Opening the door in broad daylight does not constitute a disturbance. Feng Daji then acquiesced, assuring me he would follow my guidance. He then inquired, you mentioned earlier that you came to purchase something from my shop. May I ask what it is you wish to buy? I seek the hearts of the twin lotus flowers. I nearly forgot the primary purpose of my visit, and quickly emphasized, it must be twin lotus hearts that have been untouched by decay for over a century. Feng Daji cautiously inquired, is it acceptable to have only the lotus heart without the lotus seed pod? I replied affirmatively, and Feng Daji's expression instantly brightened with excitement, exclaiming, then it seems the young lady is indeed destined to cross paths with our Feng family. Seeking me out is a fortuitous choice. He led me to the second floor. As I ascended the staircase, I sensed an immediate drop in the indoor temperature, and the snake bone bracelet on my wrist tightened uncomfortably. A sense of inexplicable tension washed over me. But then I recalled that the Feng family dealt in antiques, many of which were likely unearthed from tombs. It was entirely normal for the atmosphere to be thick with an aura of the uncanny. The second floor comprised 3 rooms, 2 large ones and a smaller one at the far end, its door firmly shut. One of the larger rooms served as Feng Daji's living quarters, while the other was his study. In contrast to Tong Jixin's study, Feng Daji's bookshelf harbored few ancient tomes. Instead, it was adorned with a splendid array of boxes, each varying in size and material, some exquisitely ornate, others steeped in antiquity. Feng Daji explained that each of these boxes contained a piece of valuable antique, which he seldom exhibited to the general public. As he spoke, he guided me to a third shelf and reached for a cloisonne box. Although modest in size, it was exceptionally exquisite. Upon opening it, I was momentarily taken aback by the remarkable sight within. It was a lotus, intricately crafted from pure gold, poised to bloom, its petals enveloping a jade seed pod, which in turn housed glistening lotus seeds. Chapter 26. Feng Daji Awakes. Although I did not physically touch them, I could instantly discern that those lotus seeds were genuine and not imitations, displaying no trace of decay. Suppressing my excitement, I inquired, may I lift the box to examine it more closely? Feng Daji generously replied, of course. The pure gold lotus, known as the twin lotus, was crafted by the same artisan and was a tribute from a foreign land. Hence, the age of the lotus seeds within this twin lotus would undoubtedly be even more ancient. I was overjoyed internally, yet I could not display my elation too overtly. After placing the box down, I asked, if I wished to purchase all the lotus seeds from this twin lotus, how much would it cost in total? The young lady seemed to take offense at this. Feng Daji responded, though my possessions are exquisite, they remain unsold here, merely lifeless objects. If your method truly brings life back to my shop, it would be a salvation for the entire Feng family. I cannot express my gratitude adequately, but for a mere 20 or so lotus seeds, I can certainly afford to gift them to you. As he spoke, he closed the box and insisted on placing the golden enameled box, along with the twin lotus inside, into my hands as a gift. How could I accept such a precious present? After much persuasion, I ultimately agreed only to take the lotus seeds, nearly fleeing the premises. My assistance was motivated by self-interest. I felt undeserving of this generosity and did not wish to be greedy. Some materials are inherently difficult to obtain, and to create 81 sticks of golden red lotus incense requires a significant quantity of materials, which would be challenging for my grandmother and me to gather in a short time. All of this would still depend on Tong Xian's help. The 20-odd double lotus seeds are exceedingly precious, akin to antiques. I kept them tucked away in my pocket, hesitant to take them out for fear of attracting the attention of those who might recognize their worth. Ever since my accident, I have encountered various unsavory elements, and I could not shake the feeling that at this very moment, Something might be lurking in a shadowy corner, watching me. There was that man, clad in a pale blue robe, carrying a lantern that flickered with an eternal flame. His figure remained shrouded in ambiguity, rendering him difficult to discern. Yet I could still sense his gaze upon me. In an instant, my body temperature plummeted to freezing levels, and I gripped the lotus seeds tightly in my pocket, urging the driver to accelerate. This man had appeared for the third time, yet thus far, he had not acted malevolently nor obstructed my path. However, it was evident that he was fixated on me, which felt far more terrifying than a direct confrontation. What sins had I committed in a past life to attract such unusual beings? Fortunately, the taxi soon entered the village, and the man did not pursue me further. I alighted and promptly paid the driver, making my way to find Tong Xuyan. To my surprise, Tong Xuyan had even brought my grandmother to the Tong family home. The atmosphere there had transformed from one of oppression to one of joyous camaraderie, with everyone assisting my grandmother in preparing the materials for crafting the fragrant red lotus incense. A smile illuminated my grandmother's face, a sight I had not witnessed in quite some time, and I felt a surge of gratitude towards Tong Xuyan for this moment of reprieve. In this atmosphere, the fear of encountering the man in the blue robe dissipated once more, and I promptly retrieved the intertwined lotus hearts to discuss the commencement of incense making with everyone. As we busied ourselves, many unpleasant memories faded from my mind. 3 days later, I received a call from Feng Daji. As soon as the call connected, he lamented, "Miss Liu, for the past few days, I have been rising at 3 in the morning as per your suggestion. The front door creaks loudly, disturbing the peaceful dreams of my neighbors, who have been quite vocal in their grievances, even coming to scold me." I countered, "What have they been saying about you?" Initially, I only heard neighbors complaining, "Why is Feng Daji up so early?" However, when I opened the door, they loudly exclaimed, "Feng Daji is up. Feng Daji is awake again. At this hour, Feng Daji is up again. How can anyone live like this?" I chuckled, "They are not wrong. Indeed, Feng Daji is awake." On the other end of the line, Feng Daji was momentarily taken aback, but then he suddenly laughed in realization. "Feng Daji is awake. I haven't heard such remarks in ages." I inexplicably felt a sense of relief and encouraged him, with the good words of the crowd dispelling the vile comments of the small-minded. "Mr. Feng, you shall soon find yourself truly thriving." Feng Daji's previous gloom lifted, and he cheerfully ended the call. A few days later, I received another call from Feng Daji, who exuberantly shared that after more than 2 years, he had finally made his first sale, selling an ancient silver lock. Although the profit was modest, Feng Daji was truly beginning to embark on a path of success. "Everything is proceeding according to my meticulous plan, step by step." On July 12th, I personally shaped all 81 sticks of the Yunxi lotus incense, which only needed to dry completely before I could place them around the Dragon King temple in advance. I had been utterly exhausted these past few days preparing all the incense, and with everything going smoothly on Feng Daji's end, I finally felt I could relax a little. That evening, I washed up and went to bed early, turning off the lights and quickly drifting into slumber. I lost track of time when suddenly, the bed beside me sank, and a familiar yet cool chest pressed against me. I jolted awake, instinctively gasping, "Snake. Snake Lord?" The man had already mounted me, domineeringly capturing my lips and drawing me into a fervent kiss. Liu Luoyuan had mentioned that for the cultivation of the serpent's bones, a crucial method involves consuming the essence of the moon. The closer it is to the full moon, the greater his need becomes. Sharing a bed with me at this time was immensely beneficial for him. I understood there was no escaping this fate in the coming nights, so I resigned myself to it without resistance. Just as I felt I could hardly breathe from his kiss, the serpent released me, his long, powerful hand resting on my abdomen as he suddenly inquired, "These little ones haven't troubled you, have they?" Instantly, a chill ran down my spine. These. Chapter 27. Trapped, I cautiously asked, "Am I truly carrying the serpent's offspring? Will nurturing these serpent embryos lead to my demise?" The skeletal hand of the serpent paused abruptly upon my abdomen, questioning, "You would bear my child with such reluctance?" At merely 19 years of age, the prime of my youth, I had never even experienced a proper romance. So how could I possibly acquiesce to bearing offspring for a serpent? Yet, I dared not confront him directly. I could only bite my lip and endure the indignity in silence. My reticence, however, incited his ire. Grasping my chin, he turned my body to meet his cold, slitted gaze and spoke with venomous intensity. "Liu Jingchen, this is what you owe me. In this life, whatever I grant you, you must accept. Here, you possess no right to refuse." With a sudden force, he flipped my form, pressing me down and restraining my head to prevent any resistance. I braced myself for a tempestuous night, yet to my surprise, he gradually softened his approach, ensuring my comfort. Perhaps he was mindful of the serpent child within me. Upon waking the following morning, I found the serpent absent from my bed. As I rose to tidy up, I discovered a slender sandalwood box nestled by my pillow. Was this a gift from the serpent? I reached for the box and opened it, revealing a serpent incense lying within. Suddenly, I recalled that after the dispersal of the fragrant smoke, I needed to light a serpent incense. While I could concoct the Yunxi lotus incense, this particular incense had to be procured from the serpent lord. Had he not brought it last night, I would have faced a significant setback. I carefully closed the box and placed it in the cabinet before preparing to depart. There was much to accomplish on the 13th of July, as nearly the entire Tong family was occupied assisting at the Dragon King Temple. My grandmother repeatedly instructed me on the procedure for reopening the incense hall, fearful that I might err and invite calamity. As evening descended, I meticulously arranged all the green and red lotus incense, lighting each one in accordance with the designated time. By then, all members of the Tong family, including my grandmother, had departed from the Dragon King Temple, leaving me alone. I sat in the main hall of the temple, clutching a sandalwood box containing snake incense, my gaze fixed on the outside. It would be impossible to claim I was not anxious. After all, none could predict what entities might emerge to seize the green and red lotus incense. Less than 10 minutes after igniting the incense, the flames extinguished simultaneously, releasing thick plumes of black smoke. Outside the Dragon King Temple, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by an array of peculiar sounds. I could discern various snakes, rats, insects, and ants, along with shadows of red and white flitting through the thicket. I clenched my fists, frequently glancing at the time, hesitant to step beyond the temple's threshold for fear of disturbing those creatures. As the clock struck midnight, marking the onset of the 14th day of the 7th month, I quickly rose, retrieving the snake incense to light it, bowing respectfully toward the spirit tablet on the offering table. After my prayers, I remained in the Dragon King Temple, my eyes fixed on the lofty threshold, my heart racing with uncertainty. Outside, numerous malevolent entities lingered. Some had just partaken of the green and red lotus incense, while others had arrived too late and were too weak to claim their share. They craned their necks to peer inside the temple, seemingly waiting for something. Did they wish to enter and witness the proceedings? As each second passed, it felt like an eternity, my anxiety escalating to the point where even my breath became labored, until Feng Daji hurriedly arrived. He appeared disheveled, his clothes stained with dirt, and the back of his hands bore mysterious scratches and bite marks, the latter exhibiting a purplish hue that unmistakably suggested a creature other than a human. He stumbled in, exhaling deeply, and presented me with a formal request, accompanied by a smile. "Dear Miss Liu, I hope I am not late?" I hastily shook my head, assuring him, "Not at all. You are the first to deliver a request. As long as this serpent incense burns, I shall accept your order without hesitation." After all, we had previously agreed upon this, and I felt confident in my position. Feng Daji knelt before the incense, reverently bowing, and then solemnly addressed me. "Today, I, Feng Daji, present this request to the Serpent Lord and to you, Miss Liu, imploring your assistance in locating the mastermind behind the calamity that has befallen my family for 3 generations." Taken aback, I instinctively replied, "But you mentioned." "Dear Miss Liu, I apologize for my broken promise," Feng Daji said, his eyes filled with remorse. "I have awaited this opportunity for a full 20 years. I cannot let it slip away." I sank into my chair, bewildered. We had clearly discussed that I would assist Feng Daji regarding the incident involving the slander against him, which seemed almost certain to resolve. Yet now, he was asking me to uncover the perpetrator responsible for the misfortunes that had plagued his family for generations. This would necessitate an investigation from the very beginning. How on earth was I to do that? Feng Daji himself had stated that he had waited 2 decades for assistance, and yet I was granted only 7 days. Was this not a mere invitation to dig my own grave? In a moment of speechlessness, I found myself at a loss for words. However, Feng Daji was well prepared. On the day when the Liu family's Inxiang Hall reopened, until the last of this incense was consumed, the maiden of the Liu family could not refuse any supplicant who came seeking assistance, as per tradition. I had long devised a plan for this opportunity, and I had invested considerable effort to reach the Liu maiden tonight. As I observed his disheveled appearance, I had already come to realize that the threshold of the Dragon King Temple was not as easily crossed as I had imagined. While the surface appeared tranquil, a storm had been brewing beneath. Feng Daji, too, was far from the ineffectual figure he seemed. How could one who had endured and persevered for 2 decades to safeguard his family's legacy be deemed a mere buffoon? Alas, it was too late to reconsider. I could only accept the situation as it stood. Thus, I replied, "Very well, please elaborate on your request." Feng Daji promptly responded, "When my father passed away, he confided in me that the rise and fall of the Feng family may be intricately intertwined with the Liu family." My curiosity was piqued, and I inquired, "What leads you to say that?" Chapter 28. Dominoes. Not long after my grandfather acquired the dominoes, the city they defended fell, and the commander was taken away. The commander was an avid collector of antiques, and after his abduction, my grandfather rummaged through his quarters, unearthing a plethora of treasures. Under the cover of night, he fled with those items, relying on the sale of the antiques along the way to amass a considerable fortune. Later, he arrived in Zhenzhen and settled in Jiutong town, officially embarking on the trade of antiques. With a discerning eye and an extensive network, he swiftly gained notoriety. Everything progressed smoothly, and all remarked upon his favorable fortune. Yet, only he understood that the origins of his success were likely intertwined with the bone tile bestowed upon him by the wealthy merchant. My grandfather meticulously revered that tile, never disclosing its existence to outsiders. However, as the days passed and he aged, his wealth continued to amass. He became increasingly obsessed with the pursuit of longevity. Subsequently, someone sold him a type of incense, claiming it originated from the deer family's Yunxi hall and possessed the power to prolong life. Believing the man's words, my grandfather purified himself and burned the incense daily. In the initial days, he indeed felt invigorated, but after a week, almost overnight, his body became covered in necrotic spots, rendering him bedridden, and he soon departed from this world. Following his death, my father inherited his estate. While inventorying the assets left by my grandfather, he inadvertently discovered the bone tile. By that time, the once jade-like tile had turned a dark hue, exuding a sinister aura, leading him to suspect that my grandfather's demise might be linked to the tile. Before his passing, he sought the counsel of a wise individual to seal that bone token and expended his entire fortune to procure a protective talisman for me, hoping to ensure my safety. Thus, I found myself guarding the last shop of the Feng family while discreetly investigating the causes of my grandfather and father's deaths. However, 2 years ago, my talisman shattered, and the seal on the bone token began to weaken. If the Serpent Lord and the Deer Maiden cannot assist me, I fear my days are numbered. Upon hearing Feng Daji's words, I comprehended his reasons for approaching me. The bone token indeed aided the Feng family. Yet all uncertainties stemmed from grandfather Feng purchasing incense purportedly from the Deer family's Yunxi hall. The authenticity of that incense remains shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, since that individual operated under the auspices of the Deer family's Yunxi hall, he must possess intricate connections to them, either as a member of the Deer family or as their adversary. It is indeed a prudent course of action to begin from the Deer family's side. I promptly stated, the Deer family's Yunxi hall has been closed for a century. The incense purchased by grandfather Feng is likely counterfeit. This is something you should have thoroughly investigated. For 2 decades, Feng Daji could not have remained idle. He must have pursued every avenue of inquiry available to him. Feng Daji nodded, affirming, indeed, after my father's demise, I immediately sought to discreetly investigate the Deer family, ultimately concluding that those responsible for harming the Feng family could not possibly be you. This led me to recall the wealthy merchant who, years ago, was stripped of his possessions by my grandfather and transferred the bone token to him. That merchant was devastated by grandfather Feng's actions, losing everything and the bone token itself. If he possessed any remaining influence, he would undoubtedly seek revenge against the Feng family. Moreover, the only individual aware of the dominoes in grandfather Feng's possession is himself. I inquired, have you uncovered anything? Feng Daji shook his head. I have investigated for quite some time and discovered that the individual who sold spices to my grandfather had long since passed away, childless and alone. The wealthy merchant who dealt with him died even earlier, thus severing all leads. It was only in recent days, with a continuous stream of individuals approaching my shop, offering exorbitant prices for my establishment, that I sensed a potential turning point. My curiosity piqued. I asked, "Oh, who are these people?" "I am uncertain," he replied, "but I can sense that they are mere facades, concealing a singular individual lurking behind them. This person is likely intent on acquiring that domino. I furrowed my brow. That domino has wrought such calamity upon the Feng family. You have sought to rid yourselves of it multiple times. Now that someone is eager to obtain it, why not seize the opportunity to part with it, instead of seeking me out? Feng Daji offered a wry smile. The misfortunes of the Feng family stem from that box of spices, yet the spices merely served as the catalyst for the domino's vengeance upon us. The true source of our affliction lies within the domino itself. To dispose of it while the retribution remains unresolved would leave me no less vulnerable to death. Furthermore, that person remains hidden in the shadows, their intentions unknown. The Feng family has already suffered immensely due to that domino. I cannot bear to see it used to inflict further harm upon others. I nodded, contemplating that Feng Daji appeared to possess a semblance of conscience. The domino? The sound of the serpent's bones suddenly echoed behind me, startling me. I turned to see that the serpent's bones had, at some unknown moment, taken the prominent seat beside the altar, while the incense burner had completely consumed the serpent incense within it. Feng Daji bowed repeatedly before the serpent, imploring, I beseech you. Serpent Lord, save me, save the Feng family. Feng Daji indeed possesses some knowledge. He likely understands the history of the Liu Jingchen Hall better than I, its heir. He was never here to request my assistance. From the very beginning, his intention was directed towards the serpent. I cast a sidelong glance at the serpent. Since it had chosen to reveal itself, it indicated its interest in this matter. With its backing, the burden on my heart eased considerably. Feng Daji claimed there was nothing amiss, yet the bone tablet remained sealed within his home. He invited the serpent and me to accompany him there, to which the serpent consented. Thus, in the dead of night, we journeyed back to the town. Feng Daji opened the doors of the Tongshin Hall and led us to the second floor, where he opened the door to the smallest room. As the door swung open, a bone-chilling cold rushed forth, causing me to shiver involuntarily. The serpent had already followed Feng Daji into the room, and I hurriedly followed suit. The room was draped in heavy curtains, devoid of any light. It was only when Feng Daji switched on the lamp that I beheld the sight within. The floor was entwined with red cords, covered in various talisman papers. At the center of the red cords stood an altar, upon which rested a sizable glass jar filled with a pale yellow liquid. Suspended within that liquid was a skull. Based on the degree of development of the cranial suture, it appears to be a fragment of an underdeveloped fetal skull. Chapter 29. Who are you? Who am I? This fragment of the skull, which was once meant to be a gentle shade of white, now appeared pitch black. Upon closer inspection, one could discern what seemed to be characters inscribed on the inner side of the skull fragment. The scattered red cords were part of an array intended to seal this bone. Unable to approach and examine the characters closely, I could only rise on my toes, tilt my head, and squint intensely to see. As I gazed, my heartbeat suddenly quickened, my eyes grew weary, and a tumult stirred within my stomach, leading me to cover my mouth and begin to retch, overwhelmed with anxiety. This unease was an ineffable fear coupled with an indescribable pain, causing my body to tremble involuntarily. Beyond my control, Shegu, who had also been fixated on the bone, furrowed his brow upon hearing my distress and swiftly gathered me into his embrace, inquiring, Liu Jingchen, what is troubling you? I shook my head, trembling, and replied, I don't know why, but I feel anxious and sorrowful. I want to leave, please take me away. Without hesitation, he led me out of Tongshin Hall, while Feng Daji hurriedly followed, anxiously calling out, Shijun, are you leaving? My family matters. His words seemed to grant Feng Daji a newfound courage, and he ceased to pursue us. Shegu stood quietly beside me, gazing intently, lost in thought. After I had somewhat regained my composure, he inquired, your intense reaction was triggered by the characters on the inner side of that skull fragment, wasn't it? I nodded vigorously. Yes, those characters seem to possess some sort of magical power that induces profound discomfort. Just discomfort? He pressed further. Do you not feel a sense of familiarity with those characters? Confused, I asked, familiarity? What do you mean? Without responding, he sought paper and pen, taking my hand and slowly sketching on the page. As each distorted character appeared, my heart began to race again, and my body trembled uncontrollably. Eventually, I could not bear to look at those characters. Overwhelmed by fear and aversion, I turned my head away, desperately trying to escape his grasp, yearning to distance myself from those symbols. However, he held my head firmly, compelling me to gaze at them. In tears, I cried out, let me go, Snake Bone. Lord Snake, I beg you, I am frightened. I am so afraid. Finally, he released me, and I turned to bury myself in his embrace, clutching his strong waist tightly, shaking my head incessantly as countless unfamiliar images swirled in my mind, causing excruciating pain. One hand resting on my waist, and the other supporting the back of my head. He forced me to meet his gaze. His eyes narrowed as he repeatedly asked, "Have you remembered? Who are you? Who am I?" Helplessly, I shook my head. My head hurts. It truly hurts. Jingchen. Liu Jingchen. Snake Bone fixed his gaze on me, commanding, "Liu Xiang, call my name." I was on the verge of collapsing, tears streaming down my face as I corrected, "I am not Liu Xiang. I am Liu Jingchen." Liu Jingchen. Shegu roared in anger. "No, you are Liu Xiang. Those characters are your self-created sealing symbols. Have you truly forgotten them?" "It is not me," I shouted back. "I do not go by Liu Xiang, and I did not draw those characters. I am certainly not the creator of any sealing symbols." "Then what of me?" Shega seethed, gripping my chin tightly, his eyes blazing red. "Liu Jingchen, can you truly not recall anything at all?" I was about to shake my head when his fury surged, and with a flick of his hand, I was thrown onto the bed, and he soon descended upon me. Later that night, I lost count of how many times I was forced to call out Liu Jingchen and Jinchun, and even in my unconscious state, I seemed to hear him whispering in my ear, "You used to love calling me Brother Chun. Have you truly forgotten?" When I awoke the next day, my body ached as if it had been run over by a vehicle. Lying in bed, I felt utterly dazed. Shegu. Liu Jingchen had long since departed. He claimed those characters were the self-created sealing symbols of Liu Xiang, and since the sealing symbols appeared on that fragment of a skull, it indicated that the fragment had been sealed by Liu Xiang herself. Why would Liu Xiang seal a fragment of an infant's skull? Who was this infant? Moreover, who had transformed this fragment of an infant's skull into a domino? What had become of the other skull fragments? These perplexing issues elude my comprehension, causing an increasing turmoil within my mind. In a bid to alleviate my distress, I rose to tidy up, and as I stepped out of my room, my legs felt swollen and cumbersome. It was fortuitously breakfast time, and my grandmother had prepared a dish of pig liver noodles. As I ate, she inquired, "Did the Snake Lord stay in your room again last night?" Instantly, my face flushed with heat, and I buried my head in a mouthful of pig liver, which had a slightly fishy taste, causing my stomach to churn violently. I tilted my head and began to retch. My grandmother promptly patted my back to soothe me, her expression growing grave as she witnessed my distress. Once I managed to regain my composure, she asked, "Zhenzhen, tell your grandmother, are you pregnant?" I bit my lip and nodded, my voice barely above a whisper. He said I am carrying his serpent offspring. And I confirmed it with a pregnancy test. It indeed showed 2 lines. My grandmother sprang to her feet, delivering a sharp slap to the back of my head, exclaiming in exasperation, "You foolish girl, are you courting death? Have you disregarded my previous warnings?" I opened my mouth, wanting to explain to her how I had been deceived by that scoundrel, Liu Luoyuan, and how consuming his pills had led to this grave mistake. Yet, what good would it do? It would only deepen her concern. "What shall we do?" she lamented, anxiously stomping her feet. "My dear Zhenzhen, this pregnancy could cost you your life." I gently grasped her sleeve, whispering to reassure her, "Grandma, perhaps the situation is not as dire as you fear. Look, I am fine at present, am I not?" I pondered aloud. Is there truly a distinction between serpent offspring and Buddha bone offspring? Chapter 30, South Chiao. North Deer Liu Jingchen has consistently asserted that the life within my womb is that of his serpent offspring, leading me to naturally believe that I am carrying a brood of little snakes. If the Buddha bone fetus originates from me, then my serpent offspring must indeed be the Buddha bone fetus. However, my grandmother insisted otherwise. If you are merely carrying serpent offspring, and the true form of the serpent lord is a white snake, then it is highly probable that what you give birth to will also be a litter of little white snakes. The serpent offspring growing within you requires sustenance from your essence, as long as the serpent lord frequently draws near to you, providing for this need. You will be able to traverse the duration of your pregnancy safely. Yet, if you are bearing a Buddha bone fetus, this fetus will resemble a normal child. It will not only demand your essence for sustenance, but will also consume your Buddha bone. Should your body weaken even slightly, you may not endure until its moment of birth. And if it were to be a pair of twins. At this juncture, my grandmother gazed at me with tear-filled eyes, making me feel as though I were on the verge of death. Anxiously twisting my fingers, I inquired, "But, grandmother, surely there must be instances where Buddha bone fetuses have successfully been born?" Otherwise, why would so many people ardently seek them? Indeed, there have been, my grandmother replied. But to this day, from what I know, only 3 Buddha bone fetuses have successfully been born. In disbelief, I raised 3 fingers. Only 3? Yes, only 3. My grandmother affirmed, adding that the first among them was related to the Serpent Lord, marking a significant scandal within the Serpent clan. I suddenly felt a surge of energy. My eyes fixed upon my grandmother, eagerly awaiting her continuation. She glanced around, a hint of apprehension in her demeanor, ensuring that it was just the 2 of us in the room before she lowered her voice and continued. It is said that thousands of years ago, within the Serpent clan of Changbai Mountain, there existed a holy maiden, a woman of extraordinary destiny, born with the innate essence of a Buddha. Her talents in cultivation were remarkable, and just as she was on the verge of ascension, she was betrayed by a black serpent from her own clan, who sullied her and caused her to conceive a child. Despite her profound cultivation and immense virtue, when she was 8 months pregnant, she nearly perished due to the voracious appetite of the Buddha essence fetus within her. I was filled with awe. How did the Buddha essence fetus manage to survive? It is said that the black serpent murdered over 100 enlightened monks, using their sacred relics to nourish the holy maiden, thus ensuring the survival of the Buddha essence fetus. My grandmother continued, stating that after the birth of the child, the black serpent sought to devour it, hoping to attain ascension for itself. The holy maiden fought desperately to protect her child, ultimately perishing alongside the serpent. Upon hearing this, my heart raced, and I could not help but ask, what became of that child? My grandmother clicked her tongue in regret, saying, although the child was born at full term, it bore deep karmic burdens, seemingly born with physical imperfections, and did not stir any significant upheaval. Whether it still lives today remains a mystery. At that moment, I finally comprehended why my grandmother reacted so strongly upon hearing of my pregnancy. If a figure like the Serpent clan's holy maiden could not safely deliver a Buddha essence fetus, what could I, a mere mortal with no cultivation and no virtue, possibly compare? Tang Chuanfeng. I silently repeated the name several times, etching it into my memory. However, as my grandmother aptly remarked, individuals of such high standing are likely to remain beyond my reach throughout my lifetime. My curiosity, however, is piqued by the circumstances surrounding Tang Chuanfeng's remarkable birth. In this world, not all sacred beings are born with divine attributes. Some attain such qualities through diligent cultivation. Although instances of such phenomena are exceedingly rare, Tang Chuanfeng's mother, against all odds, succeeded in this endeavor. The Tang family, being the foremost lineage of feng shui in the capital, possesses a sturdy foundation and is replete with esteemed practitioners. It is said that in order to safeguard Tang Chuanfeng, the family employed a certain esoteric feng shui technique, which incurred divine retribution. Nevertheless, on the day of his birth, his mother could not endure the ordeal. Yet for the Tang family, every sacrifice was justified. The loss of a cultivated sacred being yielded the birth of one imbued with celestial essence, marking a significant gain for the family. A single Tang Chuanfeng is capable of upholding the Tang family's prestigious status as the leading feng shui lineage for generations to come. Such a prominent family requires a legendary figure like Tang Chuanfeng to thrive. My desire to uncover more about this enigmatic individual waned, for he remains inaccessible to me. I then inquired, Grandmother, what of the third sacred being? As for the third sacred being, the tale is even more disheartening. I have previously mentioned that our Liu family's Yinxiang Hall is merely a branch of the Yinxiang lineage. Centuries ago, this lineage diverged into northern and southern factions, with the Liu family in the north and the Qiao family in the south, a division famously referred to as Southern Qiao, Northern Liu. Although both the Liu family and the Qiao family primarily engage in the production of incense and operate incense halls, their methods of crafting incense are markedly distinct. The Liu family's incense relies primarily on aromatic catalysts, while the Qiao family's incense is produced through witchcraft techniques. I was utterly bewildered. How could one create incense using witchcraft? My grandmother explained that they place rare types of magical insects within a vessel containing special spices, compelling them to battle to the death. The resulting incense is crafted from the spices mixed with the remains of the defeated insects, while the victorious insect is retained for subsequent rounds of combat. This process, repeated in cycles, consequently categorizes the produced incense into various grades. I could hardly believe what I was hearing. Could the remains of the dead give rise to a Buddha's essence? Witchcraft, Who can truly elucidate its mysteries? My grandmother scoffed. Yet I felt that the Qiao family's essence could hardly compare to that of Tang Chuanfeng. Otherwise, after over 40 years, how could the Qiao family possess a Buddha's essence without stirring any significant commotion? Indeed, had my grandmother not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of the Qiao family. However, as the conversation progressed, another thought crossed my mind. Feng Daji had mentioned that his grandfather had perished due to a backlash from a certain spice he used, and the Qiao family's witchcraft incense employs unique spices. Moreover, the individual who sold the spices to Feng's grandfather had used the Liu family's incense hall name. Feng Daji investigated and found that the spice had no connection to the Liu family. Could it then be linked to the Qiao family? In a certain sense, the Liu family and the Qiao family are natural adversaries within the industry of incense. The Liu family has fallen into decline for a century, while the Qiao family has profited from unscrupulous dealings, casually framing the Liu family without a second thought. However, this matter seems impossible to investigate further at present. Feng Daji mentioned that the individual who sold incense to Grandpa Feng many years ago has long since passed away, and the wealthy merchant who provided the dominoes to Grandpa Feng departed even earlier. For 2 decades, Feng Daji has diligently sought the truth behind these events. Had he uncovered any misdeeds of the Qiao family, he would not have hesitated to disclose them. Noticing my daze, my grandmother embraced me tenderly, saying with concern, "Zhenzhen, do not be afraid. Grandma will think of a way. Perhaps there is still hope." I managed a wry smile in response, fully aware that there may not be much that could be done. The situation has reached a point where escaping the clutches of the serpent's bone seems impossible. All I can do now is take it one step at a time. Accompanying my grandmother, we first visited the temple of the incense goddess to pay our respects, and then proceeded to our ancestral grave to burn joss paper for my grandfather and my parents, a customary ritual we observe every year. Upon our arrival at the grave, however, we discovered that someone had already come before us to pay their respects. The individual had arrived quite early. The incense had long since burned out, leaving only a small mound of ash. My grandmother pinched a bit of the ash between her fingers and brought it to her nose, her expression suddenly shifting as she trembled uncontrollably. Blood incense. The Qiao family has been here. The Qiao family? I momentarily struggled to comprehend. Are you referring to the Qiao family from the south? It couldn't possibly be that sinister, could it? I have only just learned of the existence of a hostile clan, and they have already come seeking us? My grandmother remained silent, bending low as she circled the burial mounds, seemingly searching for something unknown. I too reached out, pinching a bit of incense ash and bringing it to my nose. A pungent odor assaulted my senses, causing me to gag involuntarily. It is difficult to articulate the essence of that scent, foul and fishy, yet interwoven with an unusual fragrance that provoked my nerves, rendering me utterly uncomfortable. Is this the infamous scent of the Qiao family? In comparison, the fragrance of the Liu family seems remarkably gentle. I found it. Indeed, it was the work of the Qiao family. They must have departed not long ago. Suddenly, my grandmother spoke, and as I looked up, I saw her holding a segment of a black centipede. It was as thick as an electrical wire, its head missing, and from the severed end, a yellow-brown liquid oozed slowly. As I approached, the stench of the decapitated centipede struck me, reminiscent of the incense ash before the grave. My grandmother glanced nervously around, for we stood amidst the village cemetery, where other villagers were honoring their ancestors, yet no strangers were in sight. I lowered my voice and inquired, "Grandmother, what purpose does this blood centipede serve? What do the Qiao family intend to do?" I expressed my astonishment. This thing reeks terribly. What could one possibly want with it? Although blood centipedes belong to a lower tier of incense, their uses are indeed extensive. My grandmother shook the severed centipede in her hand and explained, when ignited, a blood centipede emits a fragrance that can numb the nerves of all surrounding centipedes, compelling them to serve the one who lights the incense. Before embarking on a venture into the tomb, those skilled in the art of tomb raiding ignite a stick of blood incense to gauge the depth of the burial site and the density of the air. Similarly, when calamities besiege a household, casting suspicion upon the ancestral grave, igniting a stick of blood incense can yield insights into the condition of the remains within, without the need for excavation. It appears that blood incense possesses a multitude of applications, and the Qiao family certainly knows how to profit from it. I furrowed my brow. The sudden appearance of the Qiao family at my grandfather's grave to light blood incense, coupled with the discovery of this severed centipede, implies that they have already explored my grandfather's resting place. What are they hoping to uncover? I could only speculate. My grandmother shook her head, pondering aloud. Their absence from our home suggests that their intentions do not revolve around the few sticks of incense we possess, indicating that what they seek is likely of far greater value. Of greater value? What could possibly surpass the remaining sticks of incense in our possession? After a lengthy contemplation, I replied, Grandmother, we need not overly fret for the moment. After all, they are merely probing the grave and have not resorted to excavation, which implies that their quarry does not lie within our home. My grandmother's expression grew grave. Zhenzhen, quickly call Shuyan and ask him to keep a vigilant eye on the activities surrounding the village in the coming days. My grandmother remained noncommittal. The Liu family has recently reopened their incense hall, and the appearance of the Qiao family at this delicate juncture fills me with an unsettling foreboding. My heart sank as I grasped her concerns. With the Liu family's incense hall back in business, countless eyes are likely watching in secrecy. We have accepted Feng Daji's invitation, and we must successfully complete the incense within a week to deem it a success. At that moment, the Qiao family appeared. Should they take action against Feng Daji and jeopardize this deal, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Liu family to establish themselves along this path in the future. Ever since Liu Jingchen departed last night, I had lost track of his whereabouts. To summon him, I would need snake incense, which I unfortunately did not possess. Unexpectedly, that very night, just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I received another call from Feng Daji. His words were somewhat slurred. Liu girl. Fragrance. I was so anxious that I began to perspire. What fragrance? What happened to you? Something was amiss with Feng Daji. Realizing this, I hastily ended the call and attempted to reach Tong Shuyan, but the line was busy. I was uncertain whether Tong Shuyan was fast asleep or preoccupied with other matters. I quickly donned my clothes and headed out, only to collide with a solid chest. Looking up, I met Liu Jingchen's profound gaze, his vertical pupils regarding me intently. He inquired, "What are you doing out so late?" Chapter 32. The beast is indeed a beast. This man appeared and disappeared unexpectedly, startling me. However, upon seeing him, I felt an overwhelming joy and urgently grasped his sleeve, exclaiming, "Feng Daji is in trouble. We must go to Tongxintang at once." I tugged at him to move forward, yet he remained still, confused. I looked at him. "Didn't you promise Feng Daji that you would assist with his family's matters? If we delay any longer, it may be too late." Liu Jingchen, however, showed no signs of urgency. He effortlessly lifted me into his arms, turned, and closed the door, sitting with me on the edge of the bed. It was only then that I noticed his pallor, which suggested fatigue. His large hand was caressing my waist, the implication unmistakable. I hastily pressed down on his hand, irritation evident in my voice. "Liu Jingchen, what are you doing?" The prospect of Feng Daji being in mortal danger weighed heavily on my mind, and yet he seemed preoccupied with such trivial pursuits, utterly astonishing to me. Liu Jingchen, however, disregarded my indignation, pulling me closer to kiss the back of my head. I whimpered in protest, but he deepened the kiss, having been well acquainted with how to manipulate my will. It wasn't long before I found myself yielding to him completely. He was eager, and after a brief interlude, once everything had concluded, I lay on the pillow, observing his visibly flushed complexion, tears welling in my eyes. Tonight was the night of the full moon, and Liu Jingchen certainly would not let such a prime opportunity to extract my essence for his own cultivation slip by. A beast is a beast. Even after attaining human form, his cold-blooded, merciless nature remained unchanged. As Liu Jingchen dressed, he remarked, "Didn't we say we were going to Tongxin Hall?" I bit my lip, internally cursing him to no end, yet I could only rise to prepare myself, hoping fervently that Feng Daji had not encountered serious trouble. Otherwise, by the time I reached him, his body might already be cold. Liu Jingchen walked ahead, and I hurried to catch up. Upon reaching the village entrance, I spotted the familiar small car belonging to Tong Shuyan. He too noticed us and promptly exited to open the door. Liu Jingchen and I settled into the back seat, and Tong Shuyan immediately started the engine. Curiosity got the better of me, and I inquired, "Brother Tong, what brings you here? I tried calling you earlier, but you didn't answer." Someone infiltrated the second floor of Tongxin Hall and lit incense, causing Feng Daji to faint. Tong Shuyan reported that our people are well hidden and can encircle at any moment to seize control of the situation. Liu Jingchen nodded, stating that there is no rush. The time has not yet come. In the early hours of yesterday, Shi Jun instructed me to secretly place personnel around Tongxin Hall. Tong Xuyan raised an eyebrow at me, reassuringly saying that with Shi Jun around, the Liu family's incense hall would remain safe. A complex emotion stirred within me, as it dawned on me that we had all been kept in the dark. What exactly was this man scheming? Tong Xuyan focused intently on driving, and the cabin fell silent once more. After a prolonged silence, I could no longer contain my curiosity and inquired, "If you anticipated trouble at Tongxin Hall, can you deduce who is behind it?" Liu Jingchen, with keen interest, looked at me and countered, "Oh, you know?" I recounted the events from my visit to my grandfather's grave today and connected it to the Feng family affairs, ultimately concluding, the one who lit the incense at Tongxin Hall tonight is most likely a member of the Qiao family, targeting the Liu family's incense hall. After I finished, Tong Xuyan concurred, "Liu girl, your analysis is likely correct." Liu Jingchen remained silent, his gaze fixed outside the window. I nudged him gently, persistently probing, "What do you think?" Suddenly, my face burned with embarrassment, and I furtively glanced at Tong Xuyan, fearing he might discern something from my expression. Lowering my head, I discreetly sniffed my clothes, relieved to find no unpleasant odors, which eased my anxiety. Reflecting on the recent events at home, I surmised that Liu Jingchen's actions were likely preparations for tonight's encounter with the Feng family. A wave of guilt suddenly surged within me. After all, Liu Jingchen is merely a serpent's bone sealed for over a century. His earlier demeanor clearly indicated that he is yet to fully recuperate. The actions he undertook were indeed aimed at enhancing his cultivation. However, tonight, he was also assisting me and contributing to the affairs of Inxiang Hall. I fidgeted with my fingers, nodding in acknowledgement, and cautioned him, "I will keep my distance. You must also be vigilant." The streets of Jiutong town are narrow, with storefronts closely lined on both sides. The advantageous location of Tongxintang allowed for a clear view of its facade from across the road. Yet, this evening, a thick fog enveloped the vicinity of Tongxintang, shrouding the surrounding shops in a ghostly white mist, while an unpleasant odor permeated the air. This scent, though not as rancid as that of blood incense, was equally pungent, wafting through the atmosphere and causing a sensation of lightheadedness, lulling me toward slumber. As I struggled to keep my eyes open, a small porcelain vial was presented before my nose, releasing a fragrant aroma that instantly invigorated my senses. Liu Jingchen pressed the vial into my hand, explaining, "The fog has been infused with a special spice that numbs the nerves. If you feel unwell, simply open the vial and inhale." I grasped the porcelain vial tightly, prepared to express my gratitude, when I heard Liu Jingchen lower his voice urgently, "Stay still and remain silent. He has arrived." Tong Xuyan had not turned on the headlights, and the vehicle was shrouded in the shadow of a large tree. He leaned over the steering wheel, holding his breath as he gazed ahead. Liu Jingchen placed a hand on my lower back, nearly enveloping me in his embrace, his eyes fixed intently on the front. After a moment, those chilling slit pupils suddenly narrowed. I quickly followed his gaze towards Tongxintang, just in time to see a dark figure dart into the mist. The silhouette moved with such swiftness that its features were indiscernible, yet a single glance left me frozen in place. What manner of creature was that? Judging by its stature, it appeared to be a robust man, towering at nearly 2 meters, with long legs and remarkable leaping ability, capable of effortlessly vaulting the height of 2 stories. However, its back arched like a camel's hump, protruding conspicuously. Perhaps it was merely my imagination, but I could have sworn I saw a long tail trailing behind it, the base resting on the ground, resembling a third leg. Chapter 33. The pain of the whip. Such a colossal being had made its way into the second floor of Tongxintang. It was certain that Feng Daji would be in trouble once more. I dared not exhale, instinctively clenching my fists, inadvertently brushing against Liu Jingchen's hand. He promptly enclosed my hand within his grasp. His hand was large and strong, the palm dry, instilling an inexplicable sense of safety. We waited in silence for 4 or 5 minutes, when suddenly several bright yellow lights surged within the mist of the second floor. Almost simultaneously, Tong Xuyan flung open the car door and dashed out. In the darkness, a dozen figures encircled from all directions, rushing into the Tongxin Hall alongside Tong Xuyan. I watched as several clusters of light ignited, their flames licking and dancing within the mist, growing deeper in hue. Gripping my collar, I transitioned from an initial sense of unease to a suffocating breathlessness, as those lights transformed into a blood-red glow. A searing pain struck me as if I were being lashed by multiple whips. I bit my lip, suppressing any cries, yet the whip-like agony drenched me in cold sweat, compelling me to stifle a whimper. Desperately, I turned to Liu Jingchen, my hands nearly tearing at his long robe. He gazed back at me, but in his eyes, I discerned not surprise or confusion, only forbearance and sorrow. He turned slightly, enveloping me in his embrace. The pain became unbearable, and I sank my teeth into his shoulder, stifling my cries. His large hand, imbued with genuine energy, gently caressed my back, warmth flowing through my pores, alleviating my suffering somewhat. I heard him softly reassuring me in my ear, "Do not fear, it will soon pass. Everything will be well shortly." I could not fathom the sudden intensity of my pain, nor could I comprehend how Liu Jingchen seemed to understand my torment and its source. Clenching his shoulder, I peered through it at the clusters of blood-red flames within the mist, watching as their colors gradually faded, ultimately dissipating into wisps of black smoke. With their disappearance, the pain coursing through me gradually subsided until it vanished entirely. Liu Jingchen sensed that I had finally relaxed in his embrace, and he softly inquired, "Are you feeling better?" I numbly nodded, my mind a tumultuous chaos. Liu Jingchen gazed deeply at me for a moment before alighting from the vehicle and hastily entering the Tongxin Hall. Alone in the dark, unlit car, enveloped by an eerie silence, I could distinctly hear the thudding of my own heartbeat, while a faint pain lingered on my back. Lifting my garment, I reached to touch the source of the ache, only to find my fingers stained with sticky blood. How could this be? Was there truly a wound? I was oblivious to the fierce battle unfolding within the Tongxin Hall. This night, several factions had converged, presumably all drawn towards the bone tile located in the small room on the second floor. The Qiao family, Liu Luoyuan, and Liu Jingchen. What arcane power did that bone fragment, a remnant of a fetal skull, possess to summon them here tonight? I fixated intently on the swirling mist surrounding the Tongxin Hall, awaiting the emergence of Liu Jingchen and the others. A profound dread gripped me, fearing that what might burst forth could be that monstrous entity or Liu Luoyuan himself. Suddenly, I heard the unsettling rustling sounds around me, and in a surge of panic, I glanced outside the car. Bathed in the dim light from the street lamps, I beheld a swarm of serpents, rodents, insects, and ants advancing towards my vehicle. These creatures were approaching me, yet the scent of the Buddhist bone sandalwood from my body was subdued by the snake bone bracelet, preventing it from wafting into the air. How were they drawn here? The cacophony of rustling sent shivers down my spine, prompting me to curl my legs atop the seat, clutching my knees to my chest, shrinking into the confines of my seat. Strangely, the snakes, rats, insects, and ants halted a few meters from the vehicle, forming a dark, dense circle around it. They neither advanced nor retreated, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, I recalled Liu Jingchen's words. He had mentioned that my body retained his scent, which would linger for 2 to 3 hours, temporarily ensuring my safety. It appeared he had not deceived me. 2 to 3 hours. Since we departed from Shun Shui village, barely over an hour had elapsed. Surely, they wouldn't persist in their attack for more than an hour without revealing themselves, would they? While I was lost in these thoughts, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from across the road, followed by the appearance of a young girl emerging from the mist. She appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, clad in athletic attire, sprinting towards the vehicle. In no time, she reached the side of the car, attempting to pull the door open. However, the doors were all locked tight. After several futile attempts, she leaned against the window, incessantly tapping and shouting at me, "Sister, open the door. Please, help me, I beg you." I gazed at the girl's delicate face, observing the terror and tears that marred her features, my heart a tumult of emotions. Rationality urged me not to open the door. It was the dead of night, and who could ascertain her true nature? How had she emerged from the fog and immediately identified this vehicle hidden in darkness? Yet, another thought crossed my mind. Could she be a child from a nearby shop, awakened by the sounds of conflict and fleeing in fear? No, that could not be. As she sprinted towards me, she traversed through the serpents, rodents, insects, and ants without a hint of hesitation or fear. Is there truly a young girl of her age who remains unafraid of such creatures, especially in such numbers? The force with which she pounded on the car window intensified, causing the vehicle to shake under her relentless assault, and her cries for help grew increasingly desperate. Summoning my courage, I dared to glance her way and was met with a visage twisted in terror. Suddenly, she ceased her frantic knocking, straightened her posture, and took 2 steps back, her large eyes fixed intently upon me. In that moment, The air seemed to freeze, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Then, I witnessed her lips curl into a smile directed at me. A wave of foreboding surged through me, and the snake bone bracelet on my wrist tightened uncomfortably. I widened my eyes, intent on not missing a single movement from her. I noticed, at some point, she had acquired a black incense stick. With a mere flick of her wrist, it ignited, emitting no sparks, only a dense plume of black smoke. She held the incense stick with both hands, her lips still curved in that haunting smile, bowing to me in a manner reminiscent of mourning the deceased. Once, twice, thrice. Chapter 34. Fragments of Celestial Bone in the Shroud of Night. I sat alone in the car, confronted by an enigmatic little girl outside, wielding a smoking incense stick devoid of any flame, bowing repeatedly in my direction. Even the strongest of hearts would surely be reduced to tears in the face of such a scene, would they not? I felt numb all over, my body trembling uncontrollably, as I clutched myself tighter in a futile attempt to find solace. After the little girl bowed to me 3 times, she placed an incense stick in front of my car door. Then, she stepped back 2 paces beneath the tree, yet did not leave. Continuing to gaze at me with a playful smile, she resembled a dormant wild beast, curiously observing the trapped creature before her. And I was that pitiful, ensnared beast. The incense burned rapidly, diminishing at a visible pace. As the black smoke spread, the surrounding snakes, mice, insects, and ants grew animated, inching closer. Soon, a mouse leapt onto the vehicle. Incense. I finally realized that the incense the little girl had placed on my car must be some form of incense. Only such incense could wield such power, inciting these creatures to attack me. If my assumptions were correct, this little girl must belong to the Qiao family. What connection did she have with that monstrous boy? It was they who had earlier visited my grandfather's grave, only to return seeking Feng Daji. More and more snakes, mice, and insects climbed onto the vehicle, driven mad by the incense, gnawing at the car's body. I found myself at a loss, for I had nothing at hand to defend myself. Liu Jingchen had anticipated that I might be attacked by these creatures and had taken preventive measures. However, he could never have foreseen the emergence of this little girl. Remaining in the car would inevitably lead to being overwhelmed by the encroaching snakes, mice, and insects. What if I took a desperate gamble and burst out of the car door? I glanced once more at the little girl standing beneath the tree, silently assessing the likelihood of her capturing me if I were to dash out through the opposite door. The outcome is that I am either to be devoured by snakes, rats, insects, and ants, or captured by the little girl, and the conclusion is unlikely to be favorable. The fragrant incense gradually burned away, and the car windows became infested with snakes, rats, insects, and ants. A crack echoed. I was uncertain which pane of glass shattered first. I could only hear the amplified sound of those creatures crawling. I seized a cushion from the car and desperately waved it around. Outside the window, the little girl erupted into a fit of giggles. She approached me with a smile, opened the shattered window, tilted her head, and said, "Sister, I'm coming in." I swung the cushion toward her head, but she caught it effortlessly, yanking it from my grasp. Then, she grasped my arm, forcefully pulling me outward. Despite her seemingly tender age of 13 or 14, her strength surpassed that of a grown man. She dragged me out of the car and pinned me to the ground. Her icy, elongated nails glided across my cheek, inching downward until she seized my throat, demanding in a harsh tone, "Tell me, where are the remaining fragments of the Celestial Bone?" Celestial Bone fragments? In an instant, I comprehended that the fragmented fetal skull from Feng Daji's household was, in fact, the Celestial Bone. This night, this assembly of people at the Heart Unification Hall had gathered to seize that piece of Celestial Bone. But why had they not acted before? A brief contemplation revealed the answer. It must be due to the sealing symbols on the inner side of that fragment. Liu Jingchen had mentioned that the sealing symbols were created by Liu Xiang, who had sealed that piece of skull. This night, amidst the enveloping mist, the flickering flames that emerged were, in fact, the result of the Qiao family's efforts to break the sealing talisman. Once the talisman was shattered, others revealed themselves, vying for the fragments of the Celestial Bone. Yet, I pondered, why did I endure the sharp sting of a whip at the moment the seal was broken? Could it truly be that I am? I dared not continue that train of thought, nor did I have the luxury of time to indulge in further speculation. The little girl clutched me so tightly that I could scarcely breathe, her teeth gritted. She pressed me hard. "Tell me, where have you hidden the other 3 fragments of the skull?" I shook my head with fervor, for I had never heard of such celestial bone fragments. Moreover, had she not already visited my grandfather's grave? Clearly, the girl did not believe my claims of ignorance. Her grip on my fingers tightened, her resolve unyielding. She even leaned down, inhaling deeply, greedily asserting, "They say you possess the innate bones of a Buddha, exuding the fragrance of sandalwood from birth. Why can I detect it?" However, it mattered not. While the bones of a Buddha may pale in comparison to the celestial ones, they still hold great nourishment. If you refuse to divulge the whereabouts of the celestial bone fragments, I shall consume you, rendering my visit tonight not in vain. As she spoke, she suddenly opened her mouth wide, a series of guttural sounds escaping her throat, and from the depths of her gullet emerged a black and white-ringed silver snake. Hissing as it flicked its tongue, terror gripped me, my eyes widening in fright as I struggled desperately to push her away, but her grip was as steadfast as iron, impervious to my efforts. My face grew crimson from the lack of oxygen, and my strength began to wane. The silver-ringed snake slithered forth, and just as I resigned myself to the fate of being consumed this night, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the space above my head. Immediately, a second and third light appeared beside me, the scene identical to that day at the Dragon King Temple. As the luminous orbs multiplied around me, the surrounding serpents, rodents, insects, and ants swiftly retreated. Those that lagged were scorched, instantly reduced to ashes. The little girl before me darted about in a futile attempt to evade the heat. Yet she was still singed, her delicate, fair face shedding a layer of skin, transforming into a rough and dull visage, as if she had aged 30 or 40 years in an instant. The monstrous figure moved so swiftly that I could scarcely discern his features. He had already seized the girl and flung her onto his back, vanishing rapidly into the darkness. I gasped for breath, my eyes scanning the area. And soon I spotted the silhouette of the lantern-bearing man not far away. He was still clad in that pale blue robe, holding a perpetual lamp, his form hazy and indistinct. I struggled to rise, unsteadily making my way toward him, yearning to grasp him and behold his face clearly. In previous encounters, his sudden appearances had startled me considerably, yet this time, I was certain he had aided me. Since his arrival, he had never exhibited any intent to harm me. Repeatedly offering assistance, he could not be a villain. However, before I could draw near, the lights surrounding me vanished, and the lantern man faded from my sight. Chapter 35. Let us perish together. This was the closest I had ever been to this enigmatic figure, and the clearest view I had obtained. I realized that his appearances were always abrupt, his silhouette ethereal, resembling more a being from another parallel realm than a corporeal human. Yet he recognizes me, perceives the peril I face, and possesses the ability to command countless eternal flames to rescue me. Who is he, and why does he choose to save me? A flurry of questions flickers through my mind as I lie on the ground, my abdomen writhing with pain, utterly devoid of strength. Sounds of conflict emanate from the direction of the Tongcentang, and I realize the fog has dissipated, leaving behind the lingering, unpleasant scent of the Qiao family's incense. I catch sight of two familiar figures bursting forth from the second floor of the Tongcentang, one clad in black and the other in white, entangled in a fierce struggle. Shadows dart from the shop towards my direction. Instinctively, I retreat, seeking a place to conceal myself. The events of this night fill me with dread, yet I am acutely aware that there is nowhere to hide. Soon, Tong Xian rushes over to me, helping me to my feet and leaning me against the back seat of a vehicle. He gazes at my numerous injuries and inquires, "Miss Liu, are you all right?" With a feeble shake of my head, my eyes remain fixed on the two combatants. They are evenly matched. Yet it is evident that Liu Luoyuan lacks the reckless determination of Liu Jingchen, ultimately leading to his defeat and retreat. As Liu Jingchen lands, he stumbles slightly. Leaning against a nearby utility pole, he presses a hand to his chest, taking a moment to regain his composure before striding towards the car. Tong Xian hastens to assist him, only to be rebuffed. I watch as Liu Jingchen approaches me, his complexion ashen, devoid of color. He reaches out, intending to touch my face and examine my wounds, but I evade his grasp. At that moment, my phone rang. I took it out to see that it was the village chief calling, and my heart sank. It was already past midnight. The village chief would not call me at such an hour without a reason. I hurriedly answered, and his anxious voice came through. "Zhenzhen, where have you been? Your grandmother has been abducted." I cried out in disbelief. "Who took her? Did you see? It was that monster from the Qiao family. They came to Jiutao town with the aim of obtaining the 4 fragments of the celestial bone, and since they failed to acquire the piece from the Xinxin Hall, they resorted to abducting your grandmother, likely to coerce you into surrendering the celestial bone fragment. I glanced at Liu Jingchen, realizing that the only way to save my grandmother was to seek his help. Yet, he had recognized the nature of the bone tablet the moment he encountered Feng Dajis and had orchestrated this scheme precisely to seize the celestial bone fragment. Surely, he would not easily part with something he had painstakingly acquired. Nevertheless, for the sake of my grandmother, I extended my hand towards him, my voice hoarse yet resolute. Serpent Lord, may I borrow the celestial bone fragment to rescue my grandmother? He moved closer to me, but I forcefully pushed him away, my emotions flaring. You intend to save my grandmother? How will you do that? The Qiao family seeks the celestial bone fragment, and you possess one, yet you refuse to part with it. You won't save her. You use the serpent bone bracelet to control me, exploiting my Buddhist bone physique to aid your cultivation. And the celestial bone is far more precious than the Buddhist bone. After all your efforts to obtain this fragment, how could you willingly relinquish it? The pain in my lower abdomen intensified, causing my entire body to tremble, tears of despair streaming down my cheeks. Yet, there are 4 fragments of the celestial bone. And currently, you possess only 1 fragment. An incomplete celestial bone holds little efficacy, does it not? I recall hearing from Aunt Huang San during my childhood that among the 206 pieces of Buddhist bone within me, one is the celestial bone. Liu Jingchen, Liu Xinyi, in my life. Disassemble my bones and locate that celestial fragment. I shall exchange it for the fragment you hold to save my grandmother's life. Will you? I grasped his hand, guiding it to my body, pressing it against each bone within me, pleading through tears. Feel for yourself. Discover which piece is the celestial bone. Take it directly. I implore you, save my grandmother. I beseech you. His hand rested on my lower abdomen, infused with vital energy. As waves of warmth surged into my core, alleviating my agony. Suddenly, I found myself laughing, tears cascading down as I retreated and clenched my fist. Striking my abdomen with force, Liu Jingchen seized my fist, restraining me, and shouted, Liu Jingchen, have you lost your mind? Indeed, I have lost my mind. You have driven me to madness. I erupted in rage, proclaiming that I am merely an ordinary student, orphaned since childhood, relying solely on my grandmother. Yet, upon your arrival, you have forced me, controlled me, drawing me into this endless vortex. I cannot escape, nor can I resist. I am incapable of protecting myself or saving my grandmother. You regard me as a vessel for nurturing the Buddhist bone, a furnace for your cultivation. What meaning does my existence hold, since you offer me no path to survival? Let us all perish together. At least my grandmother is still alive. However, she has now been taken captive, and the twisted individuals from the Qiao family are likely tormenting her. She is over 70 and cannot endure much. I pushed open the car door and, without a moment's hesitation, leapt out. My actions were sudden, leaving Tong Xian no time to hit the brakes before I tumbled to the ground. Pain engulfed me. My entire body ached. Yet, I summoned all my strength to rise slowly, walking in the opposite direction. If no one is willing to rescue my grandmother, then I shall save her myself. I would trade my own life for hers. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and my steps grew unsteady. Just as I felt I would collapse, Liu Jingchen rushed over, lifting me effortlessly. He bent down and cradled me in his arms. I attempted to push him away, but my strength had abandoned me. Just before I slipped into unconsciousness, I seemed to hear him say, When have I ever forced you? It has always been you who has pressured me. Chapter 36. Like a thorn in my throat in a moment of confusion followed by clarity, I realized Liu Jingchen had been vigilantly watching over my bedside. I roared like a small beast, reaching out to claw at him, only to find my hand passing through his form, grasping at nothing. It was only then that I truly quieted down, staring at my hand with furrowed brows. My hand passed through Liu Jingchen's body. I looked at him again, noticing his figure growing fainter, as if he could scarcely hold his form any longer. A sharp pain throbbed in my head. I pressed my palm against my temple, rubbing it vigorously. After a few moments of this, I finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing back onto the bed, slipping into unconsciousness. I had a dream in which I was perpetually engulfed by an unsettling odor, surrounded by a hazy gloom. I incessantly turned my body to survey my surroundings until my gaze fell upon an incense stick embedded in the ground. The incense, devoid of any embers, was exuding wisps of black smoke. In an instant, I recognized it as the ominous incense of the Qiao family. As I abruptly raised my head, I beheld a towering figure, a giant with a tail, carrying a young girl, standing behind the sinister incense. The girl smirked at me, her lips curling with a chilling smile, as she spoke in a voice devoid of warmth. Liu Jingchen, I grant you 1 month to gather 4 fragments of celestial bone. Bring them to me in exchange for your grandmother's life. Otherwise, a month hence, it will be the day of her demise. With that, the giant vanished, carrying her away. I jolted awake from the dream, my body enveloped in pain. The scent of the Qiao family's incense lingered in the air. I pinched the bridge of my nose, realizing that what I had just experienced was no mere dream. It was a message conveyed by the Qiao family through their malevolent incense. They had granted me a month to collect the 4 fragments of celestial bone, and for this duration, my grandmother was temporarily safe from harm. Sister Qin entered with a cup of hot water, and upon seeing me awake, she hurried out to summon Tong Xuyen. Leaning against the headboard, I was met with Tong Xuyen's approach, who said, Miss Liu, you have finally awakened. You have been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights. I inquired, where is Liu Jingchen? Despite my prolonged unconsciousness, I still recalled the moment my hand passed through Liu Jingchen's body, and the absence of his presence stirred unease within me. The Serpent Lord is in seclusion, was the response. Tong Xuyen poured me a cup of tea and, as he handed it to me, remarked, Dear Miss Liu, you are aware that the Snake Lord has been sealed for a century and has only recently emerged. His magical prowess has yet to be restored. Although he narrowly triumphed that night, he sustained considerable injuries. It was due to his weakened state that he could not maintain his corporeal form, resulting in my hand passing through him, leaving me unable to touch him. A tumult of emotions surged within me, rendering me momentarily speechless. Tong Xuyen then retrieved a small, square box from his bosom and presented it to me, stating that it was entrusted to him by Liu Jingchen for my hands alone. Upon accepting the box and opening it, I discovered the fragment of celestial bone nestled inside, accompanied by a talisman, presumably a newly crafted seal by Liu Jingchen. I was taken aback that he would part with such a precious relic. How could he bear to do so? Miss Liu, you have misunderstood the Snake Lord. Tong Xuyen said thoughtfully. He is aware that the Feng family possesses this bone tablet, and that there are unseen eyes upon them. He has instructed us to remain still, not only to seize this tablet, but also to bring closure to the Feng family's affairs. We have but 7 days to blend our essences. The complexities surrounding the Feng family, entangled for over 2 decades, present an insurmountable challenge to unravel. The Snake Lord cautioned against alarming the serpent. We must strike decisively. For with the meager forces at my disposal, success is unattainable. Liu Jingchen has only just re-emerged, and the Liu family's Yinxiang Hall has only recently reopened. He is without allies and has already found himself strained against the Qiao family. Furthermore, Liu Luoyuan is ever watchful. Contemplating this, I realized that Liu Jingchen's situation was indeed precarious. Tong Xuyen continued, in truth, the Snake Lord cares most for the dear maiden. Just a few days ago, he requested that I send a letter to his former subordinates, hoping to summon someone to protect her. They should be arriving shortly. I expressed my astonishment. Summon someone? To protect me? Tong Xuyen nodded. If we can bring capable individuals here, they could ensure your safety in critical moments. Yet, I remained acutely aware of my identity, the relationship I held with Liu Jingchen, and the serpent embryo within me. Fear had gripped me, making it exceedingly difficult to trust anyone. The more Tong Xuyen urged me, the more unsettled I became. Clutching the blanket tightly, I insisted, his intention in summoning someone is merely to monitor and control me, to prevent me from harming the serpent embryo within. He cannot be so benevolent. My words left Tong Xuyen momentarily speechless. He sighed, choosing not to defend Liu Jingchen any longer, and instead encouraged me to eat and rest well. During those 2 days, I remained in bed. Most of my injuries had nearly healed, save for the persistent pain from the whip marks on my back. These marks were not inflicted by a real whip, but were wounds born from the backlash of the sealing talisman, deep and severe, requiring time to mend. The sealing talisman, created by Liu Xiang, had been broken and its backlash inflicted upon me, a matter that troubled me greatly. Could it be? Could I truly be the reincarnation of Liu Xiang? I had once resisted this notion vehemently, unwilling to be anyone's substitute. Yet now, I was acutely aware that I could not escape this vortex, and I found myself at its very center. Unable to escape, I must devise a means of self-preservation. I must grow stronger to protect myself and my grandmother. If I am indeed the reincarnation of Liu Xiang, does that not imply that I still possess the opportunity to become formidable? On the 3rd day after my awakening, 2 unexpected visitors intruded upon the Tong family. That morning, Having just finished breakfast, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a slender young woman rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "Third brother, where are you?" Her eyes scanned the room, ultimately landing on me, and she froze in astonishment. Then, with a face full of disbelief, she pointed at me and screamed, Liu Xiang, it really is you." Having grown accustomed to such scenarios, I calmly replied, "I'm sorry. You've mistaken me for someone else. I am Liu Jingchen." Liu Jingchen. She regarded me with confusion, repeating my name several times before striding over, seizing my shoulder, and hoisting me up, dragging me towards the exit. I was bewildered by her forcefulness, struggling to maintain my balance as she pulled me along while furiously shouting, "I don't care if you're Liu Xiang or Liu Jingchen. As long as you bear that face, you must never appear before my third brother again. Haven't you caused him enough suffering already?" Chapter 37. Can my third brother still survive? My grandmother once recounted that a century ago, the Liu family committed a grievous error that angered the Serpent King, nearly leading to the annihilation of the entire Chun Shui village. It seems probable that it was this Liu Xiang who provoked Liu Jingchen. By this reckoning, Liu Xiang must be considered my ancestor. My forebear, you have truly brought me to the brink of ruin. The woman evidently possessed considerable strength, and she forcefully dragged me towards the threshold. I clung desperately to the doorframe, my hands refusing to let go. On this sweltering summer day, clad in short sleeves and shorts, my shirt was torn significantly during the struggle, exposing the whip marks on my back. Upon noticing the scars, she momentarily froze, then abruptly yanked my shirt open, causing me to scream in fright, unsure of where to shield myself. "Stop your incessant shouting, it's quite bothersome," she retorted, and with a flick of her wrist, I found myself thrust to the ground with a thud, wincing in pain, clearly taken aback by my lack of resilience. She furrowed her brows as she observed me, then crouched down, her slender fingers probing and pinching at my body. The more she pressed, the tighter her frown became, and she grasped my wrist to take my pulse, her gaze shifting as she inquired, "Where is your inner elixir? Your cultivation? How can you be so weak?" As a mere mortal, I possessed neither inner elixir nor cultivation. I pushed her hands away, rising to my feet while changing my clothes, declaring, "I have already told you. I am Liu Jingchen, not Liu Xiang. I am merely 19 years old. Events from over a century ago have no bearing on me." She leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, scrutinizing me without pretense. Her crescent-shaped eyes were striking, with elongated, slightly upturned outer corners that lent an alluring quality to her delicate features. However, her amber vertical pupils, reminiscent of Liu Jingchen's, exuded an air of aloofness when her expression turned cold. Once I had changed, she approached again, gripping my wrist and pulling me outside. She continuously led me to the parlor, where Tong Xuyin was engaged in conversation with a man clad in a dark robe. The man bore a striking resemblance to the woman, sharing the same crescent-shaped eyes, but his vertical pupils were of two distinct colors, one blue and one black. The moment he laid eyes on me, his pupils abruptly constricted, and I instinctively held my breath. The woman grasped my wrist and presented it to the man, exclaiming casually, "Brother, quickly check her pulse to see if it's a joyful one." The man extended his finger, resting it on my pulse, squinting for a considerable time before withdrawing his hand. He then nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is a joyful pulse, persisting for over a month. However, the pulse is weak and requires careful nurturing." The woman seized my collar once more, her demeanor frantic as she queried, "Is it my third brother's child? Can my third brother still conceive?" I felt a wave of frustration, wishing that Liu Jingchen could not bear children. I wasn't ready to bear his offspring yet. Suddenly, the woman burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking with mirth. "My third brother is truly remarkable. He has become akin to a serpent's bone, yet can still conceive. Brother, doesn't this indicate that his cultivation remains intact and quite formidable?" The man shot her a glare. The woman huffed at him and then knelt before me, gently patting my abdomen while mumbling, "Little ones, I'm your Annie. Auntie is here to protect you. No one will dare to bully you in the future." I shielded my belly from her touch, internally lamenting the reality that I would likely never have the chance to bring forth this child. However, whether this child were of Serpentine or sacred origin, it would be perilous for me. After much commotion, tranquility finally descended. Tong Xuyin stepped forward to introduce, "Miss Liu. These two are the aides summoned by Lord Shi to protect Inxiang Hall." The man introduced himself, "Greetings, Miss Liu. I am Liu Shui, and this is my twin sister, Liu Shua." Liu Shua waved at me, and when she smiled, a charming dimple appeared on her right cheek, presenting an air of innocence. The medicinal ointment was cool to the touch, seeping into the welts on my skin, swiftly alleviating the pain. Clutching a pillow, I felt a sense of relaxation wash over me as I engaged in casual conversation with Liu Shuhe. "Are you the younger siblings of Liu Jingchen?" I inquired. "Oh. We certainly lack that kind of reincarnation skill," Liu Shuhe replied. "Over 3 centuries ago, my brother and I were pursued by enemies, and it was our third brother who saved us. Since then, we have been by his side, serving as his right and left hands." She paused, seemingly intentionally poking at my wound, and indignantly continued, "If it hadn't been for the chaos that ensued a century ago, our third brother Wunti have disbanded in Xianghao, and we Wunti have been confined north of the Qinling Mountains for 100 years, an entire century. Do you have any idea how we siblings have endured these years?" Feeling inexplicably guilty, I asked, "How did you manage?" The medicine had been applied, and I turned to sit up, seizing the opportunity to inquire further about matters that piqued my curiosity. After all, it had been over a month, and I had finally encountered someone like Liu Shuhe who possessed knowledge. I could not let this chance slip away. What exactly transpired a century ago? Is it Liu Xiang who has reduced Liu Jingchen to nothing but a serpent skeleton? What is Liu Xiang's true identity? Liu Shuhe widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "How could you know nothing?" I shrugged helplessly and replied, "I've mentioned it countless times. I am merely 19 years old, named Liu Jingchen. A century ago, I was unaware of my existence in some field as a wandering spirit." Liu Shuhe chuckled softly, pouting as she said, "You are nothing like Liu Xiang. That despicable woman, relying on her awakened celestial bone, possesses extraordinary talent for cultivation. With her control over the fragrance of darkness and her accumulation of merit, she maneuvers among several men, nearly leading my third brother to his demise. I vow to be her eternal nemesis across lifetimes." Chapter 38. Yunxi. Liu Shuhe's words struck me with such weight that I struggled to fully comprehend them. My demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as I inquired, "What is an awakened celestial bone? Does awakening it grant the ability to cultivate? Are you not born with the Buddha's bone? How could you be unaware of the concept of an awakened celestial bone?" Liu Shuhe chattered on. "Those born with the Buddha's bone possess a hidden celestial bone within them. As long as one can locate this celestial bone and open their meridians, they can awaken it and then cultivate just like us." Instinctively, I grasped her hand and continued to ask, "How can one find the celestial bone?" "That would require the assistance of an experienced elder with high cultivation." Liu Shuhe pondered before responding, "My third brother should be able to help. Thus, it is highly probable that Liu Jingchen is aware of which of my bones is the heavenly bone. Now, having bestowed upon me the fragments of the heavenly bone obtained from Feng Daji, does this not subtly indicate that he has never truly contemplated harming me? Or is he merely biding his time, waiting for a day of reckoning?" Setting this matter aside for the moment, I inquired further, "What transpired a century ago? And how did Liu Xiang bring misfortune upon your third brother?" Upon the mention of Liu Xiang, Liu Shuhe clenched his teeth in fury. A century prior, this region was ravaged by a particularly severe plague. My elder brother, a master of medicine, dispatched the 2 of us to heal the afflicted, while our third brother was preoccupied with a momentous tribulation, secluding himself in meditation. I could never have anticipated that the events of that year would unfold in such a manner. Ever since I beheld the portrait Liu Jingchen painted of Liu Xiang at the Tong family estate, I had presumed them to be a pair of deeply enamored lovers. Yet, it now appears that Liu Jingchen may have been the sole one to have fallen hopelessly in love. Furthermore, did not Liu Luoyuan once inform me that Liu Xiang was his deceased wife? Thus, it seems Liu Jingchen harbored unrequited love for Liu Xiang, while she and Liu Luoyuan shared a genuine affection. How ruthless Liu Xiang must be. Even if she did not love him, she should not have inflicted such torment upon Liu Jingchen. It was nothing short of a form of torture. No wonder Liu Jingchen's love turned to hatred. Suddenly, I recalled the whip scars on my back. If I truly am the reincarnation of Liu Xiang, then Liu Jingchen must harbor a profound enmity towards me, wishing to flay me alive and subject me to the excruciating torment he once endured without cause. At the thought of this, my heart sank. Liu Shuhe regarded my pale visage and inquired, "Are you feeling unwell? Why hasn't the medicine my brother prepared for you been ready yet? Allow me to check on it." I leaned against the headboard, my thoughts a tumultuous storm. Regardless of the circumstances, remaining near Liu Jingchen was perilously fraught with danger. However, severing his control over me would inevitably lead to an equally grim fate. There were countless malevolent forces lurking, fixated upon me. Thus, the only path before me was to embrace the ancient practice of opening the heavenly bones, crafting the incense of the underworld, accumulating merit, and following in the footsteps of Liu Xiang's cultivation journey. Only by cultivating true strength could I safeguard my own life and protect those I cherished. Before long, Liu Shuhe returned, bearing a bowl of steaming, dark medicinal concoction. Observing me as I drank, she patted her chest and assured, "Rest assured, Zhenzhen, with my brother here, we will ensure your health is restored splendidly, and I will raise my little nephews and nieces to be robust." Since the revelation of my pregnancy, Liu Shuhe's demeanor towards me had undergone a complete transformation. She now regarded the protection of my burgeoning life as her paramount duty, determined to safeguard this hard-won lineage for her third brother. A couple of days later, Feng Daji arrived at the Tong residence with a plethora of gifts, expressing his profound gratitude for the life-saving assistance. I observed him, radiant and dignified in a sleek black suit, his slicked-back hair gleaming, and felt a genuine sense of joy for him. At long last, Feng Daji, in his 40s, was on the cusp of embracing the normalcy that had long been rightfully his. I was sincerely happy for him and casually inquired, "How has business been at your shop lately?" The altercation that transpired that night nearly demolished Tongxin Hall. Over the past few days, I have been recuperating while simultaneously overseeing some renovations to the establishment. Feng Daji, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked that although I have yet to officially reopen, several clients have already sought our services. Now that the malevolent forces have been dispelled and the Feng family's antique business has gained widespread acclaim, I am confident that commerce will flourish henceforth, all thanks to your benevolence, Miss Liu. I smiled gently and replied, "It seems we have mutually aided one another." Initially, Feng Daji had presented a formal request, imploring us to unveil the true culprit behind the Feng family's plight. Our investigation revealed that a resentful wealthy merchant had conspired to procure spices from the Qiao family, thereby disrupting the efficacy of the domino spell, which resulted in its backlash against the Feng family. That fateful night, the Qiao family employed a sinister incense to break the seal of the domino spell, allowing Liu Jingchen to seize the shards of the celestial bone, liberating the Feng family from their nightmarish ordeal. In doing so, we also succeeded in forming a bond, marking the inaugural transaction for the Liu family's Incense Hall. A mix of joy and sorrow filled my heart. Had my grandmother known of this development, she would have been utterly elated. Alas, she remains unaware of her current tribulations. With this thought weighing on my mind, I turned to Feng Daji and said, "There is a matter upon which I seek your assistance." Feng Daji promptly responded, "Miss Liu, your affairs are my own. Please, do not hesitate to let me know what you require." I stated earnestly, the Feng family has been trading antiques for 3 generations, with extensive connections and a multitude of contacts in both the spiritual and material realms. After the reopening of Tongxin Hall, you will not only be selling goods but also acquiring them, correct? Feng Daji nodded in affirmation. I continued, saying, "What I would like to entrust you with is to keep a vigilant eye out for objects that resemble the previous domino, particularly those bearing similar runes on their inner sides. If anyone attempts to sell one, please procure it on my behalf. Money is not an issue." Feng Daji appeared somewhat troubled, responding, "I can certainly recognize similar objects at a glance, but the runes on the inner side of that domino are akin to cryptic symbols. I simply cannot recall them. After all, runes tend to look rather alike. Those symbols are etched in my mind, yet my hand, clutching the pen, feels as though it bears an insurmountable weight. Each stroke feels as if it extracts a fragment of my very life. Large beads of sweat cascade down my forehead, and the snake bone bracelet on my left wrist tightens unrelentingly, while the whip scars on my back throb with a dull ache. Drip, drip. Blood trickles onto the paper, instantly diffusing, and I cannot discern whether my vision is faltering, but it appears that the runes I inscribed are coming to life. Writhing upon the page. Chapter 39. Desperate measures, those runes twisted and intertwined, ultimately coalescing into the visage of an infant. The child pouted, weeping, with blood tears cascading down, sobbing plaintively. "Mother, do not kill me. I beseech you, mother." "Who is he? Whom is he calling mother? Who wishes to take his life?" My hands trembled, my head throbbed painfully, and I appeared on the verge of collapse. Seated beside me, Feng Daji abruptly rose, grasping my arm and exclaiming, "Miss Liu, what is happening? Why is your hand bleeding?" I grasped the pen, my entire being swayed. The world before me dimmed intermittently. and the air was filled with the plaintive cries of an infant. Mother! Mother! I also heard the frantic shouts of Feng Daji. Before long, Liu Shuhe burst into the room. I felt her shaking my body, calling my name. A wave of dizziness enveloped me, and I softly collapsed. In the haze of unconsciousness, I seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, babbling incoherently. Yet upon awakening, I remembered nothing. Liu Shuhe stood vigil by my bedside, and upon seeing me regain consciousness, she hurriedly supported me against the headboard, her brow furrowed with concern. How do you feel? Is there anywhere else that aches? I wearily shook my head. Aside from a general fatigue, I wondered what had befallen me. My brother mentioned that I had been harmed by the backlash of the sealing talisman. Liu Shuhe, vexed, remarked. You yourself declared that you are not Liu Xiang. Why on earth would you attempt to draw her self-created sealing talisman? That thing is so perilous that even I would not dare to touch it. And you, a mere mortal. Was I truly so adversely affected by the sealing talisman? The last time Liu Jingchen held my hand and taught me to draw these talismans, I felt discomfort. But it was not nearly as severe as this incident. I glanced at the window. It was dark outside. Checking my phone, I realized it was already after dinner. As I was speaking, Liu Shuyi and Tong Xuyan approached me. Liu Shuyi once again took my pulse, his expression grave. Miss Liu, your condition is deteriorating. It may not solely stem from your recent injuries and their backlash, but could also be due to. Liu Shuyi hesitated. Yet I immediately understood. It must be related to pregnancy, right? For someone like me, bearing a child could very well be a death sentence. Liu Shuyi gave me a light jab, pouting, "Stop talking nonsense." She then turned to Liu Shuyi and inquired, "Brother, do you mean to say that Zhenzhen's current pregnancy is not that of a serpent, but rather?" It is still too early to discern, Liu Shuyi contemplated. Yet regardless of whether it is a serpent or a Buddha's bone, Miss Liu's body cannot be sustained by medicine alone. We must wait for third brother to emerge. Liu Shuhe, puzzled, retorted, but third brother is not a doctor. If you cannot cure her ailment, what use is waiting for him? That would be counterproductive, wouldn't it? Liu Shuyi shot her a glare, his words vague. You are but a child. You wouldn't understand. Do not pry. Liu Shuhe, taken aback, protested, hands on her hips. Brother, I am nearly 500 years old. You are the only one who still treats me like a child. Is there anything that cannot be shared with me? I apologize. Liu Shuyi replied, then took Liu Shuhe by the arm and left. Even as they walked away, Liu Shuhe continued to vocally express her indignation. I must admit, I felt a twinge of envy towards Liu Shuhe. She is forthright and candid, expressing her likes and dislikes openly. Despite growing up, she still has a brother to care for and protect her. If I had an elder brother or sister, perhaps I would not have to bury everything in my heart, with no one to confide in. At this moment, I find myself yearning for my grandmother. Tong Xuyan offered me some comforting words and then asked Sister Qin to prepare some chicken soup for me. Sister Qin stayed with me for quite some time, engaging in conversation and ensuring I was comfortable before she departed. Lying in bed, sleep eludes me. I am now more than a month into my pregnancy. By the 2-month mark, an ultrasound can usually reveal the shape and skeletal structure of the fetus, allowing one to ascertain whether I carry a snake's spirit or a Buddha's bone. If not for these unfortunate events, in just over 10 days, I would have been preparing to return to school. However, it seems I must first apply for a leave of absence and wait for future opportunities. One let out a bitter laugh. What opportunities remain? I am uncertain if I can even survive this pregnancy, and the future appears indefinitely distant. Yet, as the night deepened, I began to experience relentless vomiting, feeling utterly drained. Even lifting a finger became a Herculean task. Eventually, I found myself in a haze, perceiving a multitude of figures in my room, some floating, some standing. Others hanging upside down. They lingered in my space, tongues lolling, drooling, with eyes filled with insatiable greed, as if awaiting something. I heard Liu Shuhe repeatedly calling my name, imploring me not to succumb, while Liu Shuyi commanded everyone to restrain me for an injection. They toiled for what felt like an eternity, and ultimately, it seemed Liu Shuyi inserted a silver needle into my philtrum. I gasped for air, regaining a semblance of consciousness. And then Tong Xuyan pressed a stick of incense into my hand. I heard him nervously say, "Dear maiden, when you left the Tong family that day, your grandmother entrusted me with the remaining pieces of the soul-reviving incense, instructing me that if your life were ever in peril, you should ignite this incense to prolong your existence. Quickly light it." Liu Shuhe pressed a lit match into my hand, almost gripping my wrist, directing the flame towards the soul-reviving incense. As the fire approached, she released her hold, Trembling, I ignited the incense, and wisps of blue smoke enveloped me, bringing a sense of relief. After a while, Lu Shuha sighed in relief, saying, "Finally, no more vomiting, and there's a bit of color returning to your cheeks. This soul-reviving incense truly works." However, Lu Shudi's expression was grave. He kept a watchful eye on my condition, urging everyone to disperse and not crowd around my bedside. I leaned against the headboard, holding the soul-reviving incense, feeling a chilling sensation gathering beneath my abdomen, while a phlegm lodged in my throat stubbornly refused to budge. The incense burned too rapidly, as if someone were blowing upon it incessantly. In less than 15 minutes, it had dwindled to the end, with the embers scorching my hand. Yet I remained unresponsive. Chapter 40. Yunxi. I plunged into an abyss of darkness, sensing myself adrift, yet a formidable force tugged at me, drawing me closer. "Xiang, is it truly you? How did you come to be here?" A strange man's voice suddenly resonated, and the dim light gradually pierced through the shadows, illuminating my surroundings. As far as the eye can see, there exists an expanse of everlasting lanterns. Thousands of these glowing lights are scattered across the sandy terrain, and at the horizon lies a tumultuous river of darkness, resembling an endless black line that separates the golden sands from the distant shadows. A man stands nearby, holding a lantern in his hand. His hair is tied high, resembling a wolf's tail, with two pale blue ribbons cascading down, lending him an air of youthful vigor and charm. His captivating peach blossom eyes reveal a mixture of surprise and uncertainty as they lock onto mine, but soon, a hint of panic flickers across his face as he inquires, "Xiang, how did you end up here?" In that moment, I recognize him as the enigmatic figure who has unexpectedly appeared in my life before, rescuing me with his eternal light. Yet this time, there is a distinct clarity in his features. I can hear his voice and engage in conversation. I glance around and ask, "Where is this place? And who are you?" The man hesitates, seemingly grappling with his words before finally revealing, "I am Yunxi. Xiang, have you truly forgotten me?" I shake my head. "I did not know you before, but I am aware that you saved me, so regardless, thank you." A flicker of hurt crosses Yunxi's eyes as he murmurs, "Have you really forgotten everything?" I look at him, somewhat at a loss, and cautiously respond, "You must have mistaken me for Liu Xiang." "I am not Liu Xiang. My name is Liu Jingchen." "I know." Yunxi promptly replied, "No matter how you change, I will never mistake you. So, let us reintroduce ourselves. Zhenzhen, I am Yunxi, and you may call me Brother Hu." From his words, I could ascertain that there exists a mysterious connection between me and Liu Xiang. Perhaps I truly am the reincarnation of Liu Xiang. Moreover, it seems that this Yunxi has his own entanglements with Liu Xiang. Could he be one of Liu Xiang's intimate companions? Did Liu Shuha not mention that Liu Xiang once navigated the affections of several men? However, Yunxi did not impose his feelings for Liu Xiang upon me. He saved my life and approached me with the intent to reconnect, which left me with a particularly favorable first impression of him. Thus, I naturally addressed him as Brother Hu. Perplexed, I inquired, "Brother Hu, have I died?" Here, the air was thick with swirling yellow sand, stretching endlessly before my eyes. At the end of the dark river lay nothing but abyss, and the chilling winds surrounded me, yet the flames of the thousands of eternal lamps remained unwavering. This place must be the road to the Yellow Springs. I recall the icy pain in my lower abdomen before I coughed up black blood. I must have genuinely been pregnant with the Buddha's bone fetus. Yet I was too frail, barely enduring for over a month before the Buddha's bone fetus led to my demise. Dead. Perhaps death is a form of liberation. The only thing I cannot let go of is my grandmother. The mere thought of her brings forth a wave of sorrow. "For shards of celestial bone?" Yunxi suddenly exclaimed, gritting his teeth. "How dare they send you to retrieve those 4 shards?" I was taken aback. "Brother Hu, do you know about those 4 shards of celestial bone?" Upon concluding my words, he shoved me gently, and I found myself ascending once more, the rush of wind swirling around my ears. Soon, I plunged back into a realm of darkness. Yet this time, I clutched a perpetual lamp in my hand. The dim, golden light pierced through the obscurity, reminiscent of rebirth, akin to hope. Yunxi's voice echoed through the void, faint yet discernible. "Zhenzhen, we shall meet again soon." "Liu Jingchen, awaken, I implore you. How cruel of you to abandon me thus." A torrent of warmth seeped through my pores, infiltrating my very being. I recognized it as true energy. Wasn't Liu Jingchen in seclusion? Hadn't he sustained grave injuries, rendering him unable to maintain his human form? How could he possibly bestow upon me his vital essence? Yet, why did I feel an excruciating pain coursing through my body, a fiery agony slicing through my throat like a blade? Lord Snake, something is amiss. A perpetual lamp has inexplicably appeared beside your altar in the Dragon King Temple, and no matter how we try, we cannot lift it. A perpetual lamp? I clenched my right hand, feeling nothing within it. Where was the lamp who Yunxi had given me? Had Zhenzhen's right hand moved just now? Lu Shuha's voice was filled with astonishment. I exerted effort to lift my eyelids. Light invaded my senses, causing discomfort. I closed my eyes momentarily to rest, then gradually reopened them, only to find Liu Jingchen staring at me with bloodshot vertical pupils. In haste, I shut my eyes once more. Yet, Liu Jingchen had already realized that I was awake. He grasped my right hand and, in a hoarse voice, inquired, "Zhenzhen, you have returned to life, haven't you?" With my eyes closed, I lay there, feeling so unwell that I could not muster the strength to utter a single word. Chapter 41. Go and seek him out. Him? I abruptly opened my eyes, attempting to sit up, but the pain coursing through my body made me grit my teeth. Liu Jingchen tenderly supported my upper body, almost cradling me as he propped me against the headboard, placing a pillow behind my back for comfort. During this tender moment, everyone else in the room discreetly exited, leaving just the two of us. Why was he speaking with such a mocking tone? Still possessing the energy to bicker with me, it seemed he had truly recovered. Liu Jingchen smiled instead of frowning, gently touching my cheek and softly saying, "You have become quite gaunt. I will have Shuyi come in to take your pulse, prescribe medicine, and help restore your health." Having said this, he stood up, ready to leave. I grasped his sleeve tightly, almost blurting out, "I want to open the heavenly bones." "Liu Jingchen, please assist me." In the past, I had been fearful of Liu Jingchen, worried that he would transfer his hatred for Lu Xiang onto me, that he would take it out on my grandmother and the entire Qinshui village. However, after traversing the road of the underworld, I had relinquished all my fears. What was there to dread? At worst, it would simply result in death. My life was something I could willingly cast aside at any moment. Yet it appeared that there were too many people in this world who did not wish for my demise, Liu Jingchen being one of them. Since they did not want me to die, I must live well. If I could not rely on others, I would strive to depend on myself. I fixed my gaze upon him resolutely. He tugged at his sleeve, and I gripped tighter, repeatedly asserting, "I seek the heavenly bone. If you refuse to assist me, I shall await Brother Hu's arrival. If that fails, Liu Luoyuan may yet lend his aid." Liu Luoyuan. Liu Jingchen seized my elevated chin, reprimanding me furiously. "Dare you invoke his name?" I had always been aware that Liu Luoyuan, like Lu Xiang, was Liu Jingchen's Achilles heel. Mentioning him could incite Liu Jingchen's wrath. Overcome by emotion, I began to cough, a faint metallic sweetness rising in my throat. Liu Jingchen swiftly released me, channeling his vital energy into my back until I regained my composure. Then remarked, "To pursue the heavenly bone, you must first nurture your body. Otherwise, the agony of the heavenly bone will be unbearable." "I shall take good care of my health," I replied, though the Buddha bone fetus within me nearly brought me to the brink of death. Its will to let me live was beyond my control. After expressing this, he turned to leave. I had many more questions to pose, particularly regarding Hu Yunxi and his grievances with Lu Xiang. Yet, it was evident that he was disinclined to discuss such matters at present, and his countenance was far from agreeable, so I refrained from pressing further. There would be time for inquiries later. Lu Shuyi arrived shortly after taking my pulse. He marveled, "Miss Liu is indeed extraordinary. Just a week ago, your pulse was faint and dim, yet now it has revived, bursting forth with vitality." I inquired, "What of the Buddha bone fetus's influence on me?" "This child of yours may not be a Buddha bone fetus," he replied. Li Shy was uncertain. "Previously, your pulse was faint, and I could only detect a pregnancy pulse. However, when I examined you just now, I discerned more than one slippery pulse." I inquired, "What does that signify?" "It indicates that Miss L is carrying not a singleton, but at least twins, and currently, the fetal condition is stable," Li Shy stated truthfully. "If they were bone Buddha fetuses, they would not only harm the maternal body but also engage in fierce competition for nutrients within the womb, making peaceful coexistence impossible. So, what I'm carrying is, in all likelihood, snake fetuses." I felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Li Shy continued, "I will prescribe several doses of medicine to be decocted and delivered shortly. Throughout the pregnancy, Miss L and the Snake Lord should maintain close proximity, as it will benefit the stability of the fetuses and the delivery in a few months." Li Shy, as a physician, spoke candidly, but I felt my face flush with heat. To ask me to proactively seek closeness with Li Jingchen was utterly impossible. I remained in bed for 3 more days, after which I was able to get out of bed and move about. The injuries I had sustained both internally and externally had mostly healed. During these 3 days, Li Jingchen did not appear. On the evening of the 3rd day, at my insistence, Li Sh accompanied me to the Dragon King Temple. Li Sh pointed to the eternal lamp and said, "On the day you awoke, this eternal lamp suddenly appeared in the Dragon King Temple. It cannot be moved, no matter how hard one tries. It is quite peculiar." I offered incense and bowed before the memorial tablet, then reached out to lift the eternal lamp, but I could not budge it. The eternal lamp seemed as if it had been welded onto the offering table. Undeterred, I persevered in my attempts. Recalling how effortlessly I had once carried the everlasting lamp when Yunxi entrusted it to me, Liu Luoyuan, suppressing her amusement, jested, "Zhenzhen, do not be so obstinate. Were you to lift the lamp with such ease, it would be a slight to my own capabilities." Although merely an everlasting lamp, it had, in the hands of Yunxi, saved my life on several occasions, instilling within me a sense of reverence. After offering my respects, I settled into a meditative posture upon the prayer cushion before the altar. The mingled scents of incense from the Dragon King Temple and the subtle fragrance emanating from the everlasting lamp filled me with tranquility. Seated beside me, Liu Luoyuan inquired, "Zhenzhen, are you not curious about the origins of this everlasting lamp?" Yunxi. Liu Luoyuan's voice escalated abruptly, her fists clenching audibly, her entire demeanor bristling with agitation. "That odious fox dares to show his face again." I furrowed my brow, perplexed. "Odious fox?" "It is hardly surprising," Liu Luoyuan continued, venting her frustration. "With the reopening of the Liu family's Incense Hall, his business has resumed. How could he possibly overlook the opportunity to exploit you as a lucrative prospect?" I found myself struggling to comprehend her words. What business? What lucrative prospect? The incense trade, of course, Liu Luoyuan elucidated. A significant portion of the Liu family's incense ingredients are acquired through commerce in the mortal realm, while the remaining fraction is obtained through transactions with the underworld. Of this smaller portion, only 10% is procured directly from netherworld officials. The remaining 90% originates from a place known as Changming Station. The Changming Station is situated at the boundary between Yin and Yang, and its proprietor is none other than Yunxi. In Chapter 42, titled Zhenzhen, "You Need Me," the connection becomes apparent. Yunxi, as the owner of Changming Station, residing at this mystical juncture, makes it quite reasonable for him to appear during my soul's wanderings in the Yellow Springs. No wonder I felt as though he existed in an alternate realm every time he manifested before me. Intrigued, I inquired, "Since Yunxi has business dealings with the Liu family, you must consider him a friend. Why does your tone suggest enmity towards him?" It turns out that Yunxi played a significant role in bringing down Liu Jingchen. Hence, it's no surprise that both Liu Jingchen and Yunxi are rather reticent when mentioning one another. They are indeed adversaries. However, in comparison to Liu Luoyuan, Liu Jingchen's animosity towards Yunxi doesn't seem as profound as one might expect. Otherwise, he would not tolerate the presence of this everlasting lamp. My mind raced, nearly overheating with curiosity, compelling me to urge Liu Luoyuan to elaborate on Yunxi. The Liu family's ancestry is rooted in the incense business, with the 3rd brother serving as the guardian of the incense hall, while my brother and I only joined him 3 centuries ago. It is worth noting that the 3rd brother's acquaintance with Yunxi predates our own. According to my knowledge, prior to the emergence of Liu Xiang, Yunxi seldom ventured into the earthly realm. He is a descendant of the nine-tailed fox, and Changming Station was bequeathed to him by his mother. I recall my 3rd brother mentioning that Yunxi requires a specific pass to traverse the earthly realm. As we reached this point, Liu Luoyuan pulled me aside and earnestly advised, "Zhenzhen, Yunxi is nothing but a morally bankrupt romantic. He must be viewing you as a mere substitute for Liu Xiang, which is why he gifted you the everlasting lamp. Please do not be foolish. Do not forsake my 3rd brother, such a wonderful man, to become someone else's stand-in." I let out a bitter smile, replying, "Liu Jingchen might not see me as anything but a replacement for Liu Xiang as well. Although it is highly likely that I am indeed the reincarnation of Liu Xiang, I have emerged as an entirely new being after my rebirth. It is profoundly unjust for them to entangle me in the grievances of a century past. I vehemently resist their attempts to project their feelings for Liu Xiang onto me. I refuse to be anyone's substitute, even if that individual is a reflection of my former self." Lu Shua, struck by my words, puffed her cheeks. At a loss for how to counsel me, I extinguished the light, lying in bed, tossing and turning in restlessness. Liu Jingchen, Liu Luoyuan, Yunxi, Liu Xiang. The events of a century ago captivated me deeply. If I could unravel the connections between these four individuals, might I find a way to extricate myself from this vortex? With this thought, I recalled the notebook my grandmother had given me, which chronicled a type of incense known as Shilingxiang. Shilingxiang belongs to the category of high-grade incense. Igniting it requires a certain level of cultivation and possesses the ability to trace one's past lives. If memory serves me correctly, one of the 10 ancestral incense sticks passed down through the Liu family is indeed Shilingxiang. Currently, only 7 of those incense sticks remain, safeguarded by Tong Shuyan. When the time comes, I shall request it from Tong Shuyan, who will undoubtedly oblige. The crux of the matter is that I currently lack any cultivation, rendering the use of the spirit incense futile. What am I contemplating? Suddenly, the bed behind me sank, and almost instantly, Liu Jingchen's solid chest pressed against me. With a sweeping motion, he enveloped me in his embrace. I froze, instinctively shutting my eyes to feign sleep. In the darkness, I sensed him drawing closer, his cool lips brushing against my ear, trailing downwards with exquisite slowness. I held my breath, paralyzed, yet his palpable presence was impossible to disregard. Liu Jingchen rarely exhibited such patience with me. It seemed that after my resurrection from death, his demeanor had shifted, becoming less abrasive than before. Ultimately, I could no longer contain myself and gently pressed his hand, murmuring, "Stop." However, he paid no heed to my pleas, whispering seductively in my ear, "Zhenzhen, you need me." Upon glancing at my phone, I was startled to find a call from my counselor. Hastily, I wrapped myself in the blanket and sat up to answer. After concluding the call, I rose to prepare for the day. Just then, Liu Shua arrived to summon me for breakfast. I informed her that I would be stepping out after the meal. "I'll accompany you," Liu Shua replied. "My task from Third Brother is to protect you, wherever you go. I shall follow." Initially, I intended to decline, considering the inconvenience it might cause. Yet, recalling the potential dangers outside, I relented, saying, "Very well, you may come with me. But let it be understood that you are merely my companion. Do not disturb my classmates or teachers, understood?" Liu Shua assured me with a pat on her chest. "Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion." To my utter astonishment, Liu Shua turned out to be an adept driver, possessing a valid license and exhibiting remarkable skill behind the wheel. Having had a restless night, I seized the opportunity to catch up on sleep during our journey. Liu Shua accompanied me to our dormitory, which houses 4 occupants in total. Upon entering, I found Qian Yuming and Xiong Fangfang already present. They greeted me warmly with embraces and generously shared local delicacies they had brought from home. Among them was Jiang Xinya, a strikingly beautiful girl with an oval face and willow-like brows, her slender figure accentuated by her luminous fair skin. Our personalities complemented each other splendidly, and as soon as she spotted me, she rushed forward for a hug. I extended my arms in anticipation, but suddenly, Liu Shua dashed over, gripping Jiang Xinya by the neck and forcefully pinning her against the door. The unexpected turn of events sent shockwaves through my other 2 roommates, who screamed in alarm. I quickly called out, "Shua, what are you doing? Let Xinya go. You might hurt her." Yet, Liu Shua maintained her grip. Her voice icy as she demanded, "Speak. Who sent you here?" Chapter 43, The Token of Affection. Liu Shua's movements were swift and fierce, her amber vertical pupils narrowing menacingly, instilling fear in Jiang Xinya, who burst into tears. Xiong Fangfang, known for her volatile temper, immediately charged at Liu Shua, exclaiming, "Who are you? Why are you attacking my roommate? Be careful. I'll call the police and have you arrested." Liu Shua turned her gaze to Fangfang, baring her elongated fangs, her serpent-like teeth glinting ominously. Xiong Fangfang and her companions had never encountered such a scene before, and they immediately burst into tears and wails. I, too, was thrown into a state of panic. The commotion was so loud that it might attract the attention of our neighbors. As I opened my mouth to explain, I saw Xiong Fangfang, amidst her cries, seize a mop from the side and swing it toward Liu Shua's head. Liu Shua deftly sidestepped, causing the mop to miss and strike Jiang Xinya's wrist instead. A cacophony ensued as the glass beads strung on Jiang Xinya's wrist shattered, scattering red-glazed beads across the floor, some of which broke upon impact. A foul, pungent odor erupted, and upon catching a whiff, I instinctively covered my nose and shouted, "Everyone, hold your breath. This fragrance is toxic. Xiong Fangfang and Qian Yomeng quickly covered their mouths and noses and retreated to the balcony, while Jiang Xinya looked on in confusion. It was Lu Shuhe who pulled her along to join them on the balcony. Jiang Xinya forcefully shook off Lu Shuhe's hand and shouted, "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, my glass bracelet wouldn't have shattered. Do you know how important it is to me?" In response, Lu Shuhe slapped Jiang Xinya's hand, sending the glass beads she had just picked up tumbling to the ground, and then lifted Jiang Xinya with a single hand. Jiang Xinya continued to scream and cry, and I urgently implored, "Xinya, please stop shouting. Your bracelet is compromised, and Shuhe is trying to save you." With red-rimmed eyes, Jiang Xinya pointed at Lu Shuhe and hysterically declared, "My bracelet is perfectly fine. The one with the problem is her. Make her stop." Lu Shuhe crossed her arms, indifferent, stating that even if she shouted at the top of her lungs in this dormitory, no one outside would hear a thing. I immediately felt a wave of relief. Lu Shuhe possessed a certain level of cultivation and could indeed create a barrier within a limited space. Jiang Xinya appeared somewhat distraught, struggling to pick up the glass beads. Her face streaked with tears. I cautiously inquired, "Xinya, I understand that this is difficult for you to accept, but there is indeed an issue with the bracelet. Can you tell me where this string of glass beads came from?" The moment that foul odor erupted, I had already deduced that the sugar core of the glass bracelet was laced with a peculiar spice, one that seemed to originate from the Qiao family's incense. How could Jiang Xinya possibly wear such a thing? "Xinya, I apologize. I did not mean to strike your wrist with the mop." Xiong Fangfang offered her apologies to Jiang Xinya and then quietly confided in me. This string of glass beads was a gift from Jiang Feng to Xinya. It serves as their token of affection. "Jiang Feng," I exclaimed in surprise. "Is he the senior from our archaeology department?" Xiong Fangfang and Qian Yuming nodded in unison. Our university's archaeology department is quite expansive, encompassing various specialties such as Paleolithic and Neolithic archaeology, Tang, Song, Yuan, and Ming Dynasty archaeology, Buddhist archaeology, museum studies, and the restoration of ancient artifacts. Jiang Feng pursued museum studies and is 2 years ahead of us, now in his 4th year. Not only does he come from a wealthy background and possess striking looks, but he also excels academically, while his contemporaries are still fervently cramming for credits. He is already interning at the museum in our city. He is still the president of our department's archaeology club, and it was within this club that Jiang Xinya and Jiang Feng became acquainted, though their interactions were rather limited. I grasped Jiang Xinya's hand and inquired, "What about the token of affection? When did you two become a couple?" "It was just as summer vacation began," Jiang Xinya replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "On the very first day of the break, we found ourselves on the same bus. It was then that I discovered Jiang Feng's grandmother lives in the same town as mine. Over the course of the 2-month vacation, he consistently invited me out, and gradually, we grew closer. You know, I've always admired him. One week before school commenced, he suddenly confessed his feelings for me, and I agreed." She paused, glancing at the string of glass beads adorning her wrist. This bracelet was a token he acquired from a temple, infused with incense, ash, and blessed. He gave it to me as a symbol of our bond. Yet, after only a few days of wearing it, it shattered. I could truly empathize with Jiang Xinya's current emotional turmoil. At such a tender age, to have one's affections reciprocated, especially with the gift of a token, is indeed a rare and blissful fortune. If I were in her shoes, I too would likely succumb to overwhelming emotions. However, I gently urged her, "Xinya, please hold back your tears. What I wish to convey is that the glass bracelet Jiang Feng presented to you is not merely an ordinary token. The sugary core within those glass beads is infused with a particular spice that is harmful to the body. Jiang Xinya and I share a close bond, and she knows I am not one to indulge in idle gossip." Yet, in that moment, doubt flickered across her face, and she stammered, "Zhenzhen, I don't quite understand what you're saying." As we conversed, Lu Shuhe had already collected the scattered glass beads, wrapping the broken pieces in the fragrant spices and talisman paper. She strode over, seizing Jiang Xinya and forcefully pinning her against my desk, aligning her head with the mirror. "Open your eyes wide as possible, and scrutinize what lies within," she instructed. Jiang Xinya struggled to rise, yet she was utterly unable to dislodge Lu Shuhe. Without hesitation, Lu Shuhe took it upon herself to pry open Jiang Xinya's eyes, compelling her to gaze. We leaned in closer, and I beheld that Jiang Xinya's pupils were astonishingly unfocused. The pupils lacked clarity, The surrounding blackness diffused like a cracked egg yolk, and a web of dark veins crisscrossed her eyes, starkly contrasting with that of an ordinary person. It was only at this moment that Jiang Xinya began to panic, stammering, "What is happening to me?" Lu Shuhe released her grip and inquired, "Since you donned this glass bracelet, have you not been dreaming frequently? In those dreams, does there not appear another person? Recurring time and again?" Before Lu Shuhe could finish her sentence, Jiang Xinya vigorously nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, it's been nearly a week now. Every night, I encounter the same dream. There is a girl of similar age to mine who stands at the foot of my bed, gazing at me. Initially, she was merely a hazy silhouette. But in recent days, her features have become strikingly clear." Chapter 44, Dreams. Moreover, Jiang Xinya's dreams unfolded like a serialized drama, with narratives that layered upon one another. Jiang Xinya hesitated, pondering, "Perhaps it's merely a dream. I cannot believe Jiang Feng would truly wish me harm." I felt a sense of uncertainty. Initially, Lu Shu's strong reaction stemmed from her discovery of the Qiao family spices mingled within the glass bracelet on Jiang Xinya's wrist. She feared that Jiang Xinya was a pawn sent by the Qiao family to undermine me. However, after hearing Jiang Xinya's words, Lu Shu became convinced that she was merely a victim, not a foe, and thus lowered her guard. For Lu Shuhe, Jiang Xinya was a stranger, and she felt no obligation to assist. The world is rife with chaos, each occurrence possessing its own intricate web of cause and effect. Intervening in another's fate is seldom a benevolent act. As we are currently affiliated with the Liu family's Inxiang Hall, should Jiang Xinya wish for our involvement in this matter, she would need to formally submit a request to Inxiang Hall, much like Feng Daji had done previously. Thus, despite my concerns for Jiang Xinya, I found myself at a loss for words. Lu Shuhe grasped the suitcase I had packed and led me outside. Jiang Xinya nodded numbly, never firmly questioning Jiang Feng. Young girls in love often embody such naive devotion, do they not? The fact that Jiang Feng gifted Jiang Xinya that glass bracelet merely a week ago coincides with the time my grandmother was taken away by the Qiao family. Therefore, by tracing this line with Jiang Xinya, I might uncover the Qiao family's hideout, granting me the opportunity to rescue my grandmother. Yet, I was acutely aware of my own physical limitations and the vast disparity in abilities between myself and the Qiao family. Should I inadvertently alert them, it could spell disaster for my grandmother. I could only wait, anticipating the moment when Jiang Xinya would completely lose trust in Jiang Feng and proactively call me, allowing me to assist her seamlessly. However, to my surprise, before I received a call from Jiang Xinya, Inxiang Tang was presented with an invitation to an event. The messenger was Feng Daji, who personally delivered the invitation, accompanied by a mother and daughter duo. The young woman, likely in her early 20s, was visibly pregnant, her belly protruding with 5 or 6 months of growth. At that time, I had just awakened from an afternoon nap, and perhaps due to her condition, I had been feeling unusually drowsy lately. I occupied the principal seat, while Lu Shuyi sat beside me, inquiring about the matters concerning the mother and daughter. This was not the first engagement for Inxiang Tang. The decision to accept or decline lay in our hands. The mother was elegantly adorned, unmistakably a wealthy matron. It was apparent that she was not inclined to present the invitation, remaining silent, while Feng Daji was quite eager. "Miss Lu, allow me to show you something," he said, handing me a red velvet box. Upon receiving it, I opened it to reveal a jade Buddha nestled inside. Traditionally, men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha. This jade Buddha was palm-sized, its adorable form characterized by a round, protruding belly, hollow within, containing a silvery gray powder that emitted a soft rustling sound when shaken. As I gently shook the jade Buddha, a faint, fishy aroma wafted towards me, prompting me to frown and glance at Feng Daji. He quickly understood my concern and clarified. "Earlier today, Mrs. He and Miss He approached me to exchange this jade Buddha. Upon handling it, I sensed something was amiss, and after much persuasion, they finally agreed to accompany me to present the invitation. Previously, I had requested Feng Daji to keep an eye out for the fragments of the celestial bone. He is meticulous and understands that any matter concerning the Qiao family's shadowy incense would undoubtedly pique my interest, which is why he has intervened so eagerly in this affair." I turned my head to the young pregnant woman and inquired, "This jade Buddha belongs to Miss He, does it not? Did she discover some issues with it, prompting her desire to part with it?" "This jade Buddha is quite substantial, with exceptional quality and auspicious connotations. If she were indeed in urgent need of money, there are numerous elite channels through which it could be sold. Yet, This mother and daughter chose to come to Jiutong town to seek Feng Daji's assistance in selling this jade Buddha, which speaks volumes. If there were no issues with the jade Buddha, they would have no reason to act in such a manner. Upon seeing the jade Buddha, I was reminded of Jiang Xinya's glass bracelet. The designs of these two items share a remarkable resemblance. Miss He appeared unwell, her gaze distant. And when I spoke to her, she was unable to focus entirely. Mrs. He, displaying some impatience, remarked, "It is not a grave issue. It's just that ever since my daughter began wearing this jade Buddha, she has been plagued by dreams of the strangest nature. For the sake of her health, we wish to dispose of this item as soon as possible. We recently heard that Tongsun Tang has resumed operations, and thus we came here." Dreams? Yet again dreams. I emulated Liu Shuha's manner and asked, "Does Miss He often have the same dream?" Miss He nodded and replied, "Yes. I frequently dream of a child standing at the foot of my bed, staring at me, which disturbs my sleep." I inquired, "How long has this dream persisted?" In the dream, did the child undergo any changes? Miss He opened her mouth to speak, but Mrs. He interjected, stating that it was merely a matter of this past month, a brief span of time. It was evident she was fabricating. Liu Shuyi rose and approached Miss He, inquiring, "May I take your pulse?" Miss He hesitated, attempting to extend her hand, but Mrs. He forcefully pulled it away, seizing Miss He and shouting at Feng Daji. "What nonsense is this? Asking all sorts of questions, speaking mysteriously, and now wanting to take a pulse? My daughter is perfectly fine. If you wish to acquire this jade Buddha, then take it. If not, I will seek assistance elsewhere." Feng Daji's words seemed to strike a nerve with Mrs. He. As her gaze flickered, after a moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth, took Miss He's hand, and presented it to Liu Shuyi, saying, "Very well. If you wish to take her pulse, go ahead. I am curious to see what you can discern." Liu Shuyi, unfazed by the tension, placed his fingers on Miss He's wrist and soon remarked, "Miss He was originally of a barren constitution. To successfully conceive this child, she has endured considerable hardship." Chapter 45. May you meet a grievous end. Liu Shuyi's words stirred a tempest of emotion, with Mrs. He being the most agitated. She sprang to her feet, pointing at Liu Shuyi and berating, "Quack! If you cannot diagnose properly, do not speak carelessly, maliciously tarnishing my daughter's reputation. I can bring legal action against you." Liu Shuyi raised an eyebrow. "Madam, he knows best how accurate my predictions are. In fact, modern medicine has advanced significantly. Miss He's condition can be rectified through proper surgical procedures, allowing her to lead a normal marital life, and even conceive. Why resort to such dubious methods that harm both oneself and others?" Before Madam He could respond, Miss He suddenly leaned back against the chair, her eyes wide open with dilated pupils, seemingly vacant. Dressed in a maternity gown that reached her calves, dark blood began to seep down her leg from beneath the hem. Miss He moaned in pain, while Madam He cradled her head with one hand and pinched her philtrum with the other, repeatedly calling her name. "Helian, Helian." Helian had already lost consciousness. In a state of panic, Madam He released her and rushed to make a phone call. The ringing continued for quite some time before someone finally answered. After an unclear exchange, Madam He erupted in fury, "Socializing. Socializing. All you ever do is socialize. If I'm not mistaken, you must be with that illegitimate daughter right now. Isn't that so? Helian is not dead yet. You, as her father, only wish to elevate that illegitimate child. May you meet a dreadful fate." Madam He's vitriol grew increasingly harsh, while we, on the side, observed silently, too apprehensive to make a sound. The other party hung up first, leaving Madam He seething as she attempted to call back several times, but the line remained unanswered. Feng Daji kindly reminded her, "Madam He, it is more important to save Miss He." "Save? How can we save her?" "Mrs." He seized the jade Buddha and hurled it towards Feng Daji, frantically tugging at Helian, her voice a cacophony of anguish. "Get up. What pretense is this? My entire life has been ruined because of you." Helian's body, frail as a rag, was pulled back and forth by Mrs. He, a pool of dark blood accumulating on the ground. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Feng Daji and I restrained Mrs. He, while Liu Shuyi knelt beside Helian, lifting her skirt to reveal her swollen belly. One silver needle after another pierced Helian's abdomen, and gradually the flow of dark blood ceased. Helian took a deep breath and slowly returned to consciousness. After a moment's bewilderment, her first words were, "Mom, have I relapsed?" "I'm sorry, it was not intentional." She was so weak she could barely sit up, her face pale as she lay on the ground. I tore a piece of tablecloth from the side and draped it over her lower body. Mrs. He kicked the phone that had fallen to the ground towards He Lian. Her face contorted in fury as she commanded, "Call your father right now. Tell him you're showing signs of a miscarriage, and demand that he come personally to fetch you." Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Daji covered her mouth with one hand and forcefully dragged her out of the Dragon King temple. At last, the temple fell silent. Liu Shuyi extracted another silver needle and plunged it into the center of He Lian's forehead. He Lian let out a muffled groan. But soon she was able to sit up. Her eyes, filled with trepidation, darted between Liu Shuyi and me. My heart ached for her as I said, "He Lian, life is your own. You are not anyone's accessory. You must bravely live for yourself, if only once." As He Lian's words remained unspoken, tears cascaded down her cheeks. It was evident to us, even without her utterance, the formidable nature of her mother and the disarray of her father. Although born into affluence, her existence was far from joyous. The psychological shackles imposed by her mother had persisted for far too long, and now, to escape this confinement, she required immense courage. Whether she could surmount this obstacle was contingent upon her own resolve. He Lian hesitated for what felt like an eternity. Her gaze wandered, momentarily fixating on her abdomen, then shifting to the expansive pool of dark blood on the ground, along with the phone left behind by Mrs. He. Just when we believed she might surrender, she suddenly declared, "I have a hidden ailment." Clearing her throat, she struggled to articulate, "Doctor, your diagnosis is astute. I am indeed a stone woman. However, prior to my marriage, I was oblivious to this condition. Until the age of 18, I never experienced menstruation." I questioned, "Surely, the biology class at school must have addressed this? And did your parents not notice any abnormalities in your health?" "My father is a businessman, perpetually engulfed in his myriad of tasks," He Lian lamented. "And my mother was equally preoccupied, spending her life searching for remedies to conceive, embroiled in conflicts with mistresses. Alas, apart from me, she has been unable to bear any further children, while the mistress's daughter is merely 2 years my junior. Since the onset of middle school, I have resided in a full-time girls' school, where I too realized I was different from other girls. I confided in my mother, who dismissed my concerns, attributing it to late development and not giving it much thought. The mother has truly failed in her role. I have always been somewhat slow-witted, ranking among the lowest in my class, barely managing to enroll in a third-tier university. After 2 years, my father's company faced difficulties, and in an attempt to salvage it, they forced me into marriage with a man in his 50s. I inhaled sharply, my gaze towards He Lian filled with greater compassion. This was not something I could bring myself to share publicly. My mother, anxious about my lack of pregnancy after 3 months of marriage, insisted on taking me to the hospital for a checkup, only to discover that I was a stone woman. How ironic that she had never cared for my health throughout my 20s, yet was quick to seek medical advice after just 3 months of marriage. The doctor suggested that surgery could restore my functions, but my mother feared the commotion it would cause, particularly if the old man were to find out. Subsequently, she somehow acquired a jade Buddha, which she insisted I wear, claiming it would ensure my pregnancy within a month. I was incredulous. Is it really that miraculous? Indeed, it was quite extraordinary. He Lian continued, stating that in the initial days of wearing the jade Buddha, I could sense a faint, fishy aroma, as if I were in a dream where I and the old man consummated our union. A month later, I experienced pregnancy symptoms and, upon visiting the hospital, learned that I was indeed with child. Chapter 46. The offering. The fishy aroma that He Lian detected likely emanated from the hidden essence of the Qiao family contained within the jade Buddha, a fragrance that beguiled both He Lian and the old man. Strangely, ever since discovering my pregnancy, I have been haunted by the same dream. I dream of a child standing beside my bed. Initially, it was merely a shadowy figure, but as my pregnancy progressed, that figure became increasingly distinct. Until last month, when the shadow morphed into the visage of an infant, yet it bore a ghastly countenance, with sharp teeth that lunged at me to bite and drain my blood. Awakening from this nightmare, I found a wound on my body where I had been bitten, oozing blood profusely. Since then, such occurrences have plagued me every night, leaving my skin marred with injuries. He Lian recounted, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her arms, where fresh wounds overlapped with old ones, all tinged with an unnatural purplish hue. Thus, prior to their encounter with Feng Daji, she had already endured torment from this jade Buddha for nearly a month. A few days ago, we heard that Tongxin Hall had reopened for business. The Feng family, known for trading antiques over 3 generations, had gained considerable notoriety. My mother suggested that we exchange the Jade Buddha for a lower price at Tongxin Hall, believing that Mr. Feng would possess the means to subdue this sinister entity. And so we made our way to Jiutao Town. The situation unfolded thus. I grasped He Lian's hand, inquiring, "What of the fetus within you? Have you undergone any prenatal examinations?" "I have," He Lian replied. "The ultrasound only revealed a mass of darkness. Although I am inherently slow-witted, I eventually realized that this child is anything but ordinary. I even secretly consumed some herbs, hoping to expel it, but all it did was cause me excruciating abdominal pain, leaving me unable to rid myself of it." Liu Shi spoke up to remind, "Miss He, the fetus you carry is not ordinary. Indiscriminately consuming medication will not benefit you and may even jeopardize your life. You must exercise caution." He Lian offered a bittersweet smile, replying, "For someone like me, who would care if I were to perish? My mother shows no concern for the nature of my pregnancy. She only fears that my indiscretions will provoke the old man. As for my father, he deems me useless and hastily introduces his illegitimate daughter to him. Truly, every family has its own burdens to bear." What He Lian uttered next was even more astonishing. "The saddest part is that I have come to realize I am neither alive nor dead, desiring to end it all, yet unable to do so." My heart sank, and I gripped He Lian's hand tighter, fearing that if I loosened my hold, she might act impulsively. To my dismay, He Lian had indeed acted foolishly. For over a month, I have been haunted by that nightmare, unable to find a moment of restful sleep, enduring both physical and psychological torment. I have resorted to swallowing sleeping pills in handfuls, contemplating that if I cannot achieve a peaceful slumber, perhaps it would be better to succumb to death in my dreams. He Lian chuckled absently a few times, then turned to me, her eyes brimming with tears. "But it is futile. I remain unable to sleep, nor can I die. I stand on the balcony of the second floor, ready to leap. I feel the sensation of falling. I know I have lost consciousness, yet upon awakening, I find myself still lying in bed, perfectly intact. I am truly on the brink of madness." I clutched He Lian's hand tightly, at a loss for words to comfort her. "Doctor, can you assist me?" He Lian suddenly released my hand and turned to Liu Shi, asking, "I do not expect you to save me. I only implore you to help me depart. Will you?" Liu Shi remained composed, shaking his head in refusal. "Miss He, I lack the authority to determine your fate. Thus, it is not a matter of inability, but rather a lack of bestowed rights, is it not?" He Lian had often remarked on her own dullness, yet at this moment, her mind raced quicker than anyone else's. She picked up the petition and knelt before Liu Shi, her demeanor imbued with profound reverence. "Then today, I shall submit this petition to the Yinxiang Hall, beseeching the doctor for assistance." Liu Shi glanced at me, seeking my decision. Naturally, I was inclined to accept, as this matter entangled the Qiao family's Yinxiang and bore some connection to Jiang Xinya's affairs. Perhaps, by following the threads, we could uproot the Qiao family entirely. Yet, for me, He Lian's situation was exceedingly intricate. I had not the slightest inkling of how to proceed. Once I accepted the petition, there would be no recourse. If only Liu Jingchen were present, with a mere nod from him, I could embrace this petition without burden. However, I lacked the serpent incense to summon him. Still, I lit 3 sticks of yellow incense, bowing respectfully before the ancestral tablet. Just as I inserted the incense into the burner, a chilling breeze swept from behind me. Almost immediately, a pair of large hands encircled me, and Liu Jingchen's deep voice resonated in my ear, suddenly offering incense at my tablet. "Do you long for me?" His unexpected intimacy left me uneasy. Since my return from the brink of death, his demeanor had shifted profoundly. I nervously glanced at the two beside me, reassured to find their expressions unchanged. Confirming that Liu Jingchen had not truly manifested, only I was aware of his presence. I whispered, "Is it permissible to accept He Lian's invitation? Is this man out of his mind?" Liu Jingchen chuckled softly, pinching my earlobe as he remarked, "Precisely. When faced with a dilemma, your first thought must invariably be of your celestial benefactor." I was utterly baffled. What on earth was he talking about? Liu Jingchen, seemingly in high spirits, turned and seated himself grandly at the main position on the altar, declaring, "Accept it." Relieved, I quickly said, "He Lian, I shall accept your invitation. I assure you, I will resolve this matter and restore your freedom." He Lian handed me the invitation and placed a jade Buddha in my hand. Before she could utter a word, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Liu Shui, quick on his feet, caught her and removed all the silver needles from her body before assisting her to find Feng Daji and the others. Once they were gone, I recounted He Lian's situation and Jiang Xinya's predicament in detail to Liu Jingchen. I couldn't shake the feeling that these two matters were interconnected, as if the Qiao family were weaving an extensive web, unaware of how many others would be ensnared. Liu Jingchen took the jade Buddha from my hand, examined it under the light for a moment, and with a cold smirk, said, "Painted skin, rootless womb, guanyin face. Kongtong heart. At least 4 girls are destined to become sacrifices to the Qiao family." Chapter 47, Guanyin Face. Painted skin, rootless womb, guanyin face, Kongtong heart? What do these terms mean? I pulled up a nearby stool and sat beside Liu Jingchen, eagerly seeking enlightenment. Liu Jingchen elucidated that the circumstances surrounding Jiang Xinya remain uncertain. However, it is indeed evident that He Lian's current pregnancy is of a type known as a rootless fetus. A rootless fetus typically develops within a woman who possesses the condition of being a stone woman. Individuals who are inherently incapable of bearing children and have never engaged in sexual relations, yet inexplicably find themselves with child. At approximately 7 months gestation, the fetus will tear through the mother's abdominal wall and emerge, revealing that it is not connected to the mother by an umbilical cord. He Lian is undoubtedly a stone woman, having been unable to consummate her marriage with an older man for 3 months. Subsequently, after donning a jade Buddha, she claimed to have engaged in sexual relations with her husband in a dream, resulting in her current pregnancy. It now appears that this dream was likely a fabrication as well. He Lian is currently 5 to 6 months pregnant, and the infant from her dream is becoming increasingly violent, exacerbating her declining health. If we are unable to rescue her, she will not survive beyond a month. As for Jiang Xinya, what might her condition be? I inquired further of Liu Jingchen. I grasped the concept of a rootless fetus. But what of the painted skin bones and guanyin face, as well as Kongtong heart? Liu Jingchen exhibited remarkable patience today, readily answering my questions. The painted skin bones refer to a specific method where the skin sheath of the host is separated from its flesh and bone. When the opportune moment arises, a small incision is made at the back of the host's head, and the flesh and bone are meticulously extracted, after which the wound is sutured to preserve the integrity of the remaining skin sheath, which is said to possess the ability to prolong life. The host utilized for the creation of painted skin bones must possess a completely Yin constitution. I swiftly calculated Jiang Xinya's birth chart, and fortunately, she does not possess an entirely Yin destiny. As for the guanyin face, it resembles a rare ailment known as human face ulcer. I am aware that human face ulcer is a dermatological condition that manifests on the surface of the skin, named so because the ulcer resembles a human visage. It is said that Empress Dowager Cixi once suffered from this affliction. The very notion is terrifying, sending shivers down my spine. I inquired, are there any specific requirements for the carrier of the guanyin face? The requirements for the carrier, as it turns out, are neither too high nor too low. Liu Jingchen remarked that the carrier's skin must be flawless and fair. A jolt of realization coursed through me. Jiang Xinya possesses an exquisitely pale complexion. Having shared a dormitory for a year, and even bathing together in the school shower during winter, I can attest that she bears no scars and scarcely a few moles. Could it be? Could Zhang Feng be approaching Jiang Xinya with the intent of nurturing the guanyin face upon her? Noticing my troubled expression, Liu Jingchen expressed concern. "Zhenzhen, what is troubling you?" I began to feel a twinge of worry for my roommate. Striving to maintain my composure, I asked, "What is the Kongtong heart? You are familiar with Kongtong Mountain, are you not?" "Yes, it is a renowned mountain range. It involves the use of gu insects." Liu Jingchen explained. To be chosen as the vessel for the Kongtong heart is the utmost agony. From the moment she is born, she is fed with special gu insects. As she matures, the gu insect gradually gnaws away at her heart, transforming it into the Kongtong heart. The moment the Kongtong heart is fully formed marks the end of the vessel's life. Before she draws her last breath, the gu insect will be extracted and transferred to a new vessel. I reached out to cover my wildly beating heart and inquired, "So, does this mean that the vessel for the Kongtong heart has long been determined, and it may not necessarily be among us, correct?" Liu Jingchen nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. And most of them were originally from the Qiao family." I gritted my teeth and exclaimed, "They are utterly deranged. My grandmother is in the hands of such people. I can scarcely bear to imagine her current plight." The mere thought of my grandmother brought tears to my eyes. Liu Jingchen bent down, lifting me forcefully and placing me on his lap, embracing me as he said, "The Qiao family has extended its reach too far. Even if the He family fails to send an invitation today, We must intervene. I hesitated. Are you capable of this? I distinctly remembered how he struggled to maintain his form after the battle at Tongxin Hall and had secluded himself for so many days. Now, freshly emerged, he was to confront the Qiao family. I truly held no confidence in him. Moreover, upon our clash with the Qiao family, would Liu Luoyuan simply sit idly by? He would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Perhaps at this very moment, Liu Luoyuan was already colluding with the Qiao family. Liu Jingchen caressed the snake bone bracelet on my left wrist and countered, "Do you trust me?" I did not. I certainly did not. Although Liu Jingchen's demeanor towards me had softened significantly in recent days, even bordering on intimacy, I would never forget my grandmother's words. The Liu family had once betrayed Liu Jingchen, and he harbored a profound enmity towards them. Furthermore, if he truly felt such affection towards me, how could he allow me to become pregnant? He was well aware that the Buddha bone fetus would cost me my life. He possessed a serpent's bone and required the Buddha's bone to aid in his cultivation. I was merely his furnace, or perhaps just a vessel for nurturing this furnace. His actions bore no distinction from the machinations of the Qiao family in creating the Kongtong heart. Therefore, based on his forceful imposition of pregnancy upon me, I must remain ever vigilant, keeping my mind clear. I may yield to him and rely on him, yet I must never depend on him or allow myself to fall in love with him. That is an unalterable decree. Is it Liu Luoyuan or Hu Yunxi? Chapter 48. Treading two boats. Liu Jingchen's incessant inquiries left me squirming uncomfortably in his embrace. I struggled to extricate myself from his grasp, but he held me tighter. He rested his chin upon my shoulder, burying his head into the crook of my neck, seemingly more tormented than I. Zhenzhen, Liu Luoyuan is untrustworthy, and Hu Yunxi. Zhenzhen, a call from your classmate has come in. Liu Shuhe burst into the Dragon King Temple, clutching my phone, her loud voice echoing long before she spotted me. Upon locking eyes with me, she abruptly halted, awkwardly chuckling. Third brother, you are here too. I hastily pushed Liu Jingchen away and strode towards Liu Shuhe. Taking the phone from her, I noticed that Xiong Fangfang had called me just moments ago. What has happened to Xinya? Panic began to envelop me as I inquired. Fangfang, you are typically so bold. What could have transpired to frighten you this much? Xiong Fangfang took several deep breaths to steady her emotions before explaining. It is like this. After you left the dorm that day, Xinya cried for quite a while. That evening, Jiang Feng asked Xinya out and struck her. I instantly raised my voice in disbelief. Jiang Feng hit Xinya? I am utterly at a loss for words. To endure violence in a romantic relationship is alarming. If this is the case now, what awaits if they were to marry? Has Jiang Xinya truly lost her senses? However, I remain perplexed. Their dynamic seems to be one of mutual consent, yet why does she appear so frightened? The swelling on Xinya's face has yet to subside. She did not attend class this morning and has been resting in her dormitory. Xiong Fangfang continued. I brought her lunch and purchased an ointment for the swelling. When I applied the ointment at noon, I noticed that the swollen area on her face resembled at this point. Xiong Fangfang's voice quivered again. I interjected. The swollen part of Xinya's face looks as if it has grown another visage, doesn't it? Xiong Fangfang gasped in disbelief. Zhenzhen, how did you know? Indeed. Jiang Xinya has been chosen as the vessel for the Guanyin visage. So who exactly is Jiang Feng? I am deeply concerned for Jiang Xinya and inquired of Xiong Fangfang. Is Xinya aware of this matter? What has she said? Her mental state is quite poor. She has been drowsy these past few days, Xiong Fangfang replied. I even showed her the swollen area on her face, yet she displayed no reaction at all. Jiang Xinya's current condition is akin to that of a mere shell of a person. Wasn't her gaze already vacant in the dormitory that day? I turned to Liu Jingchen, who must have heard everything. Liu Shuhe was also clenching his fists beside him. I exchanged glances with Liu Jingchen, who promptly understood. This matter is ours to address. Xiong Fangfang responded repeatedly, eager to inquire about the situation with Jiang Xinya, but I deftly sidestepped her questions. As soon as I hung up the phone, Liu Shuhe expressed her discontent, saying, Is that girl still infatuated, unwilling to doubt her seemingly perfect boyfriend? I immediately concurred. Indeed, we should strike at the root of the problem with Jiang Feng. Liu Jingchen stood up, ruffling my hair as he remarked, How can you be so certain that Jiang Feng is the mastermind behind this? I frowned. Are you suggesting that Jiang Feng might also be a target? Liu Jingchen merely replied, Let us wait and see. Having been classmates with Jiang Xinya for a year and sharing a close bond, I was well aware of her family's residence. That afternoon, accompanied by Liu Jingchen and Liu Shuhe, We drove in Tong Xuyan's car to Dangyang town. The town was not large, and we swiftly inquired about the exact location of Jiang Xinya's home, yet we were unaware of where Jiang Feng's grandmother lived. Just as I contemplated calling Xiong Fangfang to discreetly ask Jiang Xinya, Xiong Fangfang's call came through. Upon answering, I heard her say, Zhenzhen. This afternoon Jiang Feng sought out Xinya again. Tomorrow is the weekend. And Jiang Feng mentioned wanting to take Xinya to a temple to purchase a string of glass beads as a token of their affection. Jiang Feng truly seems relentless in his pursuits. I asked, has Xinya left? Did she mention where that temple is? She has already left, Xiong Fangfang replied. Xinya said that the temple is near Jiang Feng's grandmother's house, something like Dangyang Temple, I believe. Dangyang Temple? The name does indeed resonate with the locale of Dangyang Town. Xiong Fangfang added, oh, after Jinya met Jiang Feng this afternoon, the swelling on her face has subsided. I might have overthought it before. Xiong Fangfang smiled shyly, while a sense of unease stirred within me. After exchanging a few words, I ended the call. I turned to Liu Jingchen and remarked, if Jinya's swelling has diminished, isn't it impossible for it to have vanished if it were a manifestation of Guanyin? It hasn't vanished. Rather, it has shifted, Liu Jingchen replied calmly. It appears that there is indeed a wise mentor guiding Jiang Feng from behind. I recounted the clues provided by Xiong Fangfang, and we promptly decided to split our efforts. Liu Shuhe would remain to monitor Jinya's residence, while Liu Jingchen and I would seek out Dangyang Temple. To avoid drawing attention, I instructed Liu Jingchen to refrain from appearing in public. He jested, Zhenzhen, am I such an undesirable presence in your eyes? I shot him a glare, which he met with good humor, merely ruffling my hair. However, to my surprise, when I inquired with several elderly residents of the town, they all claimed that there were no temples or Taoist shrines in the vicinity of Dangyang Town. Without Dangyang Temple, where could Jiang Feng have taken Jinya? A wave of anxiety washed over me. Liu Jingchen pondered for a moment and suggested, since we cannot make headway from Jinya's side, let us investigate Jiang Feng instead. Jiang Feng was 2 years our senior, so to gather information about him, we would need to start with his classmates. Fortunately, Jiang Feng was quite a prominent figure at school, and I soon managed to contact one of his dormitory mates. Upon my arrival, I immediately introduced myself and subtly probed, Senior Jiang Feng is dating my roommate, and they went out on a date today while the dormitory conducts its nightly checks. What did you say? My words were abruptly interrupted, as the person on the other end exclaimed, Jiang Feng is dating your roommate? That is impossible. Doesn't he have a childhood sweetheart? They're doing quite well together. Given Jiang Feng's character, he wouldn't engage in such duplicity. Chapter 49. Are you conducting a census? Jiang Feng actually has a childhood sweetheart? Then why is he pursuing Jiang Xinya? With such a stellar reputation at school, who could have imagined he would be a scoundrel capable of juggling 2 relationships and resorting to violence against women? I suppressed my rising anger and continued to inquire. Do you happen to know your friend's name or where she lives? However, my classmate displayed remarkable caution, sensing something amiss, and retorted, are you conducting a census? With that, he hung up the phone. The lead was abruptly severed. I put away my phone, anxiety gnawing at me. The matter of the Liuli bracelet had likely alarmed Jiang Feng, and I feared for Jiang Xinya's safety tonight. Let us go directly to Jiang Xinya's parents, Liu Shuhe suggested, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. I concurred with Liu Shuhe's proposal. As her classmate, communicating with her parents should pose no difficulty. Thus, the 3 of us set off to visit Jiang Xinya's home, while Liu Jingchen was notably absent. By that time, it was already after dinner. Jiang Xinya's father was on the night shift, leaving her mother alone at home. I introduced myself as Jiang Xinya's classmate and roommate, and her mother warmly welcomed us inside. She poured us tea and insisted on cutting some fruit, but I gently stopped her. I took her hand and guided her to sit on the sofa, stating directly, Auntie, we have some matters we wish to discuss with you today. Jiang's mother keenly sensed something amiss and inquired, Classmate, has something happened to Xinya at school? Indeed, Xinya had encountered some issues. I carefully chose my words, trying not to provoke her. During this summer vacation, has Xinya been going out frequently? Jiang's mother nodded yes. It seems that one of her good friend's grandmother lives in our town, and they often invite her to go out. I'm not quite sure about that, Jiang's mother admitted. Both Xinya's father and I work, and since Xinya is now older, she can take care of herself, so we haven't paid much attention to her friendships. Classmate, what exactly is wrong with Xinya? It appeared that Jiang Xinya had yet to inform her family about her relationship with Jiang Feng, and Zhang's mother was unaware of where Jiang Feng's grandmother lived, which complicated matters. I found myself torn about whether to be honest with Zhang's mother. Beside me, Lu Shuhe interjected, Jiang Xinya has a boyfriend, and that scoundrel is likely after her life. We are here to save her. Zhang's mother momentarily froze, and after a brief pause, panic enveloped her. Young lady, what are you saying? Is someone after my Xinya's life? I cast a stern glance at Lu Shuhe, gripping Mother Zhang's hand tightly, and said, Auntie, this is merely our conjecture. Please do not panic. Let us first find a way to contact Xinya. Mother Jiang, in a flustered state, picked up her phone to call Jiang Xinya, but it seemed there was no signal, and the call could not connect. Her anxiety intensified, prompting her to redial. I observed her while my mind raced with thoughts. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach Xinya, I finally spoke up. It appears that contacting Xinya will be quite difficult for the time being. Annie, may we check Xinya's room for any clues? Mother Jiang agreed and led us to Jiang Xinya's room before stepping outside to call her husband, her voice tinged with sorrow. I quietly reproached Lu Shuhe. Could you not speak more tactfully? Can gentleness resolve issues? Lu Shuhe retorted defiantly. Regardless, the truth must come to light eventually. Well, Lu Shuhe might be blunt, but her reasoning was sound. I surveyed Jiang Xinya's room. It was modestly sized yet warmly decorated, predominantly in soft hues. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing suspicious. However, as I approached the bedside, I detected a faint, metallic scent that bore a striking resemblance to the aroma released when Jiang Xinya's glass bracelet shattered that day. I inhaled deeply, my gaze ultimately settling on the aromatic candle placed atop the bedside table. It was an exceptionally ordinary scented candle, appearing quite new and untouched by flame. Judging by its packaging, it was meant to exude a subtle fragrance of gardenia, yet an elusive, fishy odor lingered beneath that delicate scent. If one was not particularly sensitive to that fishy aroma, they could easily overlook this candle. I could almost ascertain that this scented candle was a gift from Jiang Feng to Jiang Xinya. Lu Shuhe picked up the candle and took a whiff, instantly furrowing her brow. Is that the scent of the Qiao family's incense? It seems Jiang Feng is even more anxious than we had anticipated. I remarked, however, this scented candle may prove beneficial for us. Lu Shuhe, puzzled, inquired, what could come of it? Paper crane tracking, I replied. This technique, one of the most classic methods I learned from Tong Jixian's teachings on feng shui, relies on the scent left by the pursued individual, using a paper crane as a medium to locate their movements. Jiang Xinya, having grown up in Dangyang town, has her essence permeating many places there, making it unsuitable for paper crane tracking. In contrast, Jiang Feng is not from Dangyang town. He frequents areas mainly around his grandmother's home. Thus, employing a paper crane to trace scents related to him would be more reliable. However, paper crane tracking requires a certain level of cultivation to maintain, and lacking that. I turned to Liu Jingchen, who stood at the doorway. I strode over, tugged at Liu Jingchen's sleeve, and implored, Serpent Lord, surely paper crane tracking is a mere trifle for you? Would you be so kind as to assist me? The tracking of paper cranes requires a certain level of cultivation to maintain, and its range is rather limited. Liu Jingchen remarked that if the two of them were currently in Dangyang town, tracking the paper crane would pose no issue. However, if they were elsewhere, the residual aura they had left behind would interfere with the accuracy of the crane's tracking. I could only attempt it to the best of my ability. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us give it a try. Perhaps we might uncover other clues. As I spoke, I found a piece of colored paper on Jiang Xinya's desk and swiftly folded it into a paper crane. I then lit an aromatic candle, and the fragrance of gardenia mingled with a hint of something metallic, creating an intense burst of scent. I placed the paper crane above the flame of the aromatic candle. Meanwhile, Liu Jingchen had begun to form hand seals and chant incantations. As he pointed his sword-like fingers towards the candle, I released my hold on the paper crane. The crane wobbled briefly above the flame, then steadied itself, flapping its wings and swiftly soaring outward. Chapter 50. The birthday candle. I could only explain to Aunt Jiang that reporting this matter to the police would be fruitless. Auntie, Xinya's situation is quite intricate and beyond the resolution of ordinary individuals. However, I am a disciple of a celestial family, and my family has assured me they will address this matter, so please rest assured. Stay at home tonight and refrain from wandering about. Await our news. Celestial family? Disciple? Aunt Jiang exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that my Xinya has attracted something unclean? Is your celestial family genuinely willing to assist? Upon seeing my unwavering nod, Aunt Zheng finally released her grip on me, repeatedly saying, very well, very well. I shall remain at home and await your news. Classmate, please do assist Xinya. I responded with a hum and turned to pursue Liu Jingchen and the others. The paper crane flitted through the night, soaring westward. After traversing 2 streets, the architecture across the road transformed into a quaint and ancient style, adorned with a plethora of green bricks and red tiles. The alley grew narrower, and the asphalt road beneath my feet morphed into cobblestones. The paper crane finally came to a halt before the door of the innermost house in the alley, igniting spontaneously and instantly reducing to ashes. I steadied my breath and approached the door, knocking for quite some time until it creaked open. An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow and her back hunched, stood within. She inquired, "Are you here to purchase something?" Jiang Feng. The old lady appeared bewildered, declaring she did not recognize the name. Undeterred, I asked, "What about Jiang Xinya? Do you know her?" "You must have the wrong door," the old lady replied. "I've lived alone for decades in this alley, subsisting on selling paper money and incense. My neighbors know me well, but I have never heard of anyone named Jiang Feng or Jiang Xinya." It was then I realized this was indeed a funeral parlor, the entrance adorned with 2 white lanterns. When the old lady opened the door, she had asked what we wished to buy. Could it be that the paper crane had truly led us astray? The old lady yawned and said, "It's getting late. If you aren't here to make a purchase, I shall close the door and go to sleep." As she spoke, she attempted to shut the door, but Lu Shu he stepped forward, pressing against it. The old lady staggered, nearly toppling over, and I swiftly caught her. Lu Shu he crossed the threshold, and the old lady admonished, "What do you intend to do?" Intruding into a private residence. We were merely purchasing some items. I quickly intervened, addressing the elderly lady. "We have heard of a temple nearby, the Daong Temple, renowned for its spiritually potent incense and prayer beads. We wish to acquire an incense tower from you, if available." Upon realizing our intention to purchase, the old woman's demeanor softened, and she stepped aside to allow us entry. "I have several types of incense towers for you to choose from," she replied. "However, as for the Daong Temple, I have resided in Daong Town for most of my life and have never heard of it." I reassured her, "It's quite all right. Perhaps the temple lies in the vicinity of Daong Town. We shall first procure the incense tower and then seek the temple." As I spoke, I surveyed the entirety of the modest funeral goods shop. The space was divided into 2 sections. The front served as a shop, featuring a counter brimming with wreaths, joss paper, and candles. In a corner, newly crafted paper figures and horses awaited, while 3 sizes of incense towers were neatly arranged. Behind the shop was a small bedroom, illuminated and revealing a bed, a television cabinet, and the television still aglow. It seemed that the elderly lady had been watching television in bed when she opened the door for us. Lu Shuha, quick on her feet, glanced into the bedroom and shook her head at me. The area was so confined that there was no space to conceal anyone. It appeared we had indeed come to the wrong place. After selecting a medium-sized incense tower and completing the purchase, Lu Shuha and I exited, with the old lady shutting the door behind us with a resounding thud. This explanation made sense. Yet, Liu Jingchen scoffed, stating, "The paper crane's tracking was not mistaken. That old woman is suspicious." Both Lu Shuha and I were perplexed when Liu Jingchen produced the aromatic candle he had previously taken from Jiang Xinya's room. Presenting it for our scrutiny, Lu Shuha, with a hint of impatience, remarked, "Isn't this just an ordinary scented candle? What is so fascinating about it?" I echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, it's merely a standard scented." Wait. Suddenly, a realization struck me, and I questioned uncertainly, "Are you suggesting that this is not a scented candle, but a longevity candle?" A longevity candle, as it is known, is used during the days following the death of an elderly person. When the body is laid in repose at home, the deceased is elevated upon a pair of sturdy benches supporting a door plank, and underneath, 2 longevity candles are lit. These candles serve a purpose akin to that of an eternal flame, symbolizing the watchfulness of the descendants over the departed. It is utterly reprehensible for Jiang Feng to present a longevity candle as a scented candle to Jiang Xinya. However, the pressing question remains, where did Jiang Feng procure this longevity candle? It is improbable that a standard longevity candle would be crafted with the fragrance of gardenia. This implies that the longevity candle Jiang Feng gifted must have been custom-made, raising the possibility that it originated from the funeral parlor we had just visited. That is futile. She is exceedingly tight-lipped, and you want to extract anything from her, Liu Jingchen mused thoughtfully. There is no Daong Temple in Daong Town. Jiang Feng deliberately conveyed misleading information through Xiong Fong Fong, a stratagem to divert our attention. I drew in a sharp breath and remarked, "He must be detaining us in Tangyang Town for a more significant purpose." And the shifting of Jiang Xinya's guanyin mask indicates that Jiang Feng has recently been in contact with the Qiao family. The Qiao family, the He family. Almost in unison, Liu Jingchen and I uttered the name of the He family. Therefore, it is highly probable that tonight, He Lian and Jiang Xinya will be gathered in one place, and perhaps the other two vessels will also make an appearance. If we can locate even one of them, we will be able to uncover the entire nest and potentially confront the Qiao family directly. I promptly retrieved my phone and called Feng Daji. The line was answered swiftly, and I inquired about He Lian's residence. He Lian is at Tongxin Hall. I exclaimed, "Is she with you right now?" "She is upstairs, doctor." Liu administered some medication to her, and she has been in a deep slumber ever since. Feng Daji replied, "I am downstairs having noodles. You must go upstairs immediately," I urged, feeling a wave of tension wash over me. "Stay with He Lian and do not leave her side. We are on our way to you." "Miss Liu, is something amiss?" Feng Daji questioned as he ascended the stairs. After only a few steps, a sudden silence enveloped him, followed by his mumbled observation, "What is that smell?" Chapter 51. Not the same group. I felt an immediate jolt of alarm, realizing that something was wrong. Just as I intended to caution Feng Daji to be vigilant, I heard him cover his mouth and nose, exclaiming, "Damn it! That filthy creature is trying to harm me again." Immediately, I heard him take something and hurriedly ascend the stairs, the sound of his footsteps echoing with a rhythmic thud. I held my breath, listening intently to the commotion on the upper floor. After Feng Daji reached the top, he paused momentarily. There was no sign of a struggle. From the receiver of his phone, faintly emerged the agonized moans of a woman. I inquired about the situation, and he replied, "He Lian has awakened." Feng Daji's voice trembled slightly, noting that her abdomen had significantly enlarged, with something stirring within. He hesitated before continuing, "I have checked. There is no one upstairs or downstairs. In the northwest corner of the room where He Lian sleeps, I found a small pile of black incense ash. When I went upstairs earlier, I caught a whiff of a pungent fragrance, though it has since dissipated considerably. It seems the Qiao family has indeed visited Tongxin Hall. However, they neither took He Lian nor confronted Feng Daji. They merely lit a stick of incense. After inhaling its scent, He Lian's belly swelled, with whatever is inside tormenting her. A rootless fetus typically breaks free from its host after 7 months, yet He Lian is not even 6 months along. Is the Qiao family impatient, intending to induce labor with the incense? I instructed Feng Daji to call Liu Shuyi while I hastened my own arrival. Yangzhen lies to the east of the county seat, while Jiutong Town is to the north. We would set off now, knowing we would still arrive later than Liu Shuyi. Liu Shuhe dutifully obeyed orders, swiftly vanishing into the shadows after exiting the vehicle. I drove, with Liu Jingchen seated beside me, idly toying with the jade Buddha in his hands, lost in thought. My mind, too, was a tumultuous whirl, devoid of clarity or direction. It seems that due to our intervention, the entire situation has been compelled to accelerate. When we arrived at Tongxintang, we could hear the sounds of combat coming from the second floor. Liu Jingchen was the first to charge upstairs, and I followed closely behind. Feng Daji had already been knocked unconscious, and the adversaries Liu Shuyi was battling were the monstrous man and a little girl, while He Lian lay on the ground, still in a state of unconsciousness. After Liu Jingchen joined the fray, the monstrous man, carrying the little girl, attempted to flee, leaping directly from the balcony, prompting Liu Jingchen and Liu Shuyi to pursue him without hesitation. I rushed over and with great effort managed to prop He Lian up. Her swollen belly made her weight considerable, and I struggled to drag her onto the bed. Just as I laid her down, her eyes suddenly flew open, but they were completely devoid of pupils, revealing only the whites of her eyes. One hand cradled her belly while the other grasped my wrist, and she recited as if in a trance, 2 qian of dried horsefly, 2 qian of dried leech, 1 qian of centipede, guay, safflower, musk, and 5 flavor fruit. Each 5 qian, ground into powder, scraped father's bone as a lure, kneaded into shape, and ignited. All forms of fetal images in the world can be shattered. After uttering this, He Lian rolled her eyes back and fainted once more. I reached out and shook her, but she did not awaken. Her brief moment of lucidity, during which she spoke those words, felt entirely unlike her. It seemed as though she were being manipulated by some external force, merely relaying a message to me. The phrase "all forms of fetal images in the world can be shattered" continued to swirl in my mind. It must be a formula for abortion found within the incense of the Qiao family. I recognized all the ingredients mentioned, each one cold in nature. Yet I remained perplexed about what Father's Bone could possibly refer to. The mention of Father's Bone evokes a curious notion. Does it pertain to the bones of the fetus's father? The inexplicable pregnancy of Helian, which began with the dawning of that jade Buddha, perhaps signifies that the powder within the Buddha's belly is indeed what is referred to as the Father's Bone. The Qiao family, while expending great effort to produce this rootless fetus, simultaneously provides me with prescriptions for an abortion. What, precisely, are their intentions? Feng Daji, still in a state of confusion, recounted the events that transpired earlier. He remarked, "After you made that call, I stayed by Helian's side. That monstrous individual burst in and directly attempted to seize her. How could I possibly let go? I fought desperately, but was overpowered, so I clung tightly to his leg to buy some time." Liu Shi added, "When I arrived, I witnessed that creature incapacitating Boss Feng with a swift elbow strike." Feng Daji chuckled sheepishly. "It seems I need to enlist a couple of bodyguards to help safeguard the shop. Things have been rather tumultuous lately." I contemplated. "Do you think it possible that tonight's visitors from the Qiao family at Tongxin Hall are not of the same group?" Not the same individuals?" Feng Daji expressed astonishment. "But the Qiao family members we encountered earlier were consistently that monster and the girl, weren't they?" "I too harbor doubts regarding their unity," Liu Jingchen remarked, suggesting that the Qiao family may not be as cohesive as it appears. Feng Daji maintained a more optimistic view. "Disunity is advantageous. If they are embroiled in their own conflicts, they will have less energy to trouble us. Regardless, the fact that Helian was not taken from us is indeed a positive outcome." I inquired of Liu Shuyi, "What is the condition of Helian?" Liu Shuyi examined Helian's pulse and shook his head in sorrow. "She is nearing her end. Even with medication, she cannot survive beyond 3 days." Liu Shuyi felt quite helpless. The Qiao family's sinister incense has accelerated the growth of the rootless fetus, which has drained too much of Helian's essence, hastening her decline. I instinctively inquired, if a method were available to eradicate the rootless fetus now, could Helian be saved? "She could be saved," Liu Shuyi replied. "As long as the rootless fetus has not yet breached Helian's abdomen, there remains a chance for her. However, I cannot conceive of an effective means to eliminate the rootless fetus at present." Clenching my fingers, I pondered deeply before declaring, "I have a solution." Liu Shuyi was taken aback, and even Liu Jingchen, standing beside him, looked grim and asked, "You have?" I recounted the brief moment when Helian regained consciousness and shared her words with them, concluding, "This is why I believe the Qiao family members who arrived tonight are not of the same faction. One group has created the rootless fetus, while another, like us, seeks to destroy it." Liu Jingchen retorted, "Are you willing to take this risk?" "Miss Liu, the Qiao family's sinister incense is entirely different from that of the Liu family." Liu Shi cautioned as well. "Should you fail, the repercussions will be dire." Chapter 52. A glimmer of hope. I cannot ascertain the potency of the sinister incense produced according to this formula. If it were a low to medium grade of incense, I would not be overly concerned. However, if it were of a superior or even top-tier quality, the potential for backlash aside, even if it were perfectly crafted, I might find myself unable to ignite such incense without a certain level of cultivation. With this formula, could it also be possible to transform the Buddha's bone? Another question fleetingly crossed my mind. My grandmother had previously mentioned that the methods of crafting incense from the Liu family and the Qiao family differ significantly. The Qiao family's incense relies on the art of gu poison, while the Liu family's process necessitates the use of incense guides. My lineage is merely a remnant of the Liu family's incense. So I pondered whether there exist other branches of the Liu family incense quietly passing down their traditions in some corner of the world. My thoughts were growing increasingly absurd. At that moment, my phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, I discovered it was a call from Jiang Xinya. I hurriedly answered, and she was sobbing on the other end. "Zhenzhen, help me. I am in so much pain." A wave of anxiety washed over me as I asked, "Xinya, what happened? Where are you now?" I quickly relayed the address of Tang, urging her to come find me there. After hanging up, I felt a sense of unease envelop me as I stood at the entrance of Tang, scanning the surroundings. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Xinya emerged from a taxi. Wrapped in a bathrobe, I rushed to her side and asked, "Xinya, are you hurt?" "It's Jiang Feng," she replied. Jiang Xinya is in a deeply troubled state. her emotions in turmoil. She deceived me, claiming she would take me to the Tangyang temple to seek a new set of glass beads as our token of love. Yet along the way, she rendered me unconscious and brought me to a modest hotel. Upon regaining consciousness, I felt a debilitating dizziness and a sharp pain in my back. As she spoke, she led me into the Tongxin hall and unfastened her bathrobe, revealing a dark, blood-soaked patch on the back of her t-shirt. Liu Jingchen and Feng Daji stood outside the door, avoiding any implication. Cautiously, I lifted Jiang Xinya's clothing and was horrified to discover a significant portion of skin torn from her back, blood oozing profusely. While I could surmise some of the circumstances, I still inquired, "Xinya, do you understand why Jiang Feng removed this portion of your skin?" Jiang Xinya shook her head, expressing, "I don't know. I feel as though I have never truly known him. He is terrifying." Trembling uncontrollably, she lamented, I cannot comprehend why he would treat me this way." The horror of the situation was so overwhelming that she stood there, momentarily forgetting to cry. I grasped her hand and asked further, "Xinya, you mentioned that during the summer, Jiang Feng often invited you out. Where did he usually take you? Is his grandmother truly in Tangyang town? How could this happen?" With a wince, she shifted, inadvertently aggravating her wound. "After waking in the hotel, I contemplated going to the police or to a hospital, yet ultimately, I chose to seek you out, Zhenzhen. At this moment, I trust no one but you." I instructed her to dress appropriately, intending to step out and consult with Liu Jingchen. However, I inadvertently caught sight of a faint visage of guanine seemingly emerging on Jiang Xinya's lower back. This manifestation appeared to be newly formed, subtle, and delicate, with features not yet fully defined, rendering it difficult to detect. I promptly exited and conveyed this matter to Liu Jingchen. His brow furrowed in concern. Jiang Feng has removed a piece of the guanine visage and discarded Jiang Xinya at the hotel, indicating that she has lost her utility to him. Now that another visage has reappeared, it can only imply one thing. Jiang Feng is merely a middleman. His withdrawal suggests that the orchestrators behind the scenes have yet to tighten their net. Suddenly, the realization dawned upon me. Tonight's events must have been precipitated by Jiang Feng's unilateral actions. The puppeteers lurking in the shadows are not yet prepared to act. The maturation of the guanine visage on Jiang Xinya's back likely coincides with that of the rootless fetus. The Qiao family is preoccupied this evening, focusing their attention on He Lian's affairs while neglecting Jiang Feng's situation. Jiang Xinya, displaying considerable acumen, sought us out directly. Had she fallen into the hands of the Qiao family, her reappearance would have been exceedingly unlikely. Concerned that Jiang Xinya might falter under emotional strain, I took her phone and dialed her mother, who answered swiftly. After exchanging a few words, I urged Jiang Xinya to reassure her mother of her safety. Just as Jiang Xinya opened her mouth to speak, the voice on the other end shifted. It was Liu Shua. "Hello, Zhenzhen, is that you? I was just about to reach out to you. Jiang Feng has arrived in Dangyang town. He has truly entered that funeral parlor." Chapter 53, Will I Die? Is it not? Jiang Feng visited the funeral parlor in Dangyang town, establishing a connection with the elderly woman there. Could she possibly be Jiang Feng's grandmother? However, Jiang Feng remains a crucial lead, and it would be prudent to retain him for the time being. No need to rush. I glanced at Liu Jingchen, and our eyes met. He nodded at me. I continued, "Shuha, keep your distance and monitor the area around the funeral parlor without raising any alarms. If necessary, ensure Jiang Feng's safety." Liu Shuha appeared perplexed. "You want me to protect that scoundrel? Why? He still holds value," I admonished. "The Qiao family may appear at any moment, so you must exercise caution." Upon hearing this, Liu Shuha seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Understood. I will keep a close watch on that scoundrel." After ending the call, I turned to Liu Jingchen and inquired, "Is my arrangement appropriate?" Our manpower is indeed limited. Apart from Liu Jingchen, Liu Shuha possesses the highest cultivation. Liu Shi specializes in medicine and is better suited to manage the situation in our absence. Aside from them, we only have Tong Shuyan, who, despite having few followers and average talent, can only deal with minor threats. When confronted by someone from the Qiao family, he would hardly stand a chance. Liu Jingchen ushered me into the passenger seat, while Jiang Xinya took the rear. Liu Jingchen took the wheel. As the car smoothly set off, I observed his adept driving skills, which belied the fact that he had been suppressed for over a century and had only just broken free from his confinement. I couldn't help but jest, "Master Liu, your ability to embrace new experiences is truly remarkable." Liu Jingchen raised an eyebrow at me, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, I promptly struck him with a blunt remark, suggesting he should consider obtaining a driver's license. Otherwise, encountering a traffic officer one day could lead to unforeseen complications. Liu Jingchen dismissed my concern with a casual assurance. Don't worry, that won't happen. I furrowed my brow, pondering the age-old adage, those who frequently tread near the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet. Yet, upon reflection, it dawned on me that this individual, possessing profound abilities, could easily employ some form of illusion should the need arise. After a taxing day, he had come to seek me out, his mind sharply focused due to fear. Now, having relaxed, he had already succumbed to slumber against the back seat. The outside world was cloaked in darkness, the night deepening, and fatigue weighed heavily upon me. As tranquility enveloped me, I became acutely aware of a chilling sensation in my lower abdomen, accompanied by a faint ache. I placed my hand upon my belly, my thoughts drifting to that recipe for incense. With the paternal lineage guiding me, Liu Jingchen was the father of the beings nestled within me. Should I dare to experiment with that recipe for incense, I could directly scrape the powdered bones from the snake bone bracelet to create the incense base. Was it worth the risk to attempt such a thing? Lost in my thoughts, I was startled by the sudden sound of Liu Jingchen's voice, which jolted me back to reality. In a flurry, I fumbled to unbuckle my seatbelt, straightened up, and reached back to gently shake Jiang Xinya, deliberately ignoring Liu Jingchen's inquiry. She had been leaning sideways against the seat to avoid smudging the bloodstains on her back, and now, feeling the numbness in her legs, she took a moment to gather herself before exiting the vehicle. Tong Xuyan swiftly organized the room, while Lu Shuyi promptly checked Jiang Xinya's pulse. Miss Zhang's overall condition surpasses that of Miss He. However, if the guanine nodules on her waist continue to proliferate, the outcome may not be favorable. Am I going to die? Jiang Xinya shrank back, tears streaming down her face. It's all my fault for being so infatuated. When you all warned me in the dormitory last time, I didn't believe you. Now I truly feel I am on the brink of self-destruction. She grasped my hand, pleading incessantly for me to save her. Sister Qin prepared dinner, and I coaxed her into eating a bit. Afterward, I assisted her with her hygiene and applied medicine. She was both exhausted and terrified, wanting to sleep yet too afraid to succumb to slumber. Every time her eyelids fluttered shut, she would startle awake, crying out, "Don't peel my skin off, please." Lu Shuyi, in response, added a touch of sedative herbs to the concoction he had prepared for her. After drinking it, she finally drifted into a deep sleep. He placed me on the bed, snuggling close and encircling me in his embrace. I attempted to push him away, but he gently rested his hand on my abdomen, warmth seeping into me, bringing a sense of relief. My eyelids grew heavy, and soon I could no longer resist the pull of sleep. Yet, I did not slumber long before being stirred awake by the commotion ahead. I turned over, discovering that Liu Jingchen was no longer by my side. Glancing at the time, I noted it was just past 4 in the morning. I quickly dressed and made my way to the front courtyard, where I could hear Lu Shuhua's voice. Upon reaching the conference hall, I found Lu Shuhua standing there, conversing with Liu Jingchen and the others, while Zhang Feng sat slumped on the ground, his face ashen. Lu Shuhua responded affirmatively. Zhang Feng suddenly raised his gaze towards me, and in his desperate eyes, a flicker of hope ignited. He abruptly stood up and limped toward me. Liu Jingchen, you are indeed the heir to the Liu family's shadowy legacy? We were acquainted, having merely exchanged nods in the past, yet his demeanor now seemed rather unhinged. I instinctively raised my hand to block him, fearing he might suddenly lunge at me to cause harm. Zhang Feng halted his advance, retrieving an invitation from his pocket and presenting it to me. Do not be afraid, I mean you no harm. The Grey Matron said you could save us and insisted that I deliver this invitation to you. The Grey Matron? I furrowed my brow, recalling the woman from the funeral parlor. Isn't she your grandmother? Zhang Feng clarified. No, the Grey Matron is my grandmother's close friend, once a renowned Grey Fairy disciple. I was taken aback. Once a Grey Fairy disciple? Is she no longer? Indeed, Zhang Feng nodded. In her youth, my grandmother was well versed in the art of plum blossom divination, and the Grey Matron was quite celebrated in our locality as a Grey Fairy disciple. They quickly became inseparable friends. Tragically, the Grey Matron's celestial family was slaughtered. Before her ashes could scatter, she fought valiantly to protect the Grey Matron. The Grey Matron then assumed a new identity, eventually settling in Dangyang town, making a living by operating a funeral parlor. So that is the case, I pondered, then queried. Why did you deceive Jiang Xinya, claiming your grandmother's family resided in Dangyang town? To whom did you give the guanine mask that you took from her? Why do you wish her harm? I confess my wrongdoing. I deceived Jiang Xinya regarding her feelings, he admitted. Jiang Feng, with reddened eyes, remarked that he had never anticipated the situation would escalate to such a degree. He, too, had been deceived. I had a childhood sweetheart, a girl with whom I had grown up, and our bond was exceptionally strong. If all went according to plan, we would be wed shortly after our graduation in our senior year. However, at the end of last year, a tragic incident occurred when she was bathing at home. The water heater exploded, severely scalding her entire face. Despite undergoing surgery and skin grafting, her appearance was irrevocably altered, leaving her profoundly insecure. Although I repeatedly assured her of my unwavering commitment, she still chose to end our relationship. In my quest to find a way to restore her beauty, I encountered an individual just before the summer break who taught me the method of nurturing a guanyin mask. She claimed that by following her instructions, I could restore my girlfriend's face to its former glory. Thus, Jiang Feng's gaze lingered on Jiang Xinya. I had confirmed multiple times that nurturing the guanyin mask on a host would only cause the host discomfort during the removal process, resulting in a small patch of missing skin, but would not inflict any lasting harm. I feigned a romantic relationship with Jiang Xinya, adorning her with a glass bead bracelet. And to my astonishment, a guanyin mask identical to my girlfriend's emerged on her face. Believing I had succeeded, I shared this revelation with Granny Hui and implored her to assist in placing the guanyin mask onto my girlfriend once I had detached it. The old woman scolded me for my foolishness, asserting that the glass bracelet I had given Jiang Xinya was not merely an incense ash bracelet, but rather one made from bone ashes. Such a bracelet could only be crafted from the remains of its owner, flayed alive before death and ground into powder. This malevolent process would allow a guanyin face to be nurtured upon the host, and once the guanyin face was removed, the host would be unable to survive. Thus, knowing full well the gravity of my error, you still chose to deceive me, even at the cost of my life, did you not? At some point, Jiang Xinya had approached us, though we were oblivious to how much she had overheard. In a fit of rage, she lunged forward, seizing Jiang Feng by the collar, and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Jiang Feng did not flinch. He accepted the blow with resignation and looked at Jiang Xinya, saying, "Xinya, I am truly sorry, but I had no choice. I realized the truth too late. All I could do was hasten the maturation of the guanyin face and remove it, hoping to lessen its harm to you." Jiang Xinya, as if she had heard the most absurd joke, laughed until tears streamed down her face. "Lessen the harm to me?" she retorted, lifting her shirt to reveal the newly sprouted guanyin face on her side, confronting Jiang Feng. "Is this what you mean by lessening the harm to me?" "I'm sorry, Xinya. I am truly sorry," Jiang Feng repeated, filled with remorse. "I was deceived. I never anticipated that person would exploit me, planting more than one guanyin face upon you. I will find a way to save your life." Jiang Feng spoke, then turned back to me, pleading, "Liu Jingchen, please help me and save Xinya. I swear that if you assist us in overcoming this calamity, I will transfer all my research projects to you and introduce you to the finest mentors." I interrupted him, stating, "I have suspended my studies. Whether I can return to school is uncertain, and I do not believe that what you offer can compare to Xinya's life." I fixed my gaze on him, resolutely declaring, "Jiang Feng, I will save Xinya, but I will not accept your invitation." In our school days, we held Jiang Feng in high regard, but now we felt nothing but disdain and contempt. His girlfriend's disfigurement does not justify the sacrifice of another's life to restore her appearance. By what right does he presume to demand such a thing? I paused, aware that this method was likely taught to her by the Qiao family. But I pondered which faction had interacted with Jiang Feng among the two groups that had appeared at Tongxin Hall. Lu Shuhe stepped forward, gripping the back of Jiang Feng's collar and lifting him up, then forcefully pinning him against the wall while tightening his grip around Jiang Feng's neck, demanding, "Speak. Who taught you?" Through clenched teeth, I asked, "Do you know?" Jiang Feng laughed, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Of course I know. If you had acted a bit faster last night, you might have encountered the vessel of Kongtong Xian." Lu Shuhe applied more pressure, causing Jiang Feng's face to flush red. "Kongtong Xian?" I tightened my grip on Jiang Xinya's hand, realizing Jiang Feng was implying that the first group to light the incense at Tongxin Hall last night was connected to the vessel of Kongtong Xian. So, is she a member of the Qiao family? In the realm of the southern Qiao and northern Lu, the profession of Yinxiang is solely represented by our two families. Apart from the Qiao family, there is only the Lu family. If that individual is not of the Qiao lineage, Could they possibly be a lost descendant of a branch of the Liu family? Then, in a certain sense, she ought to be my kin. I dared not ponder further, casting a helpless glance at Liu Jingchen. Upon sensing my gaze, Liu Jingchen strode towards me, taking my cold hand in his. And turning to Zhang Feng, he said, "We have accepted your invitation. Now, you may divulge everything you know." Liu Shuha abruptly shook off Zhang Feng, wiping her hands on her sleeve. Zhang Feng gasped for air, and when he finally regained his composure, he spoke. "Liu Jingchen, you ought to inquire about this matter with your grandmother." She should. Liu Shuha seized Zhang Feng by the neck, her grip so fierce it seemed capable of snapping it, and through gritted teeth, she hissed, "You pretty boy, given this opportunity, speak plainly without your convoluted riddles. If you provoke my impatience, you shall face dire consequences." Zhang Feng, now on the ground, his face akin to the hue of liver, realized he had met his match in Liu Shuha. With trepidation, he refrained from further frivolity and continued, "Over 40 years ago, after your grandfather passed away, he left behind an illegitimate child." Chapter 55. Conspiracy. My grandfather had an illegitimate child? Why had my grandmother never mentioned this to me? Stumbling toward Zhang Feng, I grasped his collar and admonished, "Zhang Feng, if you speak such fabrications to save your own skin, you shall meet a most tragic end." "I speak nothing but the truth." Zhang Feng raised his hand above his head and declared solemnly, "I, Zhang Feng, swear that if I utter a single falsehood regarding this matter, may I be struck down by thunder and meet a terrible end." Such a fervent expression of survival instinct, coupled with lingering attachments, renders his words credible. I released Zhang Feng and continued my inquiry. "What became of that child?" "To my understanding, your grandmother gave birth to the child during the Ghost Festival in July." Zhang Feng replied, "The children of the Liu family are not born at will. That child possessed an exceedingly mean fate and a frail constitution. Logically, he should not have survived beyond a month. Your grandmother was a particularly cautious person. She gave birth discreetly and quietly buried the child that very night. Yet, inexplicably, the child found its way into the hands of the Qiao family and survived." I expressed my disbelief. "So even my grandmother was unaware that the child lived, correct?" Zhang Feng nodded. "That seems to be the case." I pressed further. "How did you come to know of this?" "The old witch told me," Zhang Feng explained. "Her connections in the realm of the supernatural are quite extensive. Otherwise, she would have long since met her demise. Indeed, gathering information is a forte of the Gray Fairy. Regardless of how the Qiao family managed to take the child, they surely had ulterior motives in nurturing him. Considering this, the child must be only a few years younger than my father, warranting my address of him as uncle." A tremor ran through me. Was it him who visited Tongxin Hall last night? It should not be. Liu Jingchen suddenly interjected, analyzing. If that child were still alive, they would be in their 40s now. Kongtongsin cannot survive for such an extended period. Indeed, a typical Kongtongsin vessel rarely lives beyond 18 years, Zhang Feng remarked. After being raised by the Qiao family, that child had a daughter, and it is she who is the true vessel of Kongtongsin. The vessel of Kongtongsin, from a young age, was nourished by the parasitic insects, which gradually gnawed at her heart, leaving it riddled with countless wounds. Throughout this torment, how much suffering must she have endured? Furthermore, this girl carries within her veins half the blood of our Liu family. Through He Lian's words, she conveyed to me a recipe for the transformation of fragrance. In a certain sense, she was not only ensuring her own survival, but also aiding me. I found myself lost in thought, sensing an incongruity. When my grandmother gave birth to that child, she buried him immediately. He had never encountered fragrance. Subsequently, he grew up in the Qiao family. So how did his daughter learn to create fragrance? After all, the Qiao family's fragrance is entirely different from that of the Liu family. Could it be that the long-lost fragrance induction manual, which the Liu family has not possessed for a century, has already fallen into the hands of the Qiao family? Since Kongtongsin dared to provoke the Qiao family, it indicates that she can temporarily protect herself. As for the rootless fetus and the guanine mask, they remain with us. The only thing left is the painted skin bone. The Qiao family must be fiercely guarding the painted skin bone, ensuring that it suffers no further mishap. On the other hand, they will undoubtedly spare no effort in pursuing Kongtongsin. I am confident that Kongtongsin and I shall meet again soon. Liu Shuhan nudged Zhang Feng and inquired. There remains one last skin bone. Do not tell me you, too, are aware of its vessel. They were likely the first to acquire the skin bone. Liu Jingchen remarked. The skin bone. One takes the bone, not the skin. That remaining piece of skin can alter one's appearance entirely. When I first encountered the Qiao family in Tongxin Hall, I sensed something amiss with that little girl. The little girl? Indeed. She appeared no older than 13 or 14, yet upon receiving an attack, her visage instantly aged by over a decade. Could it be? Could it be that the little girl is not truly a little girl? Zhang Feng scoffed. That is no mere child. Her actual age is likely greater than ours. Old Granny Hui stated that she might very well be the Buddha bone incarnate created by the Qiao family. The so-called Buddha bone of the Qiao family is inherently flawed and has been sustained by sorcery. It is likely that even the sorcery can no longer contain it, which explains the Qiao family's urgency to resurrect the Grand Sorcerer. I boldly surmised. Is it possible that the Qiao family is collecting fragments of the heavenly bone for the sake of this Buddha bone? I had not forgotten the month-long agreement between the Qiao family and myself. Should the time come and I fail to gather the 4 fragments of heavenly bone for them, my grandmother would be in peril. Zhang Feng was uncertain and indifferent to this matter. All that I know has been disclosed to you. In exchange, Liu Jingchen, you must accompany me once more to Dangyang town. Old Granny Hui wishes to see you. This enigmatic figure, known as the Grey Matron, certainly possesses a distinct character, and I find myself yearning for another encounter with her. We accepted the invitation from Zhang Feng, and it is only fitting that I fulfill his request. I thus acquiesced, and Liu Jingchen declared, I shall accompany you. However, Zhang Feng promptly declined, stating that the Grey Matron had instructed that she would only meet with Liu Jingchen. Liu Shua, driven by frustration, raised his fist in an attempt to intimidate Zhang Feng, but I intervened. I addressed Zhang Feng, saying, given the chaos outside and my utter inability to defend myself, it is impossible for me to accompany you alone. However, I can assure you that when I meet the Grey Matron, I shall be the sole individual present. After contemplating my words, Zhang Feng eventually nodded in agreement. Thus, it was I, Zhang Feng, and Liu Jingchen who journeyed together to Dangyang town. At that moment, dawn was just breaking, and our vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of an alley. Liu Jingchen remained in the car, while Zhang Feng and I traversed the cobblestone path leading to the funeral parlor. The door of the parlor was firmly shut, with 2 white lanterns swaying gently in the breeze above the entrance. Before long, the door swung open, and the Grey Matron gestured for us to enter, promptly shutting the door behind us. Upon stepping inside, I was taken aback by the scene before me. The parlor was strewn with layers of yellow paper, and a frail girl lay upon the yellow sheets, her body covered in yellow talismans adorned with esoteric symbols drawn in vermilion. Zhang Feng, with a pained expression, lamented, "This is my girlfriend. Last night, after acquiring the Guanyin mask, I brought her to seek the Grey Matron's assistance in changing her face. Unfortunately, we were interrupted by the Qiao family, resulting in her being harmed. Now, she can only survive through the Grey Matron's talismans." The gray old woman had been gazing at me intently for quite some time when, suddenly, she bent her knees and knelt before me. I have concealed my identity for decades, and at last, I have awaited the arrival of a young lady. Chapter 56. The benefactor. Her actions startled me, prompting an instinctive retreat of 2 steps. Upon noticing that her gaze held no malice or ulterior motives, I cautiously approached and extended my hand to assist her in rising. "Gray old woman, please speak directly to me. There is no need for such theatrics. Just a short while ago, during my visit to the funeral parlor, she had been utterly indifferent. What had prompted this change?" The gray old woman grasped my hand, her emotions surging. "Dear maiden, you cannot fathom what you do not know. The first time you graced my establishment, I recognized you immediately. Your resemblance is uncanny, nearly identical. Had there not been others present, I would have revealed myself then and there." Perplexed, I inquired, "Identical to whom?" "To the savior of my family's lineage." As she spoke, she led me into a small, secluded bedroom, shutting the door behind us. From a hidden compartment beneath the bed, she retrieved a palm-sized bronze box, intricately adorned with elaborate engravings and secured with a bronze lock. Its contents remained a mystery. This box was entrusted to me by my family's patriarch before his untimely demise. It was placed in his care by his benefactor, who instructed him to bequeath it to the heir of the dear family's ancestral hall. At that time, my family's patriarch even transformed into the likeness of his savior, ensuring I would remember distinctly. That visage was strikingly akin to yours, dear maiden. My heart thundered as I tentatively inquired, "Did your family's spirit mention the name of his savior?" Granny Gray nodded and replied, "Her name is Lu Xiang." Indeed, it was Lu Xiang. My esteemed ancestor, the fifth master, was once a renowned gray spirit in this region, possessing knowledge of 90% of the secrets straddling the realms of the living and the dead. With such extensive knowledge came numerous adversaries. He recounted that one fateful year, he was imprisoned by a black serpent spirit in a dungeon, enduring brutal tortures that nearly claimed his life. It was Liu Xiang who secretly orchestrated his escape, allowing him to cling to life for several more decades. After his escape, he harbored deep concerns for Liu Xiang's safety, especially since she appeared to be several months pregnant at that time. Unfortunately, he could uncover no further information. The Black Serpent Spirit? Yes, the Black Serpent Spirit. After evading that peril, my fifth master remained in obscurity for many years before he took me, his disciple, under his wing to assist him in his cultivation. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would ultimately fall victim to the very Black Serpent Spirit? As Granny Gray recounted this, her voice grew thick with emotion. I vividly remember my fifth master pleading with him not to take my life. I heard him refer to that Black Serpent Spirit as Lord Luoyuan. The names, Black Serpent Spirit, Lord Luoyuan, Liu Xiang, and pregnancy, swirled in my mind, gradually weaving together into a coherent narrative. Liu Luoyuan had claimed that Liu Xiang was his deceased wife, and when the fifth master was rescued by Liu Xiang, she was indeed with child. Thus, the Black Serpent Spirit he spoke of could very well be Liu Luoyuan himself. Yet he is known as Master Liu Luoyuan, while others refer to Liu Jingchen as Master Liu San. What is the true relationship between Liu Luoyuan and Liu Jingchen? Furthermore, dear Xiang was already several months pregnant back then. That child must belong to Liu Luoyuan, right? Has that child been born? Where is he now? As I pondered these questions, Granny Hui spoke again, her tone earnest and heartfelt. Miss dear, I have heard that you have reopened the Inxiang Hall and become the disciple of Master Liu San. There is a certain connection between him and the Black Snake Immortal. You must be cautious and vigilant. I gazed at Granny Hui, recalling that during my last visit to the funeral parlor, Liu Jingchen had not made an appearance, which would have gone unnoticed by ordinary people. However, Granny Hui, having served as a disciple of the Grey Immortal, possesses some knowledge of the arcane. She must have sensed something at that time, which is why she deliberately avoided Liu Jingchen and did not acknowledge me. Granny Hui then patted my hand and said, now that the bronze box is in your possession, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The only matter left unresolved is that of Jiang Feng. Miss dear, Jiang Feng is young and troubled by love. He has made mistakes, but I will educate him properly. However, these two young girls are innocent, and I hope you can lend a helping hand. I quickly replied, Jiang Xinya is my classmate, and her situation involves the Qiao family. I will assist her to the end. As for Jiang Feng's girlfriend, how can I help? She has been rebuffed by Guanyin. Even with my yellow talisman's protection, it can only suppress the effects for 3 days. The gray old woman remarked that in 3 days, without any intervention, her face would completely decay, potentially endangering her life. The only things that could save her, apart from the Qiao family's golden silkworm incense, were the Deer family's dragon tongue incense. Dragon tongue incense? I replied apologetically. I'm afraid I possess neither the finished product nor the recipe for making dragon tongue incense. I may not be of assistance to you. The gray old woman sighed and said, then we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. The implication was clear. If we could obtain the Qiao family's golden silkworm incense, there might be hope. If not, the girl lying outside would be doomed. Having expressed all she needed to say, the gray old woman personally escorted me out, while Jiang Feng, unwilling to accept the situation, attempted to stop me but was reprimanded by her. As I walked down the alley, I couldn't help but worry about the gray old woman and the others. The Qiao family would not spare Jiang Feng. The car was still parked at the alley's entrance. I opened the passenger door and sat inside. Turning to find Liu Jingchen gripping the steering wheel, his eyes bloodshot and fixated ahead, lost in thought. Gently, I nudged him and inquired, what's wrong? Liu Jingchen slowly turned his face towards me, and in his gaze lingered a subtle hint of animosity, a look I had often seen when we first met. Jiang Feng had forbidden Liu Jingchen from following, yet he overlooked one crucial point. Liu Jingchen possessed cultivation, and if he wished, he could observe everything occurring within the closed door of the funeral parlor. I had every reason to believe that he had overheard the words the gray old woman shared with me. Moreover, it was only the name Liu Xiang that could elicit such a resentful expression from him. After a considerable pause, he extended a hand towards me and said, bring forth the bronze box, let me have a look. Alas, It appeared he had indeed eavesdropped. I retrieved the bronze box and handed it to him. He cradled it with both hands and suddenly offered a wry smile. I felt a surge of confusion and instinctively inquired, "Do you recognize this box?" Liu Jingchen remained silent, and then surprisingly fished out a petite bronze key from his sleeve, effortlessly inserting it into the small lock. With a sharp click, the lock released. The lid of the bronze box sprang open, revealing a crudely crafted silver hairpin within. Chapter 57. The Perils of Infatuation. This silver hairpin was evidently handmade. Its design simple and workmanship rough, with the plum blossom at its tip carved in a crooked manner. On the reverse side of the blossom, there was an intricately engraved character Xiang. Liu Jingchen fixated on the silver hairpin, his pupils narrowing to mere slits, his entire demeanor tense. I contemplated this reaction, stroking my chin thoughtfully. What could this mean? Could this hairpin have been crafted by his own hands as a gift for Liu Xiang? Creating portraits, fashioning silver hairpins. It seemed this man had once been quite romantic in his youth. Regrettably, it was a one-sided affection. Liu Xiang favored Liu Luoyuan, marrying him and bearing his child, while he, in the end, was left with nothing but a fate of being skinned and disemboweled. I shook my head, feeling a sense of lament. Indeed, such infatuation was perilous. Beneath the silver hairpin lay a neatly folded piece of parchment made from sheepskin. I reached in to extract the parchment and unfolded it, revealing a map drawn upon its surface. Upon a cursory glance, the terrain appeared to embody the soaring majesty of dragons and serpents, prominently featuring a pentagram at the dragon's maw. Liu Jingchen, as if roused from a reverie, turned his gaze toward me and remarked, "I too perceive a resemblance." Had Liu Xiang, through all his cunning, intended for me to delve into the mysteries of this burial site? My mind was awash with questions. Whose tomb is this? What secrets lie within? Liu Jingchen took possession of the map, folding it neatly before placing it beneath a silver hairpin and closing the lid. I reached for the bronze box, asserting, "This was left to me by Liu Xiang. It is not yours. Hand it over." Yet Liu Jingchen refused, stating, "For now, I shall keep it. You are not capable of safeguarding it." "Is this truly how you wish to proceed, Liu Jingchen?" I retorted, my frustration prompting me to speak candidly. "Liu Xiang has been gone for ages. It is time to move on. Only you remain ensnared in the past." With determination, I pried his fingers apart and seized the bronze box. However, Liu Jingchen grasped my chin, turning my face toward him, his vertical pupils ablaze with fury. "What did you say? Repeat that." I opened my mouth, facing his wrath, yet dared not utter another word. I struggled momentarily before relenting, murmuring, "Liu Jingchen, you are hurting me." He did not release his grip. Instead, his thumb gently caressed my chin, and within his gaze, a disquieting sense of fragility emerged, evoking an involuntary pang of sympathy. My hand trembled as I clutched the bronze box, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Liu Jingchen, please refrain from looking at me that way." I faltered, and upon finishing my sentence, he released me and drove onto the main road. The car sped along swiftly, and I sat in the passenger seat, too afraid to breathe, fearful of any potential mishap. I regretted allowing myself to be ensnared by the whims of infatuation. Yet, regardless of where I concealed the box, a sense of insecurity lingered. After all, the painting by Tong Jixian had been safely displayed in my home, yet it was quietly taken away by Liu Luoyuan, wasn't it? At that moment, a knock echoed at my door. Hastily, I stuffed the bronze box beneath my blanket and turned to answer. It was Jiang Xinya. Her eyes rimmed with crimson. My heart ached for her as I asked, "Xinya, why are you still awake? You can't keep this up. Your health will suffer." I ushered Jiang Xinya inside, guiding her to the table and pouring her a cup of tea. She cradled the cup in her trembling hands, tears glistening in her eyes. "Zhenzhen, is it true that Jiang Feng has a girlfriend?" "Yes," I replied candidly, "and they share a childhood bond. Their feelings for each other are profound. I do not wish for you to harbor any illusions. That girl has suffered the backlash of Guanyin, and her condition is dire. Everything Jiang Feng does is in a bid to protect her and the love they share. Xinya, it is time for you to awaken to this reality." Jiang Xinya's tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Why? How could he treat me this way? Xinya, while Jiang Feng owes you a debt, it is not he who poses a true threat to your well-being." I patiently guided her, emphasizing that your foremost concern should now be your own health. I reached out to embrace her, though I was at a loss as to how to rescue her in that moment. Nevertheless, I reassured her, "Xinya, the situation is far from as dire as you imagine. Grant me a little time, and I shall find a way to save you." I turned the entire bed upside down, yet found nothing. Panic began to seep in. Could it truly be this sinister? In such a brief span. Only a handful knew about the bronze box, so how had I caught their attention? No. The only ones aware of this matter were Granny Hui and Liu Jingchen. Could it be that he had taken it? I immediately rushed to Liu Jingchen's room, only to find it empty. I inquired around, but no one had seen him. After a moment's contemplation, I exited and made my way towards the back mountain. If Liu Jingchen had indeed taken the bronze box, he would undoubtedly venture to the back mountain to uncover its secrets. After all, it was something left behind by Liu Xiang. Despite his animosity, he could not resist the urge to discover what Liu Xiang had bequeathed. How could he not care? She was the woman he had once loved with his very life. For reasons unbeknownst to me, a pang of sorrow suddenly pierced my heart as I walked, mentally sending greetings to Liu Jingchen from head to toe. The entrance seemed to be lodged within the dragon's mouth, at the throat. The Dragon King Temple was constructed within this mouth. Hence the entrance to the tomb should lie at the base of the mountain behind the temple. I turned and exited the Dragon King Temple, where the sun hung high in the sky, bathing the entire mountain range in light, revealing a panoramic view of the landscape. Amidst the lush greenery, a fleeting dark figure darted past. That silhouette could only belong to Liu Jingchen. Chapter 58. The melody of fragrance. Liu Jingchen, that wretched scoundrel, is indeed the one who absconded with the bronze box. Just moments ago, his position was not at the foot of the mountain, but rather halfway up. After confirming the location once more, I hastened along the mountain path towards that spot. The villagers of Huilong do not make a living by traversing the mountains, and the narrow, arduous trails made my journey quite laborious. I was frequently pricked by thorny plants, while swarms of buzzing mosquitoes surrounded me. When I finally reached the location I had identified, I was met with a dense expanse of greenery, devoid of any signs of human intrusion. Liu Jingchen's caution is infuriating. How am I to locate the entrance? Furthermore, this is merely the mountainside, not the dragon's mouth. Upon closer inspection, it seems this place might be the dragon's head. As I stood there, bewildered and scanning my surroundings, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over me. A dull ache emerged from my lower abdomen, and my vision flickered between white and black. In the midst of this disorientation, a faint voice seemed to beckon from afar, whispering, "Zhenzhen, Zhenzhen." Suddenly, with a thunderous rumble, a large stone in front of me shifted aside, revealing a half-archway of a cave. The cave was narrow and tall, just wide enough for a single person to pass through, and it was shrouded in darkness. Gritting my teeth, I ventured inside. After walking for about 2 or 3 meters, the passage veered to the left. As I turned along the cave wall, a bright light suddenly illuminated my path. Before me lay a staircase descending into another realm. This larger cave extended downward, filled with concealed mechanisms and hidden compartments yet to be triggered. It felt as though an invisible force had guided me to this very place. My foot dangled precariously over the last step, yet I found myself too fearful to descend. I was terrified of triggering a hidden mechanism that could lead to my demise. Now, who could assure me that this was indeed the entrance to a tomb? I was utterly convinced, with such intricate traps. It was evident that ordinary souls would be unable to enter. At that moment, I was startled by the sound of footsteps behind me. I turned to see Liu Jingchen, his face etched with anxiety. He inquired, "What are you doing here? Why can you come, but I cannot?" I retorted, my gaze falling upon the bronze box he clutched in his hand. "You have stolen my possession." Liu Jingchen disregarded my accusation and strode forward, pulling me up, his eyes darting over the mechanisms below. Then, he prepared to step down, and I immediately followed suit. He turned to me and cautioned, "Do not follow. It is perilous. Stay here and wait for me." I shook my head, asserting, "If it weren't for me, you would never have discovered this cave's entrance, would you?" "Liu Jingchen, I sense that the tomb's master seems to welcome my presence more than yours." Liu Jingchen said nothing further. Instead, he grasped my hand and instructed, "Stay close to me. Refrain from touching anything recklessly, and inform me if you feel unwell." I nodded earnestly, holding his hand tightly as I followed closely in his footsteps. Though the mechanisms within this sunken cave were intricate, Liu Jingchen appeared remarkably well acquainted with them, navigating expertly and avoiding the traps with precision. Before long, we found ourselves at the heart of the mechanism, and directly before us stood a stone platform, connected to which was a stone mill adorned with intricate runes. Liu Jingchen placed the bronze box upon the stone mill, opened it, and retrieved a silver hairpin from within. I gazed at him, perplexed by his intentions. Then, I witnessed Liu Jingchen forcefully insert the silver pin into the hole of the stone mill, turning it 3 times clockwise and then 3 times counterclockwise. With a click, it seemed as though something within the stone mill had been unlocked. Immediately, several fissures appeared on the surface of the mill, dividing it into 8 segments that retreated in all directions, revealing what lay hidden inside. It was a solitary stick of black incense, standing there, seemingly having existed for countless years. It was the incense of the Liu family, Liu Jingchen remarked, stepping back a pace. I hesitated before approaching, bowing my head to gently blow upon the incense. Instantly, it ignited, releasing a faint scent of sandalwood, and I seemed to hear the voice of that woman, singing mournfully, "Soul, return." A wave of dizziness washed over me once more, causing my body to sway unsteadily. Liu Jingchen wrapped an arm around my waist for support, softly inquiring, "Zhenzhen, what is the matter?" I reached to pinch the bridge of my nose, yet could not gather my thoughts. A chilling sensation plunged into my lower abdomen, intensifying the pain. The stone door behind us closed automatically as Liu Jingchen guided me into the Dragon King Temple. I clutched my stomach, unable to straighten my back due to the agony. Grasping Liu Jingchen's collar, I whimpered softly, and he channeled his vital energy into my abdomen, yet the torment remained unrelieved. Just as I felt I was on the brink of excruciating pain, a series of eternal lights flickered back into existence beside me. The faint aroma of incense soothed my troubled spirit, and the torment in my lower abdomen gradually subsided. Drenched in cold sweat, I found solace nestled in Liu Jingchen's embrace. For a fleeting moment, I feared I might be on the verge of a miscarriage. The eternal lights appeared and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving everything feeling as though it had transpired in a dream. Once tranquility returned, I murmured, "Liu Jingchen, don't you feel that the eternal lights this time seem fewer in number than before?" "Much improved," he replied. I straightened up and glanced at the object in his hand, inquiring, "What is that?" Liu Jingchen handed me a sandalwood box, saying, "It appears that what lies within is indeed meant for you. You should open it yourself." With reverence, I accepted the sandalwood box and carefully tore open the seal atop it. As I lifted the lid, I discovered an ancient tome resting inside, accompanied by an envelope. The cover of the book bore the title Yin Xiang Xiang Yin Pu in bold characters. To my astonishment, it was indeed the Yin Xiang Xiang Yin Pu left for me by Liu Xiang. My heart raced as I held it close, flipping through the pages, only to realize that this Yin Xiang Xiang Yin Pu was incomplete. Based on the table of contents, it appeared to contain merely half of the material. The latter portion seemed to have vanished. Fortunately, I found the entry for dragon tongue incense in the first half's index. Jiang Feng's girlfriend might just be saved. Chapter 59. Omen. These 2 items appeared to be quite aged. Holding the pass, I pondered aloud. Isn't the yin-yang division subordinate to the city god? I had thought such things existed solely in legend. In this world, there are many city god temples, revered by the populace. Yet the most formidable city god resides at the boundary between the realms of the living and the dead. It is rare for Liu Jingchen to voluntarily elucidate these matters to me. Whether it is the Yin officials conducting affairs in the realm of Yang, or the living traversing the underworld, they must pass through the city god's checkpoint. The Liu family's incense hall possesses certain incense offerings procured from Yin officials, with a portion of the incense crafted for the use of spirits and even the underworld deities, inevitably leading to interactions with them. This pass serves as a credential for traversing the liminal space between life and death. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Previously, Shui mentioned that if Yunxi were to come to the realm of Yang, he too would require some form of credential. Could it be this very pass? Upon mentioning Yunxi, Liu Jingchen's demeanor grew cold once more. "Are you so eager for him to seek you out?" "Eager? How could I not be? Although my acquaintance with Yunxi is scant, during moments when my life teetered on the brink, those ever-burning lanterns appeared just in time to prolong my existence. All thanks to that man. I ought to express my gratitude to him in person." "Indeed?" As I inquired, Liu Jingchen released me, his gaze evasive, attempting to sidestep the topic. "Alas, it seems he left you with nothing at all. When you opened that sandalwood box earlier, were you not disappointed?" Liu Jingchen stood with his back to me, obscuring his facial expression, yet I could perceive the desolation and rigidity of his silhouette, evoking a sense of melancholy. Oh, the plight of unrequited love is truly pitiable. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. I raised my gaze and soon spotted Tong Xuyen appearing at the entrance of the Dragon King Temple, his expression fraught with urgency. This is bad. Lian. Lian has coughed up blood. Liu Jingchen cast a glance at my hand before gently encircling it within his own. His hands were large, with long fingers and a dry palm, enveloping mine with a sense of inexplicable security. A wave of regret washed over me for the words I had just spoken that seemed to provoke him. It appeared that the fragrant essence from that night had indeed accelerated the growth of the rootless fetus. What should have taken 7 months to emerge was now showing signs of impending arrival at merely 6 months. Everything was hastening, and if we did not intervene at this moment, it might soon be too late. Kong Tongxin was indeed on the run. Yet she possessed a critical vulnerability, the goo worm within her. She had hastened He Lian's pregnancy with the fragrant essence and provided me with the formula to transform the fetus. However, as a master of incense crafting, why did she not personally create the incense to dissolve the rootless fetus? Was it a matter of insufficient time, or was she incapable of concocting the formula? Or perhaps other reasons were at play. I had obtained the Yin Pu, which meticulously documented various names of Yin fragrances from the Liu family along with their corresponding incantations, all indexed by page number. I now understood the incantation and formula for the transforming incense, yet I was still unaware of its specific name. Thus, I searched for the corresponding incantation until I finally reached the last page of the index, where I discovered the words Father's Bone. Father's Bone was the incantation, and its associated Yin fragrance was termed Sen Pai Xiang. In traditional Chinese medicine, Pai refers to a hard mass within the abdomen. Therefore, San Pai Xiang aptly signifies the incense used to eliminate this abdominal mass. What a fitting name it was. Once again, I rummaged through the collection of dragon's tongue incense. Since I was to craft incense, I might as well do it all at once. In the earlier sections, I swiftly located the corresponding page, and upon opening it, I was greeted by a myriad of annotations pinned by Liu Xiang. Liu Xiang's handwriting was exquisite, a flawless script of tiny characters, detailing the precautions, taboos, backlash levels, and remedial measures pertinent to incense crafting. Dragon's tongue incense is classified as a medium to high-grading incense, and its incense catalyst is derived from the shed skin of a serpent with a century of cultivation. A wave of relief washed over me. While it might be challenging for others to procure a serpent's shed skin of such age, our Yin incense hall, apart from Liu Jingchen, boasts the formidable cultivation of the Liu siblings, Liu Shuhe and Liu Shuyi, each with several centuries of experience. I resolved to seek one from Liu Shuhe. I kept the Yin incense catalyst compendium close to me and turned to find Liu Shuhe when Liu Jingchen entered. Noticing my exuberance, he inquired, "Are you truly intent on crafting the transformative incense to save He Lian? What other choice do we have?" I retorted, "If we do not rescue He Lian, when that rootless fetus ruptures within her, she may lose her life, and we may not be able to control that rootless entity." I gestured toward the Yin incense catalyst compendium and continued, "I just checked, and the formula for the transformative incense given to me by Kong Tong Xin is also recorded here. It is called Sampi incense. Since it is included in this book, it signifies its belonging to the Liu family, thus I should be able to craft it. Sampi incense, I presume, pertains to the lost latter half?" Liu Jingchen remarked that the dark incense of the Liu family is categorized into different grades, the higher the grade, the more sinister the incense used, and the more stringent the requirements for the incense maker. If one fails to master it, the consequences can be dire, ranging from succumbing to madness to facing death. Liu Jingchen, are you certain you wish to proceed? After a moment of hesitation, I finally met Liu Jingchen's vertical gaze and implored, "Liu Jingchen, I wish to attempt crafting the dispersive incense, not only to save He Lian and thwart the Qiao family schemes, but more importantly, to assist Kong Tong Xin, for she too is my grandmother's beloved granddaughter, sharing the same blood that flows through my veins." Chapter 60. Blood of the heart. On the day of my birth, my parents perished, leaving me with no kin but my grandmother. My yearning for familial bonds drives me to embrace peril. Furthermore, as the heir to the Liu family's incense hall, I feel compelled to engage with every variety of dark incense. If I were to abandon the pursuit merely due to the anticipated dangers of creating a certain type of incense, how could the Liu family's legacy endure? Of course, from my current standpoint, I lack the authority to voice such sentiments, as I am but a mortal without any cultivation, and my reckless endeavors may burden those who support me. I tugged at Liu Jingchen's sleeve, reiterating my request, "Serpent Lord, please assist me in unlocking the heavenly bone. Only by unlocking the heavenly bone can I embark on my path of cultivation." The desire to unlock the heavenly bone has become my obsession. Liu Jingchen gently caressed my cheek, and in his gaze, I discerned a hint of struggle. Hastily, I wrapped my arms around his waist, pleading fervently, "Serpent Lord, I implore you to assist me. I do not wish to remain a burden to you. As we encounter increasingly more challenges in Yunxi Hall, it is unrealistic for you to be by my side at all times. Please grant me the ability to protect myself, if only a little." "The opening of the heavenly bone is perilous," Liu Jingchen replied solemnly. "It is not uncommon for cultivators to suffer lasting damage during this process. You must consider this carefully." "Liu Jingchen," I nodded vigorously. "I have made my decision. Even if I suffer harm, I shall not regret it." He affectionately ruffled my hair and continued, "There is but one opportunity. Should you fail, your heavenly bone will be destroyed, your Buddha bone will wither, and you shall no longer be able to inherit the legacy of the Liu family." With unwavering determination, I nodded again. The risks associated with the opening of the heavenly bone are indeed significant, yet if I remain powerless, I will inevitably fall prey to hostile forces. Furthermore, my Buddha bone may attract malevolent entities, leading to my demise. Compared to such dire consequences, I would rather take the risk associated with the opening of the heavenly bone. Finally, Liu Jingchen relented. "Very well, meet me tonight at the Dragon King Temple at midnight." With that, he departed. Aware of the gravity of the situation, I resolved to complete all necessary tasks before nightfall to avoid distraction. I tidied up and sought out Liu Luoyuan, requesting the serpent skin imbued with a century's worth of cultivation. "A serpent skin with a century of cultivation?" Liu Luoyuan inquired. "What do you need this for?" I explained. "This is the incense catalyst for crafting dragon tongue incense. I thought you might possess it, so I came to seek your assistance." "Indeed, it is not a rare item," Liu Luoyuan replied nonchalantly. "Members of our serpent clan shed their skin annually from birth, and as our cultivation progresses, the intervals between shedding lengthen. After reaching the age of 100, we shed our skin once every 100 years. I always gift my shed skin to my brother, who uses it for medicinal purposes. You should have some on hand now. I will fetch a piece for you." With that, she hurried off. I turned my attention to preparing the other materials for the dragon tongue incense. As for the dispersing incense, the jade Buddha remained in Liu Jingchen's possession. Since he refused to part with it, I could not proceed with the incense preparation and would have to wait until I attained the heavenly bone. I reached out, took the shed skin, and examined it. It was long and thick. I estimated that a fifth of it would suffice for the incense. Elated, I embraced Liu Luoyuan and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek. "Luoyuan, you are truly wonderful." "Thank you." Liu Luoyuan, feigning disgust, wiped her face and chided, "Oh, how cheesy." Despite the playful banter, Liu Luoyuan remained by my side, watching as I meticulously ground various materials, molding them into shape until I successfully crafted 3 sticks of red-black incense. I carefully wrapped them in yellow paper and placed them into a small box. Accompanied by Liu Luoyuan, who drove with both speed and precision, we arrived once more at the funeral parlor of the old woman, only to find the door locked and the establishment devoid of her presence. I inquired with the neighbor next door and learned that the elderly sorceress had gone out on an errand. The family resided in Danyang town, where an incident had occurred, prompting them to summon the sorceress for assistance. We obtained the address and made our way there, ultimately discovering her in a quaint villa, secluded and serene. At that moment, she was engaged in the task of affixing talismans within the bedroom of the family's daughter. The family, bearing the surname Tan, had only one daughter, a mere 13 years of age. The previous night, an unsettling event had transpired, causing the young girl to faint from fright. After a considerable effort, they managed to awaken her, yet she appeared utterly dazed, devoid of tears or words. Alarmed, her family decided to call upon the sorceress for aid. The anguished cries of Mr. and Mrs. Tan reverberated throughout the villa as the sorceress burned a talisman, allowing the ashes to dissolve in clear water, which she gently administered to Miss Tan. Once the talisman-infused water was consumed, the girl expelled a mouthful of dark blood, finally regaining consciousness. In a tone reminiscent of a chant, the sorceress inquired, "Miss Tan, what transpired last night?" The girl responded, her voice devoid of emotion, as though recounting an incident that had befallen another. "A red umbrella, a red dress, a beautiful sister, pain. My heart aches terribly, a silver needle pierced, drawing blood. Pain." The sorceress then unfastened the young girl's blouse, and we leaned forward to inspect her chest, where we indeed discovered a minuscule puncture mark. The sorceress reached a swift conclusion. During the previous night, Someone had stealthily entered Miss Tan's room and extracted a drop of her heart's blood. Heart's blood? A beautiful lady clad in a red dress and wielding a red umbrella stealthily entered Miss Tan's chamber in the dead of night, extracting a drop of her vital essence. Chapter 61. Inescapable Separation. Instinctively, I inquired about Miss Tan's birth details and, upon careful calculation, discovered that although she was not entirely of a Yin constitution, her birth chart was predominantly Yin. Such vital essence from this particular constitution is indeed rare. The realms of Yin and Yang often require this vital essence, making it nearly impossible to ascertain who had taken Miss Tan's essence in the wee hours. However, observing Miss Tan's current state, it was evident that her body bore no significant harm. She was merely startled, momentarily disoriented until Granny Gui performed her ritual, after which she gradually began to recover. Granny Gui gestured for me to look towards the bedside, and I then noticed a small pile of incense ash at the foot of the left bedside table. Upon closer inspection, I discerned a faint, sanguine aroma. Granny Gui remarked that Miss Tan possessed a unique constitution, enabling her to perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, as she was in a rapid growth phase, her vital energy had been excessively depleted, leading to her current delusions. She should be given nourishing substances to replenish her vitality, and she would soon be well. Once Miss Tan regained consciousness, it seemed she had forgotten the words spoken under Granny Gui's hypnotic influence, and Granny Gui deliberately concealed the truth from her parents, who held her in high regard. After receiving their assurances, Granny Gui bestowed a protective talisman upon Miss Tan and then let us out. On my way back from the funeral parlor, I found myself preoccupied with the matter of that small handful of ash. With a hint of uncertainty, I inquired, Granny Ash, who was the person that stealthily entered the Tan residence in the dead of night to obtain the heart's blood. Granny Ash replied, Miss Liu, you must already have some suspicions in your heart, do you not? Indeed, I did harbor some conjectures. The individual who sought Miss Tan's heart's blood, after accomplishing their task, lit an incense stick to aid in her recovery. Thus, despite the fright she endured, Miss Tan remained physically unscathed. If it were the Qiao family attempting to procure Miss Tan's heart's blood, I surmised they would not possess such benevolence nor concern for her well-being. Consequently, the only candidate that came to mind was Kongtong Xin. The growth rates of the rootless fetus and the guanine face were accelerating, indicating that Kongtong Xin had recently faced extraordinary tribulations. She was simultaneously placing her hopes in me while gathering the heart's blood of girls with extreme Yin physiques to prolong her life. Last night it was Miss Tan. In the future, there would be a second, a third, countless Miss Tans from whom heart's blood would be taken. I could not fathom how long Kongtong Xin could endure this path, for each extraction inevitably left traces behind, allowing the Qiao family to potentially capture her through this thread. As Granny Ash opened the shop door, we beheld Zhang Feng's girlfriend still lying motionless on the yellow paper, while Zhang Feng was nowhere to be found. Granny Ash instructed Lu Shuhe, you wait outside. Lu Shuhe frowned, about to protest, but I gently interjected, I will need to light some incense shortly. I require you to keep watch over the surroundings to prevent any disturbances. Shuhe, I appreciate your effort. It is not burdensome. Safeguarding you is a task entrusted to me by third brother, and it is my solemn duty. Lu Shuhe exited, and as Granny Gui closed the shop door, I could not restrain my curiosity. Granny, where is Zhang Feng? Departed? I exclaimed in astonishment. Granny, where are you going? Granny Gui shook her head. In this vast world, there will always be a place for us to reside. I pointed towards the girl and inquired, what about her? Is she leaving with you as well? And what of Zhang Feng's family? Do they consent to his departure from Jiang City? Zhang Feng has yet to complete his studies. He has labored tirelessly and would not relinquish everything so easily, would he? And this girl, does she truly wish to forsake all that she has to accompany Zhang Feng in a life of evasion? We have no choice but to leave, Granny Gui replied. I have concealed my identity here for decades, but now, due to matters concerning Zhang Feng, my whereabouts have been exposed. Soon, they will come seeking us, and by then, it will be too late to flee. Zhang Feng is closely bound to his mother. Wherever he goes, she will follow. That is not the issue, Granny Gui lamented. It is a pity that his deep affection for this girl will ultimately prevent them from being together for a lifetime. With Zhang Feng's departure, he loses not only love and education, but potentially his entire future. Yet, living is more vital than anything else, is it not? I comprehended their plight, yet I still harbored doubts. Granny, the gray immortal has been long gone for decades. Why do they continue to pursue you relentlessly? Granny Gue parted her lips. But in the end, she divulged nothing further to me. Though I was filled with curiosity, I understood the importance of restraint. As the old woman was reluctant to speak, I refrained from pressing her further. I took out the dragon's tongue incense and knelt beside the girl, carefully peeling away the piece of yellow paper that covered her face. The moment the yellow paper was removed, a foul stench assailed my senses. The girl's face, already marred by burns, now appeared even more grotesque due to the backlash, darkened and oozing with pus in several places. In truth, her neck and upper body bore varying degrees of burns as well. It is worth mentioning that despite her condition, Jiang Feng remained steadfastly by her side. Setting aside the complexities of Jiang Xinya, he could indeed be considered a man of honor. I cleansed my hands and performed the ritual for lighting incense, then placed 3 sticks of dragon's tongue incense into 3 different incense burners, one positioned before the girl's head, another behind her heels, and the last held in my hand. I ignited each stick, and a rich, serpentine aroma intertwined with the scent of sandalwood swiftly filled the air. Holding the incense burner in my hand, I moved it slowly from her head to her heels and back again, repeating this motion. During this process, I observed the girl's skin drying rapidly, clinging tightly to her bones, presenting a rather terrifying sight, reminiscent of a corpse that had decayed but not perished. As the dragon's tongue incense burned down to its midpoint, the girl's chest suddenly arched upwards, followed by a raspy sound emanating from her throat. Moments later, she violently expelled a mouthful of black blood. Within that dark blood, tiny wriggling insects were visible. The old woman, quick-witted and agile, pulled out a yellow talisman, muttering incantations under her breath. With the incantation completed, the old witch loosened her grip, allowing the yellow talisman to ignite spontaneously and fall into the pool of black blood, which suddenly erupted into flames. Once the fire subsided, the contents of the black blood had transformed into ash. Chapter 62. The Bone of Creation. The girl's skin transitioned from cracked and peeling to reveal fresh, pale pink skin, reminiscent of a snake shedding its skin. The sole distinction lay in the fact that a snake's skin comes off in one piece, whereas hers shed in fragments. When the dragon tongue incense finished burning, the girl was reborn. Her previously charred visage now appeared rosy and pristine. After enduring such an ordeal, she felt utterly exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber. Yet she believed that upon awakening, everything would be better. Today's events unfolded smoothly, and both Liu Shuha and I were in good spirits. As we exited Dangyang Town and approached Jiutong Town, I suddenly caught sight through the car window of a girl standing on the opposite curb. Clad in a red dress and holding a red paper parasol, with a dark blue fabric bag slung over her shoulder. As the car sped by, the parasol slowly lifted, revealing the girl's delicate features. Though the lighting was dim, I discerned a resemblance in her eyes and brows that bore a striking similarity to my own. I shouted for Liu Shuha to stop the car. While she inquired about my urgency, she brought the vehicle to a steady halt by the roadside. Without time to explain, I flung open the door and dashed across the street. However, after scanning the area, there was no sign of the girl. Liu Shuha hurried after me, anxiously asking, "Zhenzhen, what are you looking for?" I raised my hand and firmly pinched my brow, uncertain if I had indeed misperceived what I had just witnessed. Yet, that small face lingered vividly in my mind. Throughout my journey, I remained somewhat dazed, as the visage of the girl in the red dress frequently flashed before my eyes. If I were not experiencing an illusion and the girl truly did exist, could she be Kongtong Xin? She had clearly appeared before me. So why did she not acknowledge me? Was she also heading to Jiutong Town? Could it be that her next objective lay within Jiutong Town? A series of questions plagued my thoughts, with no one to provide clarity. Nevertheless, my resolve grew stronger. I must unlock the heavenly bone. I must concoct the scattered fragrant incense, and I must thwart the Qiao family's resurrection of the great sorcerer before it can take root. I must save Kongtong Xin, not for any other reason, but for that small face that bears a resemblance to my own. I cannot stand idly by as my kin perish. By that time, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and the Dragon King Temple was alive with the scent of incense, the eternal lamp burning brightly. I knelt upon the mat before the offering table, my gaze fixed on Liu Jingchen's tablet, awaiting his arrival. Time ticked away, and at one point, Sister Qin approached with a food box, imploring me to eat something. Distracted and restless, I had no appetite. I feared that Liu Jingchen might change his mind and not return. He appeared as usual, with his hair bound. Yet the jade crown that adorned his head had taken on the form of a writhing serpent. His attire had transformed into a black python robe, the front embroidered with the visage of a massive python, while the hem was adorned with golden threads depicting fierce dragon claws. Upon his feet rested boots of the same serpentine design. He was dressed too formally tonight, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority that rendered the atmosphere stifling. I gazed at him in a daze, contemplating that this must indeed be the true Serpent Lord, Master Liu San. Liu Jingchen stepped forward, intertwining his fingers, and a serpent incense materialized in his hands. He ignited the incense, offering a respectful bow to the altar and the eternal lamp, before placing the incense into the incense burner. He then turned to me and inquired, Liu Jingchen, have you truly made up your mind for this Serpent Lord to unveil the heavenly bone for you tonight? Just as I was about to nod in affirmation, he added, should you wish to retract your decision, now is still an opportune moment. I would not waver. Kneeling on the mat, I solemnly bowed to Liu Jingchen and declared with unwavering conviction, I implore the Serpent Lord to unveil the heavenly bone for me. Liu Jingchen approached, placing his hand upon the crown of my head, his vertical pupils narrowing as he fixed his gaze upon me, and said, it will be somewhat painful. Endure it. I nodded softly, closing my eyes. I felt Liu Jingchen's hand traverse from the crown of my head, inching down my spine, his long, strong fingers almost penetrating my flesh. The pain was indeed significant, and I gritted my teeth to withstand it. I understood that the heavenly bone was elusive. From a young age, Aunt Huang had informed me that among my 206 bones, only one was the heavenly bone. Liu Shuha had also mentioned that only an individual of profound cultivation could locate this bone. The fragment of the heavenly bone from the Feng family was the cranial bone of an infant. Liu Jingchen, starting from the crown of my head, descended along my spine. Perhaps because the heavenly bone of Liu Xiang resided within this very region. Yet, as he traced along this line, he failed to touch my celestial bone. It seems that even though I am the reincarnation of Liu Xiang, I am fundamentally different from her. As I pondered this, Liu Jingchen's fingers suddenly halted at the center of my brow, prompting me to open my eyes and gaze at him. I beheld Liu Jingchen furrowing his brow. His eyes narrowed, as his finger pressed deeply, seemingly sensing something. The pain. It was excruciating. With every forceful probe, I felt the bones of my brow gravitating towards the center of my forehead, and with a slight increase in pressure, it felt as though he might pierce my very brain. I gritted my teeth and stifled a groan, yet I made no attempt to evade. Liu Jingchen withdrew his hand, stepping back as his fingers danced in the air, forming seals and reciting incantations. A chilling wind surged upward, and outside, the sound of the wind howled, accompanied by distant thunder rumbling closer. When Liu Jingchen pointed his sword-like finger at the center of my brow, a thunderclap erupted overhead. Crack! The thunder shook the earth, and a web of lightning illuminated the entire Dragon King temple. Liu Jingchen's finger pressed against my brow as if a bolt of lightning had struck my mind. I cried out in agony, my body jolted violently, and a metallic sweetness surged up my throat, blood already trickling from the corner of my mouth. Those memories, some were familiar, while others felt particularly alien. I saw the 19 years I spent with my grandmother, only to suddenly witness a more mature version of myself, gripping a sharp knife, forcefully plunging it into my own protruding belly, blood instantly staining my entire consciousness. Chapter 63. If you cannot protect her, allow me to do so. No, that is not me. That is Liu Xiang. Chaotic memories incessantly flicker through my mind, one image succeeding another, advancing like the turning of pages in a book. Most of these images flash by in an instant, leaving scarcely a trace of impression. Yet, some scenes persistently layer upon one another, as if they are an obsession, lingering in my consciousness, refusing to dissipate. Among these visions, aside from myself, the figure of Liu Jingchen appears most frequently. While Liu Luoyuan's silhouette graces my thoughts on a few occasions, each time he manifests, I seem to succumb to overwhelming despair and tears. A profound ache engulfs my head, so intense that it compels me to weep aloud, my hands futilely grasping at Liu Jingchen's, yet he remains steadfast and unmoving. In my moments of clarity, I can hear Liu Jingchen's voice, persistently urging, Liu Zhenzhen, if you wish to live, if you wish to escape suffering, you must hold on. His tone is so fierce. I struggle to lift my eyelids, yearning to glare at Liu Jingchen, but all I perceive is a crimson haze, rendering everything indistinct. I merely feel an overwhelming fatigue. an irresistible desire to sleep. Beside me, Liu Jingchen incessantly clamors, Liu Jingchen, the celestial bone is not yet opened. You must endure, do not feign death. But I am not feigning death. I am simply in excruciating pain, too weary to open my eyes. Mother, please do not kill me. Do not kill me. Suddenly, a tender voice resonates in my ear, a voice that seems familiar. Where have I heard it before? Mother, it hurts, please. Please. Oh, it dawns upon me. It was on that fateful night when various factions vied for the celestial bone fragments. I had also heard this youthful voice, calling out Mother. Why does this voice return? Before me lay an expanse of blinding whiteness, rendering everything invisible. Only the heart-rending cries of an infant pleading for mercy seeped through the mist, causing an ache within my heart. The infant's voice grew fainter until it vanished entirely, and in that instant, the white haze dissipated, revealing Liu Xiang kneeling on the ground. Before her lay 4 shattered fragments of an infant's skull. Her fingers were lacerated, blood ceaselessly dripping down as she used it to inscribe symbols upon the skull fragments. Sealing symbols. These were the unique sealing symbols crafted by Liu Xiang herself. Gritting her teeth, she continued to draw those runes, her fingers trembling increasingly, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, portraying a scene of profound suffering. I, too, trembled uncontrollably, my body feeling weak and on the verge of collapse. Just before my consciousness faded entirely, the last image that imprinted itself upon my mind was of Liu Xiang lying within a crystal coffin, her figure unnaturally gaunt, the white gown enveloping her frame, appearing excessively large. Beside the crystal coffin stood a man clad in a light azure robe. Though I merely glimpsed his profile, I instantly recognized him as Yunxi. Thus, the one who ultimately assisted Liu Xiang in her final rites was none other than Yunxi. A thunderous clap echoed above me, and once again my mind was engulfed in a blinding whiteness, causing everything to vanish. I felt my body sinking deeper into the abyss, darkness encroaching upon me, yet simultaneously, a warm current surged within me, providing sustenance and support. In the depths of despair, as I teetered on the precipice of an endless abyss, that haunting voice resonated once more. Almost immediately, the distinctive fragrance of the eternal lamp enveloped my being, and gradually, a glimmer of light seeped through my closed eyelids. I found myself unable to open my eyes, yet I seemed to perceive the sound of voices conversing. After such an arduous wait, this rare opportunity for departure has been squandered. You traversed the realms of Yin and Yang solely to meet her, did you not? And now, are you not face to face with her? Liu Jingchen, do not presume that I am oblivious to your intentions. In this lifetime, should you fail to protect her once more, step aside. Allow me to take the reins. In the previous life, did you truly safeguard her? Are you unaware of how I was sealed away? I have yet to reckon this score with you, and still, you dare raise your voice against me. Am I Yunxi? Has he come seeking me? In any case, this time, the opening of the heavenly bone has consumed all the merits she had accrued in this world. What will she have left for her own protection? Did you not bestow upon her the eternal lamp? As her celestial guardian, I shall certainly encourage her to amass as much merit as possible. You need not concern yourself with that. I shall await the outcome. The two of them exchanged numerous words, each phrase seemingly a counterargument against the other, all revolving around me. As they continued to speak, their voices faded, and I succumbed to a profound unconsciousness. I am uncertain how long I had been in a state of unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, my eyes opened to the familiar sight of the bed curtains. I found myself in the residence of the Tong family, lying on my own bed. The room was enveloped in silence, with a faint blend of the scent of snake musk and sandalwood lingering in the air. As I propped myself up, I glanced towards the table and noticed an incense burner, within which lay a stick of serpent incense, already halfway consumed. I raised my hand to touch the area between my brows, and upon contact, a sharp pain shot through me. Rising to my feet, I approached the dressing mirror, only to discover a vivid crimson vertical line etched into my skin between my brows. This mark, approximately 2 centimeters in length, resembled a wound inflicted by a sharp blade, still unhealed and excruciating to the touch. Is this the result of the heavenly bone awakening? I now found myself questioning whether I had indeed succeeded in the process. I moved my limbs to ascertain any potential injuries, as the likelihood of sustaining a disability from a failed awakening was considerably high. Fortunately, aside from a pervasive soreness throughout my body, I seemed to be intact. Am I all right? I inquired. How long was I unconscious? And what of Liu Jingchen? A sense of uncertainty gnawed at me, prompting me to ask, "What do you mean by a while?" Liu Shuhe scratched his head, contemplating. "I estimate it must have been at least 10 days to half a month. 10 days to half a month, a span that is neither particularly long nor short. Furthermore, the jade Buddha belonging to He Lian remained in Liu Jingchen's possession. Since he was in seclusion, I was unable to disperse the incense. With these thoughts in mind, I asked, "Shuhe, what is the current situation with He Lian?" Chapter 64. Treasure. I was utterly astonished when Liu Shuhe informed me that He Lian had awakened and her condition was temporarily stable. I found it hard to believe. After all, He Lian had been in such dire straits, teetering on the brink of death. How could her condition have suddenly improved? I insisted on visiting her, but Liu Shuhe restrained me, saying, "Third brother instructed us to burn a snake incense in your room every day before you awoke. Until the incense has completely burned, you cannot leave your room." Perplexed, I replied, "But I have already awakened. Isn't this a new beginning?" Liu Shuhe pressed my shoulder, urging me to sit down. "There is still a little left. It won't be long before you can see He Lian." I patiently inquired, "Is He Lian's condition truly stable? What treasure? Was it something sent from Changbai Mountain?" It sounded like a living creature. Could it be yet another mythical beast that had cultivated itself to immortality? Having been in a stupor for so long, my stomach was now growling with hunger. Liu Shuhe went to fetch some food for me. After I finished my meal, freshened up, and changed my clothes, the snake incense had finally burned out. Eagerly, I stepped outside, heading straight for He Lian's room. Indeed, she was awake, propped up against the headboard, sipping from a bowl of medicinal soup. Her abdomen appeared noticeably larger than before, making her movements rather cumbersome. As I approached, I caught a strong scent of ginseng emanating from her soup. Concerned, I asked, "Is this the new medicine Dr. Liu prescribed for you? Did it contain ginseng? Will ginseng greatly nourish and potentially stimulate the development of rootless fetuses?" The growth process of rootless fetuses is already accelerated, and with the addition of ginseng soup, could it truly not exacerbate the situation? Liu Shuhe reassured, "Do not worry, this is no ordinary ginseng. My brother says it only replenishes energy, not the fetus, and will not promote growth." As she spoke, she gestured towards the windowsill. Turning my gaze, I beheld a wooden tub resting beneath the window, within which floated a plump, white ginseng doll. I rubbed my eyes, fearing I was hallucinating. Yet, upon rubbing, the sight remained, a chubby ginseng doll soaking in the tub, resembling the festive images once adorning our walls, with a small tuft of red ginseng flowers atop its head and pudgy arms and legs. It pouted, exuding displeasure, murmuring intermittently, "Soaking all day, my delicate skin is becoming wrinkled. At this rate, how much of my cultivation will I lose? How infuriating, how infuriating. Third brother is the worst. After over a century, he summoned me, and I thought it was for a good cause." As I listened, I could not suppress my laughter, inadvertently letting out a chuckle. The ginseng doll splashed about, struggling to rise, its eyes reddening with frustration. "If you don't want to see me, who are you trying to frighten?" Liu Shuhe released her grip, crossed her arms, and with an air of nonchalance remarked, "I had intended to plead your case with third brother upon his return, hoping to keep you in our Inxiang hall, but it seems I have overestimated my own sentiments." The ginseng doll suddenly clung to Liu Shuhe's thigh, ingratiatingly exclaiming, "Sister Shuhe, Tuanzi knows you are the best. You will certainly help Tuanzi plead with third brother to let me stay, won't you?" Liu Shuhe, with a hint of pride, retorted, "You should think carefully. Staying in the Inxiang hall might mean daily baths." Upon hearing the mention of baths, the ginseng doll's spirit visibly drooped. With its chubby little arms raised in a pitiful manner, it lamented, "Sister Shuhe, please take a good whiff. If I keep soaking, I won't smell like ginseng anymore. I've only cultivated into human form for a mere century. I'm still just a tender little doll, far inferior to those old geezers in the mountains." What is so great about those old geezers? They're old and withered, and the broth they produce is murky. Liu Shuhe comforted, "They can't compare to our Tuanzi, who is fair, tender, and brimming with spiritual energy. The broth from Tuanzi's bath is perfectly clear. Only Tuanzi's bathing water can meet my brother's medicinal standards." Flattered, the ginseng doll floated in bliss, its small arms resting on the edge of the wooden tub, while its chubby little legs splashed joyfully in the water. After a while, it seemed to suddenly remember my presence, its eyes widening as it fixed its gaze upon me, causing a shiver down my spine. Then I heard it inquire, "Sister Shuhe, who is she?" "She is Liu Jingchen," Liu Shuhe replied, "third brother's current disciple." The ginseng doll tilted its head and asked, I heard people discussing on Changbai Mountain that third brother fell into a pit twice. I was curious about how splendid that pit must be, but it seems it is nothing remarkable after all. Liu Shuha poked its head with her finger, chiding. What do you know, you child? Our Zhenzhen is not like that woman. Upon hearing Liu Shua's words, a warmth enveloped my heart. After enduring so much, I realized that I was likely the reincarnation of Liu Xiang. In the eyes of those who were privy to the truth back then, I was essentially akin to Liu Xiang, wasn't I? Yet, only Liu Shuha, after her initial probing, firmly believed that I was distinct from Liu Xiang, acknowledging me as an independent entity. The affirmation from another is truly a delightful sensation. I waved at the ginseng doll, greeting it. Hello, my name is Liu Jingchen. I cast a glance at Liu Shuha, uncertain if I truly possessed that right. After all, although Yinxiang Hall belonged to the Liu family, all matters were presently dictated by Liu Jingchen. Liu Shuha gazed inwardly, avoiding engagement in this topic. Suddenly, Tuanzi shot out from the wooden tub, landing steadily on my shoulder, filling my nostrils with the rich aroma of ginseng. I retorted, why should I go to Changbai Mountain? If I don't go, I won't need anyone to back me up. Will I? Huh. Is it really as simple as you not wanting to go? Tuanzi scoffed, if you don't wed at Changbai Mountain, the serpent fetus in your womb won't be recorded in the serpent clan's genealogy. A fetus without registration not only attracts covetous eyes from the outside world, but may also be hunted by the serpent clan. You'll have plenty to lament then. Chapter 65. Jiang Feng is dead. Tuanzi's words carried an overwhelming weight, momentarily leaving me at a loss. Liu Jingchen hails from Changbai Mountain. Members of the serpent clan of Changbai Mountain must register their household. Otherwise, they may face dire consequences. If I comprehend this correctly, it can be deemed a cleansing of the lineage. Therefore, once my unborn child arrives, if it is a serpent offspring, must I wed Liu Jingchen and relocate to Changbai Mountain? Marrying Liu Jingchen? I had previously believed that as long as I did not conceive a Buddha-bone fetus, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Yet, it now appears that even if I bear a serpent fetus, my fate remains bleak. Upon realizing this, I felt utterly despondent. Liu Shuha, noticing my distress, promptly lifted the dumpling from my shoulder and scolded it for its chatter, exclaiming, How dare you speak out of turn? Is there a chance that third brother would not marry Zhenzhen? Or that the child would not be registered with the serpent clan? You seem to have a selective memory. Fearing that I might spiral into further despair, Liu Shuha rushed to console me, engaging in conversation for quite some time. It was only when I began to yawn repeatedly, tears streaming down my face, that she allowed me to rest. Perhaps due to having slept well in the preceding days, I awoke before 5 o'clock. I closed my eyes in an attempt to return to slumber, yet my mind was inundated with the dumpling's words. After tossing and turning for a while, unable to find solace in sleep, I resolved to sit up and fix my gaze upon the serpent bone bracelet adorning my left wrist. If I wish to survive, I must not bear a child for Liu Jingchen, be it a Buddha bone or serpent fetus. Neither is permissible. While Liu Jingchen is still in seclusion, I shall prepare the Sampi incense. Regardless of its future utility, it is wise to be prepared. I rose from my bed, donned my attire, and fetched paper and pen to meticulously inscribe the recipe for the Sampi incense, carefully checking that no materials were overlooked or erroneous. Then I took a small knife and a plate, placing my left wrist upon the plate. With utmost caution, I began to scrape the snake bone bracelet with the knife. I intended to create a simple incense, requiring only a modest amount of bone powder. However, as soon as the blade grazed the surface of the snake bone bracelet, it constricted fiercely, firmly gripping my wrist. I hesitated for a moment before continuing to scrape, employing only a gentle touch against the bone. Yet, the more I scraped, the tighter it became, to the extent that my wrist felt as though it might snap. Frowning, I bit my lip, resolved to end this swiftly and with determination. I scraped vigorously at the snake bone bracelet. This time, instead of tightening further, the bracelet suddenly began to writhe upon my wrist. A chill ran down my spine, and I instinctively discarded the knife, paralyzed by fear. I remained rigidly seated until the bracelet ceased its movement and returned to its previous state, at which point I exhaled a long, shuddering breath. It was utterly terrifying. What on earth was this thing that Liu Jingchen had made me wear? The bone powder could not be scraped off, and without the paternal bone, I could neither produce the incense. Restlessness enveloped me. Ultimately, before dawn broke, I ventured out alone towards the Dragon King Temple. I found that each time I entered the temple, Inhaling the rich aroma of sandalwood and the oil of the eternal lamp, my heart would swiftly find tranquility. Previously, Liu Jingchen had advised me to meditate at the Dragon King Temple whenever I had the chance, claiming it would be beneficial for me. However, today, as I stepped over the threshold of the temple, I was astonished to discover that the eternal lamp beside the altar had extinguished. How could the eternal lamp possibly go out? Suddenly, I recalled the moment when Liu Jingchen opened the heavenly bones for me. It seemed I overheard him conversing with Yunxi, who mentioned that all the merits accumulated by Liu Xiang had been entirely expended. At that time, I scarcely grasped the meaning of his words. Reflecting upon it now, I realized that the everlasting light, which illuminated my path during perilous moments, was sustained by the merits accrued by Liu Xiang while he was alive. Now that those merits have been depleted, the eternal lantern has extinguished. Does this imply that in future encounters with life-threatening situations, those guiding lights will no longer manifest? These lights resembled my talisman. Without such a protective charm, I am left devoid of any sense of security. Yet, did Yunxi not also urge Liu Jingchen to accept more assignments, to help me amass merits? If I were to accept a sufficient number of requests and diligently fulfill each task, could I gradually restore the stockpile of merits and rekindle the eternal light? At present, I feel ensnared in a deadlock, reliant on Liu Jingchen to sustain the operations of Inxiang Hall, to aid me in gathering merits for my survival, while simultaneously yearning to extricate myself from his influence, in search of the tranquil life that should rightfully be mine. Which path is truly correct? To whom should I dedicate my allegiance? I shook my head, settling cross-legged on the meditation cushion to quiet my mind, dismissing these chaotic thoughts. I took the call, remaining silent. Yet, on the other end, a girl's voice erupted in a distraught plea. "Hello, may I speak to Liu Jingchen, the dear fairy?" It was my first time being addressed as the dear fairy, and I found myself rather unaccustomed to it. "I am Jiang Feng's girlfriend," and the girl, fearing that I might forget who she is, elaborated. "I am the one whose face was disfigured by the vengeful Guanyin." To my astonishment, it was indeed her. I never anticipated that she would reach out to me. Could it be that Jiang Feng provided her with my number? Before I could utter a word, she hurriedly continued. "Lu Xinggu, Jiang Feng has died." I immediately contacted Granny Hui, but after inquiring about the situation, she abruptly hung up. By the time I arrived in Dangyang town, Granny Hui had already fled. Boom. Her words left my mind in a state of utter bewilderment. Jiang Feng is dead? Granny Hui has run away? What on earth is happening? In disbelief, I pressed her. "Please, do not cry. You mean to say Jiang Feng has died?" "Yes," the girl replied, filled with guilt. Granny Hui had previously told me to help Jiang Feng leave Jiang City to escape the disaster. When Jiang Feng called to ask if I wanted to go with him, I hesitated. After all, Jiang Feng was deeply connected to his mother. Wherever he went, Aunt Jiang would follow. But I, on the other hand, had my own parents and family. It wasn't a matter of simply leaving. Yet, I never imagined that Jiang Feng, undeterred, would come searching for me on his motorcycle last night, only to be struck by a vehicle. When I arrived at the scene of the accident, he had already lost his breath. Chapter 66. The shrew's outburst. Jiang Feng is dead, a victim of a tragic accident. I quickly inquired, "Who informed you of this? Was the vehicle still present when you arrived? Did anyone call the police?" "Someone called me," she responded. The voice sounded quite young. "The accident occurred in a remote area, and when I arrived, there were no cars or people around. I did not see any visible injuries on Jiang Feng's body. My initial reaction was to call the police. However, Aunt Jiang arrived promptly and insisted that I refrain from doing so, instead opting to contact Grandma Hui first. Why does this entire situation reek of mystery? If Jiang Feng truly died in an accident, how could there be no injuries on his body? Moreover, why did Jiang Feng's mother oppose notifying the authorities? Does she possess knowledge that eludes us? As I pondered these questions, I frowned, recalling that Grandma Hui had previously informed me that once Jiang Feng had completed his funeral arrangements, she would take both him and his mother away from Jiang City. Now that Jiang Feng has encountered misfortune, Grandma Hui was the first to flee. This reaction raises my suspicions that perhaps it was an enemy of hers who instigated this calamity. With these thoughts in mind, I inquired, "What about now? How is Jiang Feng's mother managing his affairs?" I countered, "The true cause of death? Did you not mention that Jiang Feng was killed in a collision?" It was a girl on the phone who had told me about the accident. She said, but when I arrived at the scene, I noticed that someone had burned joss paper and incense at the intersection. There were 2 piles of ash on the ground, one of which emitted a foul odor. Jiang Feng had once mentioned the Qiao family's incense to me, and I suspect that at least one of those ash piles is a remnant of it. Jiang Feng's betrayal of the Qiao family concerning the matter of Guanyin is a plausible motive for their retaliation. Yet, if the Qiao family intended to use incense to ensnare Jiang Feng, lighting a single stick would suffice. Why, then, are there 2 piles of ash at the scene? I requested that the girl send me the address of the incident so that I could investigate immediately, to which she readily complied. Lu Shu he promptly nodded and declared, "Very well, I shall set off at once." By this time, dawn had already broken. In broad daylight, with Lu Shuha's formidable cultivation, I felt somewhat reassured. However, upon hearing of Jiang Feng's demise, Jiang Xinya wept inconsolably, her tears flowing like rain on a pear blossom. Despite Jiang Feng's unfaithfulness towards her, her affection for him was genuine. In the face of life and death, all past grievances seemed to fade into insignificance. I opened the paper, bringing it close to my nose to inhale its scent. Just as the girl had mentioned, one sample of incense ash bore a pungent and foul odor, while the other seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of the incense ash I had encountered at Miss Tan's bedside. Had Kong Tongxin visited the scene of the incident? Did she light an incense stick for Jiang Feng? Furthermore, could the young woman who called Jiang Feng's girlfriend possibly be Kong Tongxin? If that were the case, her audacity was rather astonishing. The Qiao family had just used incense to harm Jiang Feng, and shortly thereafter, Kong Tongxin appeared at the scene. Did she not fear being spotted by the Qiao family? Earlier today, I had also visited Jiang Feng's home. Lu Shuha mentioned that when he and Jiang Feng's girlfriend arrived, Jiang Feng had already been cremated, and his ashes had been scattered. Jiang Feng's mother entrusted me with a letter to deliver to you before she departed Jiang City. I took the letter, opened it, and found only a few terse lines. The essence of the message was a request to refrain from investigating the cause of Jiang Feng's death and to cease all contact with his girlfriend. At the end of the letter, Jiang Feng's mother mentioned that he had left something for me, which could be found at his workstation in the museum where he interned, urging me to retrieve it at my convenience. Upon inspecting the envelope, I discovered a key tucked inside. I grasped the key in my hand, pondering what Jiang Feng might have bequeathed to me. Nevertheless, I resolved to visit the museum when the opportunity arose. The demise of Jiang Feng, to some extent, can be viewed as a consequence of his own actions. After all, he became entangled with the Qiao family out of selfish desires, ultimately causing great harm to Jiang Xinya. However, he cannot be deemed wholly irredeemable to his mentor and classmates. His passing is truly a matter of sorrow. In the following 2 days, I spent every moment of leisure sitting cross-legged in the Dragon King Temple, feeling a considerable sense of relief. Yet, the vertical line on my forehead remained unhealed, and touching it brought sharp pain. Mrs. He was exceedingly arrogant, and amidst her words, I could hear He Lian's feeble pleas, expressing her unwillingness to leave the Tong family. Upon arriving at He Lian's room, I opened the door to be met with a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood. Looking up, I saw Mrs. He standing with her back to me, still tugging at He Lian. Strangely, I perceived clusters of shadowy figures clinging to Mrs. He, one atop another. These shadows were suspended in midair, their bodies swaying in tandem with her movements. I rubbed my eyes vigorously and looked again, yet the shadows persisted. I quietly inquired of Sister Qin beside me if she could see the shadows on Mrs. He's back. With a look of terror, Sister Qin shook her head, saying, "I see nothing, Miss Liu. What is the matter?" Could it be that Sister Qin was unable to see them? Chapter 67. The ones I protect are not to be trifled with. My mind was troubled. The shadows on Mrs. He were layered, with the innermost almost transparent. And the further out, the darker the hue became. The outermost layer distinctly took on human shapes. I had previously encountered apparitions, yet only under specific circumstances. This is the first time I have experienced such a situation as today. What, I wonder, are those peculiarities surrounding Mrs. He? I found myself fixated on her, observing her furrowed brow as she grew increasingly impatient, tugging at He Lian, insisting that they must leave today, without exception. For a moment, Mrs. He was rendered speechless. I had not anticipated that He Lian would suddenly utter such words, as it seemed to strike at the very core of Mrs. He's temperament. I glanced at her, fearing that her agitation might lead her to lash out at He Lian. However, I noticed that the innermost layer of the translucent shadow enveloping Mrs. He had vanished, and the other layers of shadows on her back had noticeably diminished in intensity. Where had those transparent shadows gone? Could it be that they had been absorbed by Mrs. He? Yet, she is merely an ordinary matriarch of a wealthy family. No, that cannot be right. The missus. He before me exuded an unsettling aura, starkly contrasting with the impression I had of her during my initial visit to the Tong family. If those translucent shadows had indeed been absorbed by her, then Mrs. He must at least be a practitioner of some kind. With this thought, I felt a surge of trepidation and stepped forward to grasp Mrs. He. Yet, rather than unleashing her wrath upon He Lian, she abruptly extended her hand toward He Lian's abdomen. The moment I moved, Mrs. He seemed to be provoked. Her hand, which had been reaching toward He Lian's belly, suddenly curled into a claw, poised to strike downwards. The turn of events transpired with alarming swiftness. I stumbled, nearly losing my footing, and as I braced for the inevitable contact between Mrs. He and He Lian's abdomen, a chubby little foot forcefully kicked toward Mrs. He's hand. At the same time, the siblings Liu Shuyi and Liu Shuha surged from behind, restraining Mrs. He and forcefully hurling her against the rear wall. With a resounding thud, Mrs. He crashed into the wall, emitting a muffled groan as she bowed her head, clutching her chest, obscuring her face from our view. Meanwhile, Tuanzi stood beside He Lian's abdomen, rubbing her little foot, fuming. What evil spirit dares to intrude? The one I, Tuanzi, have expended so much spiritual energy to protect cannot be trifled with. A low, ominous chuckle escaped Mrs. He's throat as she slowly lifted her head, revealing that the skin on her face had become somewhat translucent, no longer resembling the Mrs. He we knew. Indeed, this Mrs. He was an imposter. Instantly, we rallied into a protective circle around He Lian, while the Mrs. He arched her back, poised for a desperate confrontation. In that moment, my heart raced uncontrollably. This foe was evidently formidable. With Liu Jingchen absent, I wondered if Liu Shuha and the others could withstand this threat. At that juncture, a rich, metallic fragrance wafted in through the window. The Mrs. He sniffed the air, her gaze shifting towards the window. Suddenly, she sprang into action, crashing through the window and fleeing outside. I dashed to the window, and from a distance, I spotted a red umbrella. Following the umbrella downwards, I beheld a girl clad in a red dress, her hand grasping a stick of incense. It was Kongtong Xin. But then, who was this counterfeit Mrs. He? Could it be that the false Mrs. He was a creature of painted skin? Jiang Feng remarked that the Qiao family had long since crafted the bone of the painted skin. In light of this, his assertion holds merit. Not only has the Qiao family fashioned the painted skin bone, but they can also manipulate it to take on the forms they desire, unleashing it upon the world to wreak havoc. Following this harrowing experience, a sense of trepidation lingered among them. He Lian cautiously inquired, "That just now, it wasn't my mother, was it?" "It was not your mother," Liu Shuhi responded. "Someone imitated your mother's appearance in an attempt to deceive you into leaving. The target is likely the rootless fetus within you. When that tactic failed, she resorted to attempting to harm your womb directly, seeking to extract the rootless fetus." He Lian instinctively covered her abdomen, trembling in fear, and fervently declared, "I will not leave the Tong family. Even if my real mother were to arrive, I would not depart." Liu Shu he reassured her, "Do not be afraid. Until this matter is resolved, even if you wish to leave, we will not permit you to go." However, He Lian abruptly turned and knelt before me, pleading earnestly, "Miss Liu, I heard from Boss Feng that you possess a recipe for incense that can transform the rootless fetus. Is that true? I beseech you to use the incense for me. Right now, I implore you." I exerted my strength, trying to help He Lian to her feet, yet she adamantly refused to rise. Apologetically, I explained, "He Lian, it is not that I am unwilling to use the incense to transform the fetus. Rather, the concoction requires an incense guide, which is not in my possession, rendering me unable to proceed." He Lian pressed on, "Then where is the incense guide? Does it require a significant sum of money to acquire?" "I have money. I can pay any amount. This is not a matter of finances." I find myself at a loss for how to elucidate matters to her. My only recourse is to soothe her troubled spirit. "He Lian, I reassure her, for now, the protective energy of the dumpling shall shield you. You shall come to no harm. Once my esteemed snake lord emerges from his seclusion, he will undoubtedly orchestrate a more favorable resolution and rescue you." Liu Shu he approached, assisting He Lian to her feet, and, through gentle persuasion, managed to settle her onto the bed. He Lian's emotional state was quite dismal, necessitating constant companionship. Upon exiting He Lian's chamber, I too was burdened by heavy thoughts. The sole alteration upon my visage was the crimson vertical line between my brows, which had yet to scab over, lingering in its state of incompletion. Could the occurrences I witnessed today be attributed to the emergence of this line? More precisely, did the awakening of the heavenly bone grant me the ability to perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals? Chapter 68. I am your cousin, Liu Luoyuan. I am aware that within the realm of yin and yang, certain individuals with unique physiques can awaken the heavenly eye, thereby gaining the ability to see what is concealed from the common gaze. However, my current predicament does not align with the mere awakening of the heavenly eye. It seems I am able to perceive far more than what such an awakening entails. Following Liu Jingchen's activation of my heavenly bone, how many transformations have truly transpired within me? The entirety of the afternoon was spent in a state of agitation as the Tong family grew increasingly vigilant. Lian and Zhang Xian were placed under heightened scrutiny. As night descended, the tension escalated. Under the cloak of darkness, we harbored deep concerns that the Qiao family might launch a midnight assault on the Tong residence. Although the Liu siblings, Liu Shu-yi and Liu Shu-he, stood guard, and the dumpling possessed some cultivation, our numbers were regrettably insufficient. Should any external threat breach our defenses, we would find ourselves woefully outmatched. As the night deepened, my restlessness grew, compelling me to check on Lian's room repeatedly. A bed had been placed inside, and Liu Shu-he was personally guarding Lian tonight. She lifted her red umbrella, and for the first time, we faced each other directly. I was momentarily taken aback by her small face, which bore a striking resemblance to my own. The girl in the red dress offered me a faint smile before turning to leave. How could I allow her to simply walk away? Since her arrival, my understanding of her had been woefully insufficient. Yet, it appeared that she was not my adversary. I had myriad questions to pose to her, for she was, apart from my grandmother, the only relative I could reach out to in this world. Leaning out of the window, I called out, "Wait, don't go." This was an invitation for her to converse with me. Hastily, I donned my coat. And as I stepped outside, a fleeting moment of hesitation washed over me. Could Kong Dong Xian pose a threat? Yet, if she intended to harm me, a mere poisoned incense would suffice. Why then would she risk being near the Tong family? With this thought, I steeled my resolve and ventured out, circumventing the wall to follow in Kong Dong Xian's footsteps. The moon hung high in the night sky, and the sight of that red umbrella, along with the crimson dress beneath it, appeared particularly enchanting against the darkness. She led me toward the Dragon King Temple on the back mountain. She walked at a leisurely pace, allowing me to maintain a comfortable distance as we approached the temple together. Finally, Kong Dong Xian paused at the ridge in front of the Dragon King Temple. I stepped forward a few paces, my gaze fixed intently upon her. This was the closest I had ever been to her, and as I opened my mouth to speak, I realized I did not even know how to address her, awkwardly. I fell silent. "Zhenzhen, I am your cousin." She introduced herself. "My name is Liu Luoyuan." Instinctively, I called out, "Cousin." "So obedient," Liu Luoyuan replied with a smile. "You must have heard some tales about my connection with the Qiao family, haven't you? Surely, you are quite curious about my lineage, right? I cannot possibly compare to you. Zhenzhen, you are the true heir to the Liu family's legacy, while I, in the end, will only become a sinner of the Liu clan." Holding a red umbrella, there was a hint of sorrow in her demeanor. My father was never meant to exist in this world. He was born with the yin bone, which clashed with the yang bone and Buddha bone that the Liu family required. The Qiao family, however, saw potential in him. They utilized special incense to restore his life and raised him within their household, even marrying him to a woman of similar fate from the Qiao family, who subsequently gave birth to me. I inherited my parents' destiny. Upon my birth, I possessed a complete yin constitution and, like my father, was born with the yin bone. The Qiao family regarded me as a treasure, teaching me the art of crafting yin incense while also feeding me venomous insects, molding me into the embodiment of the Kongtong heart. To protect me, my father risked everything to send me away from the Qiao family. It has been 5 years. From initially evading them to now being able to strategize against the Qiao family, I have come a long way. At this point, Liu Luoyuan smiled genuinely for a moment before continuing. But what brings me the greatest joy is that the Liu family's yin incense hall has reopened. It feels as though I have glimpsed a ray of hope for life. Zhenzhen, do you know? You are the pillar of strength that keeps me enduring. I am aware that although Liu Luoyuan presently appears to be in relatively good condition, she is perpetually tormented by the goo worm within her. With the ever-looming threat of death, I feel a pang of sympathy for her. Yet certain matters must be clarified. The heart's blood of Miss Tan from Yangtown was indeed taken by you, was it not? Not only Miss Tan, but many others as well. Liu Luoyuan candidly admits that over the past 2 years, her health has deteriorated significantly. Even with the use of incense to sustain her, it has been unable to halt the encroachment of the goo worm. Particularly in the last 2 months, she has frequently found it difficult to maintain her sanity, resorting to using the heart's blood of girls with extremely lean physiques as a catalyst for her salvation. Indeed, it is as she says. Although Liu Luoyuan has taken the heart's blood of these girls, her consumption has been minimal, and she utilizes incense to help them recover. Actions I believe are justifiable for her self-preservation. Liu Luoyuan nods, acknowledging, yes, my time is running out. The only one who can save me now is you, Zhenzhen. Only by transforming the rootless fetus with dispersed pie incense can we girls survive. However, my snake lord disapproves of such actions. I respond helplessly. The jade Buddha remains in his possession. Without his consent, I am unable to create the dispersed pie incense. Liu Luoyuan does not press me further. Then let us wait a little longer. When the snake lord emerges from his retreat, you can earnestly persuade him. I shall persuade him. If necessary, I will resort to theft or coercion. I then inquire, by the way, on the night of Jiang Feng's incident. You were present at the scene, were you not? Indeed. Liu Luoyuan remarked. I arrived a bit late. I could not save him. But I managed to inform his family and light a soul incense for him, aiding his release from the clutches of the Qiao family. Release from the Qiao family's control? I pondered, after the Qiao family caused Jiang Feng's demise, do they seek to dominate his soul for nefarious purposes? It is not about controlling his soul, Liu Luoyuan corrected, but rather about devouring the spiritual essence. If it were not for me, Jiang Feng's spirit would ultimately be slowly consumed by that Qiao family's ghastly entity. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon me. Are you suggesting that those shadowy figures lurking behind that ghastly entity are the spirits of those who perished at the hands of the Qiao family? Liu Luoyuan expressed surprise. You can see them? I nodded. It seems that after awakening my heavenly bone, I am now able to perceive such strange phenomena. I must admit, I underestimated your innate talent, Liu Luoyuan said, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. It appears that when you awakened your heavenly bone, you simultaneously unlocked your spiritual awareness. The Liu family has a promising successor. Chapter 69, Spiritual Awareness, Judgment Spiritual Awareness? I exclaimed. Are you saying that this awareness allows one to communicate with souls using their own consciousness? Not only can you communicate with souls, Liu Luoyuan explained, but as long as your cultivation is sufficiently strong, you can interact with any sentient being. You could even exert control over them using your spiritual awareness. To my knowledge, our Liu family ancestors once conducted a spiritual awareness judgment. Curiosity piqued, I inquired, what exactly is a spiritual awareness judgment? Liu Luoyuan spoke solemnly. The so-called spiritual judgment involves using your spiritual awareness to discern the merits and faults of others, as well as matters of life and death. However, spiritual judgment is a double-edged sword. When wielded wisely, it can enhance one's virtues, yet if misused, it may rebound upon the user, leading to madness or even the loss of life. You have only just awakened your celestial bones and spiritual awareness, and possess no cultivation whatsoever. So there is no need to be concerned about mismanaging spiritual judgment. Rather, it is the Serpent Bone bracelet upon your wrist that troubles me. Liu Luoyuan hesitated, her gaze revealing a myriad of emotions. I raised my left hand to offer her a clearer view, and said, this Serpent Bone bracelet was bestowed upon me by the Serpent Lord. I have attempted various means to remove it, but to no avail. Previously, someone warned me that serpent bones are malevolent, and that this bracelet would gradually invade my body, inflicting irreversible harm. Sister, do you possess a method to remove it? The utterance of sister caused Liu Luoyuan's eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, to flicker slightly. She then extended her hand and inquired, may I touch it? Of course, I replied, extending my wrist towards her. She delicately placed 2 fingers upon the Serpent Bone bracelet. To my astonishment, I noticed that she possessed 6 fingers. Upon this discovery, I immediately glanced at her other hand, which bore the same peculiarity. Remarkably, her 6 fingers were evenly proportioned, making it difficult to discern the additional digit without close inspection. Her right index and middle fingers joined together as she gently caressed the Serpent Bone bracelet. The moment her fingers made contact, I sensed a subtle tremor in the bracelet. In the past, the snake bone bracelet would only tighten in response to stimulation. However, ever since I activated the celestial bone, it seems to have acquired a semblance of sentience, moving and quivering as if it were alive. Is the benefit greater than the detriment? This is the first time someone has expressed such a thought to me. I murmured. They all say that the Snake Lord had me wear this bracelet to nourish the bone with my blood, aiding his cultivation, and I had believed it to be true. Liu Luoyuan countered, if it is indeed nourished by blood, how much blood have you provided it thus far? Indeed, if it requires blood for sustenance, should it not demand a continuous supply? Yet since I donned it, it has only drawn blood from my wrist on 2 occasions, and the amount absorbed was scarcely enough to fill a gap between teeth. Liu Luoyuan continued, nevertheless, it is not entirely incorrect to say that the Snake Lord utilizes it to assist in his cultivation. It must have forged some kind of bond between the two of you, rendering your fates intertwined. Therefore, this bracelet cannot harm you. Otherwise, the Snake Lord would inevitably face the same repercussions. A bond? Reciprocal repercussions? Liu Luoyuan's words left me momentarily stunned. They reminded me of how Liu Jingchen once earnestly assured me that he would not cause me harm. At that time, I had only perceived his words as deceit, believing that he controlled me through the snake bone bracelet. Yet now, it appears that Liu Jingchen may not have been entirely dishonest after all. As I was lost in my thoughts, Liu Luoyuan turned her gaze towards the Dragon King Temple, then retrieved a box of incense from her bag and handed it to me, saying, Zhenzhen, when you have the time, please light a stick of incense for me at the Dragon King Temple, to extend my life a little. I replied, puzzled, but the Dragon King Temple is right here. You could enter and light one yourself now. Wouldn't that be more effective? Someone like me would only tarnish the threshold of the temple. Liu Luoyuan chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, even if those girls' heart's blood could help extend my life, it would not last long. I took the incense box from her hands, asserting, sister, do not speak such despondent words. I will light it for you, and I will find a way to quickly produce the dispersing incense. I cannot bear to watch you perish. Silly Zhenzhen, Liu Luoyuan smiled indulgently. Even if you thwart the Qiao family's schemes with the dispersing incense, it cannot reverse the damage the goo worm has inflicted upon my heart. If I am to survive, I must first expel that goo worm from my heart. Then consider how to mend it. Each step is akin to defying fate. What merit do I possess to receive such divine favor? I opened my mouth, wishing to comfort her, yet found myself at a loss for words. As she herself stated, every step is exceedingly arduous. I shouldn't be before you today. I fear I might bring you misfortune, Liu Luoyuan continued. However, the painted skin bones suddenly appeared at the Tong family, which greatly concerned me, compelling me to show myself. Since I am here, I thought it prudent to meet you once more, to allay any suspicions you might harbor. Liu Luoyuan spoke, rummaging through her bag, and presented me with a pouch of incense, saying, this incense is crafted by my own hands, blending the methods of the Liu and Qiao families. When confronted by malevolent spirits, scattering this will safeguard your life. Consider it a token of our meeting. I yearned to embrace Liu Luoyuan. Yet she unfurled her umbrella and turned to depart. Zhenzhen, I have shared much with you today. I hope it does not burden you. You are the future and hope of the Liu family. My only wish is for you to remain steadfast in your convictions and lead a smooth life. With that, she flashed me a smile before vanishing from sight. I stood at the entrance of the Dragon King Temple, watching her crimson figure gradually meld into the twilight until it disappeared completely. Subsequently, I entered the temple, holding the incense box, and extracted a stick of incense. Upon igniting it, a delicate fragrance wafted forth. I placed the incense into the censer and sat cross-legged on the mat, slowly digesting Liu Luoyuan's words. I meditated until midnight. The incense had long since burned away. When I finally opened my eyes, I was astonished to perceive a faint glimmer within the eternal lamp. It was minuscule, akin to the light of a firefly. Chapter 70. Dragon Bone. Did not Yunxi tell Liu Jingchen that only through the accumulation of merit could I rekindle this eternal lamp? Yet, why did the burning of the incense Liu Luoyuan gifted me conjure a flicker of light within it? Though it was but a mere spark, incapable of igniting the wick, it undeniably existed. I counted, and there were still 19 incense sticks remaining in the fragrant box, combined with the one I had just burned. That made a total of 20. Suddenly, I felt an inexplicable hesitation to place the incense box in the Dragon King Temple. As an unsettling premonition washed over me, this box of incense was undoubtedly extraordinary. As the night deepened, I lay on my bed, drifting into a vague slumber. However, my sleep was far from peaceful. I dreamt of Liu Luoyuan's six-fingered hand, then of the incense itself. At dawn, I even dreamt that the snake bone bracelet had sprouted a serpent's head, biting my wrist to drain my blood. I jolted awake, Instinctively glancing at the snake bone bracelet, which was still securely on my wrist, without any serpent's head or intent to siphon my blood. Leaning against the headboard, I reached out to touch the bracelet. It felt chilling to the touch. Could it truly be, as Liu Luoyuan suggested, a binding contract between Liu Jingchen and myself? Did it forge an unbreakable connection between us, such that if I were in mortal peril, it might similarly affect Liu Jingchen? What was his true intention in bestowing this snake bone bracelet upon me? Unable to fathom it further, I chose to dismiss the thoughts. As the first light of dawn broke and the world around me remained still, I took out my phone to scroll for a moment of relaxation. I had been exceedingly tense these past few days. A news report had surfaced, alleging that the Zhenzhen Museum had possibly acquired a dragon bone. Though the museum had suppressed the information, and personnel were currently conducting research on it. Dragon bone. Although I had encountered spirits and did not dismiss the existence of various supernatural entities as mere fantasy, dragons were creatures I had only ever encountered in mythological tales within books. Could it be that dragons truly exist in this world? If so, whose dragon bone is this? It is entirely reasonable for the museum to suppress such news, as it may well be fabricated. However, as the saying goes, there are no smoke without fire. Only first-hand verification holds true. I recalled the key that Jiang Feng had given me. He mentioned that he had left something for me at his workstation in the museum. What could it possibly be? I sighed, feeling apprehensive about venturing outside as long as Liu Jingchen remained in seclusion, fearing that I might inadvertently cause trouble for others. Even though I had not yet stepped outside, the arrival of the painted skin bone had already knocked at my door, revealing the imminent dangers lurking beyond. Yet, I hesitated, concerned that the item left by Jiang Feng might not be suitable for sharing with others. To my surprise, Jiang Feng had also left a message for the museum, instructing them to clear his workstation. It seemed he had foreseen his impending demise and meticulously arranged every detail of his affairs. With such careful planning, the item he left for me must undoubtedly possess significant importance. After much contemplation, I resolved to have Liu Shuhe accompany me on this journey. With Liu Shuhe stationed at the Tong family, I felt a sense of security for the time being. Before heading to the museum, I made a visit to the Dragon King Temple, where I lit a sandalwood incense and a deer mind incense. As the latter burned low, a faint light indeed flickered within the everlasting lamp, two tiny glimmers illuminating the dimness, yet instilling within me a profound sense of strength. They conveyed a signal. This everlasting lamp could indeed be reignited. Having completed these rituals, I set off for the Zhenzhen Museum with Liu Shuhe by my side. The Zhenzhen Museum is situated in the heart of Zhenzhen City, encompassing a vast expanse and housing an impressive array of exhibits. I had previously visited this place with classmates. However, this time, I arrived in a different capacity. The curator led me to Jiang Feng's workstation, lamenting, "It is truly a pity about Jiang Feng. He was exceptionally diligent and possessed remarkable talent. Even our director held him in high regard. I had anticipated that he would remain here at the museum after graduation. Yet fate has proven cruel, and he has departed." I too expressed my sorrow, acknowledging the unexpected nature of such events. Indeed, the unpredictability of life leaves one uncertain of whether calamity or a new dawn will arrive first. As the curator's melancholy deepened, he gestured dismissively, saying, "You may take Jiang Feng's belongings with you. We will handle the rest." I readily consented. The workstation was cluttered with books, Jiang Feng's water bottle, pens, and folders, all still present. Next to the computer, a photo lay face down. Upon flipping it over, I discovered it was of Jiang Feng and his girlfriend. This photograph must have been taken before her disfigurement. The girl in the image beams with joy, and now her face has returned to normal, nearly indistinguishable from her former self. Alas, though the world remains, Jiang Feng is no longer here. I retrieved the key that Jiang Feng had left for me and knelt down. To the right of the workstation were 3 drawers, with only the second one locked. Inserting the key into the lock, I heard a satisfying click as it opened. Upon pulling the drawer open, I was met with an abundance of various reports and materials. These must have been the fruits of Jiang Feng's scholarly endeavors over the past 2 years. As I casually flipped through the pages, I unexpectedly stumbled upon a research study regarding the dragon bone mentioned in previous news reports. I extracted the report and crouched down, perusing it page by page. Jiang Feng had encountered this proposal long before the news had reported on it last year. However, for various reasons, his research was abruptly halted. Jiang Feng entrusted these findings to me. Could it be that he wishes for me to complete the work he could not finish? Just as I was about to place the documents into my bag, something fell out with a clatter, startling me. Chapter 71. A century, I picked up the object that had dropped to the ground and examined it closely. It was entirely black, and at first, I mistook it for a piece of metal, its surface etched with patterns reminiscent of fish scales, indistinct and unidentifiable. Yet, upon lifting it, I realized it was not mere metal, for its considerable density made it feel surprisingly heavy, and its touch was chilling. This material strongly resembled the black jade I had previously encountered in ancient texts. The global annual yield of black jade is minuscule, rendering it quite precious. A crafted piece like this would likely command an even higher price. Zhang Feng left it to me, undoubtedly not for the purpose of selling it for money. After all, if he were to exchange it for cash, it would be for his mother, not for me. So, what could his intentions be in leaving this object with me? As I sifted through a substantial stack of materials in my hands, I unexpectedly discovered an envelope nestled within. The envelope was facing downwards, and a piece of obsidian slipped out from it. At that moment, a staff member who had accompanied me earlier approached, inquiring if I required assistance. I hastily tucked the obsidian back into the envelope, transferred all the items from the drawer into my bag, and, lifting the bag, I replied, No, I've managed just fine. Please assist in disposing of the remaining items. Lu Shuhe glanced at me through the rearview mirror and asked, What did Zhang Feng leave you? A stack of his research reports, I responded. I briefly perused them and noticed one concerning something called dragon bones. It appears he only initiated the topic, perhaps intending for me to assist in its completion. I refrained from mentioning the obsidian matter, as I had yet to clarify it, and elaborating would be futile. Dragon bones? Lu Shuhe inquired, seemingly perplexed. In the transformation of serpents, when a snake morphs into a python, and the python into a flood dragon, eventually culminating in a dragon. It is said that our serpent clan can achieve such transformation upon reaching a certain level of cultivation. However, such opportunities are exceedingly rare. To my knowledge, among all members of the serpent clan, those born with innate cultivation talent constitute less than 10%, and within that fraction, the number who can successfully transform into a flood dragon is even more minuscule. Furthermore, the transition from flood dragon to dragon is fraught with peril, with a failure rate reaching an alarming 99%. I gasped, Goodness, that figure is quite daunting. Thus, fundamentally, serpents and dragons are inherently different. Lu Shuhe sighed. Dragons, by their very nature, are born as such, while snakes and carp attain their form through relentless effort and gradual cultivation. Even after transforming into dragons, they still face criticism from some, particularly from the dragon clan, who look down upon us. The numerous obstacles set by the heavenly court are tailored for us as well. Alas, it is better left unmentioned. Lu Shuhe spoke with a casual demeanor, yet I was profoundly astonished. Are you implying that the dragon clan truly exists? And that the tale of the carp leaping over the dragon gate is indeed real? Certainly, Lu Shuhe replied. Dragons typically guard the vast rivers and seas, residing within realms protected by barriers that ordinary people cannot breach. As for the carp leaping over the dragon gate, it is far more complex than merely hopping about. The dragon gate is a tangible entity. A carp capable of leaping the dragon gate has already attained transformation. In short, that level of existence is beyond our current reach, and there is no need for us to become overly preoccupied with it. This statement held truth. For someone like me, who would never encounter such phenomena, why should I seek unnecessary troubles? Yet, I was taken aback when Lu Shuhe suddenly added, Speaking of which, if those events had not transpired a century ago, third brother would have transformed into a flood dragon. What a pity. Transform into a flood dragon? I inquired. How old is Liu Jingchen? Is he truly capable of such transformation? He just turned 1,000 years old a century ago. Lu Shuhe remarked that members of the serpent clan must endure a great calamity every 1,000 years. And it so happened that third brother found himself at the brink of transformation into a flood dragon. During his trial, he was struck by lightning, leaving him in a state of frailty. Unbeknownst to him, a plague erupted at that very moment, and Lu Shuhe had always been a candid girl. And upon reaching this point, she suddenly realized that divulging such matters was perhaps inappropriate, promptly falling silent. I, too, had the sense to refrain from further inquiries. Yet my heart was tumultuous, inexplicably heavy with sorrow. After a millennium of cultivation, just as he was on the verge of transformation, he was betrayed by the very woman he cherished, flayed to the bone, rendered to mere skeletal remains, and subsequently suppressed for 100 years. During that century of confinement, Liu Jingchen curled within the copper coffin, enduring headaches and the relentless erosion of his powers. One can only imagine the depths of his despair. Throughout those countless days and nights, he must have cursed those who wronged him time and again. It is no wonder that upon his emergence, his hatred towards me was profound. Yet, curiously, his animosity did not linger. After my journey to the Yellow Springs, it seemed he had relinquished much of his wrath and treated me with greater kindness. How deeply must he love Liu Xiang to forgive her with such ease? I placed my hand on my abdomen, yet doubt crept in. Had he truly forgiven her, or had he merely found a more devastating means of vengeance through me? I dare not delve further into my thoughts, fearing that I might err and inflict greater harm upon Liu Jingchen, or conversely, that I might uncover an unsettling truth. The materials at hand comprise a series of substantial academic endeavors undertaken by Zhang Feng over the past 2 years. However, they remain in their nascent stages. This is not indicative of his lack of determination, but rather a consequence of the unconventional nature of these topics, which render it challenging to procure supporting data, resulting in a cessation of progress. As I continued to peruse the documents, a revelation struck me. The data Zhang Feng utilized to underpin his research seemingly revolves around the mountains of Zhenzhen, with certain pieces of information even interlinking to form a cohesive narrative. Ultimately, I opened the envelope, which, in addition to a piece of obsidian, contained a letter and a map, the latter depicting the geological layout of the Jiangxing mountain range, marked with numerous points, the significance of which remains unclear to me at this moment. What astonished me further was that the letter Zhang Feng had left behind was not specifically addressed to me, but rather intended for the heir of the Liu family's incense lineage. The letter commenced with the salutation, "Greetings, Master Liu. I am Zhang Feng." This address underscores that all of Zhang Feng's findings were meticulously secured within a drawer prior to his unfortunate incident. Given the subsequent events that unfolded, he had long been rendered powerless. I continued to read line by line, as Zhang Feng spoke of his lineage, revealing that his grandmother was well-versed in plum blossom numerology, while his grandfather had passed away early. Yet, it was said that his grandfather's ancestors once served within the Liu family's incense hall, acting as one of its protectors. At that time, the Liu family's Inxiang Hall had 4 guardians, each wielding a piece of the obsidian dragon stone. When these 4 stones were united, they would form a complete dragon shape. This was a distinctive symbol of the guardians of Inxiang Hall, signifying their authority in commanding troops and executing missions. Guardian Jiang had long since departed, and now his sole descendant, Zhang Feng, had also met his demise. Thus, this piece of obsidian dragon stone rightfully belonged to its original place. As for the dragon bone, Zhang Feng offered a perspective starkly different from what was sensationalized in the news. He asserted that the so-called dragon bone was not the mythical relic described in the media, such as the remains of a fallen dragon. Approximately a year prior, the museum had proposed a novel theory regarding the dragon vein, positing that Jiang City lay upon the spine of a dragon vein, succinctly referred to as the dragon bone. Connecting this dragon bone were the ancient tombs buried within the mountain ranges of Jiang City, with the points marked on the map being those burial sites that Zhang Feng had diligently estimated. Aside from the dubious actions he undertook for his girlfriend, Zhang Feng was undeniably a person of great promise in the realm of academic research. If he had devoted himself to study, I believe he would have achieved remarkable feats in the coming decade. Regrettably, he has now passed away. I reassembled and stored everything meticulously. Once everything was in order, I leaned against the headboard, idly toying with the obsidian dragon stone. The Inxiang Hall of the Liu family once boasted 4 guardians and a multitude of members, a time of great prosperity. Yet now, this hall has withered into insignificance. If Guardian Jiang could bequeath the obsidian dragon stone, what of the other 3 guardians? The obsidian dragon stone they hold, has it been lost to the world, or does it continue to be passed down through generations, much like that of Tongxintang? Recently, a wealth of information from Liu Luoyuan and Zhang Feng has left my thoughts in disarray. One evening, seeking clarity, I prepared a bucket of hot water for a bath, allowing my mind to wander aimlessly as I soaked. As I undressed, I was taken aback to discover that my abdomen appeared to have expanded significantly, which startled me greatly. After all, I am merely 2 months into my pregnancy. I couldn't help but ponder the notion that if I were indeed harboring a multitude of tiny serpents, how many there must be to stretch my belly to such proportions. The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. an overwhelming sensation I could scarcely bear. Perhaps I should visit the hospital for an ultrasound to uncover the truth within? Yet, a wave of trepidation washed over me. What if the scan revealed a writhing mass of serpents? Would I not be seized as a curiosity for research? No, that simply wouldn't do. After weighing my options, I concluded that a post-bath change into a slightly more fitted outfit was in order before seeking out Liu Shi to have him take my pulse once more. At that moment, Liu Shi was attending to Helian in her room. Recently, due to the nurturing power of the dumplings, Helian's complexion had become notably vibrant. Liu Shi was scheduled to revisit her pulse in a few days to adjust her medication, thereby preventing any potential excess. Upon my entrance, Helian scrutinized my waist before murmuring, "Miss Liu, it seems you are beginning to show." Liu Shi, upon hearing her remark, turned his gaze to my abdomen and furrowed his brow. "It is only 2 months. In the early stages, a serpent embryo is typically encased within the yolk sac, and thus should not manifest so visibly." Helian asked in confusion, "A serpent fetus?" She was aware of my pregnancy, but remained oblivious to the nature of what I carried. Upon hearing Liu Shi's words, her gaze towards me shifted, no longer filled with fear or confusion, but rather imbued with a sense of mutual understanding. After all, she bore a rootless fetus, which she must have found difficult to accept before. Now, she felt akin to me on this journey. His diagnostic skills were remarkable. He usually discerned with precision. This time, however, as he took my pulse, his fingers danced over my wrist for nearly 10 minutes before he released me. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, and witnessing this made my heart leap to my throat. Unable to contain my anxiety, I inquired, "How is it?" Liu Shi's eyes flickered momentarily before he replied, "It is still too small. You have just opened the celestial bone, and your pulse is weak. There is nothing conclusive at this moment. We must wait a while longer." Rising to attend to his medicine box, I grasped his sleeve firmly and said earnestly, "Dr. Liu, please tell me the truth. I can handle it." After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Miss Liu, have you experienced any physical discomfort lately? For instance, do you find yourself feeling hungry quickly, often experiencing sluggish blood flow, or even suffering from widespread bone pain?" I shook my head. "No, aside from some restless sleep, I feel quite well." Hearing my response, Liu Shi's brow furrowed even deeper. "That shouldn't be the case," he murmured. "What shouldn't be?" I asked. "Miss Liu," he said, "I must tell you, do not be afraid." Liu Shi solemnly stated, "Having spent many years amidst the serpent tribe and having palpated the pulse of countless serpent embryos, I must assert that the pulse you exhibit today bears no resemblance to that of a serpent embryo." A sense of foreboding gripped my heart, and I tentatively inquired, "Are you implying that I am indeed carrying a Buddha bone embryo?" In Chapter 73, Double Velvet, Double Sheep. It had been over a month since my pregnancy began, and everyone remarked that my symptoms resembled those associated with a serpent embryo. Now, 2 months into my pregnancy, aside from experiencing some sleepless nights and a slight reduction in weight, I had not encountered any significant discomfort. Was it not said that carrying a Buddha bone embryo would render one exceedingly unwell, turning one into a spectral semblance of their former self? However, Liu Shi's medical expertise was widely recognized. As he mentioned, his extensive experience with serpent embryos rendered the likelihood of error quite minimal. If it were indeed a Buddha bone embryo, it would already exhibit human characteristics after 2 months. Contemplating this, I asked, "If I truly am carrying a Buddha bone embryo, a B-scan should reveal it, correct?" Liu Shi nodded in affirmation. Summoning my courage, I declared, "Then let us proceed to the hospital for a thorough examination to ascertain the truth." My complexion must have revealed my distress, as Liu Shuha, sensing my anxious thoughts, promptly remarked, "It's just over 5 miles to the town. We can reach the hospital in no time. I will take you there immediately." Glancing at the clock, I noted it was 3:30 in the afternoon, and indeed, there was ample time to visit the town hospital. I could not deny that residing in the Tong family home was significantly more convenient than living in Chunshui village. Everyone supported my decision to investigate, so I set out with Liu Shua. Upon arriving at the town hospital, I swiftly registered. The small local hospital was not crowded, and I was soon called in. As I lay down, a nagging worry crossed my mind. What if Liu Shui misread the pulse, and I was actually carrying a nest of snakes? How would that frighten the doctor? Yet, the doctor remained unfazed, gently gliding the probe across my abdomen, her gaze fixed intently on the monitor. After a considerable pause, she asked, "Is this a natural conception? Have you been examined before?" "Yes, it is a natural pregnancy," I replied cautiously, This is my first examination. Holding the printed report, my mind buzzed with confusion, and I was unaware of how I exited the examination room. Noticing my dazed expression, Liu Shuha sensed something was amiss. She snatched the report from my hands, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized it. Bichorionic biamniotic, intrauterine viable fetuses. This means, Zhai, not only are you carrying a Buddha bone fetus, but two? My heavens, how can you possibly endure this? I echoed her sentiment. My grandmother had warned me that a single Buddha bone fetus could be perilous enough to threaten my life. And now, with twins. How could I be so unfortunate to encounter such a rare occurrence? Brother, please save Zhai, Liu Shuha urged, more agitated than I. You must devise a plan while those embryos are still small. We must act swiftly. I cannot bear the thought of Zhai perishing. Liu Shi shook his head. No abortion pill can affect a Buddha bone fetus, unless it involves the use of Sampi Xiang. Liu Jingchen would never allow me to use the Sampi Xiang to harm his child. Without the paternal essence, I cannot concoct the Sampi Xiang. However, one thing strikes me as peculiar. Liu Shi, gazing at the report, remarked that, logically speaking, if Miss Liu were carrying twins, her reactions should be more pronounced than those of a singleton. It has been over 2 months, and Miss Liu's health should be quite frail, yet her pulse indicates vitality, seemingly unaffected by the dual siphoning of her essence. Indeed, I have been feeling even better recently. With a glimmer of hope, I inquired of Liu Shi, is it possible that these children are neither serpentine nor of the Buddha's essence, but rather ordinary individuals like myself? My question seemed to touch upon Liu Shi's area of uncertainty, as he scratched his head and replied, to my knowledge, there has yet to be a precedent for such a case. Perhaps my own Buddha essence is inherently impure. After all, both of my parents are ordinary people. I reassured myself, considering that our genetic legacy undergoes significant transformations through generations. Otherwise, what alternative explanations could there be? Liu Shuha chimed in, agreeing. Zhenzhen is correct. Everything in this world operates on probabilities. Who says that Zhenzhen and third brother's children must be of the Buddha's essence or serpentine? It would be perfectly wonderful to have a pair of ordinary, chubby infants, and I would love them just the same. Liu Shi nodded in acknowledgement, stating, perhaps so. Miss Liu, in any case, you must remain vigilant regarding your health. Should you feel any discomfort, inform me immediately. I assured him that I would remain attentive. After a lengthy wait, I lay in bed after my evening ablutions, suddenly recalling that ultrasound report. After much internal conflict, I retrieved it once more and gazed at it intently. The clarity of the color Doppler image was far from perfect. The child was still small, revealing only 2 indistinct shadows. I reached out with my finger to caress the image and felt an inexplicable tenderness swell within me. This is my child. Ever since my youth, I have yearned for familial affection, and now, I have 2 children bound to me by blood. They have not caused the anticipated turmoil. Rather, this has significantly alleviated my apprehensions about motherhood. What if they are merely ordinary beings? What if I could safely carry them to term? From this moment forth, I would have 2 additional ties in this world, and I would love them eternally. It was at this juncture that my perspective on my pregnancy underwent a profound transformation. I even began to contemplate enduring the discomfort, for they are innocent. I set aside the report and picked up my phone to research the appearance of 2-month-old embryos. They currently possess disproportionately large heads and tiny bodies, akin to the size of 2 dates. This is a time to abstain from medication and to significantly enhance my nutritional intake to meet their growth demands. I meticulously reviewed each point, committing various experiences and precautions to memory. Around 9 o'clock, the rain intensified outside, and Sister Qin brought me a quilt, mentioning the impending autumn chill and heavy rains. Fearing a drop in temperature during the night, once she departed, Liu Shuha presented me with a bowl of medicinal soup, claiming it was a concoction tailored by Liu Shi to aid my sleep. I inquired whether it would affect the children, to which Liu Shuha assured me with a pat on her chest, declaring that her brother is meticulous and would not err in this regard. After consuming the medicinal soup, I found myself yawning repeatedly, succumbing to slumber before the clock struck 10. The sleep was profound, and upon awakening the following day, I discovered that the rain was still pouring heavily outside. Such dreary weather was perfect for lounging within the confines of my room. So I retrieved the half-read volume of The Fragrance of Een and began to peruse its pages, diligently noting down anything of significance. As I became engrossed in my reading, I felt a sudden movement from the snake bone bracelet encircling my left wrist. At that moment, it seemed to glide around my wrist. and I fixed my gaze upon the bracelet, astonished to witness its actual motion. Chapter 74. The silver ring. I continued to observe the undulating snake bone bracelet, and as I did, an unexpected warmth began to rise from my lower abdomen. This sensation was subtle, reminiscent of the time Liu Jingchen had channeled his vital energy into me, warm and comforting. I placed my hand over my abdomen, savoring the flow of warmth, while my mind pondered the mystery of the bracelet's movement and its connection to the warmth surging within me. This peculiar episode soon faded from my thoughts. The rain persisted for 3 consecutive days, leaving everything drenched, and the news reported that certain nearby areas were experiencing flooding due to inadequate drainage. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, someone surreptitiously placed an object within the confines of the Tong family's remote gate. It was a silver ring, a simple band that bore the marks of time, with several scratches that had darkened over the years. I immediately recognized it as my grandmother's silver ring, which she had worn for many years and had once told me was the wedding ring bestowed upon her by my grandfather. The Qiao family forcibly removed the silver ring from my grandmother and delivered it to the Tong family as a stark warning. The appointed time is drawing near. If I fail to surrender the remaining fragments of the celestial bone, they will resort to harming my grandmother. Yet, where can I possibly find the remaining 3 pieces of the celestial bone? Time is slipping away, and the Qiao family has already sent my grandmother's silver ring today. I dread to imagine what they might deliver next. I am reluctant to entertain such thoughts, let alone confront them. I began to scour the internet incessantly for any whispers regarding the celestial bone fragments, hoping to uncover even the faintest clue, but to no avail. I recalled the words of Yunxi on the road to the underworld. He seemed to possess some knowledge of the underlying truths. However, I remained uncertain of how to reach out to him. Initially, he had obtained a pass that would allow him to meet me, but regrettably, he squandered that opportunity during the incident involving the celestial bone. It is uncertain when Yunxi will emerge again. I cannot afford to wait, nor can my grandmother. Burdened with anxiety, I found it impossible to remain in the Tong family residence, my mind consumed with thoughts of my grandmother. Ultimately, I took an umbrella and headed to the Dragon King Temple. I sat cross-legged on the mat, devoid of any inclination to meditate, my gaze fixed on the eternal lamp. The only connection I seem to have with Yunxi is this very lamp. Yet, the lamp appears to be immovably affixed to the offering table, with only 2 faint sparks of light flickering within, so dim they could be easily overlooked. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, my phone rang. Upon checking, I was astonished to find it was a call from Feng Daji. As soon as I answered the call, Feng Daji immediately inquired, "Miss Liu, have you seen the images I sent you on WeChat?" I had yet to check my messages, so I asked him to hold on for a moment. Opening WeChat, I indeed discovered several images sent by Feng Daji. As I examined the pictures, I was astonished to find they depicted a small coffin. This coffin was quite diminutive, measuring only a few dozen centimeters, its surface coated with black lacquer, adorned with runes inscribed in cinnabar. Upon seeing those runes, an unsettling sensation coursed through me, and I instinctively remarked, "Sealing runes?" "Yes, indeed, sealing runes," Feng Daji exclaimed with exhilaration. Given the recent torrential rains, many areas have experienced severe flooding, which has eroded the mountainside and unearthed this coffin. Upon receiving the news, I called you immediately. I felt a surge of anxiety, my voice trembling as I pressed for details. Where exactly is it located? What is being done with the coffin now? This information is still circulating within our circle, but it is likely to be reported to the relevant authorities soon, Feng Daji cautioned. "Miss Liu, once the authorities arrive, we may not be able to see anything. Therefore, I wanted to ask if you would like to." "Yes," I interjected without hesitation. "Please provide me with the precise location. I will make my way there as swiftly as possible." However, the runes on the coffin were indeed the sealing symbols crafted by Liu Xiang herself. Perhaps it contained the remaining 3 fragments of the heavenly bone? I must save my grandmother. I had to go, come what may. If the authorities intervened, it would be too late. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture the cub. I merely wished to take a glance, to ascertain the truth, and we could deliberate on subsequent actions later. With this in mind, I conferred with Feng Daji, requesting that he wait for me at Tongxintang to accompany me in examining the small coffin. Feng Daji promptly offered to drive over to fetch me. While patiently anticipating his arrival, I also informed Liu Shuyi. Liu Shuha happened to be present and insisted on joining us. After some contemplation, I acquiesced. For both Feng Daji and I lacked the means for self-defense. Since we were to embark on this venture, We ought to prepare for the worst. Half an hour later, Feng Daji's SUV came to a halt at the entrance of the Tong family residence. He beckoned me to enter the vehicle, while Lu Shuha surprisingly carried a blanket to the back seat, mothering me with her admonitions. Zhenzhen, it's chilly outside. Do take care to keep warm. Overexertion can lead to back pain, so wrap yourself in the blanket and lean back. It should provide some relief. I genuinely appreciated Lu Shuha, though she appeared carefree. She possessed a remarkable sensitivity towards others' needs. I sincerely remarked, Shuha, you are truly wonderful. Whoever marries you will be most fortunate. Ba ba ba. I have no intention of marrying, Lu Shuha exaggerated, declaring, sister is engrossed in her cultivation and cannot extricate herself. I even aspire to one day transform from a serpent into a dragon. Marriage would merely hinder my progress. Her playful rhetoric elicited a chuckle from me. While she spoke, her hands were not idle. She swiftly arranged the blanket, assisting me to sit comfortably. Feng Daji remained unhurried, driving steadily. The mountain lay at the confluence of two counties, in a rather desolate area, with the ground uneven and pockmarked, making it challenging for even the SUV to navigate without risk of becoming ensnared. Lu Shuha expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking, what an unremarkable place this is, with scarcely a few households in sight. Who was the first to discover this small coffin washed ashore? I heard that this area had undergone demolition previously, and those remaining are primarily families engaged in raising bamboo rats in the mountains. Feng Daji explained that the villagers had placed bamboo cages in the mountains the previous night, intending to retrieve them the following morning. And it was during this journey that they stumbled upon the small coffin. Chapter 75, Why Don't You Want Me? Bamboo rats thrive in clean and dim environments, prized for their exquisite meat. Nowadays, many individuals partake in bamboo rat farming, which serves as a commendable source of income. These creatures have a penchant for burrowing, and the proliferation of holes in the mountains can indeed lead to soil erosion. Thus, it is not surprising that the recent heavy rain caused the small coffin to surface. As Feng Daji fished out his phone, he remarked, I will call that villager to guide us. The call was promptly answered, but the person on the other end seemed preoccupied. Feng Daji conveyed his intentions, only to be met with an apology. Boss Feng, I have already provided you with the address. If you wish to go, you may do so on your own. My entire family is packed and ready to leave the village today. Leaving the village? Feng Daji exclaimed in astonishment. What about all those bamboo rats on your mountains? It turned out that the villager Feng Daji had relied on bamboo rat farming for his livelihood, and it was he who had discovered the small coffin. Being an old acquaintance of Feng Daji, he promptly relayed the news. I gazed at the towering mountains behind the village, pondering the vast number of bamboo rats that must be nurtured there. The villager's assertion of indifference truly reflects a sense of resignation. 208 bamboo rats, all devoid of heads. What an eerie occurrence. The tone of the villager betrays his utter dismay. Anyone confronted with such a bizarre situation would surely be rendered speechless. Feng Daji offered some words of comfort before inquiring about the precise route, but the villager promptly hung up. Lu Shuha stamped her foot, exclaiming, What is there to fear? They're merely headless bamboo rats. Perhaps it's the work of some mountain spirit, like a cunning fox or a serpent. I, for one, am eager to encounter them. Feng Daji concurred, stating, We received first-hand information and rushed over. Lingering any longer might allow others to seize the opportunity. After a moment's contemplation, I resolutely declared, Let us act swiftly. Once we secure what we need, we shall retreat. My apprehension stemmed from the possibility of encountering something formidable hidden within the mountains, as well as the potential of crossing paths with the Chow family. The three of us parked our vehicle in the village and followed the path indicated by the villager, soon arriving at the site where the small coffin had been unearthed. The coffin lay intact in the soft mud, its surface adorned with runes that had been accentuated by the rain. I had previously witnessed Lu Xiang's delicate cursive, and had been awed by the imposing nature of her runes. It is often said that one's writing reflects their character. One can only imagine the complexity of Lu Xiang herself. As I scrutinized the runes on the small coffin, Lu Shuha gazed at me with an anxious expression, quietly inquiring, Zhenzhen, do you feel any discomfort? They are all aware that I have previously suffered the backlash of the sealing talisman created by Lu Xiang. I find it peculiar that upon encountering this talisman once more, I feel no discomfort whatsoever. I shake my head, insisting, I am not unwell. I am merely contemplating how to break these seals and open the small coffin. I reconsider. No, Liu Jingchen cannot dismantle the sealing talisman devised by Liu Xiang. The one who shattered the seals on the Tiangu fragments was Qiao's family. If Liu Jingchen possessed the ability, he would not have awaited the arrival of the Qiao family. Liu Shuhe furrows her brow, asking, "What shall we do? Have we traveled so far merely to gaze upon it?" I crouch down, gently caressing the sealing talismans. As my fingertips graze the surface of the small coffin, a wave of pallor washes over me, accompanied by a piercing chill that penetrates to my very bones. The sounds of rushing wind fill my ears, and suddenly, a child's voice echoes beside me. "Mother, please do not kill me, do not kill me." The heart-wrenching plea evokes a profound sense of compassion, and tears stream down my cheeks unbidden as I become ensnared in my own world. I sense Liu Shuhe shaking my shoulder, her voice calling my name. "Zhenzhen, Liu Jingchen. Awaken, you are trapped in a dream." I realize I must awaken. Everything I perceive is but an illusion, yet I cannot extricate myself, ensnared by an invisible force. As the child's cries grow increasingly shrill, images from the day the Tiangu was opened surge into my mind once more. I beheld Liu Xiang kneeling upon the ground. Before her lay a shattered infant skull, fragmented into 4 pieces. In her grasp, she held a brush, meticulously inscribing seals upon the remnants of bone. "Mother!" The anguished cries that once echoed around me abruptly ceased. Suddenly, an infant, seemingly not yet a month old, materialized before my eyes, though he bore no head. His small, purplish body stood there, calling me mother. He raised his hand towards me, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Mother, why do you not want me?" "Why?" Liu Luoyuan had once mentioned that he and Liu Xiang had another child. Could this headless infant be their offspring? If so, what had transpired to render him thus? The child took tentative steps towards me, obstinately extending his tiny hand, demanding, "Mother, why do you not want me? What is it about me that is lacking? Speak, speak." I retreated in desperation, yet he pursued me relentlessly. Today, if I failed to provide an explanation, he would not relent. Gritting my teeth, I managed to utter, "Little one, you have mistaken me. I am not your mother." "No, you are my mother." The headless infant's small hand suddenly pointed towards my belly as he roared. "Mother no longer loves me now that she has younger siblings, does she? Then let them come down to accompany me." He screamed, his purplish nails transforming into sharp, elongated claws, lunging towards my abdomen. Behind him loomed a dense shroud of darkness, and in the midst of that obscurity, I discerned a fleeting glimpse of a white figure. He donned a moonlit white robe, clutching a string of prayer beads, and upon sighting them, an excruciating pain surged through my head. Liu Luoyuan. That figure was indeed Liu Luoyuan. Was this all merely an illusion, or did it truly exist? If it were real, what purpose brought Liu Luoyuan here? I stood frozen in place, helplessly watching as the claw of the headless infant approached my abdomen. Suddenly, something stirred on my left wrist. In an instant, I glimpsed a fleeting white shadow that lunged forward, seizing the headless infant's hand. The infant let out a piercing scream, retreating in haste, its diminutive form vanishing into the shroud of darkness. As the headless infant withdrew, my consciousness sharpened significantly, and I finally discerned what had just flown forth to protect me. It was the snake bone bracelet that I had worn on my left wrist. When I glanced at my wrist again, I was rendered speechless with astonishment. The snake bones, which had initially encircled my wrist, had unfurled into a long strip, resembling a whip of snake bones that struck fiercely at the encroaching darkness. At that very moment, it seemed Liu Shuhe sensed something amiss, directing a powerful gust of energy toward me. I caught sight of Liu Luoyuan casting a deep glance in my direction before turning to depart. As he left, the dark mist swiftly dissipated. As I collapsed, my hand inadvertently brushed against a small coffin. The incline of the terrain caused the coffin to tumble, landing at Liu Shuhe's feet. He exclaimed, "Damn, this little coffin is actually broken." Indeed, the seal on the front of the small coffin remains intact, yet the seal on the back has been compromised, revealing a substantial breach at the bottom, leaving it utterly empty. He leaned in for a closer inspection, discerning from the gaping hole at the back that this damage was recent. Feng Daji swiftly made a decision. "It appears we have arrived too late. Someone has preceded us, not only uncovering the small coffin, but also breaking the seal and absconding with its contents." Liu Shuhe spat in frustration, cursing, who on earth would covet such a thing? However, I harbored suspicions directed towards Liu Luoyuan. He had not only breached Liu Xiang's seal, unleashing the headless infant, but also incited its wrath in an attempt to assail me. Had it not been for the sudden animation of my snake bone bracelet, which shielded me, I shudder to think of the consequences of my visit today. Liu Luoyuan was merely probing. He clearly did not intend to take my life. Otherwise, with his capabilities, even if the three of us joined forces, we would likely prove no match for him. Huh. It's evident you are a novice, Feng Daji chuckled. This small coffin is crafted from premium red pine, a material increasingly rare in today's world. Judging by its texture and quality, it must be at least a century old. Though it may seem ominous, selling it would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. Lu Shuha retorted without reservation. Feng, it seems you have become ensnared by greed. Are you not concerned about the curse that accompanies such ill-gotten gains? Hello, Miss Liu, your words are truly. Lu Shuha shot him a glare, causing Feng Daji to instantly suppress his anger, clenching the small coffin tightly as he settled into the back seat. After securing me in the passenger seat and fastening my seatbelt, Lu Shuha took the wheel. I still felt utterly drained, slumped in my seat, unable to shake thoughts of the headless infant and Liu Luoyuan. Feng Daji mentioned that the small coffin must be over a century old, implying that the headless infant had been sealed here for 100 years. Now that it had been released and taken away by Liu Luoyuan, what kind of tempest would ensue? Moreover, while the body of the headless infant lay buried here, where was its head? What grave could it possibly occupy? I recalled the fragment of celestial bone. Was it not a piece of an infant's skull? Could it be that the celestial bone shard had been taken from this headless infant? Yet, that night, I succumbed to a high fever, deliriously rambling as Lu Shui administered medicine to no avail. Lu Shuha and the others could only resort to physical cooling methods, tirelessly tending to me until late into the night, while my fever only worsened. Finally, Lu Shui remarked, Miss Lu's condition does not seem to stem from merely catching a chill. Rather, it appears she has been frightened. Perhaps we should take her to the Dragon King Temple? Without hesitation, Lu Shuha lifted me onto her back and carried me to the Dragon King Temple, where she laid me on a mat and offered incense at the altar. Upon entering the temple, the rich fragrance of the incense enveloped me, and I felt significantly better. I was both exasperated and amused, weakly retorting, Shuha, what are you saying? Are you awake? Lu Shuha hurriedly placed the incense stick into the burner, squatting beside me, and reached out to feel my forehead, exclaiming in astonishment, Ah, the fever seems to have subsided somewhat. Strangely enough, after spending over an hour in the Dragon King Temple, my fever had completely dissipated, and I felt a resurgence of strength within me. For the next 2 days, I mostly remained in the temple. Just as I was gradually recuperating, Feng Daji arrived once more, bearing unsettling news. It appeared that the villager who raised bamboo rats had contracted the plague. The plague? Lu Shuha's demeanor shifted dramatically. He flared up. Perhaps he overindulged in bamboo rats and fell ill. Why come to us for assistance? Feng Daji shook his head. He has already been to the hospital and taken medication, but nothing could contain it. His family of 6 has been falling ill one after another, and he sought my counsel. Pausing for a moment, Feng Daji's expression turned grave. He came to me in the morning, and by afternoon, He began to roll up his pant leg when Lu Shuha forcefully kicked him out, pointing and cursing, Feng Daji, you scoundrel. Are you here to seek help or to bring us harm? Chapter 77. Retribution comes swiftly. Lu Shuha had put all his strength into that kick, causing Feng Daji to stumble and fall outside the Dragon King Temple. Being old acquaintances, I pulled Lu Shuha back and scolded gently, be a bit gentler. Gentler? Lu Shuha clenched his fists in protest. Zhenzhen, this is the plague. A century ago, a devastating plague claimed countless lives in the surrounding villages. It was in an effort to curb the spread of this epidemic that Sangu was sealed, leading to the decline of Inxiang Hall for an entire century. Lu Shuha was deeply sensitive to the term plague, and understandably so, as it represented her most painful memory. Her heightened emotions were a means of safeguarding me. After all, my health had only just begun to recover, and I could scarcely endure another upheaval caused by a rodent-borne disease. Feng Daji rose, brushing off the dirt from his trousers. Lu Shuha pointed at him, unreservedly commanding, stand back and speak louder. We can hear you well enough. Feng Daji was well aware of Lu Shuha's temperament. She was not one to spare the rod when it came to admonishing others. He obediently retreated a bit further and rolled up the leg of his trousers to reveal his calf. His entire right calf was swollen, a deep purplish hue, with some areas tinged black. More alarmingly, embedded within that purplish expanse were 2 dark, gaping bite marks. Lu Shuha immediately inquired, when were you bitten by a bamboo rat? I was not bitten by a bamboo rat, Feng Daji replied. This is the manifestation of the plague. It begins with soreness in the calf, gradually transforming into a purplish-black color. Over time, it develops into a honeycomb-like pattern of bite marks, and one may even grow rodent-like teeth. I lifted my gaze to inspect Feng Daji's teeth, relieved that he had yet to develop any rodent-like features. However, given his assertion, it seemed likely that the family raising bamboo rats had already succumbed to such a fate. Lu Shuha squinted at him, shaking her head. What you described does not resemble the plague. Have you shown this to my brother? Not yet. Feng Daji remarked that his immediate concern was to find Miss Lu for salvation. On his way, he encountered Sister Qin, who informed him of their presence, prompting him to hasten to their location without visiting the Tong family. Lu Shuha instructed Feng Daji to wait outside while she sought Lu Shi's assistance. With that, she hurried off. Feng Daji stood outside, while I sat on the mat, the two of us exchanging glances in silence. At that moment, I was mentally riffling through the half of the Yin Xiang Xiang Yin Pu that I had, searching for any remedies for the plague. If my memory served me correctly, there was indeed a section in the Yin Xiang Xiang Yin Pu detailing the aromatic substances necessary for treating various plagues, including the bubonic plague. The plague manifests as a gray-brown rash resembling mouse spots that, if left unchecked, would gradually fester and decay, ultimately leading to a torturous demise. This affliction spreads rapidly, and should a victim perish without proper handling, those nearby risk succumbing to the same fate. The causes of such a calamity are manifold, ranging from rodent bites to exposure to miasma, and even involving sorcery, such as employing a rodent in a curse. However, it is universally acknowledged that once afflicted by this malady, the human body begins to exhibit rodent-like traits, such as the growth of rodent teeth and whiskers, along with a preference for dark and damp environments. The symptoms described by Feng Daji indeed bore little resemblance to those of the plague, appearing more akin to a different kind of rodent-related affliction. Lu Xiang had cautioned that failing to discern between the two could result in treating a rodent-related malady with aromatic substances intended for the plague, thus exacerbating the condition. As for how to treat the plague, the Yin Xiang Xiang Yin Pu makes no mention of it. Soon, Lu Shuha brought Lu Shi along. Lu Shi glanced at Feng Daji's calf from a distance, then strode forward and said, "Boss Feng, your ailment bears no relation to the plague. Logically, you should be quite familiar with such injuries." Feng Daji looked utterly bewildered. Huh? It's really not the plague? Then why did I develop it after interacting with that villager? Lu Shi suggested, perhaps prior to that, you had already been in contact with something else, and the root of the calamity had quietly begun to sprout, unbeknownst to you. It must be that small coffin. Lu Shuha exclaimed excitedly, "Boss Feng, I warned you against being so obsessed with money as to covet that cursed object. Look, the retribution has arrived so swiftly." Feng Daji was truly at a loss for words, yet he clung to hope and asked Lu Shi, "Dr. Lu, could it really be that the small coffin harbors a virus? But Miss Lu clearly also touched it. Why is she unaffected?" Lu Shi pondered. "I believe it is likely a result of my interaction with the small coffin being met with backlash. My constitution is unique, and with the blessings from the Dragon King Temple, I have been spared the afflictions that have befallen you and others." Feng Daji immediately appeared to have found a glimmer of hope and was about to head to the Dragon King Temple, saying, "Then I shall stay at the Dragon King Temple for a few days to dispel the evil sickness." Lu Shuha interjected with a note of caution, "Boss Feng, do you think everyone is like Zhenzhen, possessed of a body protected by the Buddha's essence?" Feng Daji appeared despondent, pitifully inquiring, "Dr. Lu, is there any remedy you can offer to save me?" Having resided in Jiutong town for many years, Feng Daji was quite familiar with its surroundings. He immediately suggested, "What about the coffin shop in the east of the town? Should I seek out that eccentric old man with the surname Chai? Can he truly assist me?" Lu Shi did not provide him with a definitive affirmation. Instead, he remarked, "If he cannot help you, then the options we have may be rather limited. It is worth a try." The glimmer of hope that had just ignited in Feng Daji's expression swiftly dissipated, leaving him with a sorrowful visage as he turned his gaze toward me. Upon hearing Lu Shi mention the coffin shop in the east of the town, a memory resurfaced. When Tong Jixian was nearing his end, he had sent Tong Shuyan to that very shop to seek out old Chai, stating that he had ordered a coffin there over a year ago. Clearly, old Chai was someone of considerable repute, trusted even by Tong Jixian, indicating a profound bond between the Tong family and this old man. I interjected, "Boss Feng, you might consider taking Tong Shuyan with you. He should be acquainted with old Chai." Yet, Feng Daji remained reluctant to leave, pleading, Miss Liu, I trust no one but you. Will you accompany me on this journey? Liu Shua, unable to contain her frustration, raised her fist, ready to admonish Feng Daji. Are you getting a bit too presumptuous? As he dodged, Feng Daji cried out. Miss Liu, you must have been somewhat affected by this malevolent affliction as well, haven't you? Are you truly planning to hide away in this Dragon King temple for the rest of your life? Chapter 78. The coffin shop in the East Town. While meditating in the Dragon King temple, I found my body had recovered considerably. Yet I remained uncertain of my complete healing. Lacking confidence, I requested Liu Shuyi to take my pulse once more. After assessing my condition, Liu Shuyi suggested, why not accompany Boss Feng on a trip, Miss Liu? His words illuminated my understanding. Although I felt much improved, the root of my ailment had not been wholly eradicated. Ultimately, we set off in 2 vehicles, one driven by Feng Daji, and the other carrying myself, Liu Shuha, and Tong Shuyan. We swiftly arrived at the coffin shop in the East Town. Nestled at the easternmost corner of Jutong Town, the shop was modest in size, with only half of its door ajar. Inside, the ambience was dim, and from the threshold, one could discern the rich aroma of wood, along with the sense of paint and ink. Tong Shuyan approached and gently knocked on the door, cautiously calling out, Master Chai, are you there? Silence enveloped us for a moment. Liu Shuha, eager to call out as well, was halted by Feng Daji, who cautioned, in Jutong Town. Everyone knows that Master Chai of the coffin shop has a particularly irritable temperament. Best not to provoke him. Otherwise, even if you offer him mountains of gold, he will refuse to craft a coffin for you. Why would I need him to make a coffin for me? Liu Shuha retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Yet she moderated her voice. Feng Daji had little patience for her rebuttal, standing on tiptoe to peer into the coffin shop. At that moment, a voice, aged yet commanding, resonated from within. Come in. We entered in single file. The facade of the coffin shop is quite modest, merely featuring a single counter adorned with an account ledger, a brush, an ink stone, and a few other small items. Beyond the counter lies a door with an exaggeratedly high threshold, making it challenging for anyone of slightly shorter stature to pass without difficulty. Stepping over the threshold, one discovers a petite courtyard graced with several sour jujube trees, leading further back to the main house. Curiously, while the main house is quite spacious, its entrance is situated on the right side. Upon entering through the grand door, one finds themselves in a bedroom, and traversing through it reveals a floor strewn with coffins. Amidst this collection of coffins sits a frail old man, diligently working on planks of wood. Tong Shuyan respectfully calls out, Old Chai. The old man lifts his gaze, revealing that he is one-eyed. The remaining eye glimmers with intensity, sweeping over all of us as if he could see right through our souls. His gaze eventually settles on me, though it lingers only briefly before he speaks. Xian, when you came to collect your uncle's coffin last time, I informed you that your uncle saved my life in the graveyard years ago. In return, I provided him with a longevity coffin. Thus, our families are even. It seems you have not taken my words to heart. This was a clear dismissal. Tong Shuyan found himself momentarily at a loss, his face shifting from pale to flushed. I stepped forward and said, Old Chai, we are here today on behalf of the Liu family's incense hall, and we seek your assistance with a matter. Liu family incense hall. Old Master Chai scrutinized me with his solitary eye, his gaze unsettling. I then heard him muttering, the causes of the past yield the fruits of the present. After a century, the retribution of the Liu family has finally arrived. At my age, do you still wish to drag me down with you? Begone. From now on, this place shall not welcome any of you. Tong Shuyan, well aware of old Master Chai's temperament, cast a resigned glance my way, signaling that we could take our leave. Feng Daji, ever compliant, was the first to depart. I instructed the 3 of them to exit ahead while I lingered behind, unwilling to relent. I ventured to inquire, may I ask, old Master Chai, what transgressions my Liu family committed in our past that instill such fear in you, rendering you eager to keep your distance? Old Master Chai narrowed his solitary eye and scoffed, little girl, do not attempt to provoke me with such tactics. I have experienced more in my lifetime than you have consumed salt. Do you think I could be so easily deceived? With that, he lowered his head to continue scraping the wooden planks, refusing to engage further despite my persistent probing. I stood there, feeling quite awkward. Yet I was reluctant to concede so easily. This peculiar old man was knowledgeable about Liu Xiang and the burdens borne by the Liu family. He was among the few who understood. How could I let this opportunity to engage with him slip away? If I were to leave this coffin shop today, it might be exceedingly difficult to return. Thus, I resolved to remain, knowing that seeking assistance often hinges upon appealing to one's preferences. With this in mind, I said, "In truth, we have come to seek your expertise, old Master Chai, regarding a damaged red pine coffin. If you are unwilling to assist, we shall seek others instead." Having spoken, I did not depart. Instead, I remained motionless, observing the actions of old Chai. He scraped away several times, producing grooves of varying depths, and in a fit of frustration, he cast aside his plane and picked up a nearby pipe to light a smoke. I quietly watched him ignite the tobacco, taking a couple of slow puffs, before he raised his single eye to me and inquired, "The red pine coffin?" "Yes," I replied truthfully. "A few days ago, a torrential rain swept down from the mountains, revealing a small coffin. It is not large and is adorned with numerous sealing symbols. Yet it appears someone has breached its rear, creating a sizable hole and absconding with its contents." "Sealing symbols?" Old Chai's hand trembled around the pipe. "Whose sealing symbols? Are they from Lu Xiang?" He indeed possessed some knowledge of the matter. I responded that they were likely the original sealing symbols created by Lu Xiang. Old Chai scrutinized me intently, as if his solitary eye sought to unearth something from my visage. The nature of my relationship with Lu Xiang was almost transparent, albeit one I was reluctant to acknowledge. Given old Chai's age, he likely had never met Lu Xiang personally, yet he must have had ancestors who were acquainted with her. Observing my calm discourse about Lu Xiang, he surely harbored numerous questions. However, he chose not to voice them. Nor did I elucidate. Thus, we engaged in a silent tug-of-war. Ultimately, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Where is that red pine coffin? May I see it?" Of course. Feng Daji was swift in his actions. Upon arrival, he had wrapped the coffin in a blanket. After old Chai received the coffin, he immediately began to explore its corners and edges with his hands. Quickly, he paused, flipping the small coffin over to inspect the place he had just touched. I leaned in closely, widening my eyes to see the spot where old Chai had grazed, revealing a small seal script character inscribed upon it. Chapter 79, Exchange them. To my astonishment, the red pine coffin bore an inscription of the character in seal script. How could anyone dare to inscribe their name on another's coffin? This suggests either that the maker or their family was quite renowned in this craft, or that this coffin was exceedingly unique, warranting such a mark. What is more critical is the intricate connection between the on the coffin and old Chai's surname. Judging by old Chai's earlier questing gestures on the coffin, it is evident that he anticipated the presence of this inscription. Could it be that, years ago, Lu Xiang sought out this very coffin crafted by the ancestors of old Chai? Holding the small coffin, old Chai gazed at the hole on its back, lost in thought. I refrained from interrupting him or probing into the origins of the inscription. Once more, he resumed his habitual smoking, puffing at his pipe until the last wisp of smoke dissipated before raising his single eye to me. "What do you wish for me to do with this small coffin?" It is presumed that this coffin once sealed something within, and now, having been breached, that entity has escaped. I replied, if possible. I would like to inquire whether there exists a method to summon or even reseal the entity that was once contained within this coffin. Old Chai furrowed his brow in contemplation and said, "Give me 3 days, and I shall restore this small coffin to its original state." I awaited his further words, but upon finishing, he fell silent. Not wishing to impose too much, I cautiously inquired, "Those who have come into contact with this coffin have contracted ailments akin to the plague. Old Chai, do you believe this matter is related to the coffin?" "It is not the plague, but rather a poison of malevolence," old Chai replied. "The rats are merely carriers of this toxic energy, akin to a plague of rodents. You, possessing the protection of the Buddha's bones and an additional unique force entwined with you, are gradually purging this malevolence. They, however, are not so fortunate. The bamboo rats merely serve as vessels for this poison, with its true source being the entity once sealed within this small coffin. For Feng Daji and his companions to survive, they must seek a breakthrough from that entity. It is indeed a significant challenge for old Chai to agree to assist in the coffin's restoration, so I resolved to leave, planning to devise a longer-term strategy once the coffin was repaired. Upon exiting the coffin shop in the eastern part of the town, a sense of dejection enveloped everyone, especially Feng Daji, who was particularly fearful of death. "Miss Liu, what did old Chai say? Has he found a way to save me?" "Not at all," I replied. Old Chai merely agreed to help restore the small coffin. He did not mention anything else. Feng Daji immediately lamented, "Am I truly destined to meet my end this time?" Lu Shuha kicked him lightly, saying, "Look at your lack of spirit. You're not dead yet, so why the wailing? I instructed Feng Daji to keep a close watch on the coffin shop in the eastern part of the town. My concerns did not stem from fear of old Chai absconding with the coffin, but rather from an overwhelming curiosity about him and the shop itself. I inquired about Jiang Xinya's current condition, to which Liu Shuyi shook his head. I hurried to Jiang Xinya's room and found her lying on the bed, her face flushed with an unusual redness. I reached out to touch her cheek, only to find it burning with fever. Liu Shuyi informed me that he had already administered antipyretics to her, yet her temperature continued to rise, leaving her in a daze. I lifted the hem of Jiang Xinya's garment to reveal her side, where a three-dimensional, vividly lifelike visage of a woman was protruding from her skin, poised to detach and transform into a living being at any moment. I instinctively asked, "What is the situation with He Lian?" "The situation is not looking good," Liu Shuyi replied. Previously, the protective aura from the Tuanzi was able to temporarily contain the Liu Jingchen, but for some unknown reason, since last night, the efficacy of the ginseng soup against the Liu Jingchen seems to have diminished significantly. I pondered, could it be that it has developed a resistance? Liu Shuyi shook his head. It doesn't appear so. It's not a matter of resistance. The Liu Jingchen suddenly spiraling out of control points to another cause, namely, the emergence of some external force that has triggered the continued growth of both the Liu Jingchen and the Guanyin visage. The entities connected to these are the Huapi bone and the Kongtong heart. Could it be that Lu Weixin is in trouble? I trust she would have a way to temporarily thwart the summoning of the insect within her by the Qiao family. It is highly likely that the Qiao family has re-established the connection between the Liu Jingchen and the Guanyin visage through the Huapi bone. Damn the Qiao family. As we were discussing this, Lu Shuhua rushed over, holding a piece of paper in her hand, extending it towards me from a distance. Upon receiving the note, I discovered it had been delivered by the Qiao family, demanding that I exchange He Lian and Jiang Xinya for my grandmother's safety. Otherwise, they would take her life this very night. My hands trembled uncontrollably as I held the letter, realizing that the Qiao family had finally recognized that I could not procure the celestial bone shards, prompting them to propose something more pragmatic. Furthermore, sending the two away would only serve to facilitate their malevolent intentions. This piece of paper plunged me into profound torment. If I were to disregard morality and the reputation of the Liu family's in Xiang Hall, my instinct would undoubtedly be to save my grandmother first. Yet, reason insisted that I could not act in such a manner. Regardless of whether He Lian and Jiang Xinya were innocent, I had accepted their request for assistance. By accepting their plea, I had effectively taken on the responsibility for their lives. Failure to protect them would signify my inadequacy. However, casting them aside without any attempt to intervene would tarnish the Liu family's standing in both the realms of the living and the dead. Who would dare to present requests for assistance in the future? My mind was a tumultuous whirlpool as I paced the room, unable to conceive of a solution that would satisfy both parties. What perplexed me further was the sudden shift in the Qiao family's priorities. They had previously placed great importance on the celestial bone shards. What could have transpired to prompt such a dramatic change in their demands? The recent peculiar occurrences in Zhenzhen, particularly the red pine coffin, could they possibly be connected to the Qiao family? Earlier, we had speculated that the Qiao family might collaborate with Liu Luoyuan, and when I was ensnared by the nightmare, I distinctly perceived Liu Lian's figure. If the small coffin is indeed sealed with the headless infant I witnessed in my nightmares, and Liu Luoyuan has taken the headless child, could this event have provoked the Qiao family? No, that cannot be right. It seems I have overlooked something. The headless infant. The fragments of the celestial bone. In Chapter 80, titled Controlling Objects, it is revealed that the 4 fragments of the celestial bone sought by the Qiao family originate from the skull of the same child. In the illusion I encountered, Lu Xiang personally sealed the 4 fragments of the child's skull with a sealing talisman. Hence, those are indeed the fragments of the celestial bone. With this comparison, what remains unclear? The skull formed by the 4 fragments of the celestial bone is precisely that of the headless infant. The Qiao family desires the fragments. Yet now that Liu Luoyuan has taken the headless child, he too must covet the celestial bone fragments. Whether for cultivation or the completion of the headless infant, Liu Luoyuan has ample reason to act. The Qiao family, hesitant to confront Liu Luoyuan directly, would rather seek a way to resurrect their great sorcerer. Yes, it must be so. However, one thing still eludes my understanding. Now that the headless infant has manifested and the 4 fragments of the celestial bone are still being assembled, what has become of the child's head? The skull is not synonymous with the head. Regardless of Liu Luoyuan and the headless infant's entanglements, the Qiao family, in their desperation to revive their great sorcerer, would not dare to act rashly towards my grandmother. In fact, after I hand over He Lian and Jiang Xinya, my grandmother's danger increases significantly. This is a gamble. Should I lose, I may pay with my grandmother's life. I grit my teeth and resolve, tonight, I shall safeguard He Lian and Jiang Xinya, temporarily disregarding the Qiao family. I refuse to believe they truly dare to harm my grandmother. Lu Shuha silently released her grip. I refrained from gazing at their expressions, for I feared that disappointment would be reflected therein. Oh, if my granddaughter were to lose the gamble. The snake bone bracelet pressed against my wrist, and I struck it with force, muttering in frustration, Liu Jingchen, when will you finally emerge from your seclusion? What use is your celestial prowess if I cannot rely on you when it matters most? Despite my outburst, I knew I had to devise a strategy for the impending situation. Holding the remaining 18 incense sticks, I pondered the possibility that if the visage of Guanyin were to fall tonight and the Qiao family came knocking, these offerings would be utterly futile. Perhaps it would be wiser to burn them all at once. It might even ignite the everlasting lamp completely. Should a confrontation arise, it could very well be the light of the eternal flame that saves me. I picked up the pass token and recalled Yunxi, uncertain of when this individual might reappear. I left behind the incense sticks, concealing the remaining items securely, and then proceeded to the Dragon King temple with the incense. One by one, I lit the sticks, watching as sparks ignited within the everlasting lamp. As their numbers increased, the sparks collided and danced within the lamp. Yet they could not coalesce. The prospect of fully igniting the everlasting lamp seemed increasingly distant. These flickering lights lacked cohesiveness, floating aimlessly. Disappointment washed over me as I beheld the sparks. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck between my brows. The intensity of the ache seized my nerves, rendering me motionless, as if something were attempting to emerge from the very center of my forehead. Yet ultimately, nothing emerged from the space between my eyebrows. Instead, a flickering ember from the eternal lamp, which I had been intently gazing at, gradually began to drift towards me. As my gaze shifted slightly, it mirrored my movements, as if it were under the influence of my very sight. This phenomenon instantly reminded me of what Lu Weixin had mentioned to me regarding spiritual discernment. Could it be that I truly possessed the ability to manipulate objects with my consciousness? With this thought, I continued to fixate on that ember, testing its responsiveness through the movement of my eyes. When I realized it indeed followed my gaze, I grew bolder in my attempts to extract it from the lamp. Initially, I approached it with mere curiosity, harboring little hope, but at the moment I witnessed that ember emerging through the glass shade of the eternal lamp, I was utterly astonished. How could this be possible? What had just transpired? Moreover, what would I do after removing this ember? What purpose could it serve? In the next instant, that ember shot directly towards the space between my eyebrows with incredible speed, leaving me no time to evade it. I merely felt a warmth at my brow, and then the ember vanished completely. I reached to touch the area between my eyebrows. It was warm, but the earlier sensation of pain had dissipated. The Dragon King temple lacked mirrors, preventing me from discerning the state of my brow. Nevertheless, I remained undeterred, eager to ascertain whether my consciousness could truly control objects. However, when I focused my attention on other items, they showed no response whatsoever. I even attempted to influence the remaining embers within the eternal lamp, but to no avail. Perhaps everything that just transpired was merely a coincidence. The perpetual lamp appeared to have aged, and it was conceivable that it had developed tiny punctures, through which the ember had emerged. As I was engulfed in confusion, I heard Sister Qin calling my name. Miss Liu, this is terrible. Jiang Xinya is. She is writhing on the ground in agony. Her condition is dire. Is the Guanyin mask about to ripen and fall away? I immediately rose to my feet and hurried alongside Sister Qin toward the Tong residence, inquiring, what is He Lian's current condition? Su Yan and Tuanzi are keeping watch over He Lian, and thus far, all is well. A wave of shock coursed through me when Tong Jixin passed away. They had not contemplated activating the self-destruct formation, yet tonight, the idea of initiating the array had arisen. I asked, was this order issued by Tong Xian? Sister Qin nodded in affirmation. I released her, and she swiftly departed. As I stepped into the threshold of the Tong household, a wretched scream pierced the air, emanating from Jiang Xinya's chamber. I sprinted toward her room, and upon entering, I beheld Jiang Xinya sprawled across the bed, calling out in torment. Her garment was lifted, revealing the guanyin mask at her side. At that moment, the features of the mask appeared to come alive, contorting and straining as it struggled to detach itself from Jiang Xinya's body. Chapter 81. A dead horse as a live horse doctor. At the very instant the guanyin mask fell away, Jiang Xinya's life hung by a thread. She helplessly reached out a hand towards me, her pain rendering her nearly voiceless. Yet I understood she was pleading for rescue. She cried, "Zhao Zhao, save me. I do not wish to die. If possible, I would rather not see anyone perish. Yet I find myself utterly helpless, with no idea how to rescue them." Just then, Tong Shuyan relayed the message that He Lian had also begun to experience labor pains. It seemed that the Qiao family was determined to have their way this night. Even if I did not surrender Jiang Xinya and He Lian, they would undoubtedly find a method to seize the guanyin mask and the rootless fetus. The contorted movements of the guanyin mask grew increasingly pronounced, its features becoming more three-dimensional, while the entirety of the skin at Jiang Xinya's waist had become transparent, already severed from her flesh and blood. I could no longer endure the sight. Lu Shuha extended her hand, and a dagger materialized in her grasp. She stepped towards the bedside, determined to destroy the object rather than allow it to remain in this world to inflict harm. I seized Lu Shua's arm, restraining her. "Wait. Let me think this through." To forcibly remove the guanyin mask, I was uncertain whether it would damage the mask itself, but it would undoubtedly pose a threat to Jiang Xinya's life. Lu Shuha retorted angrily, "Zhao Zhao, now is not the time for mercy." "No, Shua, you misunderstand me," I explained. "Indeed, destroying the guanyin mask is a viable option, yet it must be approached correctly. This thing is exceedingly malevolent. Do you truly believe a mere dagger can harm it? How can you know it won't work if you don't try?" Lu Shuha, undeterred by superstition, swung the dagger, imbued with magical power, and plunged it fiercely towards the guanyin mask. The members of the Tong family, standing nearby, were so frightened that some covered their eyes while others gasped in horror, and my heart raced to my throat. However, when the dagger was thrust down, it failed to pierce the guanyin mask. Instead, the mask enveloped the dagger like a mass of cotton. Lu Shuha pressed the dagger down with all her might, causing Jiang Xinya to grit her teeth in agony. Blood and pus oozing from the edges of the mask, yet the mask itself remained unscathed. Finally, there was a resounding clang as the dagger broke, and Lu Shuha fell onto the ground. While the guanyin mask swiftly returned to its original form, the remaining fragment of the dagger clattering to the floor. Jiang Xinya lay there, gasping for air, as blood and pus flowed incessantly down her side. What was even more terrifying was that the part of the mask that had ruptured was now completely detached from Jiang Xinya's body, indicating that Lu Shuha's earlier actions had not only failed to halt the mask's maturation, but had inadvertently aided it. At that moment, no one dared to act recklessly. I closed my eyes. Given the circumstances, I could only think of one method: treating a dead horse as if it were alive. "Shuha, please fetch me vermilion and a brush, and also find another dagger and a bowl. Hurry." I squatted by the bed, reaching out to wipe the cold sweat from Jiang Xinya's forehead. Her hair was drenched in sweat, sticking messily to her face, and I gently helped to smooth it out. Jiang Xinya raised her hand to grasp mine weakly, murmuring, "Zhenzhen, just kill me. I am in too much pain. I cannot go on. All of this is a result of my own folly, and I bear no blame towards anyone but myself. Yet, my parents are bound to suffer greatly. Zhenzhen, after my demise, I implore you to check in on my parents frequently. Jiang Xinya seems to be making arrangements for her final affairs, and my heart aches unbearably." I interrupted her, saying, "Xinya, let us take a gamble, shall we? For the sake of your parents, and for your own sake. Let us fight with every last ounce of strength." Jiang Xinya gazed at me in confusion, her eyes filled with despair and bewilderment. At that moment, Lu Shuha entered, carrying what I had requested. "Zhenzhen, I have brought everything. What do you need me to do? How can I assist you? Hold her down for me. If she faints, press on her acupoints and feed her ginseng soup to sustain her last breath." As I spoke, I had already grasped a dagger, heating it over the candle flame before decisively drawing it across my arm. The onlookers gasped in shock, attempting to intervene, but I held them back. Blood dripped steadily, and I positioned a bowl beneath to collect it. Once a layer of blood pooled at the bottom, I mixed in some cinnabar, stirring it with a brush until it was thoroughly blended. Kneeling by the window, I dipped the brush into the concoction, closed my eyes once more, and mentally recited the sealing talisman. I had witnessed the sealing symbols on the shards of heaven's bone, and Liu Jingchen had once guided me in their creation. Time and again, I had seen in visions how Liu Xiang inscribed her original sealing talisman onto the shards. I thought to myself, if Liu Xiang's talisman could seal the shards of Heaven's Bone, perhaps it could also seal other malevolent entities. For instance, the visage of Guanyin, the rootless fetus. The entire process I just undertook unfolded before my eyes as I observed Liu Xiang meticulously execute each step, leaving no room for error. The primary distinction between Liu Xiang and myself lies in her accumulation of merit and her foundational cultivation, elements of great significance that I presently lack. I remain uncertain of my potential for success, yet attempting something is far preferable to inaction, which would only allow the situation to deteriorate further. The tip of the brush delicately descended upon the Guanyin visage, causing Jiang Xinya to shudder violently, prompting Liu Shuhe to firmly restrain her. I steadied my resolve, gripping the brush with my right hand and securing my wrist with my left as I lowered the brush once more. In that moment, my mind was a blank slate, from which the sealing symbols began to emerge, cascading onto the tip of my brush. One after another, vivid vermilion runes sprang forth, distorting the Guanyin visage, and I could almost discern piercing cries echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinya, held down by Liu Shuhe, bit down hard on the pillow, her face turning a deep shade of purple, her eyes wide and unblinking, her body entirely rigid. Liu Shi stood sentinel, clutching the ginseng soup he had just procured from the dumpling, unwavering by the window. Everyone was exerting their utmost efforts, collaborating in this endeavor that seemed devoid of any chance of success. My hand, gripping the brush, trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat saturating my body, while the act of drawing the sealing symbols grew increasingly sluggish. A metallic sweetness lingered in my throat, a clear sign of backlash. My abilities felt woefully insufficient to complete the intricate sealing symbols. My mind has become increasingly muddled, and my eyes can no longer discern the tip of the brush. Liu Shi was the first to notice my distress and called out to me, "Miss Liu, if you are feeling unwell, please stop immediately. Do not push yourself." Liu Shuhe promptly added, "Zhenzhen, if we can save her, let us do so. If not, we have tried our best. Do not harm yourself." I understood in my heart that if I continued to paint, I might never finish, and instead, I would be harmed by the backlash of the sealing talisman. Should I cease now? Am I truly prepared to give up? Just as I hesitated, a large hand enveloped mine from behind, gripping my right hand, and my back pressed against a solid chest. It was Liu Jingchen. Had he truly appeared, or was I merely hallucinating due to the backlash? At that moment, I heard Liu Shuhe's surprised voice exclaim, "Third brother, how did you come out of seclusion?" I shook my head, attempting to discern whether this was a figment of my imagination. In the next instant, my entire body was enveloped by the man, warm energy flowing into me. Chapter 82. The sky will not fall. The once prominent visage of Guanyin had completely deflated. The previously grotesque features now faded away. Jiang Xinya had long since lost consciousness. Unresponsive, Liu Jingchen released my hand, and I instantly felt my body grow weak, collapsing into his embrace. Liu Shuhe brought over a ginseng soup and forcefully fed it to Jiang Xinya, then pinched her acupoint to awaken her. However, Jiang Xinya was far too frail. Upon opening her eyes, she stared vacantly before nearly fainting again. Liu Shi immediately stepped forward to diagnose her condition. "I am completely drenched." My right hand trembling, yet I cling tightly to his sleeve, saying, "The Jade Buddha. I need the Jade Buddha." A great deal has transpired these past few days. The Qiao family has been driven to the brink of despair, and they will not relent. The rootless fetus cannot be allowed to remain. Although the Guanyin mask is temporarily restrained by the sealing talisman, I cannot ascertain when it might return with a vengeance. At that time, even the sealing talisman may prove ineffective. More pressing is the situation with Helian. I have no strength left to draw another sealing talisman. Moreover, the rootless fetus is significantly more domineering than the Guanyin mask. The sealing talisman may hold the Guanyin mask at bay, but it may not be able to control the rootless fetus. Liu Jingchen gently patted my hand and said, "I will present the Jade Buddha at the appropriate moment. But you cannot be the one to create the dispersing incense, nor can you ignite the prepared incense, Zhenzhen. You need to rest well." I looked at him, bewildered. I am the sole inheritor of the Liu family's incense. Why can't I create the dispersing incense? "You will understand in due time," Liu Jingchen replied ambiguously. "In any case, Zhenzhen, just remember, I will never harm you, never." Setting aside the complexities of our initial acquaintance, Liu Jingchen has indeed treated me well. But is this truly the matter we should be discussing right now? Just as I was about to ask him for the Jade Buddha, Tuanzi rushed in from outside with a whoosh, his chubby arms and legs wrapping around Liu Jingchen's shoulders as he began to wail. Third brother, you have finally emerged. If you had remained in seclusion any longer, my century-long cultivation as a ginseng spirit would have turned into nothing more than pickled radish. Oh, how tragic my fate is. Amidst his tearful lamentations, Tuanzi suddenly fell silent, standing dazedly upon Liu Jingchen's palm, his tiny fists clenched tightly. He appeared pitifully submissive, bearing the brunt of his grievances. At that moment, I felt a pang of sympathy for Tuanzi, but just then, an unpleasant fishy odor infiltrated the room through the door and window. Upon catching a whiff of that scent, I sprang up from the bed, my heart racing with anxiety. It seems to be the scent of the Qiao family's fragrance. They have indeed come to our doorstep. The fact that the smell could permeate the Tong family indicates that the guards stationed around the perimeter were utterly ineffective. Having already been subdued by the Qiao family, Tuanzi dashed away again, heading to guard He Lian. However, it was already too late. He Lian's agonized groans pierced the air, more desperate than ever before. Instinctively, I warned Liu Jingchen, if the Qiao family dares to bring out your grandmother, I will undoubtedly rescue her. Liu Jingchen assured me, Zhenzhen, trust me. I nodded emphatically. I believe you. Liu Jingchen, I only believe you. At least in that moment, this man provided me with ample reassurance. If I could not trust him, whom else could I rely upon? I heard Liu Jingchen leave the room, gently closing the door behind him. As I listened to the sound of his footsteps fading away, the snake bone bracelet on my left wrist began to move slowly. I had thought that in such moments, tranquility would be utterly unattainable. However, as time passed, I felt enveloped by a warm glow, gradually calming my spirit and entering a state of meditation. Beneath my feet lay golden sands, and all around me flickered eternal lights. Yet the youth with the high wolf-tail lantern was conspicuously absent. I attempted to call out a few times, Yunxi, are you there? But soon ceased my efforts, settling cross-legged and closing my eyes to resume my meditation. I pondered why I found myself here once more. Was it the exhaustion from drawing the sealing talisman that had led to my demise? No, I sensed I was still very much alive. This experience was distinctly different from the last. Unable to unravel the mystery, I chose to relinquish my thoughts. As I meditated, I felt the eternal lights surrounding me continuously warm my body, imparting a sense of comfort. Upon opening my eyes, I stretched luxuriously, rising with renewed vigor. The air still carried the foul scent of the Qiao family's incense, yet amidst it, I detected a delicate fragrance. I inhaled deeply. This scent seemed to be the calming aroma of dear Weixin's tranquility incense. The cries of He Lian had vanished. What was her current state? Unable to contain my concern any longer, I pushed open the door and made my way to He Lian's room. On my path, I encountered Sister Qin, who appeared to have been bitten by something, leaning against the wall, her complexion quite ghastly. I approached, inquiring about Sister Qin's injuries, and was met with the sight of large blisters adorning her calves, the flesh surrounding them an unsettling shade of dark purple. Sister Qin, how did your leg come to this? I asked. How is everyone else in the village faring? Not much better than I, she replied. I now feel as though the parasites are lurking everywhere. A frown creased my brow as an ominous premonition surged within me. What of Liu Jingchen and the others? How is He Lian faring? He Lian has been taken by the Serpent King, Sister Qin stated. They have been gone for quite some time. They must have left the village. Liu Jingchen took He Lian out of the village? Is he truly intending to exchange her for my grandmother's life? Doubt gnawed at me as I raced to He Lian's room, only to find it empty, save for a cold wooden tub and a large pool of blackened blood by the bedside. I turned and dashed back outside. My path filled solely with members of the Tong family, yet I saw no sign of Liu Shuhe and the others. Upon exiting the Tong residence, I sprinted towards the village entrance, uncertain of my intentions. Was I to prevent Liu Jingchen from trading He Lian for my grandmother? Yet as I ran, a flash of crimson caught my peripheral vision. A figure, adorned with a red umbrella and dressed in a flowing red gown, seemed to drift towards the Dragon King Temple. It was Liu Weixin. Chapter 83. The Giant Bee. I opened my mouth to call out to Liu Weixin, but at that moment, a sudden, intense pain struck my back. It was the sting of a whip. When the Qiao family shattered the seal on the fragment of celestial bone in Feng Daji's home with the incense, I was met with a backlash, and this whip-like agony manifested upon my back. I reached out to touch the area that had been throbbing with pain, and indeed, my fingers encountered the sticky warmth of fresh blood. Waves of agony surged through me, forcing me to lean against a nearby tree trunk, my body trembling uncontrollably as beads of sweat cascaded down my forehead. It struck me as peculiar. When the seal on the red pine coffin had been shattered, I had not suffered the backlash of this torment. Why, then, was I suddenly afflicted now? Could it be that the seal on the red pine coffin differed from that of the fragments of heavenly bone? If so, from whence did this backlash originate? Might it be that one of the other 3 fragments had been located? Was the adversary currently dismantling the seal? Or perhaps, had the seal on Guanin's visage been breached? In the blink of an eye, the figure of Liu Luoyuan vanished from my sight. I heard the sounds of a struggle at the village entrance and, gritting my teeth, staggered toward it. I endeavored to move cautiously, given my current state. I was vulnerable to falling into the enemy's traps. Soon, I arrived at the village entrance, where our people were engaged in combat with the Qiao family. I spotted Liu Jingchen locked in a fierce battle with a towering, robust monster from the Qiao clan, while an elderly crone, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, jumped about on the monster's hunchback. Occasionally, she would launch a sneak attack on Liu Jingchen, and it was only when she opened her mouth that a black and white striped silver ring snake sprang forth, that I suddenly realized this crone was the very same girl of 13 or 14 I had encountered before. How could it be that such a short time had passed? Yet she appeared to have aged decades? What on earth was she? Liu Shuhe, Liu Shuyi, and Tong Shuyan were all present, and this time the Qiao family had brought along several reinforcements, making the 2 factions evenly matched. As it was night, my field of vision was limited. I could sense figures lurking in the darkness behind the Qiao family, yet their identities remained shrouded in obscurity. The most intense pain from the whip had already subsided, leaving only the lingering stings of the welts on my back. The moment I shifted, a rustling sound suddenly reached my ears. The elderly woman who had aided the monstrous man in ambushing Liu Jingchen instantly sensed my presence. She whirled around, her mouth agape, and the silver-ringed serpent shot towards me like a released arrow. Instinctively, I took refuge behind a nearby tree when a fleeting white shadow darted past, and the bone serpent bracelet flew forth to confront the silver-ringed serpent. Yet, the head of the bone serpent split into 2, ensnaring the abdomen of the silver-ringed serpent as they spiraled through the air with astonishing speed, rendering it nearly impossible to discern which was which. At that moment, the old woman produced a bone flute and began to play, the urgent melody akin to rallying troops. I felt the air around me shift, as if a wind had arisen, mingled with the sound of rustling. Liu Jingchen repeatedly launched attacks against the old woman, while the monstrous man shielded her, darting about. The sound of the flute ebbed and flowed, and with its notes, a swarm of insects emerged around me, predominantly centipedes and rats. They encircled me from all directions, constricting my space, and I realized that these were the cursed creatures summoned by the old woman. The encircling swarm of insects grew increasingly constricted, compelling my back to press tightly against the trunk of the tree. In that moment, I heard Liu Jingchen's urgent shout, "Zhenzhen, get away!" Instinctively, I glanced towards Liu Jingchen and beheld him transforming into a serpent-like form, his elongated tail striking and dislodging something ominous that loomed above me. The monstrous figure seized the serpentine appendage, which coiled around it in response. My heart raced, and suddenly, a droning sound erupted above me. Raising my gaze, I beheld a creature the size of a fist, a grotesque insect with a crimson stinger protruding from its rear, as thick as a pinky finger. What on earth was this abomination? It bore a resemblance to a wild wasp, yet its size was several times greater than that of an ordinary honeybee. And rather than descending upon me headfirst, it aimed to strike with its stinger. Its movements were not particularly swift, perhaps due to the considerable weight of its swollen abdomen. As it drew near, I realized with horror that its abdomen was not naturally that large. It had been grotesquely distended, its yellowish-brown surface nearly transparent, revealing layers upon layers of crimson eggs within. Liu Jingchen moved. Liu Jingchen screamed frantically once more. Simultaneously, his serpentine form swept above me again, and this time I discerned that it was indeed aimed at the colossal wasp, which, ever cautious, ascended rapidly into the branches, vanishing from sight. I took a moment to glance over at Liu Jingchen once more, only to behold that, in addition to the monstrous man and the old woman with whom he was engaged in battle, an unexpected multitude of 5 or 6 serpents of varying hues had materialized around him, along with a few other peculiar beings. These serpents alternated between their serpentine forms and humanoid shapes, clearly indicating that they were adept serpent spirits. At the very least, these serpents were not members of the Qiao family, whose serpents exist in the form of goo, akin to the silver-ringed snake that resided within the old woman's mouth, serving as her life-s goo. Prior to becoming her life-s goo, that silver-ringed snake must have undergone numerous trials, selected from among countless others. In contrast, these serpents possessed a certain level of cultivation, their prowess rivaling that of the monstrous man. A buzzing sound emerged above, as the colossal bee resumed its wing beats. I had no time to spare for anything else, and fled with haste. In that moment, I could scarcely regard the serpents and insects beneath my feet. My only thought was that I could no longer remain under this tree, lest I be stung to death by the giant bee. No, the intentions of that giant bee were clearly not limited to merely stinging me. Its crimson-hued stinger was likely not a mere bee sting, but rather a means of oviposition. Should that stinger pierce my flesh, it would inject all the eggs from its abdomen into my body. This was a parasitic wasp. Above me, the incessant buzzing trailed closely, while beneath my feet, the incessant chirping and scuttling filled the air. Uncertain of what I had deduced, my foot slipped, and I fell amidst a swarm of goo worms. Those worms crawled frantically upon me, burrowing into my clothing, and I instinctively reached to cover my mouth and nose, terrified of their intrusion into my very being. However, I soon realized that they were merely attempting to exert control over me, with no intention of burrowing into my body. The enormous wasp hovered menacingly above me. The sound of a bone flute echoed incessantly. The old woman wielded this flute to command the venomous insects and the giant wasp, with the nefarious aim of having the latter deposit its eggs within my body. Chapter 84. An opportunity. No, I could not allow that old crone to succeed. I must not permit the giant wasp to lay its eggs inside me. I struggled desperately, and something fell from my person. To my astonishment, it was the box of spices that Liu Luoyuan had previously given me. When she presented this box, she had mentioned that the spices combined the essences of the Liu and Qiao family's incense, capable of dispelling malevolent forces and safeguarding my life in critical moments. Without hesitation, I opened the box, seized a handful of the spices, and scattered them around me, then took another handful to sprinkle upon myself. The box was small, and 2 handfuls nearly exhausted its contents. The potent fragrance overwhelmed me, provoking a fit of coughing. Fortunately, the insects that sought to dominate me retreated rapidly. I managed to rise to my feet, applying the last remnants of the spices onto my body. Just then, the persistent buzzing reached a crescendo before me. I lifted my gaze abruptly, only to witness the giant wasp descending with its crimson stinger aimed directly at my head. The creature was not deterred by the spices, I had thought, but alas, it was too late. The gust generated by its wings struck my face, forcing me to stagger back 2 steps, while the stinger advanced relentlessly. Suddenly, a massive rat darted out from behind, colliding fiercely against my back and propelling me forward a step. In this moment of advance and retreat, the needle loomed perilously close. My balance faltered, and a sharp pain surged between my brows. Just as the needle was about to pierce me, I felt a torrent of warmth erupt from my forehead, followed immediately by a sudden flare of flames, the fiery tongues precisely licking at the bee's stinger. Was it the eternal lamp's fire? No. The flickering spark that had just appeared bore no resemblance to the guiding lights that had saved me on previous occasions. Rather, it resembled a dying ember escaping from the eternal lamp, vanishing into thin air. The ember burst forth from between my brows, igniting only after its emergence, transforming into a blazing mass. The flames swiftly enveloped the entire giant bee, which flailed about like a headless fly in agony. It must have been suffering. Although the fire gradually diminished, its stinger had been singed away by half, and its abdomen convulsed violently as crimson eggs were expelled. Such a phenomenon is rarely observed even in humans, akin to the birth of a corpse-born child. I glanced around, my gaze fixating on a nearby tree trunk. I swiftly picked it up, preparing to strike the giant bee with force. I could not allow this creature to survive. Just then, a feeble voice called out from behind me, "Zhenzhen." What was happening to her? Hadn't she headed towards the Dragon King Temple? Could it be that there were others there, and she had been attacked? In our few encounters, she had always wielded a red umbrella, yet this time, it remained closed, serving instead as her walking stick. "Zhenzhen, end my life. I implore you, swiftly bring my existence to an end." I do not fathom her meaning. I merely observed something pulsating incessantly between her brows. Despite her evident frailty, she struggles to advance, inching forward with great difficulty. Yet, from the depths of her despairing gaze, I discern a profound unwillingness to proceed, intertwined with an undercurrent of fear. Why? I stride purposefully towards Liu Luoyuan, yearning to offer my support and inquire about her plight. At that moment, a colossal wasp nearly grazes the top of my head as it hurtles towards Liu Luoyuan, its remaining stinger plunging mercilessly into her neck. Her labored steps falter at last, blood tears welling in her eyes as her lips part in a silent plea. Zhenzhen. In my life. In that instant, the truth dawns upon me. Liu Luoyuan's sudden departure from the Dragon King Temple and her appearance here were not of her own volition, but rather the result of the malevolent creature within her body manipulating her movements to bring her to this place. In their desperation, they resorted to a grim alternative, embedding the wasp's larvae within Liu Luoyuan's being before the creature met its demise. She comprehends the entirety of this grim reality, yet remains powerless to commandeer her own body, reduced to begging me for release. But it is far too late. Even if I were unaware of the circumstances, the thought of slaying my own cousin with my hands is an act I could never commit. When the giant bee was scorched, it had already lost half of its brood of eggs, leaving it at the end of its tether. After its remaining stinger pierced through Liu Luoyuan's neck, it exerted its last ounce of strength, forcefully expelling the rest of its eggs. The giant bee perished, and Liu Luoyuan, with eyes brimming with blood and tears, collapsed. I reached out to catch her, but my efforts were in vain. A heavy thud echoed, striking deeply at my heart. I rushed over, cradling Liu Luoyuan's head, and tore the lifeless bee's body from her neck, casting it aside. Sitting on the ground while cradling her head, I shook her gently, calling, "Cousin." Liu Luoyuan's eyes fluttered, tears of blood streaming down her cheeks, with crimson seeping from the corners of her mouth. The pulsating entity between her brows grew increasingly feeble. Trembling, Liu Luoyuan reached out her hand, searching for the red umbrella. Realizing her intent, I swiftly retrieved the umbrella from my right side, but despite my efforts, I could not unfurl it. Liu Jingchen approached from behind. I noticed blood on his robe. He was injured. He glanced at me, and then at Liu Luoyuan before channeling his energy to cover my hand that grasped the red umbrella. Under Liu Jingchen's infusion of true energy, the umbrella gradually opened. Liu Luoyuan accepted it, sheltering herself beneath its canopy. She gasped for breath, her complexion gradually improving, and the pulsating presence between her brows fell silent at last. It turns out that the crimson umbrella held by Liu Luoyuan is not merely a decorative object. Rather, she wields it to control the sinister insect within her body. While the exact powers of this umbrella remain a mystery to me, it is likely that Liu Luoyuan has survived to this day largely due to its protection. However, accessing the umbrella requires a certain level of cultivation, and for reasons unknown, Liu Luoyuan suddenly finds herself lacking the necessary strength today, rendering the umbrella inaccessible and allowing the insect to exploit this vulnerability. Chapter 85. The Umbrella of Merit. After the crimson umbrella had provided its brief shelter, Liu Luoyuan sat up, her complexion restored and her hands imbued with vigor, as if the frail girl who had just lain in my arms was a mere figment of my imagination. I glanced towards her neck, which was now so smooth that even the indentations from the needles of the towering peaks were invisible. How could this transformation be? She sat there quietly, her doe-like eyes fixed ahead, exuding an odd aura reminiscent of a robot newly powered on, awaiting system activation. Liu Jingchen approached, bending down as if to embrace me. But I gently pushed his hands away, my gaze unwaveringly fixed on Liu Luoyuan as I softly called out, "Cousin." She offered no response. Beside me, Liu Jingchen stated, "Shu Yi, take her away. You know what to do." I was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Liu Jingchen's intentions. It was only when I saw Shu Yi attempting to pull Liu Luoyuan away that a dawning realization struck me. Instinctively, I stepped protectively in front of Liu Luoyuan, shielding her. "What do you intend to do? Where are you taking her?" "Zhenzhen, your cousin is in grave danger now," Liu Shuhe remarked. "We must confine her, otherwise she will harm you." "Harm me?" I shook my head vehemently. "In her current state, who could she possibly harm? I will not allow you to treat her this way." Liu Shuhe cast a troubled glance at Liu Jingchen, who resolutely lifted me to my feet. I struggled to push him away, but he firmly held me in his embrace. The whip marks on my back still oozed blood, and any movement sent sharp pains coursing through me, causing me to gasp. Liu Jingchen restrained me. while Lu Shuhe and Lu Shuyi had already lifted Lu Weixin, forcing her into the car, which then drove out of the village. I resisted more fiercely, screaming, "Where are you taking her? Liu Jingchen, what do you intend to do? Zhenzhen, if you wish for your cousin to survive, it would be wise to heed my instructions," Liu Jingchen said in a low voice. Lu Weixin was born with a dark fate. Her life is destined for malevolence. From the moment she was born, she inherited the burdens of the Liu and Xiao families. She is fated to become a monster. You cannot save her. You're talking nonsense. I could not accept this reality. She is my cousin, my own cousin. She has never harmed me. In fact, she provided me with incense and talismans for protection. I pointed to the vertical mark on my forehead, saying, "The incense she gave me turned into fireflies when burned, aiding me in a critical moment. The talismans she provided helped me fend off those cursed insects, even the bee eggs within that giant peak, which were initially aimed at me but ended up in her body. Tell me, where is her malice? Where is her evil? Do you know why she gave you those incense?" Liu Jingchen spoke gravely, holding the red umbrella in her hand, which was a merit umbrella. Although I was unaware of how she had acquired this auspicious artifact, it was precisely due to the protection it bestowed that she had survived until now. Yet, she was also cognizant that her time was limited, even without the control of the goo insect from the Qiao family. The magical power of the merit umbrella would inevitably be depleted one day. At that moment, you appeared, and she glimpsed a glimmer of hope. She sealed a significant portion of the umbrella's merits within those incense sticks to aid your cultivation. I stumbled slightly, gazing at Liu Jingchen in disbelief, and inquired, "So it is because of me that she cannot open the merit umbrella and is thus controlled by the goo insect, is it not?" "She is not so noble," Liu Jingchen replied earnestly. "Initially, she intended to leverage your hands to destroy the rootless fetus and thwart the Qiao family's plan to resurrect the great sorcerer. However, if the incense sticks were crafted through your hands and ignited, you would be tainted by the karmic burdens that rightfully belong to her. So, this explains why Liu Jingchen has been reluctant to hand over the Jade Buddha." I pondered. "You have been unable to produce the dispersing incense." And Lu Weixin was more anxious than anyone else. When the Bodhisattva manifested tonight, Lu Weixin saw no hope left and took matters into her own hands to create the dispersing incense, thereby destroying the rootless fetus. I seized Liu Jingchen's collar, demanding, "Producing the dispersing incense requires the ancestral bone from the belly of the Jade Buddha, which has always been in your possession. So, it was you who forced her into a corner, was it not? It is not I who am pressuring her, but rather she who is pressuring you," Liu Jingchen exclaimed, filled with frustration. "Zhenzhen, you must awaken to the truth. Indeed, setting aside the lens of familial affection, it is evident that from the outset, Lu Weixin has been utilizing me. She desires to survive, yet has never contemplated my demise. I find myself at a loss as to how to assess Lu Weixin's actions. Should I cast blame upon her? Yet, how innocent she appears. Should I absolve her? Nonetheless, she undeniably sought to exploit me. No, the true culprits are the Qiao family. They are the architects of this misfortune. The moment I envision Lu Weixin's suffering, tears cascade uncontrollably down my cheeks, and I feel utterly weakened. Clutching Liu Jingchen's garments, I sobbed, "Pray tell, where do you intend to take my cousin? Will you confine her indefinitely? Is she to be imprisoned for all eternity? North of the Qinling Mountains lies a realm of extreme cold. Liu Jingchen assured me that it is his territory. Without his permission, few dare to tread there. The frigid temperatures can suppress the venomous insects within her, even inducing dormancy, including the bee larvae residing in her body. In such an environment, they would remain unhatched for an extended period. This is the only means I can conceive to temporarily safeguard her fragile existence." "Temporarily?" I inquired anxiously. "Are you suggesting that even in this frigid land, uncertainties still abound?" Liu Jingchen nodded. "The uncertainty lies within her own bones. We can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Ultimately, her destiny shall dictate all. There exists no superior alternative. First, let us visit the Dragon King Temple," I declared. I wished to see the Dragon King Temple. It was the last place Lu Weixin was seen, and I yearned to uncover what transpired there. Moreover, the Dragon King Temple would provide an advantageous setting for my recovery. Liu Jingchen altered his course, cradling me as we made our way to the Dragon King Temple. My mind was a tumult of confusion. The events of the night had been overwhelming and utterly unexpected. Some questions I could gradually untangle, yet others necessitated inquiry directed at Liu Jingchen. "Is the territory north of the Qinling Mountains your domain?" I recalled Liu Shuhe mentioning upon his arrival that, prior to Liu Jingchen's sealing, he had commanded his siblings to retreat north of the Qinling, forbidding them from crossing even a step beyond that boundary without summons. Liu Jingchen's pace faltered slightly, his brow furrowing, seemingly reluctant to broach that subject. However, he soon regained his composure and stated, "My maternal lineage hails from north of the Qinling, and my mother ultimately rests there." In that moment, I pondered if she had faced death with unwavering resolve. Liu Jingchen had only uttered this solitary remark regarding the territory north of the Qinling, and his demeanor had turned somber, dissuading me from probing further. Given the connection to his maternal lineage and the memory of his departed mother, it was perhaps a matter too delicate to articulate at length. Thus, I wisely refrained from further inquiries. We traversed in silence, Liu Jingchen holding me securely. Suddenly, he remarked, "In the future, when the opportunity arises, I shall take you to my maternal lineage." I glanced up at him, and he met my gaze, his vertical pupils dark and profound, as if laden with unspoken thoughts. Feeling a sense of discomfort, I instinctively averted my eyes. What did this signify? I discreetly touched my abdomen. Although they were not serpent-born, they were indeed Liu Jingchen's descendants and would surely be included in the lineage of the Serpent clan, wouldn't they? Had they been merely ordinary human infants? Would they have escaped the clutches of the Serpent clan's genealogy, evading the relentless pursuit and cleansing of their lineage? He Lian lay upon the stretcher, still in a state of unconsciousness, her complexion ashen and her body stained with dark blood, yet her abdomen remained flat. At the temple's entrance, remnants of burnt paper money scattered alongside mounds of incense, ash, and various ritualistic offerings lay in disarray. Earlier, Liu Luoyuan had ignited the handcrafted incense at the Dragon King Temple's threshold, assisting He Lian in dispelling the rootless fetus within her womb. Ultimately, Liu Luoyuan never crossed the threshold of the Dragon King Temple. On her inaugural visit, she declared her intention to refrain from entering, expressing her desire not to tarnish the sanctity of the temple's grounds. Yet, burdened with the innate Yin bones and the ancestral grievances of both the Liu and Xiao families, these were choices beyond her control. My poor cousin, for within the depths of her heart lay the true sanctity. I cannot fathom the emotions she must have endured while performing rituals before the temple, yet I know that in that moment, she must have been fearless in the face of death. My spirits were low. After the Tong family departed, I stepped into the Dragon King Temple, offering incense and gazing at the flickering light of the eternal lamp, as if observing Liu Luoyuan's uncertain fate. "Let me tend to your wounds," Liu Jingchen said, noting the bloodstains on my back. "Sister Qin will bring over some clothes shortly. I shall clean your injuries first." Kneeling upon the mat, I closed my eyes as Liu Jingchen applied medicine to the whip scars on my back. I endured the pain, gasping for breath until the treatment was complete, and Sister Qin arrived with the garments. I changed my clothes and, upon glancing at the bloodstains on Liu Jingchen, could not help but express my concern. "You are injured as well. Do you need to retreat for a few more days to recuperate?" "No need," Liu Jingchen replied. "I am fine." He cast a fleeting glance at my back, hesitating to speak. I understood his unvoiced question regarding the sudden appearance of whip marks on my skin. Yet, he ultimately chose silence, simply accompanying me in meditation at the Dragon King Temple. I gazed at the red umbrella, perplexed. Without the merit umbrella to protect her, can she manage? "My brother is temporarily staying in the frigid lands to assist her," Liu Shuhe remarked. "The power of this merit umbrella has waned significantly. It serves no purpose in her hands, and once she enters her slumber, it will be of even less use." Only then did I reach for the red umbrella to test it, only to find it would not open. Consolidating merit? A spark of realization ignited within me as I grasped Liu Jingchen's hand and inquired, "Liu Jingchen, please tell me what I should do." "Merit incense," Liu Jingchen stated. "Regardless of the origins of this merit umbrella, it has been revered for a long time. The best way to help it accumulate merit again is to continue offering merit incense to it." Merit incense? I immediately recalled that among the remaining deer family's incense, there was a stick of merit incense. Could it be offered to this merit umbrella? Liu Shuhe interjected, "That would be a waste. My brother likely intends to save that stick for your future use." "It matters not." Liu Jingchen suddenly affectionately stroked my head and said, "When I opened the heavenly bone for Zhenzhen, I discovered that her spiritual consciousness awakened as well. It seems she can manipulate objects with her spiritual awareness tonight. Perhaps her aptitude for cultivation is quite remarkable. The merit umbrella will facilitate her training. Shuhe, please go to Shuyan and fetch the merit incense." Upon hearing this, Liu Shuhe appeared elated, scampering off to retrieve the merit incense. Liu Jingchen's serious vertical pupils fixed intently upon me as he inquired, "From this day forth, I shall personally guide you into the realm of cultivation. Liu Jingchen, are you prepared?" I nodded fervently, exclaiming, "Cultivation. I want to cultivate. Only by attaining power can I grow strong enough to save my grandmother and not be a burden to everyone else." In the past, I dared not hope for this. Yet now I find myself perpetually ready for the arrival of this day. Cultivation is not an endeavor that yields instant results. It cannot merely be achieved through effort alone. Liu Jingchen earnestly instructed me, emphasizing that often, lacking innate talent could result in a sentence of failure, rendering any subsequent efforts futile. Moreover, one should not entertain thoughts of taking shortcuts or resorting to dubious methods for assistance, as such paths only lead to danger and regret. You have successfully opened your heavenly bone and awakened your spiritual consciousness. You possess the aptitude for cultivation. The Liu family's ancestors included several cultivators, yet most had mediocre talents. The one with the greatest potential is. At this juncture, Liu Jingchen paused. I knew he referred to Liu Xiang, and I gazed at him with confusion. What was amiss with him today? Why did Liu Xiang's name suddenly seem to carry an air of ambiguity upon his lips? He was certainly not like this before. Did he personally come to pick you up? I inquired, perplexed. Did old Chai say anything else? No, Feng Daji replied with a sense of grievance. Miss Liu, please hurry back. If we do not find a way to halt this poisonous spread soon, my legs will be in tatters. Chapter 87. Marrying Liu Jingchen was unaware of the matter concerning the red pine wood coffin. At the time, he was in seclusion. After Feng Daji ended the call, I briefly recounted the situation to Liu Jingchen, including the incident where the headless infant referred to me as mother. After all, the last time the headless infant attempted to attack my abdomen, it was ultimately taken away by Liu Luoyuan, and I was genuinely concerned about this. I could sense Liu Jingchen stiffening at the mention of mother, his expression darkening considerably, regardless of whether the headless infant had any connection to Liu Xiang. The undeniable fact remained that Liu Xiang had once been pregnant with Liu Luoyuan's child. Bringing this matter to light was exceedingly cruel for Liu Jingchen. This was also the reason I had previously refrained from mentioning that I had heard an infant call me mother. The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate, and Liu Shuhe seemed to sense the tension. To break the impasse, she approached and gently caressed my abdomen, saying, "By the way, third brother, Zhenzhen has already investigated, and she is not carrying a snake fetus, but rather a pair of twins. Both little ones are quite well behaved and developing splendidly." The moment the topic of the children in my womb arose, Liu Jingchen's expression softened significantly. He stepped closer to touch my abdomen, expressing his concern. "They haven't been troubling you, have they?" I shook my head, stating that everything was fine for now. By the way, in just a few days, it would be 3 months. The doctor advised me to establish a medical record soon. Liu Jingchen was perplexed by this. Establish a record? I explained. It means to register my information at the hospital and undergo regular checkups. The hospital where I set up the record will be where our child is born. To my surprise, Liu Jingchen immediately refuted. "Our child will not be born in a hospital. I will find a midwife in advance." I was taken aback, incredulously asking, "A midwife? Liu Jingchen, what era are we in? Who still uses a midwife to give birth? Are you joking with me?" "Zhenzhen, I am quite serious." Liu Jingchen replied earnestly, discussing the matter with me. "You are not like others. Ordinary doctors cannot handle your pregnancy. What makes it different? Don't we all have one nose and 2 eyes?" My frustration reached its peak. Giving birth is akin to traversing the gates of the underworld, especially considering I am carrying twins. With the advancements in medical science today, there are cesarean sections for abnormal fetal positions and incubators for premature births. Monthly checkups allow for early screening of the child's health. Can anything a midwife offers compare to these? In my fervor, I nearly shouted at Liu Jingchen. My fists clenched tightly, almost wishing to strike him. Liu Shuhe, anxiously observing from the side, attempted to persuade me. "Zhenzhen, you misunderstand third brother. He is thinking of your safety after all." Thinking of me? I trembled with rage, declaring, "My child, my body, my decision." I insisted on giving birth in the hospital, leaving no room for negotiation. With that, I stormed out, feeling as though I could scarcely breathe. I ran towards the village entrance, only to suddenly remember the small red pine coffin. Feng Daji was still awaiting my arrival. At this moment, we should have been preparing to drive to the town, yet an unexpected quarrel had left me in a quandary. Just then, Tang Xuyan's car halted beside me, and Liu Jingchen exited from the driver's seat. I cast him a glance before turning my back to him, unwilling to utter a single word. A profound sense of injustice overwhelmed me. This pregnancy was forced upon me. It took me nearly 3 months to gradually accept their existence, only to be met with an even greater clash of ideologies. This burden was never mine to bear, was it? Liu Jingchen embraced me from behind, his tone laced with compromise and appeasement. Zhenzhen, I was wrong. I failed to consider your feelings. My heart skipped a beat, taken aback by his apology. Yet, I remained silent. I understood the hardships of pregnancy and the perils of childbirth. Liu Jingchen continued, but the child you carry is not an ordinary one. Countless eyes are watching them. Some eagerly await their arrival, while others wish they would never see the light of day. Thus, the day you give birth is destined to be tumultuous. I do not oppose your decision to give birth in a hospital. Rather, I harbor doubts about entrusting our child to anyone beyond my control. I cannot risk your safety and that of our child in an unfamiliar environment. I must ensure your lives are secure. With my head bowed, I felt a slight shift in my heart. Perhaps he truly had my best interests at heart. Since you place greater faith in hospitals and doctors, let us prepare for both possibilities, Liu Jingchen suggested. We shall first establish a record at the hospital, and I will accompany you for the necessary examinations. Additionally, I will secure the services of a midwife whom I trust. Better to be prepared than to face unforeseen circumstances. Don't you agree? With his words laid bare, I could only concede, nodding in agreement. Liu Jingchen embraced me tightly, his head nuzzling against my neck, his tone softer than ever before. Zhenzhen, you must believe me. I will never harm you, not ever. This was not the first time he had uttered such reassurances, each time imbued with utmost sincerity, gradually dissolving my defenses. Unbidden, I found myself asking a question I had not intended to voice. Liu Jingchen, will you marry me? In this day and age, having a child out of wedlock is hardly a rarity. I had never considered that having a child necessitated marriage to Liu Jingchen. However, upon learning that the offspring of the Serpent clan must be inscribed in their genealogy, lest they be hunted down and purged, this became a persistent worry in my heart. I feared that my children would be pursued by the Serpent clan as soon as they were born. Liu Jingchen was evidently taken aback by my inquiry, responding with a question of his own. Who has said anything to you? Having spoken, I pushed him away and opened the rear door, urging, Feng Daji is waiting for us. Let us proceed to the town at once. Liu Jingchen cast a deep glance at me. I sat there, fidgeting with my fingers, anxious that he might press me further. It was only when Liu Jingchen took his place in the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt that I quietly exhaled in relief from the back seat. Turning to gaze out the window, an inexplicable emptiness settled in my heart, an ineffable sensation I could not articulate. Liu Jingchen delayed starting the car, and as I looked at the back of his head in confusion, he turned to face me, locking his gaze with mine, and declared, I will marry. Liu Jingchen, you are the only one I desire for this lifetime. Chapter 88. The Three Coffins. Liu Jingchen solemnly made his promise, asserting that he would marry me and that I would be the sole recipient of his devotion throughout his life. Should I trust him? Can I truly place my faith in him? Liu Jingchen seemed somewhat disheartened. He reached out to caress my head and added, Zhenzhen, grant me a little more time, and I shall provide you and the children with the rightful recognition you deserve. The journey thereafter was marked by a profound silence between us. Upon arriving at Feng Daji's residence, he was visibly elated to see Liu Jingchen accompanying me. Shijun, you have emerged from seclusion, he exclaimed. Boss Feng, there is no need for you to be so busy, I interjected. Please, take a seat, and allow Shijun to examine your leg. Feng Daji hastily rolled up his pant leg, revealing it to be loose-fitting. He bunched the fabric up to the top, exposing a large area of his leg marred with deep purples and blacks, some spots even festering, emanating a foul stench. Liu Jingchen glanced around and remarked, This is indeed not the plague. The headless bamboo rats you encountered earlier were likely sacrificed to the entity within the small red pine coffin. Thus, the poison in your leg originates from the corpse malice within the coffin rather than from those bamboo rats. Whether it be the plague or rat infestation, or the poison of corpse malice, my only wish is that my leg remains functional. Feng Daji lamented. In comparison, I am somewhat better off. Those few fellow villagers have already succumbed to their beds. Moreover, I have heard that some of his relatives and friends who raised bamboo rats alongside him have also fallen ill consecutively. If this situation continues to escalate, it will become increasingly uncontrollable. You should first gather all the afflicted individuals. Liu Jingchen instructed. Zhenzhen, let us proceed to the coffin shop in the east of the town. The door of the eastern coffin shop stood ajar, and old Chai was not busy in the backyard. Instead, he sat at the front counter, puffing on his pipe. As I led Liu Jingchen inside, old Chai still had the large pipe clenched between his teeth. Upon locking eyes with Liu Jingchen, he was taken aback, standing up abruptly, causing his pipe to clatter to the ground. He disregarded it, his demeanor betraying a hint of panic. Snake. Lord Snake. Surprisingly, old Chai recognized Liu Jingchen. I cast a quick glance at Liu Jingchen, realizing that this man held considerable renown in this area. Liu Jingchen also scrutinized old Chai, his slit-like pupils narrowing, exuding an intimidating aura. I tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "This is old Chai, who is helping me." "Old Chai?" Liu Jingchen scoffed, "If I am not mistaken. Your surname is not Chai, but rather Sun, is it not?" I was taken aback. Old Chai's surname was not Chai, but Sun? Was Liu Jingchen visiting the coffin shop in Zhenzhen for the first time? To my astonishment, he seemed to know old Chai well, even possessing an intimate understanding of his background. I glanced back at old Chai, who appeared visibly flustered, his eyes darting about. A stark contrast to the demeanor he exhibited when we previously sought his assistance. Under Liu Jingchen's intimidation, old Chai confessed, "The Serpent Lord possesses keen insight, indeed. My surname is not Chai, but Sunday. I am Sunnymu, and Chai is my grandfather." Liu Jingchen gestured for me to sit aside, while old Chai bent down to pick up the large smoking pipe, extinguishing the tobacco and putting it away, then standing respectfully to one side. "What about the small coffin made of red pine?" Liu Jingchen inquired, prompting old Chai to hurriedly retrieve the small coffin from the backyard, placing it on the table before us. It was evident that old Chai had been anticipating my arrival, as he had positioned the small coffin in the back room, perhaps intending to negotiate something with me. Observing old Chai's age, he appeared to be in his 70s, akin to my grandmother. While Liu Jingchen had been sealed for a century, and thus ought not to be familiar with old Chai. However, it was plausible that Liu Jingchen had never directly interacted with old Chai, yet this did not preclude him from being acquainted with the ancestry of the Chai family. Did old Chai not mention that his grandfather was named Sun Chai? Therefore, Liu Jingchen must be familiar with Sun Chai. Yes, that makes sense. Considering old Chai's cautious demeanor towards Liu Jingchen, it was not difficult to surmise that Sun Chai had undoubtedly committed some transgression against Liu Jingchen. I recalled the character Chai inscribed on the small coffin. At the time, I merely thought it was a mark left by old Chai's family for crafting coffins. Yet now it appeared that this inscription indeed belonged to Sun Chai. I examined the small coffin, and the hole at its base had been meticulously repaired to its original state. Were it not for the broken runes above, one would hardly suspect it had ever been damaged. As I was engrossed in my observations, Liu Jingchen suddenly spoke. "Speak up. Tell me the origin and purpose of this red pine coffin. Reveal all that you know. Any concealment will bear consequences." "I wouldn't dare," Elder Chai hastily replied. "Our family, the Sun clan, has been in the coffin-making business for 5 generations. Since my grandfather's time, every coffin that has left our premises has been meticulously documented, with the artisan's mark inscribed on each one." He gestured toward the small coffin in my hands and continued, "This red pine coffin was crafted by my grandfather, Sun Chai. The base bears the inscription of Chai, and the individual who ordered the coffin is known to the Snake Lord as well." Liu Jingchen's brow furrowed, and Elder Chai fell silent. I seized the opportunity to inquire, "It was ordered by Liu Xiang, correct?" Elder Chai nodded gently. I pressed further. "Do you know when she placed the order for the coffin? And why did she request this particular one? Who is sealed within it?" "After you all departed that day, I perused the coffin ledger left by my grandfather." Elder Chai spoke with difficulty, his gaze flickering to gauge Liu Jingchen's expression. "The ledger notes that when Liu Xiang ordered this small coffin, she concurrently requested 2 others. 2. Liu Jingchen abruptly stood, towering over Elder Chai, exuding an aura of palpable menace. "And who was the other coffin for?" Elder Chai trembled as he spoke. "I do not know. The Sun family has many traditions regarding coffin making, one of which is to refrain from questioning the reasons behind our practices. Therefore, my grandfather never inquired about the purpose of the 3 coffins that Liu Xiang ordered. However, within the coffin records, my grandfather made some notes detailing the intended uses of these coffins. The small coffin is for sealing malevolent spirits, and the copper coffin is for gathering souls. As for the 3rd coffin, it was ultimately transformed into a crystal coffin. Liu Jingchen seized Elder Chai by the collar, his voice fierce. Transformed? Who authorized the change? What was the original coffin meant to be? My grandfather did not document what the original coffin was supposed to be, Elder Chai replied, drenched in cold sweat, eager to clarify. The request for the crystal coffin came from a man surnamed Hu. Shortly after my grandfather completed the crystal coffin, he passed away. That was his final work, crafted from special materials that can preserve a body for a century without decay. Chapter 89. High Threshold. A man named Hu? My immediate thought was of Yunxi, coupled with the fact that the crystal coffin was made from special materials capable of preserving a body for 100 years. It seemed that Yunxi had indeed been responsible for preparing Liu Xiang's remains after his death. Everything aligned perfectly. The ceiling? The 3 coffins that Liu Xiang commissioned from the Sun family, aside from the crystal coffin, actually corresponded to specific purposes. The small coffin for sealing malevolent spirits corresponds to the red pine small coffin we have discovered, which contains the sealed remains of the headless infant. As for the copper coffin for gathering souls, I glanced at Liu Jingchen. A century ago, after Liu Jingchen was brutally stripped of his insides and left as nothing but a chilling skeleton, he was sealed within a copper coffin by the hands of Liu Xiang, subsequently suppressed within the temple of the fragrant goddess. The copper coffin was evidently intended for sealing and subduing Liu Jingchen. Yet the information gleaned from Elder Chai suggested a purpose of gathering souls, an utterly contradictory function. It appears that amidst the myriad events of 100 years past, there exist certain hidden truths that even Liu Jingchen, the principal figure, remains oblivious to. Liu Jingchen's thoughts lingered upon the crystal coffin. He struck the counter with his palm and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "It is once again Yunxi." Elder Chai maintained a composed demeanor, observing with keen eyes, refraining from uttering a word. After a prolonged moment, Liu Jingchen's tumultuous emotions began to subside. He surveyed his surroundings with confusion. A century ago, the Sun family's coffin shop was renowned in both the realms of the living and the dead, its threshold so elevated that ordinary folk could scarcely cross it. How is it that in your generation, it has fallen into such decline? The threshold of the Sun family is indeed formidable. I witnessed it myself upon my first visit here, replied Elder Chai, his respect evident. You have misunderstood, Serpent Lord. The high threshold of the Sun family is not intended to deter commoners, but rather to ward off malevolent spirits, zombies, and even more formidable entities. Regardless of whether Elder Chai exaggerated, it clearly indicates that the Sun family's coffins are anything but ordinary. If anything could be indiscriminately placed within their coffin shop, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Every profession adheres to its own customs. While we may not comprehend them, we must unquestionably respect them. Those devoid of reverence for any matter or entity will ultimately reap the consequences of their actions. Chai paused momentarily, seemingly fearing our disbelief, and added, much like the copper coffin utilized by you, Lord Snake, it was crafted from pure copper mingled with the heart's blood of fragrant maidens, special spices, glutinous rice, and various other materials. It not only possesses the ability to gather souls, but also serves to ward off malevolent forces, focus the mind, and act as a furnace for alchemical purposes. A furnace? I inquired, puzzled. Does this imply that the copper coffin is intended to function as a vessel for nurturing the entities sealed within it? That interpretation holds some merit, Chai responded. Yet the inherent power of the copper coffin lies not in facilitating the cultivation of the sealed beings, but rather in drawing upon external offerings. Offerings? Could it be that the establishment of the incense goddess temple by Liu Xiang was not solely to suppress Liu Jingchen, but to provide offerings to the copper coffin, thereby allowing it to serve as a furnace for the cultivation of snake bones? Such notions are preposterous. Liu Jingchen's pupils narrowed to mere slits, her fury teetering on the brink of eruption. What advantageous deal did you, the Sun family, strike with her that you would still speak in her favor despite your wretched state? None at all. Lord Snake, you truly misunderstand, Chai exclaimed in panic. It is precisely because we created that copper coffin that our Sun family has been relentlessly hunted. My father met an untimely demise, and I have concealed my identity, hiding in Jiutong town merely to survive until now. I swear to the heavens that all I have said is true. Otherwise, may I be struck by lightning and meet a wretched end. The Sun family has been pursued due to the creation of the copper coffin. Thus, those who seek to eradicate the Sun family must be individuals intent on ensuring Liu Jingchen's demise. What connection do they share with Liu Xiang? As the conversation progressed, the enigma expanded like a rolling snowball, and our visit to the coffin shop in the eastern town was initially merely to retrieve a small coffin. I inquired, "Is there no other way?" I know who saved the headless infant." I quickly added, "Old Chai, are you familiar with Liu Luoyuan? It seems people outside refer to him as Master Liu. He is the husband of Liu Xiang." "Paramour," Liu Jingchen corrected. "They were never married. There is no spousal relationship." Well, Old Chai murmured softly, "Liu Luoyuan. Master Liu." Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards Liu Jingchen, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. "Master Liu. Master San. Snake Lord Yu." This was something I had previously pondered. What exactly is the relationship between Liu Luoyuan and Liu Jingchen? Based on how the outside world referred to them, they should be brothers, with the distinction lying in whether they are paternal or maternal cousins, a matter of proximity and kinship. "Mind your own business," Liu Jingchen remarked. "Since you willingly offer yourself as bait to draw the serpent from its lair, we shall proceed as you suggest. Our Yinxiang Hall will provide you with full support." I nodded earnestly. "Old Chai, rest assured, we will do our utmost to ensure your personal safety. Once we capture the headless infant and neutralize the malevolent curse affecting everyone, it will indeed be a great merit for you." Chapter 90. Liu Jingchen, are you amusing me? This time, I occupied the passenger seat. Tong Xian's vehicle had recently endured the elements, displaying significant scratches and dents. The seatbelt on this side was also somewhat difficult to pull. Liu Jingchen grasped the steering wheel, glanced at me, and inquired, "Are you reluctant to part with the Dragon King Temple, or is it the everlasting lamp within that you find hard to forsake?" Previously, it was he who had enlightened me on the benefits of meditating at the Dragon King Temple for both my health and cultivation. Now, what did his words signify? As for the distance of Shan Shui village from the town, that was merely a consequence of recent events converging here. Our Yinxiang Hall serves both realms of yin and yang, rendering the notion of proximity irrelevant. I was taken aback. Liu Jingchen's remarks suggested a genuine intent to expand the Yinxiang Hall. Indeed, he continued, Yinxiang Hall is soon to recruit new members and acquire essential transportation. I also wish to renovate the goddess temple, transforming it into our Yinxiang Hall. My brow furrowed instantly. "My Lord Snake King, do you realize how much financial and physical effort this endeavor will require? Just the two of us, along with Shu He and Tuan Zi, amount to a mere handful of individuals. As for funds, I am left with only a bank card gifted by my grandmother, which likely wouldn't even suffice to purchase a vehicle. As for personnel, I will gradually relocate them here. There is no need for haste," Liu Jingchen assured me. "Regarding finances, as the illustrious Snake King, I am not reduced to relying on my lady's modest dowry." Dowry? Who told him that was my dowry? It was merely my grandmother's savings for my education. However, I chose not to dispute this with him, for it seemed futile, since he had already made his decision. As his disciple, could I truly oppose my own celestial master? I was aware of this. Jiang Xinyan nodded earnestly, wrapping her arms around me and emotionally saying, "Zhenzhen, do take good care of yourself." After conversing with Jiang Xinyan for a while longer, I departed for He Lian's room. Following the removal of the rootless fetus from He Lian's womb, it felt as though a significant portion of her vitality had been siphoned away. She remained in a state of unconsciousness for several days before regaining awareness, requiring time for gradual recuperation. Liu Shi prescribed a remedy for her before leaving, and Sister Qin diligently prepared the medicine at the prescribed intervals, resulting in He Lian's health gradually improving. However, unlike Jiang Xinya, He Lian was not as fortunate. She lacked a nurturing family environment, and after enduring this ordeal, she found herself at yet another crossroads in life. I felt a sense of joy for He Lian's ability to make such a decision. On the same day, I observed Tong Xuyan driving Jiang Xinya and He Lian away, feeling a mix of concern and hope for them, praying that they could turn the page and lead the tranquil lives they rightfully deserved. After bidding them farewell, Liu Shuhe informed me that Liu Jingchen was waiting for me at the Dragon King Temple to discuss something. Hence, I made my way to the temple. Upon arrival, the sight of the red umbrella in Liu Jingchen's hand reminded me of our earlier conversation regarding the lighting of merit incense, which had been set aside amidst the busyness. I hurried over, brimming with enthusiasm, and inquired, "Liu Jingchen, are you going to teach me cultivation?" Liu Jingchen handed me the umbrella and replied, "We will first light the merit incense and see if it can ignite the everlasting lamp." My eyes widened in astonishment as Liu Jingchen instructed me to place the red umbrella on the offering table. He then took the merit incense, lit it, bowed towards the red umbrella, and subsequently inserted the incense into the censer. The fragrant incense of merit burned slowly, its delightful aroma making me feel as if every pore of my body had been instantaneously opened, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. As the incense continued to burn, the red umbrella unexpectedly rose upright, gradually unfurling, while a flicker of flame began to emerge from the wick of the everlasting lamp beside it. Could it be that this incense, a legacy from the ancestors of the Liu family, possessed such tremendous energy? Zhenzhen, seated in meditation, held her breath and focused her mind, forming hand seals as she recited along with me. If the great path seems lacking, the great fullness appears to surge. All things return to their origin, steadfast and unmoving. I hastily settled cross-legged upon the mat, forming hand seals with both hands, and followed Liu Jingchen in reciting the foundational techniques for beginners. As I chanted, I felt an invisible force pouring into my third eye, warm and comforting, coursing down through my limbs and bones, igniting warmth throughout my entire being. Time seemed to slip away in this state, and after an indeterminate duration, Liu Jingchen suddenly called out, "Receive." I echoed, "Receive." With that, a gust of wind surged through the room, and I abruptly opened my eyes to see the red umbrella on the offering table fully unfurled. At the very moment I uttered "receive," it floated in midair, soaring directly towards me. Instinctively, I raised my hand, and the umbrella gracefully settled into my grasp. Holding the handle, I gazed upward to find the interior of the umbrella densely inscribed with golden runes, with intricate carvings of various symbols adorning even its ribs. The runes were not fixed. They resembled vibrant lives, continuously shifting their forms, rotating and meandering beneath the surface of the umbrella. However, this mesmerizing spectacle lasted only a few fleeting moments before the golden runes faded away, leaving behind only the carved symbols on the ribs of the umbrella. Liu Jingchen retracted his energy and inquired, "What did you perceive?" With unwavering patience, Liu Jingchen instructed, "Close your eyes, hold your breath, and concentrate. I previously taught you how to cultivate your energy. Attempt to elevate the qi from your dantian. When you sense warmth accumulating between your brows, open your eyes. Form a mudra with your fingers and endeavor to manipulate those golden runes with your consciousness." I closed my eyes and followed Liu Jingchen's guidance, trying 2 or 3 times until I finally discerned the sensation he described. Upon opening my eyes, I felt a pulsating pressure between my brows. This was akin to the feeling I experienced when I inadvertently extracted the fireflies from the everlasting lamp at the Dragon King Temple. As I moved, the golden runes reappeared on the inner surface of the umbrella, and I swiftly formed a gesture to direct them. Remarkably, the runes aligned orderly in response to my movements. Good, gather. Just as it seemed the golden runes were on the verge of forming a specific formation, Liu Jingchen abruptly instructed me to retract my energy. I looked at him, puzzled, and he elucidated, "These merit runes are meant to protect their owner. They should not be squandered." It was then that I comprehended his words, and thoughts of Liu Luoyuan flooded my mind, leaving me with a tinge of sadness. I wondered how my cousin was faring now, with Shi observing. No significant events are likely to unfold for the time being. Liu Jingchen remarked, however, "Your ability to perceive these merit symbols and manipulate them with your spiritual awareness indicates that this merit umbrella has not previously recognized Liu Wei as its master. Now that it has chosen to follow you, would you consider forming a contract with it?" I shook my head in response. "This is a protective artifact for my cousin. If I were to contract it, what would become of her?" "Then we shall wait a bit longer," Liu Jingchen replied. "This merit umbrella can also be classified as a spiritual artifact, possessing its own consciousness. Such artifacts seek out the most compatible owners, and it is not merely a matter of desire to contract them." Nevertheless, Liu Jingchen insisted, "You should keep it with you tonight. Wouldn't having it with me be a hindrance?" I questioned, attempting to open the umbrella, only to find it impossible without the requisite cultivation. It seemed wiser to leave it at home. "Take it with you," he reiterated. I pondered for a moment, considering that he might be concerned for my safety, and thought that in a critical moment, he could potentially assist me with his powers to open it. After we concluded our discussion, Liu Jingchen added, "Tonight, Sun Emu will use the Sun family coffin shop to lure the snake out of its den. It is likely that more than just the headless infant and Liu Luoyuan will emerge. The Qiao family may also become embroiled in this affair. At that point, I must maintain control of the situation and may lack the energy to attend to you. Shuha has been assigned specifically to protect you at all times. You need only stay close to her and disregard everything else. Raising my left wrist, I revealed the snake bone bracelet and inquired. It seems as if this snake bone bracelet has come to life, appearing to protect me at critical moments. You may regard it as a talisman I have bestowed upon you for your protection. Liu Jingchen remarked, it is intrinsically linked to my existence. As I grow stronger, so too shall it. Should I ever cease to exist, it too will vanish. Reflecting on the initial moment when Liu Jingchen adorned my wrist with this serpentine bone bracelet, I felt a pang of regret for my prior apprehensions and conjectures. It seemed as though Liu Jingchen could see through my thoughts, as he suddenly reassured me. Do not worry. This serpentine bracelet will not siphon your essence from my cultivation. I have never regarded you as a vessel. My true form is that of serpentine bone, which is imbued with a chilling essence, relying on the nourishment of ethereal scents and the illumination of the moonlight for my practice. The bones of Buddha and celestial beings are far too potent for me. Upon hearing his words, I widened my eyes in astonishment and could not help but express my frustration. Why did you not tell me this before? If he had disclosed this sooner, I would not have lived in such trepidation or harbored such profound misunderstandings. Liu Jingchen responded with a wry smile. Would you have believed me if I had? Indeed, I would not have. At that time, due to his interactions with Liu Xiang, his demeanor towards me was quite unkind, instilling fear within me. Moreover, everyone who had seen the bracelet claimed it was a tool for Liu Jingchen to manipulate me for his own cultivation. Naturally, I would have trusted the majority's words. Even if Liu Jingchen had pleaded earnestly, I would have remained skeptical. Yet now, I find his assertions credible. After all, Liu Weixin had also stated that this serpentine bracelet was more beneficial than detrimental to me. She would not deceive me regarding this matter. The transformation of bone into evil is not the righteous path of cultivation. After all, Liu Luoyuan is currently fixated on him. If he pushes Liu Luoyuan to the brink, it is inevitable that he will resort to harming Liu Jingchen's true form. The transformation into a bone of immutability is irreversible, and Liu Jingchen cannot bear such dire consequences. I instinctively clutched Liu Jingchen tightly and asked him in a subdued tone, having been sealed for a century, once the 100 years have passed, your true form shall never see the light again. Does this not imply that your serpent bone will remain forever hidden from the world? When we first met, Liu Jingchen appeared to me in the form of a serpent bone, yet the serpent bone I witnessed was not his original essence, but rather a manifestation of his transformation. Gradually, as his cultivation restored, his form transitioned from serpent bone to human. Ultimately, over the course of these 3 months, I have yet to truly behold his true self. I then gazed at the serpent bone bracelet on my wrist and inquired, what of this serpent bone bracelet? It has transformed into a bone of immutability, has it not? Chapter 92. The fragrance of lengths and shortness. This marks the second occasion Liu Jingchen has mentioned his mother to me, and each time, his tone softens. I can sense his deep affection for her, as well as his profound trust in his maternal lineage. Given that this tailbone was fractured during his childhood, it has not undergone the trials of the sealing copper coffin for a century, and thus is markedly different from his current true form. I cannot help but feel a renewed curiosity about the experiences of his youth, pondering what traumas he must have endured to sustain such a grievous injury as a severed tailbone. Surely, it must have caused him immense pain at the time. On the ground floor, several villagers lay scattered, their injuries severe, some even unconscious. Surrounding them were over a dozen other villagers, each nursing their own wounds. Among them sat Feng Daji, exchanging accounts of their ailments. Liu Jingchen inquired, did you notice the inscription on the newly replaced plaque? Tong Xuyan nodded. It appears to be from the Sun family coffin shop. The Sun family coffin shop, and the plaque did not seem new. Could it possibly be a relic passed down through generations? For decades, Old Man Chai had hidden away, yet he had carried such a substantial plaque with him all along. This spirit of legacy is truly moving. Now, as Old Man Chai reinstated this plaque, he revealed his identity. Soon, those who relentlessly pursued the Sun family would emerge. This was his strategy to draw them out. The adversary could appear at the East Town coffin shop at any moment, and we must prepare accordingly. The villagers would remain with Feng Daji, awaiting our updates, while we few would disperse to closely monitor the movements at the East Town coffin shop. This time, Liu Shuha accompanied me. We had made prior arrangements for the shop across from the East Town coffin shop, where Liu Shuha and I took our positions by the rear window. From the glass of the back window, We could clearly see that the plaque at the East Town coffin shop had indeed been replaced with that of the Sun family coffin shop. The plaque was large and imposing, with a black background and golden letters, exuding a sense of grandeur, and it bore the private seal of the Sun family. From this plaque, one could glimpse the prestige that the Sun family coffin shop once held within the industry. At this moment, the entrance of the coffin shop was adorned with 2 lanterns, one red and one white. The moonlight was hazy tonight, and a gentle breeze swayed the lanterns back and forth. Around 9:30, Old Chai emerged from the shop, setting alight a small handful of paper money on either side of the entrance. After watching the paper burn to ashes, he brought out 2 bowls of uncooked rice, placing them atop the recently burnt remnants. Subsequently, he carried out a seemingly new white banner, upon which was embroidered a striking red character for Sun. We waited patiently, our eyes fixed on the happenings behind us, until my eyes began to feel weary and strained. Lu Shuhe grew increasingly impatient. What is this old man up to? Why is there still no sign of movement? I glanced at the time. It was nearly 11. Had we overthought this? Decades had passed. Perhaps those who once hunted the Sun family had long since laid down their grudges. Or perhaps the Sun family had lost its prominence over time. And even with a new sign, they could not swiftly capture anyone's attention. Yet, deep down, I understood that such an esteemed lineage, even if obscured for a century, would not be entirely forgotten by the world, akin to the Liu family's Yunxi Hall. Just as I was contemplating this, I suddenly caught a faint, almost imperceptible, scent in the air. The moment I sensed it, I became alert, pulling Lu Shuhe aside and asking, "Shuhe, do you smell something?" Lu Shuhe sniffed the air and immediately adopted a wary demeanor. That scent, from the Qiao family's Yunxi? It was truly uncanny. Their presence seemed inescapable. At that moment, Old Chai behind the counter also stirred. He placed the large tobacco pipe upon the counter, then retrieved a small coffin made of red pine from beneath it, gently pushing open the lid. We watched as he placed a bowl of uncooked rice into the coffin, with 3 sticks of yellow incense inserted into the bowl. After lighting them, Old Chai picked up the tobacco pipe once more and retreated into the backyard. As the incense burned, the middle stick ignited steadily, while the 2 outer sticks diminished at a visibly alarming rate. One fears the unpredictability of life, and incense fears the imbalance of burning. The way Old Chai's incense was burning seemed ominous. "Don't move," Lu Shuhe suddenly whispered as she grasped my shoulder, startling me. I glanced at her, noticing her starry eyes now nearly narrowed into slits, fixated intently on the front. I quickly followed her gaze and observed that the wind outside had picked up, causing the ashes beneath the bowl of rice to swirl into the air. Above the entrance, the flames flickering in the 2 lanterns danced erratically before abruptly extinguishing. I anxiously clutched Lu Shuhe's sleeve, my heart racing. At the moment the central incense stick snapped in 2, the lights within the shop also extinguished instantly, leaving only a kerosene lamp that had inexplicably been lit. Mother! This call sent chills down my spine, and I instinctively scanned my surroundings, yet found nothing. No, tonight cannot be deemed as a night of a headless infant. It had a head. The light was too dim for me to discern the connection between its head and neck, yet I could perceive that its skull was fragmented. Now, only a piece of the skull lay atop it. The portion of the skull that had been sealed was now securely affixed to the head of the headless infant. It was exceedingly small, merely about 40 to 50 centimeters in height, standing there as a diminutive mass, appearing utterly feeble. However, in the next moment, it suddenly sprang forth, its toes barely touching the ground, leaping like an arrow released from its bow, darting towards the small coffin, extending its sharp claws to viciously stab downwards at the casket. Once, twice, thrice. It bared its sharp teeth, exerting all its strength with each strike, displaying a malevolence that was profoundly chilling. Chapter 93. Where does the problem lie? The red pine coffin had sealed the headless infant for decades, and its resentment towards it was deeply rooted. Whenever the opportunity arose, it would relentlessly seek to obliterate the coffin. Each movement of the headless infant was executed with utmost effort. It was a lifeless body, controlled by another, devoid of consciousness, mechanically repeating the same actions until the small coffin was soon rendered to shambles. Until, all at once, its sharp claws pierced into a bowl of uncooked rice, from which thick black smoke began to billow upwards. It threw its head back, screeching in agony, appearing to be in excruciating pain. Old Chai rushed in from behind, wielding a rolled-up talisman, and with a swift leap onto the counter, he forcefully thrust the talisman into the gaping mouth of the howling headless infant. I truly did not anticipate that events would unfold in such a manner. After Elder Chai restored the small coffin, I assumed he intended to reseal the headless infant within it. However, to my surprise, he used the small coffin as bait to draw out the headless infant, with the ultimate goal of annihilating it. Elder Chai acted swiftly, inserting a talisman into the headless infant's mouth, then deftly produced a taut line from his sleeve, binding the entire body of the headless infant, which was exuding dark mist, from top to bottom with firm knots. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Shuha attempted to leave, but I grasped her arm, shaking my head in disapproval. Shuha, do not act impulsively. Liu Shuha, in her urgency, exclaimed, "What do you mean impulsively? The headless infant is captured. We must lend our assistance. Something feels amiss." I focused intently on the coffin shop, recalling that the headless infant appeared after we detected the scent of the Qiao family's incense. It stood alone, and even when captured, no one came to its aid. Do you not find it peculiar that it seems akin to a discarded pawn? A pawn cast aside by the adversary to ensnare us. Where is the enemy? Where is Liu Luoyuan now? Liu Shuha paused momentarily, murmuring, "What you say holds some merit, and more importantly, third brother has yet to appear." After binding the headless infant, Elder Chai stood aside, observing as the headless infant remained on the counter, its body continuously emitting dark mist. Based on past experiences, this dark mist represents the accumulated resentment and malevolence of the headless infant. Once the mist dissipates entirely, the headless infant will vanish into ash. Currently, the ominous presence has grown increasingly faint. Those like Feng Daji, who sustained minor injuries, should have recovered by now, while those with more severe wounds will require additional time to heal. Our task at present is merely to wait for the headless infant to collapse and disintegrate into nothingness. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that everything is proceeding too smoothly, as if the adversary is effortlessly guiding events to their advantage. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from the coffin shop. The red pine coffin exploded, and even the bowl of uncooked rice within shattered into fragments, scattering the once tightly packed rice. The headless infant knelt motionless at the counter. Is this the end? Liu Shuha expressed his surprise, but it appeared that the headless infant had not completely disintegrated. Indeed, the situation seemed slightly amiss. If the headless infant were to vanish completely, its body would rapidly decay, perhaps even dissolve into a puddle of pus. Yet it remained there, unmoving, without any further transformation. Elder Chai clearly did not anticipate such an outcome. He even reached out to touch the talisman paper lodged in the headless infant's mouth. This talisman was supposed to ignite spontaneously, reducing to ashes, but it did not. Where, then, lay the problem? At that moment, the headless infant suddenly stirred, startling Elder Chai into retreating 2 steps, his entire being tense as he scrutinized the entity. The head of the headless infant began to rotate unnaturally, as if caught in a mechanical loop, moving frame by frame. When its top faced us, I caught sight of the gaping void where its skull should have been. At this moment, its head was rotating as if re-establishing a connection with its body, seeking the optimal point of alignment. Mother! The instant the headless infant aligned its head, it began to move its mouth, voraciously swallowing the talismans into its belly. Its hollow eyes fixated upon us, and from its throat came a chilling utterance of mother. In that moment, it felt as if all the blood in my body had congealed. I watched as it charged towards me like a wild stallion, racing across the narrow stone-paved path, directly crashing into the window before me. The scene unfolded so abruptly that my feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, unable to move. Fortunately, Liu Shuha reacted swiftly, grabbing my shoulder and forcefully pulling me aside, while delivering a powerful strike towards the headless infant. The infant, struck by the blow, collided heavily against the opposite wall before slowly sliding down. Liu Shuha, seizing the moment, aimed another strike, but at that instant, the headless infant, with its toes barely touching the ground, stood against the wall, unmoving, its empty eye sockets seemingly harboring some latent power. This force suddenly immobilized Liu Shuha. Her hands stretched forward, her feet poised to lunge, yet she remained frozen in place. I stood in shock at this spectacle. Was this spiritual control over objects? Could the headless infant possess such abilities? No, how could that be? Clearly, during our first encounter, it had not exhibited any of these powers, and just moments ago, when attacked in the coffin shop, it showed no signs of such capabilities. How could it suddenly have mastered this? Mother, the headless infant. with an expression of distress, rushed towards me, causing me to instinctively retreat. However, the room was constrained, and soon my back collided with the wall. Just as the headless infant was about to embrace me, it abruptly froze in place. In that moment, the entire world seemed to lose its sense of reality. Lu Shu he was poised in a running attack, stuck in mid-motion, while the headless infant hovered with its feet barely off the ground, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Yet, I remained mobile. This peculiar state lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before Lu Shu he suddenly stumbled and fell. At the same instant, the headless infant moved as well, but its innocent search for its mother transformed into a menacing grimace. Unable to contain my fear, I delivered a swift kick, sending its small body crashing against the opposite wall. Lu Shu he recovered quickly, raising a hand without hesitation to strike the headless infant's chest. The creature collapsed like a discarded rag, its upper body sagging, revealing the severed connection between its head and neck. There was no semblance of cohesion. Its head and body lay awkwardly stacked together. As we watched, its head began to rotate mechanically, completing a full circle. Once aligned, it slowly lifted its head, hollow eyes locking onto mine, uttering a chilling "Mother." Chapter 94, A Feint. I was on the brink of madness. What manner of monster was this? It seems that it cannot perish. Lu Shuha has succumbed to madness before me. She yells monster while mercilessly pummeling the headless infant with her fists and feet. Her movements so swift and forceful that it aches to witness. Yet, in an instant, she freezes. One moment, she is relentlessly attacking, and the next, she is caught in a posture of assault, immobilized. The headless infant gazes at me innocently, calling out once more, "Mother." I am losing my mind. Truly, I am. I cover my ears with both hands, shaking my head vigorously. It must be an illusion. Surely, all of this is but a figment of my imagination. As Lu Shuha begins to move again, the headless infant, now contorted into a grotesque visage, seems poised to strike at me. I seize Lu Shuha and flee outside. Continuing to face the headless infant will not lead to its demise. Rather, we shall be worn down by its relentless presence. Strangely, as we run, the headless infant no longer employs its psychic control over us. Each time it has wielded such power, it has been fleeting, occurring only when it appears innocent and unassuming. Yet, the moment its psychic abilities falter, it reverts to its original vengeful form. What could possibly account for this transformation? Could it be the fragments of the celestial bone? After Lu Shuha escapes, she pulls me toward the direction where Liu Jingchen lies in ambush, but after only a brief distance, I suddenly halt. Before us stretches another stone-paved path, flanked by 2 houses of blue bricks and red tiles, a vast spider's web strung between them, ensnaring a human figure. Good heavens! What is that? As Lu Shuha follows my gaze, she is immediately taken aback, cursing in shock. I trembled as I spoke. That is my grandmother. After the Qiao family abducted my grandmother, they granted me a month's time to procure 4 fragments of heavenly bones in exchange for her. Yet I possessed but a single piece. During this period, numerous events transpired, rendering me utterly incapable of rescuing her. Liu Jingchen also informed me that my grandmother was a pawn the Qiao family used to coerce me. They would not easily harm her. However, who could have anticipated that? A month later, the Qiao family seemed to have allied with Liu Luoyuan, even forsaking the 4 fragments of heavenly bones. Consequently, my grandmother became their discarded piece. Over a month had passed, and my grandmother had withered significantly. The frail old woman now hung precariously in a spider's web, so weak that she seemed as if she might be whisked away by a mere breeze. In that moment, I could no longer contain my desperation and dashed toward her. I ran while calling out, "Grandma! Grandma!" Upon hearing my voice, she slowly lifted her head, and in the next instant, with a hoarse throat, she exerted all her strength to shout at me, "Zhenzhen, don't come over. Run. Quickly run." Lu Shuha pursued me and seized my arm, holding me tightly from behind, preventing my escape. Behind us, the sound of footfalls from a headless infant drew nearer. It too was in pursuit. At that very moment, a fist-sized black spider crawled out from behind my grandmother. A foul stench filled the air, reminiscent of the unique scent of the Qiao family's sinister incense. Upon detecting this odor, the spider became frenzied, swelling its abdomen and launching a silvery thread directly toward my face. The thread of silk, akin to iron wire, was both thick and unyielding, glimmering with a silvery sheen in the darkness. Lu Shuha urged me to take cover, yet the spider unleashed another strand of silk. As we evaded, Those threads had already woven a web around us, ensnaring us in their midst. In unison, Liu Shuha and I attempted to sever the strands. But these silks adhered with a tenacity surpassing ordinary glue. Anything that touched them would not come free without tearing the skin. The spider crawled ever closer, incessantly spinning its silk, determined to bind us like prey, to savor us at its leisure. A bitter smile crept upon my lips. This was the predatory nature of the spider. It spun its web, using my essence as bait, successfully ensnaring both Liu Shuha and myself as its quarry. The spider advanced towards me, and just as it seemed poised to reach me, Liu Shuha suddenly shouted, followed by the appearance of a dozen small snakes before me. These serpents, likewise caught in the silken strands, writhed violently, their fangs gnawing at the silk, mixing venom and blood into the strands, forcefully severing them. With a resounding thud, the strands binding me snapped and flew back towards the spider. In the next moment, Liu Shuha summoned another dozen small snakes to encircle me. These serpents were her protectors, summoned only in critical moments. I had not anticipated such a toll this time. I shouted, "Shuha, do not act recklessly, stop." Yet Liu Shuha would not heed my words. "No, Zhenzhen, you cannot be harmed. I will not allow it." At that moment, the spider spat out several threads, hurling them towards me. The Zhou family's mastery of sorcery has evidently yielded a creature of considerable magnitude, a testament to generations of their craft. The fact that they have unleashed it upon us tonight suggests its potency is beyond the ordinary. Moreover, a point of contemplation arises. Both the headless infant and this formidable spider manifested after we inhaled the Zhou family's ominous fragrance, indicating that they have been orchestrated by the Zhou clan all along. But what of Liu Luoyuan? He was the one who originally rescued the headless child. Logically, he ought to be present tonight. Is it a diversion? A ruse? Liu Jingchen's true form cannot be exposed to light, lest he becomes a puddle of unrecognizable remains. Yet, tonight, Liu Luoyuan has conspicuously failed to appear. Could he possibly have gone to Qinshui village? I glanced up at the moon, likely around 1 in the morning now, with the sky already tinged with the pale light of dawn. Where is Liu Jingchen? Is he already en route to Qinshui village? Zhenzhen, be cautious. As the spider drew near, I finally discerned the enormity of its mandibles, a pair of jet-black fangs, incessantly waving, poised to inject venom into my body and consume me piece by piece. Just as the spider lunged at me with its venomous pincers, the merit umbrella inexplicably flew out from somewhere, unfurling on its own to shield me momentarily. That fiery entity ignited everything it touched. The spider silk was ignited, and the spider, terrified, retreated towards my grandmother. Even the merit umbrella, which had just been ensnared by the web, began to catch fire. Chapter 95, Hollowed Out. The merit umbrella is ablaze. That is the life-saving umbrella of Liu Weixin. How could it possibly be consumed by flames? Did Liu Jingchen not claim it to be a spiritual artifact? Why, then, is it so fragile? When the flickering flame first emerged, it was no larger than a mung bean, yet now it has spread into a conflagration. If this continues, my grandmother and Liu Shuha will be affected. I began to panic. What should I do? How can I control this blaze? Zhenzhen, focus and calm yourself. Attempt to wield your spiritual consciousness to manage the flames. Liu Jingchen's voice suddenly echoed, startling me. Has he not yet departed for Qinshui village? Ah, hurry, third brother, control the flames. I am ensnared and powerless. Please save me. Upon hearing Liu Jingchen's voice, Liu Shuha immediately cried out. Flames surged around her, swiftly advancing along the spider silk. This fellow, Liu Jingchen, remained silent until his arrival. I suspect that even if the fire were to scorch her, she would endure in silence. I could not see Liu Jingchen amidst the blaze, yet I sensed the chilling gusts of wind sweeping past. The flames near Liu Shuha receded slightly. Yet, the web was too vast and the silk too sticky. Any slight movement would only result in further entrapment. The merit umbrella was on the verge of being consumed. The flames licked outwards, and soon the entire web would be ablaze. At that point, the creatures ensnared within would find themselves akin to food on a barbecue grill. With no escape. Zhenzhen, focus and calm yourself. The voice of Liu Jingchen resounded once more, awakening me from my reverie. I promptly closed my eyes, summoned my vital energy from the dantian, and directed it toward the crown of my head. Upon reopening my eyes, I fixated on the skeletal remains of the merit umbrella, charred beyond recognition. Countless golden runes floated around the umbrella's frame, and at the very moment the frame was reduced to ash, These golden characters coalesced into a resplendent golden umbrella, suspended in the air. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon me. This, indeed, was the true merit umbrella. As the incantation was uttered, the umbrella, formed from the gathered runes, burst forth, and innumerable symbols cascaded down upon the burning web. I heard the heart-wrenching cries of a headless infant behind me, the piercing shrieks of a fist-sized spider, and the muffled groans of my own despair. With a resounding crack, the web shattered, and I perceived the sound of bodies hitting the ground around me, alongside Liu Shuha's low curse. Ouch, my backside. After accomplishing all this, I felt utterly drained, my body uncontrollably plummeting downward, when a large hand encircled my waist and lifted me up. Zhenzhen, you performed admirably, Liu Jingchen said as he safely landed. Yet, I struggled to free myself from his embrace, urgently insisting, Liu Jingchen, why are you still here? Hurry to Chunshui village. Don't you find tonight peculiar? Liu Luoyuan hasn't he shown himself? He is likely already in Chunshui village. However, Liu Jingchen remained unperturbed. I am aware. If you know, then why aren't you leaving at once? I urged, pushing him away. I am unharmed, but your true self has been exposed to the light. You will be irretrievably lost. My journey with Liu Jingchen has been fraught with obstacles. Though I once feared him, harbored doubts, and at times even resorted to subtle attacks against him. It is through these experiences that I have come to a hazy realization. He has never truly sought to harm me. Moreover, he is my celestial companion. Our fates have long been intertwined. I do not wish for him to encounter any misfortune, not in the slightest. Perhaps it is due to the excessive toll of my recent endeavors that I now feel utterly drained, unable to muster the strength to push Liu Jingchen, who feels as immovable as a granite boulder. He gently grasped my hand, which was attempting to shove him aside, and calmly said, Zhenzhen, let us first check on your grandmother. Taken aback, I swiftly turned and dashed toward my grandmother's side. Liu Shuha was already there, vigorously stomping on a charred, blackened mass of flesh. It was the spider. When the merit umbrella ignited, the flames surged too fiercely. I only caught a glimpse of the spider retreating behind my grandmother, never imagining it would ultimately fail to evade the inferno, succumbing to the flames of the enchanted umbrella. My grandmother remained unconscious. I approached and cradled her in my arms, applying pressure to her philtrum. After a prolonged moment, she gradually began to awaken, weakly calling my name, Zhenzhen. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. After more than a month, my grandmother had finally been rescued. Without thinking, I craned my neck to peer behind her, only to be met with a horrific sight of mangled flesh. Her back was riddled with wounds, the once taut and aged skin now glistening, having been hollowed out, leaving only a fragile skeleton to support the remnants of her form. Upon witnessing this scene, my heart felt as though it were being torn asunder. It dawned upon me that my grandmother was not the prey of this spider, but rather, she was the sustenance provided by the Qiao family for this creature. I could scarcely fathom the consequences. This was a deadlock, no matter my actions. They were all destined to be wrong. I held my grandmother close, trembling with tears, utterly at a loss as to how to rescue her. Consumed by guilt and sorrow, I found no outlet for my anguish. Weakly, she caressed my hair and whispered, Zhenzhen, do not cry, do not be sad. I have lived for over 70 years, which is enough. I am delighted and proud to have witnessed you reopen the Liu family's incense hall, to see the opening of the heavenly bone, and even to have seen your ability to control objects with your spirit. I have not failed your grandfather's dying wishes, and even in the underworld, I can report to him. Grandmother, the Serpent Lord will protect the Liu family's incense hall. Zhenzhen, after I am gone, he will be your only support. You must heed his words and be obedient. Grandmother, after I am gone, I will be cremated. My ashes placed in your grandfather's coffin, to be interred together. Very well, I will listen to you. Zhenzhen will obey you. I gazed at my grandmother, calling her name softly, responding to her with each utterance, watching as her pupils began to fade. In truth, my grandmother had long been beyond saving. She had managed to endure until today solely due to the spider's control. Now that the spider had been destroyed by flames, there was no longer any hope for her survival. She began to gasp for breath, her eyes fixed upon mine, yet unable to focus. Nevertheless, she still urged me. That child, I have seen her. She is also a wretched soul. Zhenzhen, please help her, help her. Chapter 96, he is aiding it. My grandmother must have been referring to Liu Weixin. After being captured by the Qiao family, She was still aware that her son was alive in this world and that she had another granddaughter. Regardless of their current circumstances, they are descendants of the Liu family. And my grandmother ultimately could not let go. I nodded vigorously, gripping her hand tightly, promising her softly, "My cousin and I have already met. She has helped me immensely. I will take good care of her, and I believe that one day, we sisters will together elevate the Liu family's Insheng Hall." My grandmother gently shook her head. "I only wish for you both to live well and support each other. Grandmother, I can no longer accompany you. Grandmother." And just like that, she departed. In that moment, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon me. I wept uncontrollably, perhaps due to the exhaustion of my spirit from earlier. I fainted. When I awoke, I found myself lying on the second floor of the Tongxin Hall. Alone in the room, I sat up abruptly, and upon hearing the commotion, Feng Daji rushed in. I immediately inquired, how long was I unconscious? What time is it? Where are Liu Jingchen and the others? It's almost 5 o'clock. I glanced out the window. The sky was still dark. The air outside was thick with moisture, suggesting it would be a gloomy day. A gloomy day indeed. On overcast days, dawn arrives a bit later and the light is dimmer, which serves as a boon for Liu Jingchen's current predicament. It seems even the heavens conspire to aid him. I rose from my bed and began to arrange my attire. Feng Daji, with a hint of anxiety, gazed at me and cautiously inquired, "Miss Liu, what are you getting up for?" He quickly attempted to dissuade me. "Miss Liu, please do not act impulsively. The Snake Lord has decreed that you must not go. Should I go or not? Remaining here would only induce a sense of restlessness within me. Furthermore, if they truly intended to harm me, would staying here ensure my safety? Yet, if I were to venture forth, what if I inadvertently hindered their plans?" With such thoughts swirling in my mind, I closed my eyes, seeking tranquility. As warmth began to gather at my brow, I envisioned the splendid golden merit umbrella in my mind's eye. Previously, Liu Jingchen had described it as a spiritual artifact, one that selects its worthy master with great discernment. Forging a pact with it is no trivial matter. However, it became evident that after the red umbrella was incinerated, I unexpectedly awakened the true merit umbrella, which now responded to my will and recognized me as its sovereign. With the merit umbrella in my possession, I at least possessed the means for self-preservation, eliminating any possibility of being a hindrance. Feng Daji could not restrain me, and given that the miasma afflicting his leg had but recently dissipated, he was unable to escort me to Chunshui village due to the need to tend to several villagers on the first floor of Tongxin Hall who were severely injured. Nevertheless, the paramount concern was to safeguard Liu Jingchen's true form. As long as he remained unharmed, other matters, such as financial issues, could be addressed later. Outside, the sky loomed dark and brooding, as if heralding an impending storm. As the vehicle ascended the mountain road, nearing the village of Chunshui, the fog thickened, prompting me to reduce my speed. At that moment, a swirling mist appeared ahead. As the car plunged into the haze, even with the headlights illuminated, the path became obscured, forcing me to navigate solely by instinct. Yearning to emerge from the fog, my senses were heightened, my gaze fixated ahead, when a fleeting glance in the rearview mirror revealed a diminutive figure, startling me into an abrupt halt. No, its eye sockets were hollow, devoid of sight. Yet it exuded an innocent aura, devoid of any malevolence. It even broke into a small grin, calling out, "Mother." My heart raced erratically, my body instinctively tensed, apprehensive that it might suddenly lunge at me. Yet, it was at that moment I noticed a shard of celestial bone had inexplicably appeared atop its crown. Once affixed to its tiny head, the front half of its skull appeared intact, rendering it less fearsome than before. But from whence did this celestial fragment originate? My back bore no new lash marks, indicating that no recent seals had been broken. Could it be that this newfound shard belonged to me? I hastily reached into the pocket of my clothing, only to find the piece of celestial bone was indeed missing. Why would it assist the headless infant? The headless child seated behind me suddenly grew restless, extending its tiny hands toward me. "Mother, save me." Save it? Why? Just as confusion enveloped my thoughts, I caught a whiff of a familiar, foul odor. Once again, it is the scent of the Qiao family. Bang! The rear door of the car swung open, and a headless infant leaped out, swiftly vanishing into the swirling mist. The mist dissipated as I hastily pressed the accelerator and drove forward. Yet, my mind remained occupied by the image of that headless child, who had suddenly manifested in my vehicle, seemingly pleading for my assistance. It possessed a consciousness, and like myself, was capable of manipulating objects with its mind. Thus, it too was a prisoner of circumstance. I was at a loss regarding how to rescue it, nor had I ever contemplated such an act. A sense of resentment lingered within me. It referred to me as mother, yet had been sealed away by Lu Xiang, making it difficult for me not to associate it with the child Lu Xiang had once born. It was the offspring of Lu Xiang and Liu Luoyuan. Even if it had not transformed into a headless corpse, but remained merely an ordinary child, I would still find it impossible to accept, let alone in this current predicament. Yet, Liu Jingchen had returned my shard of celestial bone to it, seemingly aiding its plight. Chapter 97. The inevitability of fate. I found Liu Jingchen's actions perplexing. He should harbor greater animosity towards the headless infant. After all, it was the child of the woman he once loved and another man. Yet, he ultimately chose to assist this child, suggesting he must have his own motives. Furthermore, I sensed that returning the shard of celestial bone to the headless infant might facilitate its progress towards a more favorable outcome. As the mist cleared, we approached the village of Shunshui, leaving no room for further contemplation as I focused intently on driving. Strangely, once we entered the village, an eerie silence enveloped Shunshui. It was not merely the absence of people, but even the village's chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs were conspicuously quiet. This was not as it should be. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and as I glanced toward the temple of the fragrant goddess, nothing was discernible. Nor was there any sign of a struggle. Could it be that we were mistaken, that Liu Luoyuan had not come to Shunshui village at all? With no commotion emanating from the direction of the temple, I decided to steer my vehicle toward my home, where they must be occupied with my grandmother's funeral arrangements. As I approached my house, the gate stood ajar, and lights glimmered within. I parked the car, exited, and stepped through the courtyard gate. My eyes were immediately drawn to my grandmother's body, which had already been elevated, her head facing the entrance, a yellow paper covering her face. Beside her stood a solitary figure, who, upon hearing my arrival, lifted his gaze toward me. It was none other than old Chai, the one-eyed man. How could it be him? I strode forward, crossing the threshold of the main room, and first paid my respects to my grandmother with 3 bows, offering paper money before turning to old Chai and asking, "Old Chai, why are you the only one here? Where are the others?" As he replenished the fire pit with paper offerings, old Chai replied, "Spend some time with your grandmother. At dawn, I shall personally see to her cremation and inter her alongside your grandfather. After that, you shall never see her again. The finality of death is inescapable." And I had come to terms with the grim reality that my grandmother had fallen victim to the Qiao family. As long as I, Liu Jingchen, drew breath, I would seek vengeance for her. Yet, at this moment, my thoughts were consumed with concern for Liu Jingchen and the others. The more reticent old Chai became, the greater my unease grew. Today, an inexplicable sense of disquiet enveloped Shunshui village. Suddenly, I sprang to my feet and strode outside. With old Chai guarding my grandmother's body, it should be safe. Regardless of where Liu Jingchen and the others might be, they would inevitably head toward the temple of the fragrant goddess. No matter their current location, I resolved to wait for them at the temple. I restarted the car and headed towards the temple of Xiangyang. Although it was merely a journey of 2 or 3 minutes, and I was quite familiar with the temple's location, the car seemed to twist and turn endlessly, and I found myself utterly unable to locate the temple of Xiangyang. The sensation was akin to, as if a barrier separated the temple from the entire village, rendering it hidden from view. I parked the car as close to the temple as possible, and after disembarking, I walked along the path etched in my memory. Upon reaching a certain threshold, I distinctly felt an invisible force nudging me. A barrier. It was astonishing to discover that there existed a barrier in the village of Shunshui. This barrier shielded the entire village, which explained the eerie stillness enveloping it today. It was precisely because of this barrier that I was unable to perceive any disturbances from the direction of the temple of Xiangyang. The existence of such a barrier indicated that something had indeed transpired at the temple. Liu Luoyuan had cunningly used the Qiao family and the headless infant as a ruse to divert attention while he seized the opportunity to excavate snake bones in Shunshui village. What fate had befallen them? Had Liu Jingchen's true form been unearthed? As I walked along the barrier, I sought to find a point of breach. Yet with my limited abilities, I was utterly at a loss. Time slipped by, each second feeling like an eternity. I was simultaneously anxious that the barrier might suddenly open, revealing Liu Luoyuan, and fearful that daybreak would unexpectedly arrive. Around 6:30, a deep rumble of thunder echoed across the horizon, growing ever nearer and louder. In no time, a thunderclap resonated directly above me, and a web-like flash of lightning pierced through the layers of dark clouds, illuminating the entirety of Chunshui village. In an instant, the barrier shattered. Beneath the brilliance of the lightning, I beheld the once sacred temple of Xiangyang reduced to mere ruins, its foundation excavated into a vast pit, teeming with countless small serpents. Liu Luoyuan stood at the edge of the gaping chasm, and observing his gestures, it became clear that the preceding thunder and lightning were no mere meteorological phenomena, but rather the result of his conjuration. Behind him, a dozen or so figures clad in black engaged in fierce combat with Liu Jingchen and the others, occasionally revealing their true forms, predominantly serpentine, with some resembling yellow weasels and rodents. In comparison to Liu Luoyuan, we appeared significantly outmatched. Liu Luoyuan's gaze met mine, and in that shared moment, I discerned his unyielding determination. He flashed a sly smile, and simultaneously, the writhing serpents within the pit stirred, elevating an enormous bronze coffin, encrusted with verdigris. The coffin was vast, and the verdigris could not conceal the myriad of sealing symbols adorning its surface. From the style of the seals, it was evident that they were a direct continuation of those on the previous red pine coffin, all originating from the creative hand of Liu Xiang. They bore a resemblance to the seals on the fragments of the celestial bone, yet I could now ascertain that these seals were indeed crafted by Liu Xiang, belonging to the same system but distinct from one another. This explains why the seals on the celestial bone fragments inflicted backlash upon me when broken, while the seals on the red pine coffin elicited no sensation whatsoever. As the bronze coffin was hoisted high, Liu Luoyuan, positioned behind it, commenced his incantations anew, his hands weaving intricate gestures, and the ominous rumbling of thunder echoed once more. Liu Luoyuan intended to shatter the sealing talisman with heavenly thunder, subsequently directing a lightning strike towards the serpent bones within the bronze coffin, compelling Liu Jingchen's true form to irrevocably transform into unyielding remains. The towering figure before us, standing at an imposing height of approximately 2 meters and 56 centimeters, exuded an aura of formidable strength, adorned with a mane of crimson fur. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him, and with a thunderous roar directed at Liu Jingchen, the shockwaves stirred up clouds of dust, surging towards their direction. Once more, the sound of thunder erupted overhead, and a lightning bolt as thick as an infant's arm seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, striking towards the bronze coffin. Crack! The sealing talismans upon the coffin ignited instantaneously, filling the air with a rich scent of sandalwood, while a metallic sweetness surged in my throat, nearly causing me to vomit blood. As the sealing talismans were obliterated, I too was caught in the backlash, suffering the repercussions. Chapter 98. The Seal of Reward. However, this backlash was noticeably less severe than a lash from a whip. In an instant, the sealing talismans vanished entirely, and the thunder and lightning dissipated, plunging the surroundings into darkness once more. The small serpents within the pit writhed up from beneath the bronze coffin, and with a resounding crash, the lid was flung open, revealing the ominous serpent bones within. Now that the lid of the bronze coffin had been unsealed, the bones lay exposed, illuminated by a faint glimmer of light that penetrated the thick clouds overhead, an omen of immense peril. I observed Liu Luoyuan's swiftly forming hand seals, and in a state of urgency, I concentrated my thoughts, swiftly conjuring the image of the merit umbrella in my mind. At the moment the lightning was summoned, I noticed Liu Jingchen's form falter, his vertical pupils filled with despair. In the next instant, he vanished from our sight. He couldn't bear the thought of transforming into an undying being, a malevolent entity. The sky is round, and the earth is square, the 5 fire gods descend. I bestow a spiritual charm, transforming maleficence into auspiciousness, break. As the incantation resonated, I invoked the umbrella of merit. A firmament of resplendent golden merit talismans staunchly intercepted the lightning bolt aimed directly at the serpent bone, shattering the electric discharge upon impact. I even witnessed Liu Luoyuan, who was in the midst of forming a hand seal, suffer a backlash, spewing a mouthful of black blood onto the bronze coffin. Liu Luoyuan had continuously drawn upon his own magical power to summon heavenly thunder and lightning, which had already depleted his reserves considerably. Yet he had resolved to stake everything on this venture, consigning Liu Jingchen to an irredeemable abyss. However, he had not anticipated being countered by the umbrella of merit at this crucial juncture. This setback inflicted a severe injury upon him. Rumble, rumble. The crimson-haired giant dashed forward, swiftly hoisting Liu Luoyuan up. The dozen or so men in black also retreated, shielding Liu Luoyuan as they rapidly departed. The mouthful of coppery sweetness that had been constricting my throat finally surged forth, and I expectorated a torrent of blood. My entire being became as pliant as a noodle, and I collapsed to my knees. My vision blurred, my ears rang, and the whole world seemed to spin. Then, I heard Lu Shuhe calling my name, and I felt someone pinching my philtrum, channeling true energy into my body. After a considerable period of commotion, I suddenly regained consciousness. Zhenzhen, Liu Jingchen. Open your eyes and look at me. Who am I? Liu Jingchen. Liu Jingchen grasped my shoulders with both hands. His handsome face was in such close proximity to mine. Due to anxiety, those vertical pupils had narrowed into a line, confronting me so directly that I was startled. Upon hearing me accurately call his name, Liu Jingchen finally exhaled in relief, enveloping me tightly in his embrace, nearly suffocating me. How did you discover the barrier? Do you wish to perish? I do not wish for your demise. Liu Jingchen. I too do not wish for you to become a formless entity. My entire body felt weak, trembling in his arms as I murmured. I do not wish to become a sinister being. Liu Jingchen, you must take care. I will not transform into a formless entity. Liu Jingchen firmly grasped the back of my head, resolutely declaring, even if I must self-detonate, I shall not allow myself to become a malevolent force that endangers the world. Indeed, he had already resolved to self-destruct. However, there was no need for concern now. The merit umbrella shattered the lightning, preventing light from penetrating, thus granting Liu Jingchen the time to assist in my rescue. The bronze coffin lid had been resealed. Yet, in my current predicament, I could not afford to consider such matters. I succumbed to the overwhelming fatigue and lost consciousness entirely. I remained in a state of oblivion for 2 days and 2 nights. For me, those days were utterly blank. I dreamt not, nor did I descend into the realms of illusion as before. It was akin to entering a profound slumber, my mind entirely void. When I finally awakened, it was the dead of night. I found myself lying in my own bed, while Liu Jingchen sat cross-legged beside me in meditation. The moment I stirred, he opened his eyes. Having been outmaneuvered by Liu Luoyuan and sustaining grave injuries, he should have been in seclusion recuperating, were it not for his vigil over me. I sat up, feeling a lingering weakness in my body. Liu Jingchen leaned in, enveloping me in his embrace as we sat together on the bed. His breath brushed against my cheek as he softly inquired, "Do you feel any better?" "I'm fine," I replied, leaning against him. "I just feel a bit drained. Resting should suffice." Hearing this ignited a flicker of fear within me. "Then, what should we do? It's quite uncomfortable to feel so weak all the time." "Do not fear," Liu Jingchen reassured me. "Just wait a little longer. What is meant to come will arrive soon." I questioned, "What is to come? Is it the rewards?" My surprise was palpable. Who will bestow the rewards? To whom? The entities that liaise with the Fragrance Hall are typically officials, Liu Jingchen elucidated. However, if there has been insufficient accumulation of merit, the ones sent for liaison may very well be ghost messengers or clerks. In any case, we shall await their arrival. Tong Jixian once mentioned that during the zenith of the Liu family's Fragrance Hall, the threshold was overwhelmed by officials. Yet, since its decline a century ago, no official has graced their doorstep again. My curiosity about the officials had reached a fervent peak, and I found myself eagerly anticipating my first encounter with the emissaries dispatched from their realm. Lost in my thoughts, I was suddenly jolted back to reality by a gentle flick from Liu Jingchen. Though his action was light and painless, when I turned to look at him, he melancholically mused, "Were you wondering if the one sent to liaise with the Fragrance Hall might be Yunxi? Could it truly be him?" I exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Compared to the official, I certainly look forward more to meeting Yunxi. After all, he has assisted me so much. Chapter 99, An Unforgivable Grievance. However, I regretted uttering this statement as soon as it left my lips. Mentioning Yunxi in front of Liu Jingchen was akin to courting trouble. He was hardly worthy. Liu Jingchen remarked that this was the first reward ceremony following the reopening of the Liu family's Incense Hall, and the official was expected to attend. We would know soon enough. I nodded and attempted to salvage the situation, asking if we needed to prepare anything regardless of who came. The reward ceremony was a significant affair, marking the official commencement of the Liu family's business dealings between the realms of Yin and Yang, and we could not afford to neglect the Yin official. Yet, to my surprise, Liu Jingchen stated that Elder Chai had already cremated my grandmother's remains. and we should select an auspicious date for her interment. My grandmother had already been cremated. Her final wish was to be buried alongside my grandfather, and I had to ensure that this was executed properly. She had lived her entire life in Shunshui village, and the villagers would come to bid her farewell. The entire funeral proceedings would be overseen by Elder Chai. To inter them together, we first needed to excavate my grandfather's coffin, which, considering he had passed away several decades ago, had become dilapidated. He had been buried in the earth, and we ultimately decided to retrieve his bones and then place them alongside my grandmother's in a new coffin. Elder Chai had prepared a new joint coffin for this purpose. The funeral proceeded smoothly, and 2 days later, at 5:05 in the morning, my grandparents were reinterred in the Liu family ancestral grave. I knelt before their tomb, overcome with grief, weeping uncontrollably. My grandfather passed away early, and all my knowledge of him is derived from my grandmother. In her recounting, he was a stalwart man, the steadfast refuge for her and the entire Liu family. Yet, to me, it is my grandmother who embodies that sanctuary, my ultimate source of support. I once envisioned that upon graduating from university, my first paycheck would be spent on restoring her teeth. The elderly lady had lost several, her mouth now sunken, making it difficult for her to even gnaw on bones. I even fantasized that once I secured a stable job and earned a living, I would bring her to my workplace to care for her, allowing her to enjoy her twilight years in peace. Regrettably, the dear old lady was not destined to witness the day I could repay her kindness. Her passing was as tragic as it was untimely. I can scarcely fathom the agony she endured as that monstrous spider consumed her, reducing her to a mere husk. The enmity I harbor towards the Qiao family, whether stemming from my grandmother or the father-daughter duo of Liu Luoyuan, is irreconcilable. After attending to my grandmother's funeral, Liu Jingchen finally sat down to discuss matters regarding the Xiangyang temple. I have no intention of rebuilding the temple. As Liu Jingchen spread a blueprint before me, he suggested that we construct a Liu family ancestral hall directly on that land. I glanced at the plans hastily and shook my head, exclaiming, "Liu Jingchen, your ambition seems rather excessive. Do you have any idea how much land is required for the new Liu family ancestral hall according to your design? Let us set aside discussions of labor and material costs for the moment. Even the foundation itself necessitates encroaching upon several plots of neighboring farmland, which, I must emphasize, do not belong to me and cannot be appropriated at will. I intend to purchase those parcels and have already tasked Shuhe with engaging the local villagers. Liu Jingchen has thoroughly contemplated the matter. Rest assured, the villagers of Chunshui have their beliefs, and the reconstruction of the Liu family incense hall will undoubtedly benefit them, so they will not be excessively difficult. I am acutely aware of the villagers' profound reverence for the Incense Lady Temple, and should fair compensation be offered, I am confident they would acquiesce. However, the crux of the issue lies within the realm of compensation. I retrieved my phone and opened a calculator, running the numbers with Liu Jingchen. See here, according to the National Land Compensation Standards, we are obliged to compensate the villagers for the land seized. Where do you expect me to source such funds? Do not concern yourself with financial matters. I have my ways, Liu Jingchen replied with an air of certainty. You need only focus on this map and let me know if there is anything that does not meet your approval where you wish to reside, your preferences for architectural style, and so forth. The rest will be managed entirely by me. I regarded him with suspicion and inquired, but where will all this money come from? I was aware that some remuneration had indeed been received during the recent undertakings. Yet such sums were but a drop in the ocean for the construction of the Liu family incense hall. Our focus was also on the merits accumulated after fulfilling the requests outlined in the invitations. Liu Jingchen chuckled, as the illustrious Snake Lord, having lived for over 1,000 years, do you truly believe I could be so impoverished as to lack the means to erect a mere incense hall? Oh, over a millennium. How could I have forgotten this? Not only has he lived for over 1,000 years, but both his paternal and maternal lineages possess significant influence. Despite the passage of dynasties and the continual evolution of currency, hard assets remain unchanged. In fact, some treasures only appreciate in value over time. With that in mind, I find myself utterly unconcerned about financial matters. I lowered my gaze to meticulously study the map before me. According to the blueprint, the entire Liu family's incense hall is primarily divided into a main hall and 4 subsidiary halls, each functioning as an independent entity. Consequently, each of the 4 halls necessitates a hall master, whose subordinates are further segmented into various departments. By this calculation, how many individuals must we recruit? The crux of the matter is that the threshold for entry into the Liu family's Incense Hall is quite high. Ordinary folk cannot gain access. This brings to mind Liu Luoyuan. From the recent battle in Qinshui village, it is evident that the factions under Liu Luoyuan's command are no less formidable than the scale Liu Jingchen intends to recruit. During Liu Jingchen's century-long imprisonment, Liu Luoyuan has undoubtedly cultivated his own power, implying that he should be more seasoned and formidable now. I harbored no objections regarding Liu Jingchen's arrangements. Setting the map aside, I inquired with concern, is the bronze coffin still in its original position? The seal upon the coffin has been broken. Does that require me? I hesitated, intending to ask whether I should redraw the seal upon the coffin. Yet, I soon realized that the seals I can create differ from those originally inscribed upon the bronze coffin. After all that has transpired, we can ascertain that the seal utilized by Liu Xiang to contain the bronze coffin was not intended to imprison Liu Jingchen. No need for concern, Liu Jingchen succinctly replied. The bronze coffin remains in its original position. I have secured it properly, and there is nothing to worry about. Is it truly secured? I inquired. With just a few of us, everyone is preoccupied with my grandmother's burial. Who will watch over and protect the bronze coffin? This question soon found its answer. Liu Shuhe informed me that Liu Jingchen's maternal clan, having heard of the attack on the bronze coffin, dispatched a team to assist. The leader, known as Liu Dali, brought with him 12 guards, all of whom have taken residence in Qinshui village. With their presence, not even a fly could dare to enter the village uninvited. Liu Dali? The name conjured an image in my mind. Would he resemble that red-haired brute who guarded Liu Luoyuan? Yet, when I finally laid eyes on Liu Dali, I was taken aback. Standing at 1.74 meters and weighing 110 pounds, he donned a faded gray robe that appeared almost white from wear. From a distance, he resembled a slender bamboo stalk. He stood guard amidst the ruins of the Xiangyang temple, yet I did not see his 12 guards accompanying him. Could such a frail figure truly guard the bronze coffin? Noticing my silent scrutiny of Liu Dali, Liu Shuhe leaned in and whispered, "Do not be deceived by his slight frame. He is remarkably strong, capable of delivering a punch that could fell a cow." Really? I gasped in astonishment. A calf, perhaps? Liu Shuhe cast a sharp glance at me and admonished, "Liu Dali has quite a temper. Do not utter such words in his presence. If he erupts in anger, I cannot guarantee your safety." Umph. Does this individual truly possess such a temperament? Liu Shuhe serves as the right hand to Liu Jingchen, and any plans he devises are promptly relayed to her, making her the most appropriate person to consult. Liu Shuhe meticulously detailed the structure to me. Our dear family's incense hall consists of 4 branches: the exorcism hall, the gentle breeze hall, the pharmacology hall, and the law enforcement hall. The exorcism hall will be jointly managed by you and third brother, overseeing all matters of the incense hall. The head of the pharmacology hall is my brother, who specializes in various pharmacological and aromatic substances, providing us with essential support. I will oversee the law enforcement hall, as rules are paramount for order. As for the leadership of the Gentle Breeze Hall, it has yet to be decided, primarily responsible for absorbing external forces for our benefit. The term gentle breeze is also known in folklore as the Yin spirit or guide, suggesting a connection to the ethereal realm, which is essential for our dealings between the realms of Yin and Yang. Therefore, the choice of who leads the Gentle Breeze Hall is of utmost importance. I was immediately reminded of someone and proposed. It said that Elder Chai wishes to join the Incense Hall. The Sun family's coffin shop has always been in the business of the deceased. Should he not also belong to the Gentle Breeze Hall? Regarding Elder Chai's inclusion, third brother has yet to reach a conclusion. Liu Shuhe responded, Elder Chai is aging, with no descendants or disciples to carry on his legacy, and the inheritance of the Sun family's coffin shop poses significant challenges. Furthermore, the Sun family bears an excessive burden of karmic debt. Inviting Elder Chai into our ranks may lead to unforeseen complications. The threshold of the Sun family's coffin shop is exceedingly high, and the coffins sold years ago bear the distinctive mark of the Sun family, much like that small coffin made of red pine. Decades have passed, yet we still carry the red pine coffin when we seek out Elder Chai, as others inevitably do as well. Elder Chai has evaded capture for many years, but now he has hung the sign of the Sun family's coffin shop. With determination, it is only a matter of time before he is found. Although our Yinxiang Hall is eager to recruit new members, we are not inclined to accept just anyone. It appears that Elder Chai's aspiration to join Yinxiang Hall is a formidable challenge. Since Liu Jingchen informed me of an impending reward, I have been filled with anticipation, envisioning how we might prepare for the arrival of the Yin officials. However, I never imagined that the reward would manifest in a dream. That night, as I drifted into slumber, I found myself standing amidst the ruins of the Xiangyang temple, with Liu Dali guarding my side, surrounded by an inky darkness. A sudden chill swept through the air, and at the far end of my vision, a dim light flickered to life. To my astonishment, a man clad in ancient official garb approached me, gliding rather than walking. He possessed a square face, with thick eyebrows that met in the middle, exuding an air of sternness. He halted before me and inquired, "Are you the steward of the Liu family's Inxiang Hall, Liu Jingchen?" I promptly responded, "Yes. I am Liu Jingchen. The Liu family has reopened the Incense Hall of Yin, issuing invitations and striving to alleviate the concerns of the populace while accumulating merit." He rambled on endlessly. At first, I listened with patience, but as I observed his lips moving incessantly, I found myself unable to absorb a single word. Suddenly, he elevated his voice, proclaiming, "The rewards are as follows." Instantly, my interest was piqued, and I eagerly gazed at him, hoping for a generous bounty. The underworld conferred upon Liu Jingchen, the steward of the Liu family's incense hall, a merit incense stick, various spices, and a travel permit. There was a multitude of assorted rewards, but what astonished me most were the merit incense and the travel permit. In my endeavor to save the serpent's bones, I had sacrificed all the merits contained within my merit umbrella, rendering it unusable. The arrival of the merit incense was thus fortuitous. With the travel permit in hand, I could traverse the realms of Yin and Yang, which hinted at the possibility of visiting the ever-bright little shop. I accepted the rewards from the Yin official one by one, and when he finished, he turned slightly, saying, "There is yet another reward." At that moment, I beheld Yunxi, cradling a plaque adorned with golden characters against a black background. The plaque bore the grand title, Liu Family Incense Hall. It appeared somewhat antiquated, leading me to ponder, could it be a legacy passed down from the ancestral Liu family's incense hall? This thought evoked memories of the plaque from the Sun family's coffin shop, which I had once admired for its heritage and the steadfast resilience of Elder Chai. Now, confronted with this plaque, I felt a surge of emotion welling up within me. This too was a testament to the Liu family's legacy. Yunxi, gently holding the plaque, greeted me. "Zhenzhen, it has been a long time. It has been quite a while since we last met." I stammered, Brother Hu, I never expected you to arrive." The nearby Yin official let out a cold snort and remarked, "Originally, he wouldn't have come at all. Someone persistently begged me for quite some time." The official named Zhao Qian immediately fell silent, making a gesture as if zipping his lips. Chapter 101. Old Flame Zhao Qian is a Yin official, dispatched to liaise with us, while Yunxi accompanied him due to a transaction involving a delicate pendant, which secured Zhao Qian's favor. Their bond appears to be exceptionally strong, suggesting that the pendant holds considerable value. Yunxi placed the plaque aside and addressed me, saying, "After the incident at the Liu family's Inxiang Hall, this plaque fell into the hands of the common folk. I happened to come across it and have kept it in my possession ever since. Now that you are planning to rebuild the Liu family's Inxiang Hall, I believe this plaque will prove useful." "Just happened to come across it?" Zhao Qian silently scoffed, for the plaque was initially destined to be chopped up for firewood. It remains a mystery who paid a handsome sum to acquire it from the villagers, treating it as a treasure and hiding it in the Changming shop for a century. "Zhao Qian." Yunxi shot Zhao Qian a fierce glare. Zhao Qian waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, saying, all right, I shall wait outside. Speak quickly, do not waste time." Once Zhao Qian exited, Yunxi awkwardly scratched his head and reassured me, "Zhenzhen, do not heed his nonsense. There is nothing to worry about." How could my heart not understand the gravity of the situation? Sincerely, I expressed my gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Hu." Yunxi raised his hand, seemingly intending to stroke my hair, but as his hand hovered in the air, he ultimately let it fall. He said, "From today onward, the business dealings between the Liu family's Inxiang Hall and the Netherworld shall resume. You hold the pass, granting you the freedom to traverse the realms of Yin and Yang on the 1st and 15th of each month. Should you wish to see me, you may visit the Changming shop at the boundary of the two worlds." I nodded earnestly. "I will certainly visit the Changming shop. You are always welcome." Yunxi replied with a warm smile, his gaze imbued with a complex array of emotions. His eyes often led me to believe he was peering through me, gazing at another. He must be longing for Lu Xiang, I thought. I could distinctly discern the differences in the affections that Liu Luoyuan, who Yunxi, and Liu Jingchen held for Liu Xiang and me. Liu Luoyuan has always been clear in his eyes. Liu Xiang is Liu Xiang, his deceased wife and the mother of his child. Yet she has been gone for many years. Regardless of who I am, I can never be Liu Xiang again. Hu Yunxi harbors profound feelings for Liu Xiang, seemingly ensnared by the emotions of the past, having done countless things for her. My existence, to him, is more a legacy of Liu Xiang than anything else. As for Liu Jingchen, he may be the most lucid, yet paradoxically the most ensnared. In his eyes, I am the reincarnation of Liu Xiang. He loves both the Liu Xiang of the past and the present Liu Jingchen. Love? Does Liu Jingchen truly love me? I was abruptly awakened from my slumber, bewildered as I surveyed my surroundings, only to find that the items bestowed upon me in my dream by Zhao Qian were indeed present, including the plaque. I was uncertain when Hu Yunxi and Zhao Qian had departed. Outside, the lights were ablaze. What were they all doing at such a late hour instead of resting? I rose from my bed, donned my coat, and stepped outside to discover everyone in the courtyard, exchanging wide-eyed glances, none of them asleep. Liu Shuhe was the first to rush over, inquiring, "Zhenzhen, how is it? Did the Yin official truly come to bestow rewards?" I nodded and replied, "Yes. I dreamt of the Yin official's rewards, and upon waking, all that was granted in the dream remains." Indeed, my third brother's words were not in vain. Liu Shuhe expressed her confusion, remarking, "How peculiar. Previously, the bestowals were always conducted directly in the Yinxiang Hall. This time, however, it occurred in a dream, which certainly spares us a great deal of trouble. Otherwise, we would have been occupied all day long." Was it the case that former bestowals had never taken place in dreams? At that moment, Liu Jingchen spoke up. "All right, it is getting late. Everyone should rest." Upon returning to my room, he first examined the items received, scrutinizing the travel permit closely before glancing at the plaque leaning against the wall, scoffing softly. I frowned immediately, questioning, "What is your reaction? Are you dissatisfied with these rewards?" "The rewards are quite ordinary," Liu Jingchen replied, "but this plaque." He raised an eyebrow and continued, "I mentioned that the Yin official suddenly informed us of the need to bestow rewards in a dream. It seems someone wishes to leverage the Yin official's influence to reconnect with an old acquaintance. Thus, the notion of bestowing rewards in a dream originated from Hu Yunxi. In my dreams, was I not also standing amidst that desolate ruin, receiving accolades? I had nothing to say, so why the fervor?" Liu Jingchen remarked nonchalantly, "Rest assured, the Liu family's incense hall will soon commence construction. At the next awarding ceremony, it shall undoubtedly take place in our incense hall." The following morning, while I was still in slumber, Liu Shuhe abruptly yanked me from my bed. Rubbing my bleary eyes, I grumbled, "Why are you waking me so early? Do you not know that pregnant women tend to be drowsy?" "Of course I know," Liu Shuhe replied eagerly, assisting me in putting on my garments. "Did third brother not inform you? Today marks the commencement of the Liu family's incense hall reconstruction. As the heir to the Liu family's incense hall, you are required to attend the incense offering ceremony today." Ink offering? I am well aware of the customs, but no one informed me that today was the day of commencement. It was then that I noticed Liu Shuhe had dressed me in a traditional long shirt, adorned with intricate incense patterns embroidered on the collar, cuffs, and hem, complemented by a pair of matching embroidered shoes. She even skillfully styled my hair, rendering me particularly dignified. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the attire was new, with the incense patterns meticulously stitched, a craftsmanship that is quite valuable in contemporary times. Just as I was admiring the details, Liu Shuhe adorned me with a set of silver jewelry, an ornate silver collar, silver earrings, and silver bangles, each piece exuding an ancient and weighty charm, seemingly relics from a bygone era. Unable to contain my curiosity any longer, I inquired, "Where did you acquire this attire? And what of these silver ornaments? He has silently calculated so much for me." Chapter 102. 15. The so-called ritual offering of incense involves paying homage to the incense goddess and the earth god before breaking ground on the site of the incense goddess temple, seeking their blessings for the smooth progress of the Liu family's Yinxiang Hall. The commencement of construction indicates that the land previously occupied by the villagers has already been duly negotiated. In just a few days, Liu Jingchen has managed to accomplish all of this. I wonder how much he has spent to secure these agreements. After I prepared myself, I turned to Liu Shuhe and inquired, "Shuhe, how much did your third brother pay for the land?" 5 acres, perhaps around 100,000, Liu Shuhe replied nonchalantly. The land in the village is inexpensive, and upon learning that the land was being used for the reconstruction of the Liu family's Inxiang Hall, the villagers were quite supportive. The residents of Chunshui village have always held a deep-seated faith in the Incense Goddess Temple and the Inxiang Hall, which is beyond dispute. When we arrived at the Incense Goddess Temple, I saw that what was once a desolate ruin had been leveled to the ground. Numerous workers and machinery were already on site. Liu Jingchen was dressed in an elegant black ceremonial robe, adorned with a jade crown resembling a soaring serpent, exuding an air of grandeur. Had I not been wearing this incense-patterned long gown and standing beside him, I would have felt rather insignificant. The auspicious hour had arrived. Firecrackers were set off, and Liu Jingchen and I proceeded to offer incense. Once the ritual was completed, the excavator roared to life, digging the first scoop of the foundation for the Liu family's Inxiang Hall. The subsequent tasks were entrusted to the construction team, with Liu Dali and the others overseeing to ensure that no mishaps would occur. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for time to unfold. In the following 2 days, Liu Jingchen accompanied me outdoors. He took me to the town hospital to establish a medical file and, incidentally, to undergo an ultrasound. The two little ones had grown a bit more, behaving quite well within my womb. This was Liu Jingchen's first encounter with the two tiny beings through the machine. When he received the report, he gazed at the two shadowy forms for quite some time, leaving me uncertain of his thoughts. As a first-time father, he must have felt a surge of excitement, I presumed. After completing the paperwork, we proceeded to Tongxintang. Feng Daji had been recuperating these past few days, and his leg wound had healed. Among the villagers afflicted by the plague, only 2 of the most severely affected remained, yet the poison had been dispelled, alleviating much of the concern. Upon seeing us, Feng Daji immediately approached with enthusiasm, eagerly stating, "Master Liu, I've heard that we are to reconstruct the Liu family incense hall in Chengshui village, divided into 4 sections. Elder Chai wishes to remain under your guidance. What do you think of my situation?" Liu Jingchen cast him a glance and inquired, "Have you managed the tasks I assigned you?" Feng Daji was momentarily taken aback, finding the question rather unexpected. Was it about reselling antiques? Or perhaps retrieving a vehicle? My gaze fell upon the impressive off-road vehicle outside, filled with questions. Was that Liu Jingchen's? Liu Jingchen surveyed the vehicle, clearly pleased. This car suits Shuhe's temperament perfectly, grand and flamboyant, yet remarkably durable. Feng Daji, ever obsequious, trailed behind Liu Jingchen. Returning to the earlier matter, Master, as you know, our incense hall deals with both yin and yang affairs. With the Tongxintang channel at your disposal, would it not be most fitting? Liu Jingchen remained silent, while Feng Daji turned to me with a conciliatory demeanor. Dear maiden, after our time spent together, we have developed a bond akin to that of life and death. Do you think there is a possibility for my entry into the Inxiang Hall? Emotionally, I had long regarded Feng Daji as one of my own. However, matters of recruitment are not solely at my discretion. Otherwise, old Chai would have already been a member of the Inxiang Hall. I subtly gestured to Liu Jingchen, hoping he would offer Feng Daji some reassurance. Liu Jingchen then remarked, "Your Feng family is prosperous, and the Tongxin Hall's business is flourishing. Our humble Inxiang Hall might not." Feng Daji interjected excitedly, "Not humble at all. It's just right." Upon seeing the off-road vehicle, Liu Shuhe's eyes sparkled with delight. Without hesitation, she climbed into the car and took it for a spin. When she finally stepped out, disbelief etched across her face. She asked, "Third brother, is this car truly a gift for me?" Liu Jingchen nodded. I found myself puzzled. If Liu Jingchen could procure antiques to be sold through Feng Daji, why was Liu Shuhe not able to do the same? After all, the siblings had lived for centuries and should have accumulated some savings over the years. Later, I indeed discussed this matter with Liu Shuhe, who, in a fit of anger, stomped her foot. "It's all because of my spendthrift brother. Whenever I possess anything of value, he takes it to trade for medicinal herbs. Otherwise, do you think the miraculous potions in his possession just appeared from thin air?" So that was the reason. Liu Shuhe recounted that over a century ago, when they worked alongside Liu Jingchen, they indeed managed to amass a modest fortune. However, during the century that Liu Jingchen was sealed away, that meager savings had long been squandered. Liu Shuhe assured me with a pat on his chest, "Zhenzhen, fret not. Marrying my third brother, he shall not treat you poorly. Even if he possesses no wealth of his own, the inheritance from his mother shall suffice to sustain you for several centuries." After Liu Jingchen completed the preparations for the opening of the Liu family's incense hall, he prepared to enter seclusion, for he had sustained considerable injuries previously. On the eve of his retreat, I lit the merit incense bestowed by the Yin officials. Only after Liu Jingchen confirmed that I could once again wield the merit umbrella did he finally relax. My grandmother would prepare a reunion feast in our small courtyard. After we dined together, she would present mooncakes, lotus root, and water chestnuts to honor the moon, while I remained by her side, engaging in conversation. The 15th day of the 8th month marked the first full moon after I obtained the travel permit. Should I venture to the boundary between the realms of Yin and Yang? Should I seek an audience with Yunxi? Moreover, how could I even locate this boundary? If Liu Jingchen discovered my clandestine meeting with Yunxi, would he be angered? Yet, I had an abundance of questions I yearned to pose to Yunxi. Chapter 103. Parallel space. To my surprise, just as I found myself in a state of indecision, Liu Shuhe came to seek me out. Liu Shuhe handed me a meticulously prepared list, saying, "This was arranged by third brother before he entered seclusion. After the transfer of power in the realm of Yin Yang, our Yinxiang Hall will soon open its doors to both worlds. Although the establishment will take a few months to complete, we must commence our operations. These are the items you need to procure by the 15th of August." I quickly scanned the list, noting that many items were not commonly encountered, such as the Yinfang Jia. The so-called Yinfang Jia consists of nails taken from souls condemned to the 18th layer of hell. Such items are inaccessible to the living. They can only be acquired by Yin officials who, through their magical powers, seal these nails before they can be brought to the mortal realm by individuals like myself. Though the Yinfang Jia may sound ominous, it is, in truth, an essential ingredient in the incense of the Liu family. Known for its ability to dispel malevolence and avert misfortune. Particularly, it is effective against long-standing afflictions that form a stubborn attachment to the body, resistant even to the blade. Yet, a single stick of this incense can eradicate such ailments. The Yinfang Jia is not a tangible object. It remains sealed until needed, revealing only a wisp of vapor when opened. Liu Jingchen included this item on the list because Feng Daji mentioned a few days ago that several villagers suffering from severe rodent misfortune had developed these persistent afflictions and required the incense to remove them. Holding the list, I still found it hard to believe and asked once more, "Do these items need to be purchased from the Changming shop? Are you certain Liu Jingchen wants me to go?" "Yes," third brother expressly told me, "and he even asked me to accompany you." Liu Shuhe remarked that such items may not necessarily be available at the Changming shop, as the boundary between the realms of Yin and Yang is quite vibrant. Once you venture there, you shall understand. However, the crossing into the realm of Yin and Yang is not something one can simply wish to do. I currently possess two passes. One, left by Liu Xiang, bears the insignia of the Yin-Yang office, while the other, given to me by Zhao Qian, is inscribed with the characters Fengdu. The Yin-Yang office is subordinate to the city god, thus that particular pass will only allow me access to the city god temple at the boundary, but it cannot grant entry into the underworld. Conversely, the pass bestowed by Zhao Qian permits such entry. The bearer of a pass may only accompany one assistant across the realms of Yin and Yang, so on this journey, it shall be just Liu Shuhe and myself. In the ensuing 2 days, I became increasingly occupied, meticulously reviewing the list and gathering the necessary items. This opportunity was too precious to squander, and I feared overlooking something important. On the night of August 14th, Liu Shuhe and I departed from my home together. She drove her brand new SUV as we headed westward. Seated in the passenger seat, I gazed ahead, and the further we traveled, the more my brow furrowed. Born in Shinshui village, I had a fair understanding of the surrounding terrain. According to my previous knowledge, this area should be characterized by layers upon layers of mountains. Yet this night, Liu Shuhe navigated the SUV smoothly, without a hint of turbulence, and after over half an hour of travel, a vast expanse of water materialized ahead. The river appeared dark, devoid of wind, yet the surface was adorned with ripples that danced in layers. From whence did this water originate? Liu Shuhe discerned my confusion and elucidated, "Zhenzhen. Given your extensive reading, you must be familiar with the concept of parallel worlds, correct?" The notion of parallel worlds immediately transported my thoughts back to the time when Yunxi first approached me. I could always perceive his presence. Yet I was unable to make contact, for he existed within an entirely different parallel realm. This very place serves as the entrance to the boundary between the realms of Yin and Yang, a realm that alternates in parallel with our own. Only on the 1st and 15th days of each month can those in possession of a passage token enter this scene before us. As Liu Shuhe spoke, Her eyes suddenly narrowed and she lowered her voice, cautioning, "Zhenzhen, when we disembark, be sure to safeguard the passage tokens. Do not allow them to be snatched away." I expressed my astonishment. Are there truly individuals who would steal passage tokens? "Indeed, there are," she replied, "and they are often ruthless criminals." Liu Shuha decelerated the vehicle and continued, "The boundary between Yin and Yang encompasses more than just the Changming shop. It also houses the city god temple, the Fengdu Tiandi Bank, execution grounds, and more. Here, one can encounter goods unattainable in the mortal realm, and at the Fengdu Tiandi Bank, one can even trade in lifespans. Anyone knowledgeable about the boundary between Yin and Yang would undoubtedly yearn for a visit. It is no wonder that one requires a passage token to traverse this realm." Once Liu Shuha found a suitable place to park, I handed both passage tokens to her. Liu Shuha, puzzled, inquired, "Why are you giving these to me?" Without hesitation, she accepted the tokens and secured them close. As I turned to exit the vehicle, Liu Shuha grasped my arm, insisting, "Hold on. We shall descend when the clock strikes midnight." I cast a glance at the water's edge in front of me, where not a soul could be seen. Could it be that this place holds only us tonight? Or perhaps there are others, concealed somewhere, lying in wait? I had intended to bring my phone. Yet Liu Shuha insisted that such devices are useless at the boundary between realms, prompting me to leave it at home. Now, I am unable to even check the time. I sat there in silent anticipation, to the point of nearly dozing off, when suddenly a woman clad in a sleek black leather outfit emerged by the riverbank. She sported a high ponytail, loosely braided, exuding an air of competence, and appeared to be around my age, her delicate features strikingly refined. After standing by the river for a brief moment, an elderly man leaning on a cane and carrying a bamboo basket approached her. They engaged in hushed conversation, and I observed as they each produced a permit for passage to show one another. Just as the girl was about to stow away her permit, a small imp sprang forth from the old man's basket, swiftly snatching the girl's permit away. Triumphant, the imp cackled gleefully, seemingly boasting to the old man, as it brandished the permit while darting back towards the bamboo basket. However, the girl remained unfazed. I scarcely noticed from where she drew a long whip. Without even shifting her stance, she flicked the whip, slicing through the air with fervor, aimed directly at the imp's back. The moment the whip struck the imp's back as it neared the edge of the basket, the creature emitted a shrill cry, revealing a gruesome mark left by the lash. Overcome with pain, it loosened its grip, allowing the permit to tumble to the ground. A skeletal hand emerged from the depths of the earth, poised to grasp the passage permit. Unperturbed, the girl swiftly withdrew a yellow talisman from her pocket, deftly forming a hand sign and reciting an incantation. The talisman enveloped the passage permit and fell into the skeletal hand. Without the need for fire, the talisman ignited spontaneously, and a ghostly green flame engulfed the skeletal hand. I could only hear a piercing scream echoing from beneath the ground as the skeletal hand was reduced to a pile of ash. Chapter 104. The ever-bright small shop. As the skeletal hand was incinerated, the girl's long whip sliced through the air, striking repeatedly towards the old man. He, burdened with a bamboo basket from which little ghostly heads peeked out, scrambled in panic, abandoning even his cane. Liu Shuha marveled. This young lady possesses remarkable skills. I envied her, recognizing that without exceptional talent, one would not dare to stand by the riverbank, carelessly displaying a passage permit to strangers. The Tang family of Kyoto, renowned as the foremost lineage in geomancy, was led by Tang Chuanfeng, a rare being born of Buddhist relics. Though Zhangcheng is quite distant from Kyoto, it exists in a parallel realm where each has its corresponding entry point. Thus, we are bound to encounter individuals from all corners of the world here. I had thought I would never cross paths with a member of the Tang family in my lifetime. At that moment, people began to approach the riverbank, some alone, others in small groups. Suddenly, a boat appeared on the distant water, slowly making its way toward the shore. Liu Shuha immediately exclaimed, "The rescue boat has arrived. Zhenzhen, disembark." I leapt from the vehicle, and Liu Shuha guided me to the riverbank. As the vessel approached, I discerned that it was a double-decker pleasure boat, modest in size, accommodating around 10 to 12 passengers. One by one, everyone boarded the boat, and both Liu Shuha and I, intending to engage in conversation with the girl, silently followed in her wake, settling into seats near the bow. There was neither a boatman nor oars. Once all were aboard, the vessel effortlessly parted the waters and glided forward. The girl sat at the front, her large, glistening eyes fixed intently ahead. A tranquil silence enveloped the group. and Liu Shuha and I dared not initiate idle chatter, instead huddling together, awaiting developments. In total, 9 individuals embarked on this journey. Apart from Liu Shuha, the girl, and myself, the remaining 6 were divided into 2 groups. One comprised of 2 individuals who appeared to be father and son, while the other consisted of 4 men, likely business partners. The boat progressed slowly, and after traversing approximately 500 or 600 meters, a cavern suddenly loomed ahead. In the dead of night, the dim light was further obscured by the cave, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Curiously, I had not noticed any mountains while on the shore earlier. I felt Liu Shuha tighten her grip on my hand, prompting me to lean closer to her. In such circumstances, our proximity provided a sense of security. Fortunately, the cave was not lengthy, and light soon streamed in again, revealing that all 9 aboard were unharmed. Once we emerged from the cave, an air of relaxation seemed to settle over the group. Among the business cohort, a man, appearing to be in his 40s, suddenly spoke. "Miss Tang, it has been a long time." The girl at the bow turned her gaze towards him and politely replied, "Hello, Uncle Wei." Wei Shu immediately broke into a smile, remarking, "Miss Tang, as the legitimate granddaughter of Elder Tang, has truly become a remarkable individual capable of standing on her own. Such youthful promise." Miss Tang replied with a hint of indifference, "You flatter me, Uncle Wei." I observed that Miss Tang possessed a remarkable sense of propriety and an air of distance. It was evident that while Uncle Wei sought to draw closer, she preferred to keep their interaction at a minimum. Yet, the inherent nature of a businessman cannot be easily deterred by mere distance. Accordingly, Uncle Wei pressed on, "Miss Tang, your solitary venture into the realm between yin and yang, might there be some trade involved? I am quite familiar with this area and can guide you." "That is unnecessary," Miss Tang retorted decisively. "I am equally familiar with this place." Her words carried an edge of offense. Instantly, her expression soured, and she coldly remarked, "I fear, Mr. Wei, that our family's goods may be beyond your capacity to handle." The shift from Uncle Wei to Mr. Wei created a chasm of distance between them. Miss Tang's proud demeanor, which kept others at bay, was something that both Liu Shuha and I admired greatly. Liu Shuha, in particular, relished interactions with those of strong character. Uncle Wei, taken aback, wore a strained smile and fell silent. The atmosphere within the painted boat grew quiet once more. Miss Tang remained seated at the bow, her gaze fixed ahead, the gentle breeze tousling her hair, lending her an air of fierce elegance. After approximately 10 minutes, Liu Shuha leaned close and whispered in my ear, "We are almost there. Zhenzhen, prepare to disembark." As she spoke, the boat had already reached the shore. On the shore stood a stone tablet, inscribed with characters resembling cryptic symbols. Yet, I recognized it instantly, the boundary of yin and yang. Crossing the tablet, we stepped onto the land where the realms intertwine. After only a few paces, an archway emerged before us, bearing the inscription of the yin-yang junction. Passing beneath the arch, we ventured forward into a fog-laden expanse where visibility was severely limited. As we traversed that veil of white mist, the scene before us suddenly became breathtakingly clear. I gazed in awe, exclaiming, "Is this truly the boundary of yin and yang? How vibrant it is!" Previously, I had heard tales of its bustling nature, a convergence of beings from all corners of the world and the myriad realms. Not solely humans and spirits. Some came to trade precious treasures, others sought to extend their lives, and like me, some merely came to procure goods. Everywhere I looked, there were azure bricks and crimson tiles, intricately carved dragons and painted beams. All the structures exuded an ancient charm. The cobbled streets teemed with a myriad of fantastical beings. In the distance, the most prominent shops of the yin-yang junction were discernible: Fengdu Heavenly Bank, Medicine Fragrance Pavilion, Fortune and Prosperity Hall, and the Everbright Store. The Everbright Store was indeed quite grand, situated in the southeastern corner. Its facade adorned with an array of lanterns that illuminated the entire establishment on this night. I tugged at Liu Shuha, for our primary purpose for this visit was to procure goods, and our first destination was the Everbright Store. Navigating through the bustling street, we made our way towards the store, squeezing past the throngs of people, while shopkeepers on either side called out to entice customers. As Liu Shuha pulled me into the Changming shop, our eyes immediately fell upon Miss Tang. In Chapter 105, A Tangled Web of Affections, it appeared that Miss Tang was embroiled in a dispute with the shopkeeper. Her delicate visage flushed with indignation, exuding an air of charming petulance. She slammed her hand against the counter and demanded assertively, Where is Hu Yunxi? Bring him out to see me. The shopkeeper, immediately donning a conciliatory smile, replied, I apologize, Miss Tang, but our esteemed fox immortal is currently preoccupied with a distinguished guest and cannot be disturbed. If you have items to purchase or sell, I would be more than happy to facilitate the transaction, as we share a long-standing rapport and the pricing can be negotiated. Distinguished guest? Is there anyone more esteemed in the realms of Yin and Yang than our Tang family? Miss Tang persisted. Just tell him that I have brought the everlasting lantern. He will surely come out to meet me. I instinctively murmured, everlasting lantern? This evoked memories of the countless everlasting lanterns along the road to the underworld. I had initially presumed these lanterns to be mere ordinary fixtures purchased from a shop, but it was now evident that I had underestimated their significance. Clearly, they were procured by Hu Yunxi through various channels, far from being commonplace items. Furthermore, it seemed that Miss Tang was no stranger to bringing everlasting lanterns for trade with Hu Yunxi. Upon hearing my words, Miss Tang turned to regard me, her lovely brow furrowing, yet she refrained from engaging in conversation. I have no intention of provoking this young lady. Before our arrival, Lu Shu he had cautioned us that the hours of access to the boundary between the realms of Yin and Yang were from midnight to 3 in the morning, leaving us with less than 3 hours to procure what we needed. Time was of the essence, and it was best to avoid entanglements with unrelated individuals and matters. I stepped forward and addressed the attendant. Greetings, I am Liu Jingchen, and I wish to meet. Before I could finish my sentence, the door to the inner chamber was abruptly pushed open, and Hu Yunxi emerged, greeting me with a smile. I didn't expect you to actually come. Brother Hu, I began, but he was evading me. Miss Tang suddenly positioned herself between us, pointing an accusing finger at me. Hu Yunxi, who is she? Is she the esteemed guest you have been awaiting today? Hu Yunxi nodded. Indeed, Zhenzhen is my esteemed guest. I have been waiting for her for a very long time. She is your esteemed guest. Am I not one as well? Miss Tang protested, her tone a blend of defiance and grievance. Over the years, I have leveraged countless connections to gather the everlasting lantern you desired. Hu Yunxi, do you not comprehend the sincerity of my intentions towards you? Lu Shu he had been leaning against the door with her arms crossed, and upon hearing this, she raised an eyebrow at me, her expression one of amusement, as if anticipating the unfolding drama. I was aware that Lu Shu he harbored grievances against Hu Yunxi. After all, he had played a significant role in the incident involving Liu Jingchen. However, with the passage of time, Liu Jingchen had moved on, and Lu Shu he too could not voice her discontent. Yet, she was undeniably intrigued by Hu Yunxi's gossip, her curiosity piqued, and her face alight with schadenfreude. The owner of the Changming shop versus the esteemed granddaughter of the foremost feng shui family. I believe they made quite a fitting pair. However, I was unprepared for the reality that while the falling flowers may have affection, the flowing water remains indifferent. Hu Yunxi remarked coolly. Miss Tang may have misunderstood something. I believed our interactions over the past few years were merely business-related, nothing more. Miss Tang was taken aback. Incredulity etched on her face as she asked, in your heart, am I truly just your business partner? Hu Yunxi responded with unwavering decisiveness. Yes, merely a business partner. If I have inadvertently led you to believe otherwise, I hope you can forgive me. A flush of red and white swept across Miss Tang's face. In her early 20s and born into such a distinguished family, she was a proud peacock, unable to bear such a blatant rejection from the one she admired. I anticipated her to erupt in anger or perhaps even cause a scene at the Changming shop. However, unexpectedly, she pointed at me and asked, what about her? Do you like her? I hastily interjected, Miss Tang, you misunderstand. I am already in a relationship. It was no jest. The other party was the cherished jewel of the foremost feng shui family in Kyoto. Engaging in rivalry with her would be tantamount to inviting my own troubles. Dealing with the Chow family was already burdensome enough. I had no desire to offend the Tang family without cause. Lu Shuhe promptly added, Zhenzhen is my third brother's woman, and she is expecting his child. Please do not misinterpret our relationships. Miss Tang cast a glance at my belly, her hostility towards me diminishing by half. She then turned to Hu Yunxi, only to find him gazing at me with a mix of helplessness and hurt. A former acquaintance? Miss Tang was utterly skeptical. She appeared to be no older than I, and how could she be considered an old acquaintance? Hu Yunxi, do not deceive me. It seems you are merely infatuated. Wake up. She is already with child. You have lost your chance. Then, she turned to me and said, from your demeanor, I can tell you are not the type to be easily swayed by fleeting attractions. Since you harbor no feelings for him, it would be wise to avoid provoking him further. I shall leave you my phone number. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me directly. And refrain from lingering in front of him, for it harms both him and yourself. With a flourish, she produced a seemingly antiquated lantern and tossed it to Yunxi, exclaiming, "Here, take this." She then spun on her heel and dashed out. Feeling awkward, I gestured towards the door and asked, "Brother Hu, do you not wish to chase after her and clarify matters?" "No need," Yunxi replied, stowing away the lantern. "Zhenzhen, your visit is precious. Let us speak inside. I shall procure some other items then. I will return shortly to fetch you," Lu Shuhe cautioned, adding not to linger too long lest we run into complications. I acknowledged her words, and she exited. I followed Yunxi into a small chamber, furnished with a square table and a bookshelf lined with numerous volumes against the wall. Once seated, Yunxi poured me a cup of tea. Accepting the teacup, I could not refrain from inquiring, "Brother Hu, have you been acquiring those lanterns over the years for my sake?" Although I was uncertain of their significance to me, I sensed they held considerable importance. Yunxi gazed into my eyes, his mesmerizing peach blossom eyes revealing a tapestry of intricate emotions, leaving me bewildered and unable to fathom their depths. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, "Zhenzhen, does Liu Jingchen treat you well? Do you harbor feelings for him?" I found myself introspectively questioning, does Liu Jingchen indeed treat me well? Undoubtedly, he does. Although I initially held reservations and biases against him, it was only after enduring numerous experiences that I truly recognized the absence of malice in Liu Jingchen's intentions. He saved and protected me during my direst moments. An undeniable truth. However, when it comes to whether I hold affection for Liu Jingchen, I genuinely do not know. Chapter 106. Blood Brothers. I comprehend that Yunxi's inquiry about liking pertains to the romantic affection between men and women, a sentiment rooted in love. From the very onset of my relationship with Liu Jingchen, I found myself in a passive role. I passively became his partner, engaged in a relationship, and bore his child. Initially filled with trepidation towards him, I have gradually developed a sense of trust, yet throughout this journey, I seem to have never genuinely confronted my feelings for him. I sat there, pondering for an extended period, yet I could not arrive at a definitive answer. Yunxi, sensing my turmoil, spoke earnestly, "Zhenzhen, in this new life, do not subject yourself to further distress. If one day you gain clarity regarding your heart and ascertain that you do not possess feelings for him, you may confide in me, and I shall assist you." I am deeply grateful for Yunxi's numerous acts of kindness towards me. In my heart, I have long regarded him as an elder brother, yet I am also plagued by my own uncertainties. "Brother Hu, what compels you to assist me so selflessly? This is what I owe you." Yunxi's eyes were filled with anguish. "I once swore to the heavens that if there came a day when you could be reborn, I would repay you tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. If only I had been able to sense your reincarnation sooner. I would have ensured your protection by my side from the very beginning, preventing you from becoming entangled in the conflicts between those brothers. Alas, I was ultimately a step too late." "Those brothers?" A shiver ran through my heart as I inquired. "So Liu Luoyuan and Liu Jingchen are truly brothers? Are they blood brothers, or merely close kin?" Yunxi hesitated for a moment before replying. "They are indeed blood brothers, yet they have never been on good terms." "Is it because of Liu Xiang?" I pressed further. "Liu Xiang loves Liu Luoyuan, and they have a child together, do they not?" Yunxi shook his head, affirmatively stating, "No, Zhenzhen, you are mistaken. Liu Xiang has always loved Liu Jingchen." I could hardly believe my ears. But if Liu Xiang truly loves Liu Jingchen, then why did she submit herself to Liu Luoyuan? Was it not Liu Jingchen who was wronged by Liu Xiang, leading to his dire fate of being skinned alive? "There are many things I do not comprehend either," Yunxi confessed. "Since my earliest memories, I have lived in the Changming shop. The keeper of the Changming shop is not allowed to freely traverse the boundary between yin and yang. So many events of that time were relayed to me by Liu Xiang. In the throes of youthful infatuation, the secrets of those emotions are not easily divulged. The headless infant is indeed the child of Liu Xiang and Liu Luoyuan. The child was a Buddha bone fetus, yet before it could even enter the world, it was forcibly removed by Liu Xiang, who sealed it with her self-created binding talisman. Even if she ultimately succeeded in the removal, she undoubtedly paid a harrowing price. Previously, Liu Weixin had used dispersing fragrant incense to eliminate the rootless fetus within He Lian's womb. I too had contemplated trying the dispersing fragrant incense. However, They informed me that this incense might be ineffective against a Buddha bone fetus, and even if it were effective, it would incur karmic retribution. This was also the reason why Liu Jingchen forbade me from using the fragrant incense. Thus, I wonder if Liu Xiang employed dispersing fragrant incense, or perhaps a more tyrannical incense to remove that Buddha bone fetus. Did she also perish due to the backlash of karmic retribution? My purpose in seeking Yunxi this time is to inquire about the events that transpired concerning Liu Xiang. It seems he may not possess as much knowledge as I had anticipated. The occurrences of that time are likely known only to Liu Xiang and Liu Luoyuan. Even Liu Jingchen remained in the dark. Now, the relationship between Liu Jingchen and me has significantly improved. The two children I carry within me have been confirmed to not be snake fetuses and are likely, 80%, not Buddha bone fetuses either. If what I bear are merely two ordinary infants, I am determined to bring them into this world and raise them well. Matters of status and love hold no significance in my eyes. What truly matters to me are these two children, bound to me by blood. I desire them. Suddenly, I have come to realize that my agonizing fixation on the ephemeral past life holds no meaning. I am who I am. I am Liu Jingchen, not Liu Xiang, nor a mere substitute for anyone else. I have come into this world to live this life for myself. Faced with Yunxi's repeated confessions, I suddenly felt as if I were sitting on pins and needles. I could sense his unspeakable and fervent feelings for me. Yet I remained uncertain whether it was love or merely a sense of guilt from a past life. With a hint of trepidation, I shook my head. Who? Brother who? In my heart, I only regard you as an elder brother. Zhenzhen, do not fear me, Yunxi replied, his own anxiety apparent. I am not pressuring you. Let us move forward and take our time. Once you have seen everything clearly, grant me your final answer, will you? I quickly responded, it will be soon. With an apologetic nod towards Yunxi, I opened the door to the ear room and stepped outside. Liu Shuha was comparing the list with the shop assistant, as the remaining items were to be purchased from Changming's store. As we crossed the threshold of Changming's store, a sudden commotion erupted on the street. Those traversing the boundary between realms included not only individuals like myself, but also various spirits and entities from the myriad worlds. In an instant, they all converged at the entrance of Changming's store, rushing towards a singular direction. I heard someone shouting, "The punishment hall is about to try the prisoners. If we don't hurry, it will be too late." Rumor had it that among the prisoners being tried was a high-level cultivator. Perhaps this time, I might stumble upon a treasure. I felt a sense of foreboding, as the crowd ahead was too dense to penetrate. Perhaps fortune would smile upon me. Chapter 107. Are you feeling quite pleased with yourself now? Such criminals are publicly executed at the penal site, and without exception, they are reduced to ashes. The inner elixirs, spiritual essences, and the coveted artifacts they have cultivated throughout their lives, along with any remaining merits, will all fall away. Anything that drops at the penal site belongs to whoever picks it up. It may be utilized or sold at will. The higher the cultivation level of the criminal, the greater the quantity and quality of what they leave behind, which is why individuals operating at the juncture of yin and yang are drawn to the spectacle. Liu Shua, with a face full of curiosity, gestured with her chin towards the scene and inquired, "Zhenzhen, shall we go take a look? We don't expect to find anything, but I simply wish to broaden your horizons." I, too, was intrigued and expressed my desire to go. However, we arrived rather late. The area around the penal site was already teeming with people. We could only stand at the periphery, but fortunately, the execution platform was elevated, allowing us to clearly see the criminals bound to the execution frame. Today, 3 criminals were to be executed. 2 were vengeful spirits attempting to unlawfully cross into the realm of the dead, and the third, as I overheard from the surrounding discussions, was a high-ranking yin officer from the city god temple. He had been reported for accepting bribes on the earthly plane, unlawfully issuing transit permits, promoting his subordinates, forming factions, disturbing the temple's order, and even plotting to usurp the position of the city god himself. Crimes of the most heinous nature. No wonder everyone was so excited today. The execution of such a person would yield not only a plethora of items, but also of superior quality, and surely, he must possess a significant amount of merit as well. We stood at a considerable distance, both Liu Shuha and I having come merely to observe. Thus, when the 2 malevolent spirits met their demise and their inner cores fell, a frenzy ensued as everyone scrambled for them, while we merely watched from the sidelines. With so many individuals, a chaotic mix of various spirits and demons, a single misstep could prove fatal. To my astonishment, After the two spirits were reduced to ashes, a significant number of those gathered in front suddenly turned away, desperately trying to escape the execution site. Some remained, albeit attempting to distance themselves from the scene. I was perplexed. Wasn't it said that more treasures would descend from the Yin officials shortly? Why had 2/3 of the crowd retreated? Surely, to acquire valuable items. One must possess the fortune to enjoy them, mustn't one? Liu Luoyuan explained that those departing were primarily individuals of little or negligible cultivation, typically. When high-ranking Yin officials carry out executions, they employ heavenly tribulations, which inevitably affect the surrounding spectators. Remaining in proximity, they risk not only missing out on the treasures, but also enduring the repercussions of the heavenly tribulations, potentially meeting the same fate as the spirits. So that was the reason. I hastily urged Liu Luoyuan to step back. Let us retreat as well, to avoid being caught in the tribulations. In truth, given Liu Luoyuan's cultivation, there was little to fear, but my own apprehension was palpable. With my meager skills, aside from wielding a merit umbrella, I possessed little else to defend myself. At that moment, a dispute erupted beside us. The two individuals appeared reasonably skilled. One sought to press forward while the other wished to withdraw. Do you really believe those fellows at the front will find anything worthwhile today? With our cultivation, if we cannot feast on meat, surely we can at least savor the broth, cannot we? Coward, if you won't go, I shall. Off you go. Always rushing without a second thought. Are you not aware of who reported this shadowy official, leading to their capture? Who? I've heard it is the nine-tailed fox from the Changming shop, who has set their sights on the merits of this official. They are personally taking action. Will there still be broth for us to drink? Is that true? The nine-tailed fox clan has never meddled in the affairs of the city god temple, have they? Who knows? Perhaps they have suddenly developed an interest. Just wait and see. The two of them continued to murmur, while Liu Luoyuan and I exchanged bewildered glances. The nine-tailed fox from the Changming shop. Are they referring to Yunxi? That wretched fox has already cultivated 9 tails. I recall that over a century ago, he barely had 7. Perhaps it is not him. How could it be anyone else? I cannot think of another capable of such feats apart from that foul fox. As we conversed, we spotted Miss Tang standing beneath the large tree, glaring at me with evident hostility. I offered her a smile, but she shot me a piercing look, as if we bore some deep-seated grudge against one another. Just moments before, when she left the Changming shop, she had mentioned wanting to exchange phone numbers. Why this sudden animosity? Her demeanor has left me utterly perplexed. At that moment, a deep rumble of thunder echoed overhead, silencing the previously murmuring crowd. Following this, a crack of lightning struck down like a baby's arm, directly hitting the spectral official on the execution platform. A piercing cry of anguish reverberated throughout the punishment ground. Sharp yet fleeting. Once the lightning vanished, the spectral official had transformed into a wisp of black smoke, utterly dissipated into nothingness. A myriad of treasures were cast forth, including a crimson inner elixir, a translucent dark essence, and resplendent merits, alongside various spiritual artifacts, raining down like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. Those positioned at the forefront surged forward eagerly, yet before these treasures could touch the ground, they were swiftly seized by the spectral messengers on the execution platform. Liu Luoyuan, standing on her tiptoes, pointed towards the right side of the platform, exclaiming in excitement, tugging me to look in that direction. Following her gesture, I was astonished to see Yunxi holding a perpetual lamp. The lamp he bore was the very one Miss Tang had thrown to him earlier, which had been unlit at that time. However, now it radiated brilliantly, having absorbed all the merits expelled by the spectral officials. Strangely, the sight of the glowing lamp filled me with warmth, a gentle heat blossoming between my brows. As the execution concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. When I glanced back towards the platform, Yunxi had already vanished from sight. In the midst of this, Miss Tang had drawn forth her long whip, and instinctively, Liu Luoyuan shielded me, admonishing, "Miss Tang, what are you planning to do?" Miss Tang retorted angrily, "Step aside." Liu Luoyuan shielded me, preparing for a potential confrontation with Miss Tang at any moment. After a moment's contemplation, I gently pushed Liu Luoyuan aside and faced Miss Tang directly, inquiring, "Miss Tang, we are but strangers who have crossed paths. I believe I have wronged you in no way. Is there some misunderstanding between us?" "Misunderstanding?" Miss Tang scoffed, her voice laced with mockery. "Liu Jingchen, are you feeling quite pleased with yourself?" "Pleased? What could I possibly be pleased about?" I replied, utterly bewildered by her words. Miss Tang's demeanor appeared somewhat unhinged. She laughed in a manner that seemed to straddle the line between mirth and despair. In my relentless pursuit of his attention, I have spent the past few years gathering countless lanterns to present to him, only to be met with indifference. He has never taken advantage of my efforts. I once believed this to be a testament to his gentlemanly conduct. Little did I know, all of this was merely for the sake of another woman. I am nothing but a jest. Another woman? Could she be referring to me? Liu Shuha, with unwavering resolve, pulled me behind her and declared, Miss Tang, you must ascertain your own position. It is you who has unilaterally pursued that vile fox. He does not harbor feelings for you. Who can you blame for that? It is not my dear Zhenzhen who has intruded upon your affections. If you seek someone to vent your frustrations upon, direct them towards that insufferable fox. My Zhenzhen is entirely innocent. Do you understand? Liu Shuha's words struck a nerve with Miss Tang, whose large eyes brimmed with tears, and in a fit of rage, she lashed out with the whip she held. The whip struck a nearby tree, peeling away a layer of bark. She turned her back, her shoulders trembling, and we stood there in silence, at a loss for words. At that moment, a deep, resonant chime echoed through the air at the boundary between the realms, tolling 3 times. It served as a reminder that the portal to the other side was about to close, signaling that it was time for everyone to depart. Liu Shuha immediately took my hand and rushed in the direction we had come from, swiftly locating the boat that had brought us here. Once aboard, others followed suit. Yet Miss Tang was conspicuously absent. A wave of concern washed over me as I remarked, the boat is about to leave. She wouldn't be left behind, would she? Liu Shuha dismissed my worry, saying, she arrived on our vessel, so she might have boarded another boat to disembark in a different dimension. Although she appears troubled by her feelings, she does not strike me as the type to make such a foolish mistake. Indeed, while Miss Tang may seem delicate and naive, she possesses the spirit to wield a whip when provoked, and she has never shown intent to harm the innocent. Her upbringing has endowed her with both poise and discretion. Liu Shuha and I had gathered the most items, all packed into a large chest. As we neared the shore, Liu Shuha whispered a caution, be vigilant as we disembark. We must hurry to our vehicle and leave this place. The realms are filled with those seeking to engage in trade at the boundary between worlds. Yet few are fortunate enough to secure a pass. Given that someone had attempted to seize a pass before we boarded, it is certain that others will seek to claim our goods upon our descent. The items we procured this time were quite numerous, all packed into a large box that Liu Shuha carried. As the boat docked, we promptly leapt ashore and made our way towards the off-road vehicle. It was only when Liu Shuha started the engine and drove off steadily that the tension in my heart eased. The surroundings were utterly flat, and being in a parallel dimension freed us from the constraints of traffic regulations, allowing Liu Shuha to accelerate rapidly. I sat in the passenger seat, my gaze fixed ahead. After driving for a while, Liu Shuha furrowed her brow and slowed down, saying to me, Zhenzhen, have you noticed that it seems we are trapped in a ghost wall? I sensed something was amiss as well, yet the desolate landscape offered no distinctive landmarks for reference, leaving me uncertain. Besides, weren't we in a parallel space? Could there truly be a ghost wall here? Regardless, I dismissed the notion of a mere ghost wall as trivial. As Liu Shuha spoke, she produced a yellow talisman and began to chant. The talisman ignited spontaneously, turning to ash in an instant. Shuha, there's something ahead. Just as the talisman turned to dust, the scenery around us abruptly shifted. A flash of red materialized before the vehicle. It was a bright crimson palanquin suspended in midair, devoid of bearers, swiftly approaching us. Liu Shuha swerved the steering wheel, veering the vehicle to the left to evade the red palanquin. But as soon as she steadied the car, the palanquin reappeared directly in front of us, hurtling towards us once more. Zhenzhen, find an opportunity to jump out. After Liu Shuha veered the car again, she slowed down. And seizing the opportunity, I pushed open the door, grasping my suitcase, and jumped out. At that moment, we shared a mutual understanding, both believing that the other was after the cargo we held. The instant I leapt from the vehicle, Liu Shuha drove straight toward the red sedan. Strangely, this time, the red car swerved to avoid the collision and turned back toward me. Sensing the danger, I hurled the suitcase toward the SUV and sprinted in the opposite direction. I ran, with the red sedan in pursuit, completely neglecting the suitcase. This revelation confirmed our suspicion. The assailants were not after the goods. Their target was me. What on earth was happening? I dashed about like a headless fly, while the red sedan loomed like a phantom, appearing wherever I sought refuge, relentlessly bearing down on me. Continuing this evasion was futile. My stamina was waning, and time was of the essence. After 4 o'clock, matters would become dire. Liu Shuha had already secured the suitcase in the vehicle and pressed the accelerator, the SUV roaring as it charged toward the red sedan. I instinctively took a few steps back, then closed my eyes, concentrating my energy at my core, directing it to my brow. Heaven and earth, 5 fire deity descend. I bestow the talisman, transforming malevolence into fortune, break. Upon completing the incantation, I pointed my finger at the red sedan, and a burst of flame erupted from my brow, rapidly expanding as it surged toward the car. The curtain of the sedan ignited instantly, flames licking outwards, engulfing the vehicle in an instant and forcing the occupants within to emerge through the roof. She was a woman clad in a resplendent red bridal gown, yet her face was obscured by a crimson veil, rendering her features indiscernible. I could only deduce from her elongated, sharp nails that she was not of this world. The gown billowed dramatically with her movements, and I noticed her abdomen was distended, unmistakably indicating pregnancy. With one foot upon the palanquine's roof, she propelled herself into the air, then dove towards me. The rush of air caused the veil to flutter, and in that fleeting moment, I glimpsed her visage. How could it be her? Beneath the veil appeared the unmistakable face of Liu Luoyuan. Yet, Liu Luoyuan had been taken to the frigid northern reaches of the Qinling Mountains. She was likely in a deep slumber. How could she suddenly manifest here? Moreover, this bridal attire, along with her seemingly imminent delivery, did not belong to Liu Luoyuan. Who was she, and what was her connection to Liu Luoyuan? In that moment of bewilderment, the red gown enveloped me, and I attempted to evade. But it was too late. A chilling sensation coursed through me, and a violent turmoil erupted in my abdomen, prompting me to clutch my stomach and vomit. However, once the retching subsided, I returned to my usual state. Liu Shuha rushed over to inquire about my well-being, and I shook my head, rising to my feet and scanning my surroundings. Yet the palanquine and the woman in the red bridal gown, with her pregnant belly, had vanished entirely. What had just transpired felt akin to an illusion. Both Liu Shuha and I were in a daze, but time was of the essence. We had no choice but to board the vehicle and hasten towards the village of Qinshui. Upon returning to Shunshui village, Liu Shuha busied herself with the tasks at hand. Each item listed on the inventory served a purpose, necessitating distribution and utilization, while I remained somewhat disoriented. The crimson sedan chair and the woman within it had been directed towards me. Liu Shuha had evaded her pursuit, and thus had not glimpsed the visage concealed beneath the red veil. Consequently, her emotional impact was far less profound than my own. An unsettling feeling lingered within me, though I could not articulate its source. The villagers expressed their gratitude with red envelopes and an array of agricultural products, which Feng Daji eagerly accepted on my behalf. I understood that aiding them was, in essence, aiding myself. By utilizing the essence of incense to assist those in need, I would accrue corresponding merits, which would be recorded in the realm of officials. When rewards were bestowed, I would receive the incense of merit in proportion to my good deeds. This incense constituted the foundation of my cultivation and practices. The higher the merit, the greater my capabilities. However, I also recognized that relying solely on incense of merit was not a sustainable strategy. Once I attained a certain level of cultivation, I would be able to wield my abilities independently, which would be the true essence of my practice. After bidding farewell to the villagers, I sought out Liu Shuha once more, requesting her assistance in reaching out to Liu Shui to inquire about Liu Luoyuan's current condition. Liu Shuha assumed I was merely missing my cousin and did not probe further. It was not until 2 days later that news arrived from Liu Shui, revealing that Liu Luoyuan had been sealed in a realm of extreme cold, and both she and the parasitic insects within her body had entered a state of dormancy. This suggested that the woman we encountered in the parallel realm was not Liu Luoyuan at all. I began to entertain doubts that it might have been an illusion, perhaps because Liu Luoyuan was my only remaining blood relative, which led me to perceive the face beneath the red veil as hers. If Liu Shuha were to witness this, it would likely elicit a completely different expression. Following the accolades bestowed upon the Yin officials, the affirmation of the Liu family's Yin Hall would undoubtedly lead to an improvement in our business. However, the distinction between the Liu family's Yin incense and the Qiao family's lies in the fact that the latter can be traded. Mid to low-grade Yin incense can be crafted into incense that ordinary individuals may ignite. In contrast, only the heirs of the Liu family, such as Liu Xiong, myself, and Liu Luoyuan, are capable of igniting Liu family Yin incense. Of course, celestial guardians of the Yin Hall, like Liu Jingchen, can also ignite a portion of the Yin incense, such as the snake incense. The ensuing fortnight unfolded with an unusual tranquility. As neither Liu Luoyuan nor the headless infant made further appearances, and even the Qiao family seemed to vanish from sight. Under Liu Dali's vigilant supervision, the construction of the Incense goddess temple progressed fervently. In accordance with Liu Jingchen's directives, the main hall of the Yinxiang Hall was prioritized for completion, with the plaque hung in place, while subsequent enhancements were to be gradually addressed. Even the snake bone bracelet adorning my wrist remained dormant. This bracelet is intricately linked to Liu Jingchen's fate. Its stillness signifies that he has yet to achieve significant breakthroughs during his seclusion, with both his physical condition and cultivation not fully restored. I remain perplexed by Liu Shuyi's motives and have privately probed Liu Shua, who responded evasively, indicating that something was amiss and that they were concealing matters from me. Thus, I drifted through another fortnight in a haze, and my little ones had already reached the 4-month milestone. Although Liu Shuyi frequently checked my pulse and assisted in my physical well-being, I insisted on having Liu Shuha accompany me for regular prenatal checkups, including the Tang screening and 4-dimensional scans, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. The prenatal checkups have proceeded smoothly, which increasingly convinces me that I am expecting a pair of ordinary twins. If I were carrying a Buddha bone fetus, I could not have experienced such tranquility over the past 4 months. In fact, this past month has been remarkably peaceful, and I have even gained some weight. Over at the Xiangyang Temple, the main structure of the Liu family's Yinxiang Hall has been fully erected. I plan to hang the plaque with Liu Jingchen once he emerges from his retreat. A few days later, however, Liu Shi unexpectedly ordered a halt to all business dealings at the Yinxiang Hall, deploying all personnel around Chenshui village. Liu Shuha has been accompanying me day in and day out, which fills me with unease. Ultimately, I could no longer contain myself and seized Liu Shuha, demanding, "Shuha, tell me the truth. Is something amiss with Liu Jingchen?" Liu Shuha shook his head vigorously, insisting, No, third brother is in seclusion. How could anything happen? If nothing has occurred, then why are you siblings acting so strangely? Even the weather has been odd lately, and neither Liu Luoyuan nor the Qiao family has made an appearance in over a month. You expect me to believe that everything is fine? Not even a 3-year-old would. Chapter 110. The Century Calamity. No matter how persistently I inquired, Liu Shuha adamantly denied that anything was wrong with Liu Jingchen, suggesting instead that I might be experiencing pregnancy-related syndrome, becoming increasingly paranoid. Unable to extract any further information, I decided to cease my questioning. In the following days, I quietly observed their movements, hoping to uncover some clues. On the evening of the 3rd day, while the weather forecast predicted a clear sky, a torrential downpour engulfed Jiutong town. The heavens were shrouded in darkness, and ominous thunder rumbled in the distance. It was not my first encounter with such a scene, and I sensed a deeper significance. I immediately sought out Liu Shua, seizing her arm as I directly questioned her. "Shua, tell me the truth. Is Liu Jingchen facing tribulation tonight?" Liu Shua's eyes sparkled like stars for a fleeting moment, yet she stubbornly replied, "Third brother is in seclusion. What tribulation could he possibly face? It's late now, Zhenzhen. You should go to bed." "Liu Shuha, you are lying," I exclaimed, nearly beside myself with urgency. "Whenever you lie, your gaze wanders, and an unnatural flush appears on your cheeks. Would you care to look in the mirror right now?" Liu Shuha covered her cheeks with her hands and turned her face away, avoiding my gaze. This response spoke volumes. I then sought out Liu Shuyi, inquiring about Liu Jingchen's location during his seclusion and what assistance we could offer for his tribulation tonight. My worry for Liu Jingchen was overwhelming. After all, he had only just recovered from an injury and was still in seclusion, his true form nearly revealed. Now, with the impending tribulation, the ominous weather suggested that this trial would be anything but ordinary. Liu Shuyi glanced at me, and then at Liu Shuha, realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed. He finally confessed, "Miss Liu, it is not third brother who faces the heavenly tribulation tonight, but Liu Luoyuan." "Oh, Liu Luoyuan is facing the heavenly tribulation?" In the realm of serpent practitioners, every century brings forth a minor tribulation, while a millennium heralds a significant trial. As serpents reach 1,000 years, they may transform into pythons or dragons, yet they too must contend with divine retribution, the severity of which is magnified. Liu Luoyuan and his brother, the third, are full-blooded siblings. Perhaps due to the condition of their mother, Liu Luoyuan was born a month premature, whereas his brother arrived at full term. This year, they are both approaching the venerable age of 1,100. At this age, Liu Luoyuan's aptitude for cultivation pales in comparison to that of his brother. A century ago, he merely embodied a great python, while his brother was on the verge of becoming a dragon. Had it not been for the treachery he faced, his brother would have surely achieved that transformation by now. I have come to comprehend the depth of Liu Luoyuan's animosity towards Liu Jingchen, despite being brothers. Liu Luoyuan's premature birth and inferior cultivation abilities rendered him perpetually overshadowed by his sibling, causing his psyche to become increasingly unbalanced. In their youthful infatuation, both brothers found themselves enamored with Liu Xiang, or perhaps it was merely her innate charm that captivated them. However, Liu Xiang's affections were solely directed towards Liu Jingchen. Liu Luoyuan's mental state gradually deteriorated, and the actions he would later take towards Liu Xiang became all too predictable. Currently, his brother rests safely within a bronze coffin. Liu Shiyi continues, mentioning that in a month's time, his brother will face his own tribulation. Although the century mark is not deemed a major trial, it is particularly crucial for him, having recently emerged from his seal and with only a snake skeleton remaining. Thus, he must avoid the tribulation tonight. Upon learning the truth, how could I possibly disobey? Liu Shuha, in an exaggerated fashion, completed her tasks outside and promptly brought a quilt to join me for the night. As two individuals found themselves restless, I, too, was burdened with myriad inquiries yearning for clarification. I nestled beside Liu Shuha and engaged her in conversation. Shuha, the seals upon the bronze coffin have been broken. Is your third brother truly safe within? Rest assured, the seals were merely embellishments. When Liu Xiang employed them, it was primarily to obscure the truth. The bronze coffin itself is the crux of the matter. Indeed, that is certain. So, when he faces the tribulation in a month's time, will he be confined to the coffin, unable to emerge even when struck by heavenly lightning? Concealed within the coffin, he would be left vulnerable to the whims of fate. Yet, the snake bones cannot be exposed to light, for exposure transforms them into unyielding remnants. In any case, Liu Jingchen is at a distinct disadvantage. Do you know who might come? I cannot say. Can I be of assistance? Since Liu Luoyuan is to face the tribulation and the Qiao family has recently vanished, they were always two of a kind. Perhaps the Qiao family is currently preoccupied with crafting incense to aid Liu Luoyuan. What the Qiao family can accomplish, perhaps I too could. Are you referring to the incense? Liu Shuha pondered earnestly for a moment before replying. The Liu family possesses a wide variety of incense, many of which I have never encountered. Thus, I cannot ascertain which may prove beneficial or otherwise. However, I believe that the incense requires your personal ignition, which inherently carries risks. I doubt your third brother would permit you to undertake such a perilous endeavor. I let out a soft exclamation, feeling a heaviness in my heart. In truth, Liu Shuha spoke wisely. If I could safeguard myself and avoid causing them further trouble, that alone would constitute assistance. We engaged in conversation for quite some time, exchanging words until the stroke of midnight. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled outside, and raindrops began to patter against the window, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder drawing closer. Liu Shuha rose from her bed, donned her clothing, and opened the window, allowing the chilling breeze, laden with icy raindrops, to rush in. I too slipped into my outerwear and seated myself at the edge of the bed. The whereabouts of Liu Luoyuan during his tribulations remained a mystery to us. All we could do was ensure our own safety from the impending turmoil. Perhaps spurred by the frigid air, I felt a creeping chill surge up my spine, accompanied by a dull ache in my lower abdomen. Crack! A thunderclap resonated in the distance, and simultaneously, the sky illuminated with lightning, resembling a spider's web. As the bolts converged into a singular force, striking downward toward a specific direction, likely to the south of Jutong town. Liu Shuha meticulously scrutinized the position, for identifying Liu Luoyuan's stronghold would undoubtedly benefit our future endeavors. She was wholly engrossed in monitoring the celestial phenomena outside, oblivious to my presence behind her. Inexplicably, at the moment the thunder struck, a jolt of excruciating pain surged from the base of my spine, electrifying every vertebrae in an instant. The sensation was akin to having my entire spine wrenched violently from my body.